Chapter 551 The feedback of the game. The army is gathering. These 4 characters have been pinned on the top of the forum for a few days. Every day, there is a steady stream of news, keeping these 4 characters hot, keeping them at the top of the forum. No one, anything can shake them. Yi Qing has arrived at the designated location. Please instruct. Yi Fei has arrived at the designated location. Please instruct. Geng Tao has arrived at the designated location. Please instruct. Qin Ding has arrived at the designated location. Please instruct. Messages came one after another. People arrived one after another. This is the 5th day these 4 characters have appeared, and it will be the last day. The last minute passed quietly. And Mo Lan, floating in the air, quietly looked at the huge crowd of people below. There were over 10,000 people. And there was no end to it. There were 100,000 players here. 100,000 troops. Not one less. Not one less. Mo Lan watched the pointer return to 0. And stepped forward. As he moved forward, a phantom giant slowly condensed in the sky, with his feet on the ground and his head on the sky. The clouds were only around his shoulders. In this area, no matter where you are, you can see this huge figure as long as you look up. But the only regret is that it is cloudy today, and the white clouds in the sky cover the handsome face of the giant. Everyone secretly thought it was a pity. But at this moment, a magnificent sound echoed between heaven and earth, and everyone couldn't help but look up. The sky is cloudless. As soon as the voice fell, a howling wind swept the sky away. Everyone's eyes were bright, and the sun shone directly down, and also inlaid a circle of gold on the huge figure that appeared. Everyone was familiar with that handsome face. Mo Lan. And Mo Lan's majesty and strength just now shocked everyone and made them tremble. This scene was deeply imprinted in the minds of many people. Many people couldn't help but mutter to themselves. I said, the sky is clear. Mo Lan's shadow looked down, lips slightly opened, words like heavenly sound fell. Everyone, the army will assemble today. As soon as the voice fell, his right arm was stretched out. A 5-clawed dragon flag appeared in his hand, fluttering in the wind. Go! Mo Lan's shadow suddenly paused. The illusory dragon flag flew out, and then turned into substance and sank into the ground, standing on the ground, and drifting away with the wind. After the dragon flag fell, Mo Lan continued to speak. Let's not talk too much. We have gathered 100,000 people here now. 100,000 elite players. I don't think you are here to listen to my nonsense. Let me say one thing first. There are still 15 days before the war. There is a reason why I asked everyone to come so early in advance. This reason cannot be explained in a few words. Why don't you experience it yourself? Next, let's play a game. Mo Lan's mouth curled up slightly, said with some anticipation. Please use your mental power to connect to the stone pillars next to you. If you are not a mage, then ask the mage next to you to help, and let him use the mental link spell to connect you to the stone pillars together. When Mo Lan finished speaking, the players were full of doubts. When they scanned with their mental power, they found many stone pillars. With the doubts in their hearts, they used their mental power to connect to the stone pillars. What game are you playing? Are you playing a warm-up game? How do these 100,000 people play? Please don't resist after your mental power connects to the stone pillar. Follow the gravity, and send your mental power and thoughts over there. Mo Lan's voice rang in the ears of many players again. The players gave up resistance immediately after hearing this, and followed the feeling of the stone pillar. Hiss! A player's eyes widened suddenly. This illusion spell? So powerful. A player next to him shook his head after hearing this. No. It's not an illusion. This is a world built by spiritual power. But how can someone's spiritual power be so strong? I feel like an ant in front of this spiritual world. Be more confident. You are just an ant in front of this spiritual world. A 5-ring mage can't do it. And a 6-ring mage certainly can't do it. I even doubt whether a 7-ring mage can do it. A 5-ring mage next to him said quietly. One after another, players were awakened by the scenes they saw, staring at each other in disbelief. The whole area became extremely noisy. Ahem. Mo Lan coughed lightly, and then slowly spoke after everyone quieted down. Don't panic or be surprised. Just think of this as a virtual online game. Well, it's a virtual online game like real game. You can play it with your thoughts. And this spiritual power world is not a strong one. It's just something similar to a computer we made. The quality of these spiritual powers is not high. It's just a large amount. Don't be too surprised. Mo Lan waved his hand casually and said. Everyone fell silent instantly after hearing this. Is Mozen trying to comfort us? No, I don't think so, because I'm not calmed down, but even more shocked. I suspect he's in the mortal world. He's showing off in front of people. Why do you doubt? Be more confident, be more certain. He is in the mortal world. But why do I feel so shocked even though I know this? Maybe because it's really awesome. Am I the only one who thinks this is a nesting doll? What are you doing? I'm fighting monsters in the game. What about you? Oh, I'm playing a game in the game, or a virtual game in a virtual game. Don't complain about this. Isn't it the computer that's more shocking? A computer that's powerful enough to run a virtual game, and from what Mozen said, it should be able to keep 100,000 people online at the same time. This level of computing power can't be resisted by supercomputers in reality. Right? What does this mean? This means that Mozen's magic technology in the field of computers has indeed surpassed computers in real technology. Have you ever seen this kind of thing? The game is faster than the real world, which means that the computing tasks in the real world can be calculated in the game, which is outrageous. Not only that, Emotion also has big firecrackers, which can create mushroom clouds. One is civil, and the other is military. The mage technology civilization has a bright future. You have said so much. I don't know what to say. Forget it. Just say a summary. Awesome. Countless people looked at each other, and everyone saw unprecedented shock in each other's eyes. Because this is not an ordinary research. No matter how powerful ordinary research is, it is only in the game. But the Tower Spirit is different. The appearance of the Tower Spirit means that the game has already appeared in a technological level beyond reality. The supercomputing power in the game can even help real technology, and even feedback. This is the most shocking part, and it is of extraordinary significance. Chapter 552, Quartermaster's Treasury. Everyone, enter the game. Hearing Emoland's voice again, all the players looked at each other. No matter how shocked, how incredible. This has become a reality. After possessing computing power beyond reality, the Mage Association is likely to take off. What? The Mage Association has always been in the sky? Oh, that's fine. One after another, players enter the game, becoming a player in a virtual game. Player? How confusing. So confusing. Thoughts descended along with the mental power. This is a virtual world close to reality. What directly caught my eyes was an extremely vast grassland. Looking at this endless grassland, someone murmured to himself. Illusion is the skin, spiritual power is the bones, What kind of spiritual power is this? This strange spiritual power constitutes flesh and blood, filling it, together constructing this virtual world close to reality. No, the spiritual world is also spiritual power. Our bodies that descended into it are also spiritual power, for the spiritual body. This is a real world. And for the players, as long as they use various illusions to deceive the spiritual body's perception, then this is also a real world, because the so-called world is nothing more than deceiving perception. However, it is so real. What a great technology. Someone among the players whispered, and said one word at a time. But he directly described the structure of the virtual game. As expected, there are big guys everywhere. Emolan saw that the number of people logged in reached 100,000. So he logged in as well. From time to time, the phantoms of the outside world were directly formed on the planes in the game. Thank you for your trust. This is our training base before the war. After the war, it will become a logistics base and a command center. I won't talk about the future. Let's talk about the present first. First, I will build a model of the enemy in the game. The approximate strength, combat methods, and coordination will all be reflected in the game. You can first get familiar with your enemies individually or in a small team, and their various arms. After everyone is familiar with the other side's arms and strength, we will start medium-scale confrontation training. At the end, we will conduct three-way deductions of a 100,000 level Legion war. After the 3 deductions are completed, the war will officially begin. Emoland's voice fell lightly, and the information contained in it made many people secretly shocked. Oh, there is one more thing. The Morse Player Alliance will jointly fund the construction of a treasury. You can think of it as the treasury exchanged by the Quartermaster in the large expansion pack of the game. It contains the technology of the Mage Association, the professions of the God of War Guild, the professions of Utopia, magic plants, materials, money, etc., and everything in the Quartermaster's treasury can and can only be exchanged for military merits. What is military merit? Killing, spying, breaking the army, and containing are all military merits. We will arrange a tower spirit. Oh, that is the mage version of the computer that runs this game. It has extremely strong observation and calculation capabilities. We will arrange for the tower spirit to do the evaluation and calculation, so you don't need to worry about fairness, because the training is based on actual combat. In order to motivate everyone to train actively, we decided to add some ways to gain military merit during the training phase. Emolan's voice fell, and there was no reaction below. This is a list of some items in the quartermaster's treasury. Emolan smiled, and with a big wave of his hand, a table turned into a series of meteors falling in front of them, unfolding in front of them. When the players saw the content clearly, their breathing suddenly became heavy, and their eyes became redder as they read further. Until the end, his eyes were red, and he was breathing heavily. Training is a military merit, Emolan said again, but this time was different from before. As soon as Emolan finished speaking, the whole audience screamed. Awah! A pair of red eyes, heavy breathing, wolf howls, as if everyone had turned into a wild beast. Emolan looked at the list himself and shrugged. It's just average. Those who got one of them, at most. One millionaire. Linhua, who was next to him, rolled his eyes, and just pointed at Yifei and others not far away. They also got excited. They looked at each other. There was 30% ruthlessness, 51% excitement, and 19% rationality in their eyes. It was obvious that they were going to be ruthless. Emolan shrugged again. I thought these were not enough to motivate the big guilds. It turns out that these big guilds are so poor. Linhua shook his head and sighed. It's not a matter of poverty. It's that these technologies cannot be bought with money, although they have our exchange rights. But do you know how difficult it is to get the internal points of our association? They used to be jealous of the technology, and they wanted to buy everything after finally earning a little points, and they struggled for a long time every time. Do you know how uncomfortable they were? Now you have opened a channel to get a lot of points, and it is the simplest way to get points by killing monsters. Hiss. Slurp, I am drooling just thinking about it. Well, I thought the points were easy to earn, and I got them by just researching a few projects. Emolan said casually. Linhua beside him wanted to refute, but think about it carefully and reflect on himself. Hey, it seems so. Just research a few technologies and come here. Lu Bin beside him also nodded in agreement, looking at the presidents of these big guilds. So they are really so poor, and it is really easy to mobilize their enthusiasm. Yifei, Gung Tao, It is impossible not to earn military merits. The presidents resisted the urge to strike and murmured. This is Party A who pays. This is Party A who pays. And we can't beat them. We can't fight. We can't fight. We can't fight. Emolan was very happy that he reached a consensus with Lu Bin and Linhua. At this time, he suddenly remembered something and spoke again. Oh, there is one more thing. There is no penalty for death in the game, just like in the early stages of the game. Emolan waved his hand after he finished speaking, and everyone suddenly appeared in one arena after another. You can choose single, double, 4, 16, 50, 99. And you can choose the map at will. If you want to choose or change, you can directly contact the Yeni Tower Spirit. If you want to ask about the calculation rules of military merit, the channels for obtaining, or even the exchange of things in the quartermaster's treasury, you can directly ask the Yeni Tower Spirit. It is very intelligent and can answer and solve these problems. Okay, let's stop here. Emolan took a deep breath and shouted loudly. Start now. Chapter 553 The Real Empire? Start now. As soon as the words fell, beams of light fell. A warrior wearing leather armor, holding an arm shield, and a long sword appeared in front of each player, with a strong momentum rising from his body. What you are facing now are the most basic soldiers of the two empires. Only soldiers of this level in the two empires are qualified to be called formal combat soldiers. Combat soldiers mean that they can fight, and their level is all level 3 peak warriors, without exception. It can be understood in this way. All the regular armies of the two empires are at the peak of the 3rd level. Moreover, they are powerful 3rd level warriors, who have practiced a variety of combat skills, and have rich combat experience. Their strength far exceeds the 3rd level warriors you met in the Kingdom of Morse. They have millions of such regular troops. The two empires combined may have more than 10 million regular troops. Are you surprised? Emolan said softly. Some of the 100,000 players below had normal faces, Obviously they had heard about it before, while others showed horrifying, surprised expressions. How can they be so strong? All professionals? Millions of such professionals? I heard that the regular armies of the North and South empires were at the peak of the 3rd level, but I never thought there would be so many. The regular army of the Kingdom of Morse is just a stronger ordinary person, and most they have reached the edge of employment. After changing their jobs, everyone can get a position in the army. Isn't this gap too big? People whispered continuously, and Emolan continued to speak when he saw this. Did you think it was strange that players from the northern and southern empires couldn't develop? Did you find it very surprising? As soon as Emolan finished speaking, a player shook his head. Not surprised, I originally came from the northern empire to develop, so I... Emolan narrowed his eyes. Mute. Then Emolan continued. It's normal to be surprised. Because the environment you are in is completely different. And there is a huge difference. In the Kingdom of Morse, even the strongest city is only at the 4th level. And at most has a trump card equivalent to a 6th level spell. Earl Red Maple, are you talking about me? For example, Earl Red Maple? He is still an Earl. And what about professionals? Not to mention rare. But there are not many. And 60 to 70% of professionals exist in the wild. In adventurer groups. And go to the 2 empires. Do you know why? Because the nobles of the Kingdom of Morse have very weak control over their own territories. So weak that they can't even control the key materials for job transfer in their own territories 100%. So weak that the professionals in the territory can only let them drift among the people. The 2 empires were different. Although they were still in the form of aristocrats. They had a high degree of control over their territories. They were corrupt, but not stupid. They had a deep control over their territories. There was a saying in the ancient West that described aristocrats, everything in the territory, including branches that fell from trees, wild animals in the forest, and fish in the water, belonged to the nobles. Others could not pick, collect, or catch them without permission. Otherwise they would be killed by the nobles. In the real Western ancient times, you can still do it secretly, as long as you are not discovered. It doesn't matter. There are also uninhabited places. Although the conditions are bleak and very difficult. You can hide there after all. What about in the game? Emolan sneered. This sentence was implemented without compromise. First of all, under the powerful power of professionals, there are no restricted areas for nobles. No places that cannot be set foot. Everything is the territory of nobles, without any exception. Secondly, different warriors have different spells. The noble families with inheritance in the northern and southern empires have cultivated some special warrior professions. For example, eagle-eyed warriors, such as wind-hearing warriors, such as perception warriors, even mysterious prophecy warriors, and so on. Everything allows the nobles with background and inheritance to perfectly control every bit of their territory. No one can move a little bit, no matter what you do. You need their permission. The nobles are supreme. This sentence may be a joke in the eyes of many people, that they are dreaming, but what is the reality? Is it a dream? No, in the areas where the nobles' inheritance continues in the northern and southern empires, this is a fact, an absolute fact. Where does their supremacy come from? From their complete control over the territory. We can simply deduce it. Emolan said slowly. Why didn't they resist? Because of the simplest point, all the resources that can make people change their jobs to become warriors, the most critical resource for changing jobs to warriors, the extraordinary core, are strictly controlled. All the monsters living in the territory have owners. All the monsters in the wild are marked. No one is allowed to hunt them, and once a death occurs, it will immediately attract the attention of the nobles. All the extraordinary cores in the noble territory flowed into the noble treasury. The territory could not be marked. And the controlled monsters had been strangled. The largest extraordinary core in the entire territory came from the nobles' closed hunting grounds, or even a large monster breeding farm covering an entire mountain range. Hundreds of years and hundreds of miles of history have allowed them to master the training methods of many warriors. Every soldier has a very scientific and efficient training method, and a powerful combat skill summed up from countless experiences. In cooperation with the extraordinary cores, it is easier for them to train warriors than you think. And the warriors they train are more powerful than you think. They are not falsely called an empire. They truly have the power and resources of an empire. And they are even more powerful than the real empire, because of the emergence of extraordinary power. Long-distance transmission and communication are no longer myths. The emergence of the Warcraft Mount Knights makes high-speed running and transfer a reality. The warrior's endurance and speed make distant lands close at hand, and no longer out of reach. This directly spreads the influence of the core of the empire to extremely distant areas. Even in the most distant places, the empire has direct influence, because the core of the empire has the ability to directly airdrop a group of elite knights to behead you, annihilate you. This is impossible in reality, so the area that the empire can effectively notify here is extremely large. And there is another point. Do you really think that the nobles are stupid enough not to transform the extraordinary into productivity? They will not make it public, but within the background of the nobles, how do you know that their farms do not use birth-inducing spells? How do you know that they do not have spells specifically for cultivating farming? The nobles are selfish, corrupt, greedy, stubborn, but they are not stupid. Everyone, can you imagine now, what kind of empire is the North and South Empire? Wake up, they are more powerful than you think. Chapter 554 Overturning the Table? Okay, now the general environment has been deduced. Everyone has a superficial understanding of this. Then please bring it in now. Think about how you were born in this environment. How many of you can successfully change your job? Emolan said slowly. Change your job. This is an extremely difficult step over there. It is very luxurious to want to change your job to a warrior. And this is only the first step to become stronger. Even if you change your job by chance, you will only be a first-level warrior. But can the nobles only control the extraordinary core? No. 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 All the things necessary for cultivation, including supplements, medicines, everything is under control. Your path of cultivation is difficult step by step. Even if you are a player. Most of the job changes of players are done by purchasing extraordinary cores from smugglers in other empires at high prices on the black market. All the consumables for cultivation can only be purchased through smuggling channels and black market channels. The cost of job change is high, and the difficulty of job change is far beyond your imagination. This is only possible when players form a super large guild or guild alliance. Gather the power of the crowd. Rely on corrupting the nobles. And support the ruined nobles. Only then can a gap be slowly opened. And some relatively clean extraordinary cores and cultivation materials are obtained. Until the end, when mages appeared and became popular. This point was completely changed. Mage job change did not require a supernatural core, directly bypassing the biggest restriction, allowing players to change jobs on a large scale, in large quantities. And on a large scale. And mage knowledge is easy to transmit, so they invested in setting up mage research laboratories in the Kingdom of Morse or kingdoms outside the two empires, thereby researching a series of mage technologies, and then using technology to support the headquarters. It was at this time, when this group of mages gradually formed combat effectiveness, and when the results of these laboratories continued to emerge, the player guilds within the two empires were considered to have a certain degree of strength, and could cause some chaos in the two empires. So, although the strength level of players in the two empires is generally low, if we talk about the same level of combat power, they are definitely the strongest among all the players in the entire game. Because they are the only ones who have a nightmare start. Emolan said slowly. Oh, sorry. I have gone off topic. I said so much mainly to tell you. The North and South empires are more powerful than you think. The long-standing empire has a very scientific process for the cultivation and training of warriors. Hundreds of millions, nearly 10 billion people give them enough population base, so each empire can easily take out millions, even tens of millions of well-trained top combat soldiers. Among these tens of millions, elite combat soldiers will be trained. With a huge elite combat soldier base, it is not difficult for them to produce master-level combat generals. So don't think they only have the knights. They all walk on two legs. One leg is the carefully trained knights, dozens, hundreds of absolute elites. The other leg is the huge army of soldiers, and the strong men who emerge continuously from them. These strong men are cultivated from weak to strong by the two empires. After reaching the 7th level, they will immediately become the new elites of the army. When they reach the 7th level, they will also be the solid supporters of the two empires. The conclusion is that I suspect that the armies of the two empires are probably elite soldiers at most. If the 7th level cannot appear, then send the peak of the 6th level. The kind of people who are about to break through the 7th level to lead the command. Emolan looked at the player, who was in deep thought, and continued. I despise them strategically. The achievements of the Northern and Southern empires will surely be surpassed by our players, by our Morse alliance, after all, by our mage association. There is no doubt about that. But I also value them tactically. They are not weak, even very powerful, much more powerful than us. Our current situation is only due to the deterrence of the 7th level power. Relying on that little bit of deterrence and giving up some interests, we can shift the situation and control it on this small battlefield of 100,000 people. That's all. Everyone. You will face an Imperial army whose average strength is not weaker than yours, whose top strength is much stronger than yours, who cooperate well, and who have rich combat experience. Let's be serious. Although the punishment of death has become very severe now, I still want to say it. We are the calamity. The unstoppable calamity. Falling from the sky. Looking down on everything. All the decay, stench, and stubbornness that stand in our way will be completely crushed. We are the 4th calamity, Emolan said slowly, his calm voice carrying the power that makes people's blood boil and passion surge. The 4th natural disaster. Instantly, all the players got excited and shouted loudly. We are the natural disaster. Emolan smiled at this. The effect was very good. Satisfied? He turned off the projection, turned off the speech spell, activated the warrior in the center of the arena. And the battle began. Looking at these players, who were howling and rushing towards the warriors, Lin will walk to Emolan. Hey, President, why are you using mental spells to provoke? Emolan shrugged when he heard this. To create an atmosphere, I speak so second-rate, so stubborn. If there is no corresponding reaction, if there is no corresponding atmosphere, wouldn't it be very embarrassing for me? Anyway, it's a good time to try out this new technique. It seems to work well now. That young man has a future. Well, if he uses it well, he will have a lot of money. Very criminal. You should adjust the position of the technique later. List it in a separate library. It is not available for exchange to the public for the time being. Only the 3 of us can exchange it internally. As for the loss of this young man, we will compensate him. Lin was mouth twitched slightly when he heard this. Emolan's calm words just now did contain the power to make people's blood boil and passion surge. This is not a metaphor, but just stating a fact. Okay. I understand. I'll do it later. Besides, I understand that you want to create an atmosphere. But why do you make the situation so pessimistic? With our current technical strength and productivity, we can burst our productivity and drive hundreds of trains in. We can't say that we can win the battle, but it will be almost enough. Right? Even if we can't break up and let them turn the table, it won't be too tragic. Giving them some pressure is not a bad thing. Besides, facing the 2 empires, players have an innate sense of superiority. A strong copy will not bring them pressure. Appropriate pressure can make them gather together. Otherwise, it will be too jumpy and difficult to control. Even if I say it so seriously, it is just like that for them. Just a more difficult copy. Emolan said calmly, without a trace of emotion on his face. In addition, we are indeed the weakest, and the only one who dares not to flip the table. Chapter 555. Isn't this taking advantage of you? We are the only one who dares not to turn the table. This sentence slowly rang in Lin was ears, making the smile on Lin was face gradually disappear, becoming calm, muttering. Yes, we are the only one among the 3 who dare not to turn the table. We don't even dare to win. We must maintain the situation, maintain this battlefield, maintain the patience of the 2 empires, until we have the strength to confront the 2 empires head-on. This is the sorrow of the weak. No, it's impossible. We can't keep the battlefield to the point where we can fight against the 2 empires. The 2 empires are not stupid, they just don't care now. Now they can let us jump, because they think it's not worthwhile to use important occasions to endure several 7th level attacks for us. When we show enough threats, the balance of losses and threats will be tilted, then the battlefield will be broken in an instant, and the army will be on the border. When that day comes, no deterrent will be of any use. There will be a real war. Only with absolute strength can the war end again and defend our position. Yes. Linwen nodded slowly, thinking. It seems that it is imperative to make extensive use of underground space. Build factories in otherworldly space. And set up industries. The more we can hide, the better. Linwa sighed. As soon as we touch the master level, the death penalty is increased to this level. This is a very obvious signal. Real game. Is it real, or is the death penalty in the game so heavy? I doubt whether players can withstand such a serious setback. I doubt whether players can really get up after being hit to the bottom and being instantly cleared from professionals. It's not about whether the strength can be improved. The strength can be improved without a doubt. We can improve if we can create it. It's just that I seriously doubt whether the time and opportunity are enough for the players to get up again and create such a good situation again. And there are only two empires, and there is also the Saya Empire. I am a little worried. To be honest, standing in our position, any decision may have a very big impact, and this impact is no longer limited to this game. Linhua said slowly, and Molan smiled when he heard it, turned back, and patted Linhua on the shoulder, looking at Linhua and said, "Do you know why I don't have such great pressure? Because you don't make decisions? Aren't things thrown to the two of us?" Lu Bin suddenly leaned over and spoke, and Molan's face darkened instantly. "I'll give you another chance to organize your words." Lu Bin looked at the big knife on his neck, without changing his expression, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth, and snorted coldly. "Humph, how do I know why you don't have such great pressure?" The big knife disappeared, and Molan nodded when he heard it. "Since you have such doubts, since you feel a lot of pressure, then I will tell you why." And Molan thought for a moment, and then said after organizing his words, "Do you remember the day I went to register the company? Well, the tax payment? Remember what happened?" And Molan smiled softly. "Didn't I meet someone that day to discuss tax payment?" Linhua and Lu Bin looked at Molan, waiting for his follow-up. "The person I met that day was not actually the tax person, but another person of unknown identity, mainly the latter." Linhua and Lu Bin couldn't help but become serious when they heard this. "He didn't reveal his identity to me, nor did he promise anything. He just said something without a beginning or an end." "What did he say?" And Molan took a deep breath. "Go. Make trouble. And open up new things. You are all children in your parents' arms. You are all the future. Go ahead with confidence. No matter where you go, you will always be in your parents' arms. We will always be your backers. No matter where you go, we will be your strongest support. If you succeed, we will be happy for you. If you fail, we will give you the resources to succeed again." Linhua. Lu Bin was startled when he heard this. Then his mouth curled up slightly. And then he smiled. Lu Bin smiled and rubbed his eyes with his hands. While rubbing, he suddenly spoke. "Hey, President, is he taking advantage of you?" And Molan was stunned, and Linhua beside him was also stunned. "Get lost." And Molan reacted, and instantly condensed a 40-meter-long sword in his hand, and swung it towards Lu Bin. Even if Lu Bin ran 39 meters away, he would inevitably die under the sword. But when he died, Lu Bin turned around. "Hey, this is just a game, I can't die, are you angry?" After the words fell, Lu Bin, who was next to the Yeni Tower spirit, opened a space channel and jumped in directly. The space channel disappeared, and only a green lotus seed fell to the ground. "Who gave you the courage?" And Molan's faint voice sounded. "Fiona Liang." A voice came from the direction of Lian Zi, and Molan's face froze instantly. "Come out. Come in. Come out. Come in." There was a deathly silence beside the Yeni Tower spirit. Lu Bin leaned on the space membrane, looking at the void in front of him, his eyes slightly red, and a smile on his lips. Linhua also withdrew from the Yeni Tower spirit, looking at the scene, smiling slightly. And Molan, holding the lotus seed, cursed, but suddenly laughed. "Forget it. Come out. I won't bother with you today." Lu Bin heard that Molan also laughed, and his mind was immediately relieved. He cleared his throat, straightened his eyes, opened the space channel, and prepared to walk out. "President, I'm telling you. Hack you. Thunderbolt. Boom. Thunderbolt." Lu Bin's screams lasted for an hour, and his screams began to echo in the small space inside the lotus seed. An hour later, Molan twisted his neck. His anger subsided, and he left. He came to the side of the Yeni Tower spirit, connected his mental power to it, and paid attention to the training progress of the players inside. The soldiers were very strong, and the players who were selected were also very strong. 1-to-1, 2-to-2, 5-to-5, 10-to-10, and 50-to-50 players were all very strong, and basically had the upper hand. Even 100-to-100, 200-to-200 players could hold out. But when the number of players exceeded 1,000, the players' performance seemed a bit bleak. Although the soldiers are controlled by the tower spirit, although Molan has opened up the whole map for them, although Molan has opened up the whole tacit understanding for them, although Molan has equipped them with high computing power tactical support, it can also explain a lot of problems. Molan doesn't need to say that the player singles, the squad mode, the small-scale encounter mode are very strong, very powerful, there is no doubt about this. But in a real war, 1 or 200 is just the beginning, thousands to tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands are the real main battlefield. In this regard, players still need to hone their skills. Chapter 556: The Four Elements. The training is in full swing. While 100,000 combat players are undergoing combat training, dozens of players are gathering in another place. These dozens of players are the commanders, who are carefully selected from the registered players. The worst of these people have a fully intelligent team of 100 people, and the wisdom is refined to the level of individuals. It's not that they can command 100 people at the same time, but that they have a strong overall view, and can command everyone, so that everyone can do the right thing at the right time, not at the same time, but this is already very strong. Naturally, they are all mages, and their strong mental power and calculation ability have enabled them to break through to the current level of command ability. The strong ones among them also have experience in commanding a 1,000-man war, and they are very capable, while others are training. These dozens of people gathered here to discuss and exchange tactics. They also work together to build a whole command and management system for 100,000 soldiers. Select the main commander, the second commander, the third, the fourth, and even the fifth commander, and finally decide on the tactics. Emolan was also at the scene at the moment. He was not here to discuss the matter. He was responsible for providing logistical support. After the battle begins, the first tower spirit will cut off some of the training ground tasks, and put this part of the computing power into the command center. You can use the tower spirit's computing power to assist in calculation and command. In addition, the Mage Association will provide hardware facilities to ensure that everyone in the battle can access the tower spirit. That is, they can access the communication channel. As for how to divide the channels, you can talk to the responsible mage, and it can basically be achieved. As for any other special requirements, you can also put forward any special equipment you need. The Mage Association will consider providing them as appropriate, and will find a way to research them if they don't have them. You just need to use all your wisdom, and as for the goal, maintain an undefeated situation, stalemate, be at a disadvantage, resist, but not lose, cannot win. Many commanding players looked at each other after hearing this, then nodded slowly, and no one raised any questions. Obviously, there are no unqualified people here, at least in terms of overall view and IQ. Then I'll leave this to you. If you need to deduce the battlefield, just tell other mages. They will provide everything they can. I have something to do, and I'm leaving first. Go. Mohin, Yidi said. Emolan nodded and left. After leaving, Emolan walked to Lubin and Linwa and left after explaining some things. While the others were training intensively, Emolan returned to the Mage Association on the eve of the war. What brought Emolan back was a drop of water. A drop of water the size of a thumb, in the shape of a water drop, and azure blue water. The water looked ordinary, but Emolan could sense the extremely rich water element and the familiar ignorant spirituality in it. Water spirit. Emolan took a deep breath and said slowly. This azure water droplet was a water spirit that had just been captured from the water element world. Emolan did not hesitate and immediately entered the element pool layer inside the mage tower and came to the water element pool. The water element pool was azure blue, filled with azure blue water, and looked no different from a water spirit. In fact, there is really no difference. The water spirit is just a gathering of high-purity water elements. The real difference lies in the spirituality that the water spirit breeds. This is extremely precious, a treasure that cannot be manufactured. That is the water spirit that is bred by the elemental world. The water spirit, the spirit of water, the water spirit is just a spirit. Put the water spirit into the water element pool, the ignorant spirituality exudes a trace of joy. The calm blue water gradually stirs up waves. In the center of the blue water, a small vortex is formed. This set of processes is extremely skilled in Emolan. This time there is still no accident. Emolan smoothly completes the fusion of the water spirit. After the water spirit merged, it turned into a blue water droplet again and sank into Emolan's brow, and appeared in the spiritual space. At this moment, in the spiritual space, a dark ink box was suspended in the center of the spiritual space. The ink box was slowly rotating, and there were golden patterns flashing on four faces. And just below the ink box, a diamond-shaped spell position that seemed to be real was still at a position below the core of the spiritual space. This was the core of Emolan's spiritual power. The 6th level spell position. Further out, two diamond-shaped 5-ring spell positions were slowly rotating around the 6th level spell position. One ring inside another, one ring around another. This is a concentric circle, with the 6th level spell slot as the core. The spell slots rotate continuously in circles. Counting carefully, there are a total of 6 rings of spell slots. And on the 6th ring there are 32 diamond-shaped spell slots. These spell slots are all first ring spell slots, that is, spell slots on the first ring. At this moment, between the spell slots, a ball of fire, a small tornado, a drop of water, a ball of rock is also rotating with it. Each foreign object represents an element, is the spirit of an element, is the incarnation of an element, giving Emolan a strong affinity with the element itself. Or it can be said that this is the element itself. Emolan quietly looked at the 4 elemental spirits, which he had been trying to collect and pursuing for a long time. From the acquisition of the fire spirit, until now, he has finally collected them all. Emolan couldn't help but feel a little emotional at this moment. Earth, fire, wind, water, finally all. My mental power has just reached the limit of the 6th level not long ago, which is good. Level 7 Emolan muttered to himself. As soon as he thought of it, the 4 elemental spirits started to spin at high speed. At the same time, all of Emolan's powerful mental power gathered together, and an extremely strong inward pressure gathered in the center of the 4 elemental spirits. He continued to increase the pressure in the form of a mental tornado, pressing the 4 spirits tightly, trying to press the 4 spirits together, and even merge them. Because they are all just elements, there is no reaction even if the water element and the fire element are in close contact. The formation of magic power is because the mental power exerts a strong pressure on the 4 elements of earth, fire, wind, and water. Under the spirally increasing pressure, the mental power, earth, fire, wind, and water merge to form a wonderful magic power, which can release spells of any attribute and can be used in any position where elements are needed. Emolan originally intended to try this method on the 4 spirits, to see if he could directly use this method to unite the 4 spirits into one, and condense the spirit of magic. However, as Emolan used the strongest pressure to press and rotate, the 4 spirits of earth, fire, wind, and water did not change at all. Emolan immediately understood that the attempt had failed. However, Emolan was not surprised by this result, nor was he disappointed, as he had expected it. Chapter 557, Fully Advance. Failure, this is natural. Emolan does not think that simple pressure can completely merge the 4 spirits. This is unrealistic. In fact, the method of pressure is not impossible, but Emolan feels that the pressure provided by his current mental strength is definitely far from enough. If the current pressure is increased by 100, 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000 times, Emolan thinks it will work. After all, as the saying goes, great force can make miracles happen. As long as the pressure is strong enough, the most basic particles can be pressed together and mixed together, then everything can be mixed together. It's just that Emolan can't do such a big pressure at present. After all, it is the pressure on the spiritual power level and the element level. Not all pressure can work, and not everything can bind the spiritual power and the elements at the same time. But Emolan's other idea is actually somewhat similar to this, at least in principle. Since the ultimate goal is to let the 4 elements and spiritual power merge together, why bother about the method? Using pressure to create miracles is to press the basic particles that make up the 4 spirits together under high pressure, so as to complete the fusion. If that's the case, why not just decompose the 4 spirits into basic particles, and then control the basic particles to merge one by one, and build a new element and a new structure together? Emolan set his eyes on the Fire Phoenix, and a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Fire Phoenix, you are really my blessing. I didn't expect that my personal 7 rings road would also fall on you. The Fire Phoenix, who was sleeping in the seal, felt a chill all over his body. A narrow phoenix eye emerged from the fire element, and he looked around vigilantly. After confirming that there was nothing unusual, he dispersed his phoenix eyes and continued to sleep. In the process of constructing and dissolving the phoenix eye, the beautiful changes of the basic particles of the fire element revealed simply fascinated Emolan. Basic particles of the element? Isn't that it? When I study the basic particles of the fire element, master its formation and control methods, and master the technology of constructing matter, I can try to decompose the fire spirit. If you understand one method, you can understand all methods. If you can apply it to other methods, there will not be too big a bottleneck compared to earth, wind, and water. So, is this basic particle of the fire element the last bottleneck and constraint for me to advance to the 7th ring? After passing this bottleneck and this level, there will be a smooth road ahead. Lan thought silently in his heart. In the following time, Lan did not go anywhere, and stayed in the association to study the Fire Phoenix. Preparing to break through this last level. Time passed in a flash, and the training time was over in a blink of an eye. There were only 3 days left before the war. In the virtual battlefield built by the Yeni Tower Spirit, 100,000 players were fighting a tense battle with 100,000 soldiers. This was the second 100,000 level battle launched by the player command system. And the result was not satisfactory. It's okay. It can barely fight. Lu Bin looked at the result and nodded slowly. Linwood nodded upon hearing this, and then spoke. Only 3 days left. Let's move forward. Lu Bin paused upon hearing this, and then nodded slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, a message was sent out. At this moment, almost at the same time, 100 trains on standby roared at the same time, drove out of the platform. And then the locomotive head went down. The track formed in front of the locomotive head tilted downward at a very small angle, and the train moved downward along with it. Soon the train disappeared on the ground and went underground. After the train entered the underground, the originally formed rock tunnel was transformed into fluffy soil under the effect of the reverse stone wall spell. As the train passed, the soil was renewed. It would not take long, perhaps with a heavy rain or the spread of weeds, and the abnormal soil here would disappear without a trace. The train continued to go down, and in a blink of an eye it reached a depth of 100 meters underground. At this depth, the train track extended forward. Below 100 meters, all element fluctuations, all sounds, and all fluctuations that could make people feel the train were weakened and even isolated by the 100-meter thick rock layer in soil. Silently, the train moved towards its destination underground. After the roar, there was only a solid, neat, and gapless tunnel to prove the train's passage. 100 trains rushed towards the battlefield at high speed. It didn't take long for the train to arrive at the present time. And the result was that overnight, a full 100 miniature magic towers appeared in an area outside the battlefield. It is said that someone witnessed the appearance of these 100 miniature magic towers. It was a night. The moonlight was very bright, and it was under the moonlight that, silently, 100 mage towers slowly emerged from the earth, like winter bamboo shoots, growing overnight. 100 mage towers directly built a defense zone and a camp. The sudden appearance of these 100 mage towers surprised many players, and the situation of Talon gave them a shot of confidence. Similarly, the changes here had already been heard by the commanders of the 2 empires of the south and the north on the first morning, making them frown and feel a little suspicious. The Morse Player Alliance showed its intimidation, and the North and South empires, as the intimidated ones, would naturally investigate the Morse Player Alliance thoroughly, and the Mage Association would be the first to bear the brunt. The Mage Association's most famous mage tower had long been known to them, and they were shocked and greedy at the same time. The mage tower was too strong. In addition to being invincible at level 7, it was simply a perfect existence. A perfect building. Therefore, the 100 miniature mage towers that appeared on the front line instantly made them alert and tense. However, the next day, the news from the Morse Kingdom made them breathe a sigh of relief. Almost all the trains of the Mage Association have disappeared, and the number of trains that have disappeared is as high as 100. This number immediately made them feel relieved, and they immediately understood where the 100 miniature mage towers on the front line of the Morse Player Alliance came from. However, there is one very subtle point. The trains of the Mage Association have not been running on the surface for a long time. They all run underground tunnels, and do not accept natives. Currently, they only run within the Morse Player Alliance, and all platforms are within the Player Guild. In short, the only people who can see the trains are players. The 2 empires that just breathed a sigh of relief heard a piece of news. The Morse Player Alliance is building a full-scale mage tower among the 100 miniature mage towers. There are 10 mage towers under construction at the same time. However, this news did not attract much attention, and even made them feel relieved. The speed at which the Morse Player Alliance builds full-scale mage towers is simply too slow. Oh, it can't be said to be slow. It's much faster than when they build castles, but in the face of a war, this speed of construction is not enough to make people afraid. Chapter 558 Armor Fusion. Tell me a joke. The Mage Association is very slow in building the Mage Tower. Linhua and Lu Bin looked at each other and laughed. After laughing, Linhua said seriously, according to the intelligence, The two empires have planted spies among the players. There are at least 2 to 3 digits of players who take the money from the two empires to do things for them and provide them with intelligence. This money is easy to get. You can get money by giving some intelligence. Besides, it's just a game. They don't have such a strong sense of guilt. And they are easier to be bribed. It's just self-deception, Lin was said disdainfully. Lu Bin waved his hand beside him. Forget it, there's no need to do anything. Such people will definitely exist. We just need to make sure that they don't exist in the Mage Association and the core members of these guilds. We can warn them later and let them check themselves. Yes. Linwen nodded. There shouldn't be any in our association. Our association is still doing well in terms of cohesion. The supervision of the Tower Spirit is also a layer of insurance. And the members of the association are basically not short of money. Pay more attention. By the way, will you be there when the war starts? In response to Lu Bin's question, Linwen nodded after a moment's hesitation. I'll go. Whether you or the president go there. Too much will be revealed. It's just right for me to go. A lot has been revealed. Lu Bin was still a little hesitant. Linwen smiled. It's impossible to reveal nothing. If nothing is revealed, it won't be just 100,000. It's estimated that there will be 1 million troops ready to attack on the border of the North and South empires. A 7th level deterrence alone cannot completely deter the two empires. It's far from enough. We must strengthen deterrence and increase the weight. Only in this way can this gambling fight and this battlefield have a basis for maintenance. Indeed, the strength we are currently exposed to is indeed a little weak. Lu Bin nodded. Show off. Show off. It's better to show off a little. Linwen said nothing more. Turned around and walked into a huge carriage. The space inside the carriage was extremely huge. It used very advanced space stretching technology. This carriage alone has already condensed extremely strong technical strength. In the center of this carriage, a huge mechanical giant was lying on its back. The tens of meters high mechanical giant looked extremely huge even when lying on the ground. It was very intimidating when standing next to it. The mechanical giant was not painted. The surface of the body was all a layer of 7-level gold-patterned black steel. The black and gold primary colors made it look deep and noble. The one-piece shell only has gaps at the joints. But it is still tightly fitted and wrapped in a layer of soft material. The shell in front was disassembled, revealing a thick black steel spine with golden patterns. Inside it was constantly filled with extremely complex and mysterious spell models and arrays. From time to time, there were elemental metals of other colors mixed in. If you count them carefully, there are more than 9 types of elemental metals alone. But the most of them are black steel with golden patterns, followed by space bronze. Lin would gently stroke the huge mechanical giant, and muttered to himself, with great intimacy and familiarity. It's been so long, and I've always been the president. Mo Lon. Now people are probably saying that I'm the vice president in charge of things, and that my original talent has been worn out in the long-term management. Right? Lin was shook his head slightly. It's been so long. It's time for us to perform. And I'll be on stage next. The mechanical giant seemed to have noticed it. And the place where Lin was hand touched vibrated slightly. As if responding to Linwa. Linwa smiled and patted the mechanical giant. Changed his clothes. Turned around and entered the mechanical giant to make the final adjustments. The element pool is full. The ammunition is full. Mechs, ready to fight. The bright sun slowly rises from the east. When the first ray of sunlight from the morning sun shines on the highest peak of this battlefield, Missouri Lawn returns to this battlefield where 100,000 elite players gather. Dong! 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 One after another. War drums taller than people slowly rise from the earth. 1 side, 2 sides, 3 sides, 100 sides. A burly player with a resolute face appears in front of the war drum, holding 2 drumsticks as thick as goose eggs in his hands, raising them high and beating them hard. Dong! Dong! The deep and loud drum sound resounds. 1 player, 2 players, 100 players. Dong! 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 1 drum beat, 1 rhythm, a passionate war song sounded, breaking through the clouds under the sound of heavy hammers, resonating between heaven and earth. You are about to go to the battlefield. As a good man, the war song is the background music for you to kill the enemy and make meritorious deeds. Fight! Linwa appeared in the sky above the battlefield, holding a microphone model, and shouted loudly. Fight! 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 Fight him! Fuck! Fight! 100,000 players shouted fight 3 times. But there seemed to be something wrong in the middle. Linwa chose to ignore it. There were all kinds of top players among the 100,000 players. It was good to have so many people cooperating. He was not embarrassed. He was very satisfied. Linwa wanted to say something else. But before he could say it, dust rose in the sky, and two armies of hundreds of thousands appeared on the diagonal right and diagonal left of the 100,000 players. Kill! 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 They shouted in unison, and the murderous intent broke through the sky. Two huge auras crushed over in an instant, but when they crushed over the 100,000 players, the two auras squeezed and collided with each other. Linwa looked at the 100,000 players under his feet, and his chest was full of pride, and his fighting spirit was surging. Fight! 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 A wave of auras rushed up to the sky, and Linwa in the air gathered them and crushed them forward. Boom! Silent thunder exploded in everyone's spiritual world, as if the actual auras crossed a distance of tens of millions of meters and collided in the center of the chariot. Boom! The clouds were shattered and dissipated. The birds turned into blood plasma and fell. The sky was cloudless, and the birds disappeared. Boom! 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 The collision of momentum was equally matched. The momentum of the three parties was deadlocked in the center of the battlefield, and no one could suppress the other. After a brief stalemate, a rainbow light rushed up from the armies of the Southern Empire and the Northern Empire. Southern Empire Master Warrior Williams, come to fight. Northern Empire Master Warrior Berg, come to fight. Master Warrior, that is. Master Level Warrior, that is. The 7th Level Warrior in the mouth of Imolan and others. When the two rainbow lights rose, the powerful aura of the Master Level Warriors merged into the aura of the army. At the same time, the aura of the armies of the Northern and Southern Empire surged. The aura that surged instantly pressed directly towards the 100,000 players, and all the players felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. They didn't have the 7th level. The players' aura gradually weakened, and all the players turned their eyes to Linwa in the air. Linwa looked at the two master-level warriors, who rushed towards him at the same time. His face was calm, and his hand gently stroked the front of his belt. At the same time, a mechanical voice sounded. Armor Fusion. Chapter 559 Mech Battle Master. Armor Fusion. The mechanical voice echoed between heaven and earth. Hearing this extremely familiar voice, the player was stunned and stared at Linwa. And Imolan and Lu Bin behind him also looked at each other, full of confusion. You did it? No, I didn't do anything. Wasn't it you? It wasn't me, it really wasn't you. Besides the two of us, who else would dare to do such a thing? Aren't you afraid of being beaten to death? I really didn't, the distance was so close. Isn't it possible that you couldn't sense it if I did it? Imolan, after Lu Bin finished speaking, he suddenly thought of something and turned his head sharply to look at Linwa's back. Hiss. No way. It can only be like this. Under the attention of the crowd, Linwa's belt slowly unfolded, covered by shadows. The belt went up, the abdominal armor, waist armor quickly appeared, the armor quickly spread upwards. A ferocious tiger head roared on the breastplate, and then two tiger claws clasped the shoulders, and it spread all the way to the fully covered helmet before slowly stopping. The belt went down, the leg armor covered, the combat boots completely wrapped the feet. A circle of combat groups hung from the waist. When the armor was completely summoned, a red light condensed on the shoulders, then, the blood-colored energy cloak fluttered in the wind. The seemingly long process was completed in just a moment. Almost before the sound effect of armor fusion fell. It was completed extremely quickly. After the armor fusion was completed, the momentum was directly condensed with Linwa, causing Linwa's momentum to surge. However, although Linwa's momentum surged, it was only barely at the peak of the 6th level, and there was still a long way to go from the 7th level. This distance was like a natural chasm that could not be crossed. Many players were disappointed when they saw this. Very strong, very handsome, but still not enough. Two powerful rainbow lights also approached rapidly. The level 7 warriors of the two empires all chose to take the weakest Morse player alliance as the first target. Although the gambling fight does not allow level 7 and above combat power to fight, but now the gambling fight has not started yet. If the Mage Association can't even withstand this fight, then the gambling fight has lost its meaning. The weak are not qualified to gamble with the North and South empires. And at this moment, under the attention of the crowd, Linwa in the air knelt on one knee, with his right hand open, palm down, palm facing the ground. Buzz! A beam of light fell from the palm of his hand, and it expanded rapidly as it fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, It turned into an extremely huge and mysterious magic circle, which was filled with a large number of complex spell models and structures, making people feel dizzy at a glance. The huge magic circle instantly fell to the ground, and was imprinted on the ground. At the same time, the voice just now sounded again. Black and gold mecha, summon. Before the mechanical voice fell, the ground exploded. A 49-meter-tall black and gold mecha broke through the ground, and instantly jumped up and appeared behind Linhua. The black gold mecha leaping up. Linhua in armor. And the sky full of gravel. It seemed to have become a still image, which made people slightly stunned. The mecha had already leaped up. Linhua stood up, opened his hands, and floated in the air in a big letter shape. Behind him was the black gold mecha. Silently, Linhua disappeared out of thin air, and the eyes of the black gold mecha lit up, and red light bloomed. At the same time, Linhua's momentum merged with the black gold mecha, and his momentum soared into the sky, breaking through the 6th level in an instant. Level 7. The huge momentum crushed over, and the faces of the two master-level warriors became cautious for the first time. This momentum even surpassed them. Morse Player Alliance, Mecha Summoner Linhua, come to fight. The thick voice mixed with mechanical sounds echoed between heaven and earth, and made people tremble all over. At this moment, even Imolan and Lu Bin couldn't help but tremble all over. Imolan couldn't help but say, "Lu Bin, do you remember the dream discussed by Linhua before?" "I remember. Are you saying that Linhua finally realized his dream?" Imolan shook his head slowly after hearing this. "No. I just remembered that he said he liked watching cartoons before he talked about his dream. Now I can finally confirm or even affirm that he really likes watching cartoons. Not only before, but also now." Imolan pointed at the broken ground and said with trembling fingers, "How much attention did he put into the research of special effects when studying mecha? The special effects of armor, the sound effects, the actions of summoning mecha, the nonsense summoning array, and the teleportation into the cab out of thin air at the end." Imolan's fingers were trembling, and Lu Bin couldn't help but think speechlessly. He was embarrassed to say that he thought it was very handsome. But at this moment, he heard Imolan's trembling voice saying, "I want a set too, and add background music." Lu Bin was silent, then said very carefully, "Me too." Not only Imolan and Lu Bin, at this moment, the 100,000 players who watched the whole process were also blown away, stunned by the huge, handsome armor. So strong. So handsome. Is this our commander? What should I do? What should I do if I don't want to fight? Disperse. Disperse, no more fighting. No more fighting. Go. 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 Groups of players stared at the black gold mecha, clicking screenshots frantically, while saying something like "Lemon, what's just SOSO, what's just SOSO?" As for morale, the momentum swept away the decline, and it suddenly rose. Linhua in the mecha noticed the change in momentum. A smile appeared on his lips, and his eyes looked at the two flying rainbow lights. Summoning armor, summoning mecha seems long, but in fact it is only 2 moments. Even the master-level warrior is still quite far away from Linhua, and the current distance is just the best attack range of the black gold mecha. Looking at the 2 rainbow lights, a light screen appeared in front of him instantly, and the speed, angle, trajectory, energy intensity, and other information of the 2 rainbow lights quickly scrolled on the light screen. Linhua twisted his neck, raised his hands, and thought, and countless gun barrels appeared on the chest, shoulders, head, raised hands, and legs of the black gold mecha. The densely packed gun barrels, and the dark and deep muzzles made all the players feel numb. In front of them, the 2 red lights locked by the muzzles felt even more terrifying. They shuddered for a moment. Their scalps tingled, and the death warning jumped wildly. Especially the Master Warrior Bird. He was locked by the muzzles of the 6 156mm guns of the black gold mecha, and the black gun barrels instantly brought him death suffocation. Bird made a decision in just a moment. The rainbow light he transformed into stopped instantly, and then turned sharply, heading towards another 7th level warrior. "Williams, come and fight!" Linhua watched this scene, and a plain voice sounded between heaven and earth. "There is nothing that cannot be solved by firepower. If there is, it is because the firepower is not enough." The moment the plain voice fell, the black hole of the gun muzzle on the black gold mecha instantly poured out. Metal Storm. Chapter 560. That's it? Metal Storm. The 2 level 7 warriors' eyes widened, and their spirits were trembling, staring at the black barrels. They watched as metal bullets flew out of the black barrels one after another. One after another, each metal barrel ejected an unknown number of metal bullets. Thousands of bullets pressed down on them, like a terrifying storm made of metal. What was even more deadly was that the two level 7 warriors felt as if they were being pricked by needles all over their bodies, and their entire bodies were locked. Not only that, whether it was up and down, front and back, left and right, they were all tightly blocked. No matter which direction they dodged, they would definitely be hit. The range of this blockade was wide. Even if they doubled their speed, they could not escape the attack range unless they were faster. The two 7th level warriors felt unprecedented despair. The most powerful attack was launched forward. All the fighting spirit in their bodies surged out and brought the nearby elements together, trying their best to condense into a solid shield. The metal storm has arrived. In the back, Mo Lan's mental power spread, and his words rang in the ears of many players in the form of mental power fluctuations. Just now, thousands of shells were poured out from the muzzle in front of the mecha. There is a tower spirit inside the mecha, which you can regard as a supercomputer. At the moment the muzzle was fired, the tower spirit completed all calculations with terrifying computing power, and blocked the dodge direction of the 7th level warrior in every direction according to the evaluation standard. This move is almost impossible to dodge, but due to the expansion of the coverage area, it directly blocked two 7th level warriors, so the power cannot be taken into account. So it will definitely hit. But the damage is not guaranteed. Obviously, the two 7th level warriors have seen through this. It is indeed a good decision to defend. The two 7th level warriors should only be slightly injured. However, this also directly fell into Lin Wu's rhythm. A new attack has begun to brew. Then the sniper style. Smaller scale blockade will deal a fatal blow to the two targets. In front of the firepower mecha, standing still is definitely not a good idea. The speed of mental power spreading is faster than the attack speed of the electromagnetic railgun. When Mo Lan finished speaking, the metal storm had already arrived in front of the two 7th level warriors who were defending. Just as Mo Lan said, Lin Wu had already adjusted the mecha, and the tower spirit had already started preparing for the attack, mainly to slow down the mecha for a moment, and to slow down the barrel launcher for a moment, so that the countless barrels would start a concentrated attack again, relying on high-intensity, high-frequency attacks to seriously injure the 7th level. However, at this moment, an accident happened. The slender and sharp shells together formed a terrifying metal storm. The gold elements stored in these shells activated the self-sharpening properties of the gold-patterned black steel that constituted the shells. The amazing sharpness extended from the shells, and even formed a sharp golden light directly in front. When the golden light hit the shield of the 7th level warrior, the extremely sharp golden light directly broke through the do-chi structure on the surface of the shield, and stabbed forward under the powerful power. Ping! A crisp sound hidden under the loud noise. The golden light shattered under the shield, and then the shell itself hit it. The sharp shell hit the shield, breaking through the original gap again. Ping! In the eyes of the 7th level warrior, the elemental metal shell with a thickness of 156 millimeters penetrated his shield, hit his abdomen directly, and went through. The do-chi shield that was penetrated shattered directly, and the severe pain had not yet reached his brain. He watched helplessly as another slender shell went through his thigh, and his flesh and blood shattered, and his bones broke. A thin shell passed by his arm, shattering his flesh and blood, leaving a charred mark. The rest of the shells was past, and the metal storm plowed scars on the earth and the mountains. The two wounded and weak 7th level warriors barely floated in the air. Their faces were full of fear. They didn't care about anything and turned around and ran away, like defeated dogs. At this time, Mo Lan's voice had just fallen, and it seemed to still echo in his ears. It's just a minor injury. Minor injury? You call it a minor injury? Mo Lan was also confused when he noticed the confused looks. According to our modeling of the 7th level warrior, it should indeed be a minor injury. 7th level warrior, that's it? Not only the players and Mo Lan, even Lin Wu, who was preparing to attack, was confused. The attack command stopped. Lin Wu looked at the two severely injured 7th level warriors. After a moment of silence, he shook his head and gave up the idea of attacking again. Silently, Lin Wu in armor appeared outside the mecha. The mecha fell to the ground, sank into the ground, and disappeared without a trace. Lin Wu looked around, looking at the two armies belonging to the North and South Empires, said slowly, "The gambling fight has officially begun. From this moment on, level 7 and above combat power are not allowed to intervene in the battlefield." Before he finished speaking, 100,000 players shouted in unison. Fight! On the other two sides, the morale of the two originally aggressive armies was somewhat sluggish. The three armies retreated at the same time. When the three armies came to the edge of the gambling fight area, the war officially began. Lin was slowly walked down from the air, and when he came to Emolan and Lu Bin, he waved his hand on his abdomen, and the armor on his body quickly folded and disappeared, and finally sank into the belt in a shadow. The whole process did not make any sound. Linhua, you are going to be famous. Oh, are you handsome? Linhua, you are going to be a stunner. Oh, are you handsome? Linhua, you. Are you handsome? Okay, handsome, give me one too. That's it. Linhua shrugged. Oh, by the way, we have seriously overestimated the strength of the master-level fighters. We have overestimated their speed, reaction speed, defense, destructive power, and overall strength. Just like before. I almost killed 2 level 7 warriors. Fortunately, I didn't kill them. Otherwise, we might have collapsed. Linhua said with a sigh of relief. It's really too weak. I didn't expect that my range blockade attack distance could seriously injure them. Even if the blockade density was a little higher, they would have been killed. Level 7 warriors. Just like this? I can't believe it. Emolan nodded after hearing this. It's indeed a bit weak. Apart from anything else, the actual speed of level 7 warriors is much lower than what we estimated. Therefore, the range of our all-round blockade of artillery fire can be greatly reduced. At least the density of artillery fire within the blockade can be increased by 2 or 3 times. In other words, if we correct the evaluation criteria, your mecha can kill 2 level 7 warriors in one shot. Emolan felt a little unconfident as he spoke. So weak. Impossible? Chapter 561 Weapon Test Site. Isn't this possible? Emolan couldn't believe the result of his calculation. How could the 7th level be so weak? Linhua and Lu Bin were also a little bit unbelievable. Lu Bin said after a moment of silence. Could it be because of the people? Our evaluation modeling of the 7th level warriors was not wrong. The 2 7th level warriors were wrong. It's because they are too weak. Not because the 7th level warriors are weak. Berg, ? Williams, ? Impossible, it must be extraordinary to be able to appear in such an occasion. Even if it's not against us, it will be against the other empire. After all, the 2 empires are of the same level. Even if the 7th level warriors who can appear are not the strongest, they must be relatively strong, and cannot be the weakest. So it is not the problem that the 2 of them are too weak, but the problem of our evaluation model. Emolan. Lu Bin fell into deep thought. Then this is too different from the fire phoenix we encountered. The 7th level fire element. Right? Maybe these 7th level warriors are taking shortcuts. They didn't take the regular path. So they are not as strong as these fire elements? Do you know how to promote 7th level warriors? I don't know. Then what else are you talking about? You say that this kind of speculation is false. Maybe people are only so strong on the regular path? Well, it makes sense. Then let's change the evaluation model. Change it. Change it. Add a lower limit. Take the strength of these 2 7th level warriors as the lower limit of the model. And take the strength of the Fire Phoenix as the upper limit of the model. Using an interval as a model, the probability of error will be relatively small. Okay. The 3 nodded. And Linhua thought for a while, and spoke again. There is another possibility. Perhaps because we think too highly of the 7th level. The 7th level has a lofty status no matter where it is. Which leads to the fact that we have not collected much information about the 7th level. Which makes the 7th level always maintain a mysterious image. And the information collected? Tactical deterrence? National defense level power. All of the above convey a message to us. The 7th level is very strong. So strong that it is invincible. And so strong that it has a lofty status in any place. The 7th level is very strong. And this has formed a fixed mindset in our minds. It just so happened that at this time we completed the architecture of the 7-ring spell model. Needless to say, the power of the 7-ring spell is very strong. Which is consistent with our understanding of the 7th level being very strong. Then, the appearance of the Fire Phoenix is still very strong. Which is also consistent with our understanding of the 7th level being very strong. A series of evidence confirmed. Which made us sure of one thing. The 7th level is very strong. We also began to build a 7th level strength model based on the strength of the 7-ring spell and the Fire Phoenix. And believed that the 7th level should be so strong. But we actually did not think about a problem. or subconsciously ignored a problem. That is, it may be a continuous coincidence that we encountered two data sources, and both 7th level things are very strong, and both surpass the normal 7th level. All of the above finally led to the current result. Lin Wu finished speaking. Mo-Lan nodded, and added, "That makes sense. In addition, we are cautious, so we exaggerated the model a little and left enough margin to avoid mistakes, so the evaluation of the 7th level became what it is now." Lu Bin also nodded and said, "Therefore, we are highly vigilant, because the 7th level is too strong, so we do our best to study, to explore, try to master the power of the 7th level, so that we can have a little counterattack in front of the master level. Because of the coincidence of data, the result is that the weak 7th level has no power to fight back in front of us. Yes, it is really a very intense research, which makes me feel relieved when I think about it now, as if a huge shackle has been removed." Mo-Lan couldn't help but sigh. "Yes, me too." Lin Wu had just opened his mouth when Mo-Lan and Lu Bin interrupted him in unison. "Shut up. You who have time to study special effects and actions are not qualified to say such things. I will give each of you a set of data, a set of close-fitting armor, and you can design the sound effects yourself." After the words fell, Mo-Lan and Lu Bin looked at each other, and a smile suddenly appeared on their faces. "By the way, your 7th level mecha can be so powerful, and can kill the 7th level in seconds. You have worked hard." Yes, it's hard work." Just as Mo-Lan, Lin Wu, and Lu Bin were talking, 100,000 players still turned into a huge machine and started to run quickly. Commands came out from the command center and appeared directly in everyone's mind. Reconnaissance, engineering, vanguard. 100,000 players were divided into groups and quickly advanced to the center of the battlefield, occupying one area after another, and setting up defense lines. The war had just begun, and the three parties were still fighting for the base and the land-grabbing stage. However, when the battlefield was completely divided, a large-scale chaos of 300,000 people was almost foreseeable. The first battle in the early stage determined the unified battle, which was a battle of 100,000 people. After the first exploratory battle, the players would be divided into two parts, defense and attack. The garrison is a large army gathered together, responsible for defense. The offense is a scattered guild, in the form of a small team, giving full play to the player's greatest advantage in a small-scale battlefield, and attacking freely. Listening to Lin Wu's words, Mo-Lan nodded gently. "Okay, let them take care of this. There are 3 of us. One person can be stationed here at the same time. There is no need for 3 people to be here at the same time. Let Lin Wu be the first one. I will take over in a month." "No need." Mo-Lan looked at Lin Wu. "I'm too lazy to run around. I'll just stay here. My mecha is here, which is equivalent to the mage tower. Basically, I've moved everything here, which is convenient. In addition, there is a natural battlefield here. I'm a mechanical guy, and I have many things that are different from you. Many of the offensive weapons I made need to be tested in actual combat. The most important thing is that the machines I made will not exceed the 7th level and can be added to the battlefield. For me, this is a natural weapon testing ground, and the effect is the best. Compared to the association, this place is more suitable for my research work, so I will stay here permanently." Mo-Lan pondered for a moment, then nodded. "That's fine." Mo-Lan turned to look at Lu Bin. Then Lu Bin, "You will be responsible for building a space channel between here and the association. With your current technology, you should be able to complete this space channel, right?" Lu Bin pondered for a moment, then nodded randomly. "The distance is a bit long, but if it is interrupted a few more times, it won't be a big problem." Chapter 562 Demonic Traces. "Well, then I'll trouble you." Mo-Lan nodded, and Lu Bin thought for a moment and then said, "By the way, there is one more thing about the elemental world." "What is it?" "This is just an idea that came to me some time ago, but I've been thinking about it carefully for a while, and I think it might be interesting. My idea is this: aren't our space channels all constructed through summoning spells? Well, is there any problem?" "No problem. I just think this summoning spell can be used in the main material world. Can it be used in the elemental world? If it can be used in the elemental world, will it form a space channel?" Mo-Lan pondered for a moment after hearing this. It should be feasible. Right? If it is feasible, then can I use this method to build a space channel in the elemental world?" Although the summoning spell is completely random, so we cannot determine the location, but as long as we summon enough times. From a probability perspective, it is inevitable that the entire elemental world will be covered. On a sufficient time scale, everything that is possible will become inevitable. And once this space channel network covering the entire elemental world is formed, doesn't it mean that we can use the resources of the entire elemental world? And there is actually one more point. Lu Bin was silent for a moment, then spoke. When the space channel network is fully connected and covered, the space channel formed by our summons from any point in the world will be connected to the elemental world. And every location in the elemental world has our space channel. So does it mean that the space channel network we have built can be used as a foundation, as a transit station, to build space channels around the world? Let us open space channels anywhere in the world. Any corner, no matter how far the distance is. It will become a smooth road in front of the space channel. Just one step away. Lu Bin's voice echoed slowly. Emolan and Lin were thinking. And Emolan spoke after a moment of silence. It has a bit of the flavor of a space-time node. This plan is feasible in theory. It is just a super project that requires a lot of manpower and material resources. And the space elements consumed every moment by so many space channels will be an astronomical number. Unless you develop a low-cost, sustainable space channel that does not require us to invest in space element maintenance, then this super project will have a foundation for implementation and a foundation for success. However, we can invest in the construction of the preparatory project for this super project. It is to open up a space channel in the elemental world and gradually form an area of transmission nodes, so as to expand the exploration scope of our association. Expand our actual utilization scope and occupation scope. Big plan. Take your time. There is no such condition now. Lu Bin nodded when he heard it. Indeed. Then this plan is called the Spacetime Node Plan. I hope that one day we can build a space transmission channel with full coverage across the continent. If we can achieve this level, the tolls alone will be enough to make us die. Not to mention other strategic significances. Well, you can work hard in this direction. Okay. I'm leaving now after saying so much. I am basically stuck at the threshold of the 7th ring now, neither going up nor down. I will go back and continue to work hard and break through the 7th ring as soon as possible. I just hope that my 7th ring will not be as weak as these 2 7th level warriors. Shouldn't it be that bad? The 2 7th level warriors. Emolan left. Lu Bin also said to Linhua. Okay, I'm leaving too. I'll go back and prepare materials, manpower. It shouldn't take long for the space channel to reach you. Okay. Lu Bin also left, leaving Linhua alone. Linhua looked at the real-time live broadcast of the battle situation inside the Yeni Tower Spirit, and after confirming that there was no problem, he also entered his own trunk. Inside the carriage, the mecha was lying on the ground. After a fierce battle, the weapon system, in particular, was basically running at high load. A large amount of data and information was stored inside the Tower Spirit. Many researchers and mages were exporting this batch of valuable experimental data. The next improvement and perfection of the mecha would come from this batch of data. In addition, a batch of strange weapons were transported out from here and sent to the command center, so that they could arrange personnel to use them. However, these things were more like props that stabilized the magic circle than weapons. They were all created by the magicians of Linhua's lineage out of sudden inspiration or through careful research. They were all strange and varied, with all kinds of functions. Some were very practical, while others were useless. However, the final judgment still depended on the application effect in actual combat. Only practice could provide the most realistic evaluation. After Emolan returned to the Mage Tower, he continued his research. The research on the basic particles of the fire element was more difficult than he had imagined. But with a specimen, he was slowly making progress. Lu Bin led a group of people from the Mage Association and the battlefield, and began to use long-distance flash to build a space channel underground. This method is clumsy but simple, with many nodes, low technical requirements, but consumes a lot of space elements. Maintaining such a long space channel is a huge burden for the Mage Association. Relatively speaking, the space channel summoned by the space summoning spell has no distance limit, and the single consumption remains unchanged, which is relatively more economical and more cost-effective. While constructing the space channel, Lu Bin also used the 6-ring summoning technique in the fire elemental world. The final result was gratifying. He successfully constructed a space channel with a very long span in the fire element. It has little practical significance, but it has great symbolic significance, which means that Lu Bin's time and space node plan has a foundation for realization. In addition, the exposure of Linwo's mecha caused an uproar. Countless exclamation marks, countless shocks, countless templates. In Yifei's words, the little cow stood upside down. It was awesome. To use Geng Tao's words, I want one too. To use Qin Ding's words, this firepower is so cool. Has anyone counted how many gun barrels there are? Linwa, boss, are you selling mechas? I'm a sucker, don't pity me. Boss, I don't want mechas. I want to ask if the armor belt is for sale. The kind with sound effects. I have a mine. You can make it as much as you can. In an instant, Linwa, who originally had the least reputation among the three presidents, became popular, so popular that he himself was a little uncomfortable. And at this moment, a piece of news startled Mo Lan, who was studying the Fire Phoenix. What? Another little devil was found? Chapter 563 Collapse of the Mine. Another little devil? Mo Lan is very familiar with Little Devil. The first space system spell model was obtained from Little Devil. And the current constant technology, element pool technology, etc. are all obtained through Little Devil. The classic flash spell, various spell technologies, these have played a great impact on the profession of mage, and the growth of the mage association. There is even an item left by Little Devil that Mo Lan dare not use or even touch now. That is the 7th level extraordinary core that is suspected to be the alien space gate. Even the current Mo Lan dare not activate this spell model, even if Mo Lan has long had the ability to defeat the 7th level, even if Mo Lan has the ability to activate the spell model. Don't move. Because although Mo Lan is confident in his own strength, he will never be arrogant. He will not be arrogant to think that he is invincible. Now, Mo Lan is still cautious. However, when he heard the news, Mo Lan still couldn't help but think of the extraordinary core, and at the same time remembered another thing. The Little Devil is a creature from another world. It is not easy for us to see a Little Devil. In this case, does it mean that there is another space channel leading to another world? Or someone, or some creature sent the Little Devil up? Will this Little Devil bring another 7th level extraordinary core? Will the army of devils have arrived? Is this Little Devil that was discovered the only one, or just an insignificant one? At this moment, Mo Lan thought about many questions, and said after a long pause, Gather the troops. I will go there myself. Okay. The mage left, and Mo Lan went directly to a room next to the 5th floor of the mage tower. There was a space element pool in this room, and the inside of the element pool was surrounded by silver mist. Occasionally, a few drops of silver-white liquid space elements could be seen. There were many space boxes placed in the space element pool. These space boxes seemed to be inside space boxes. Mo Lan walked forward and combined these space boxes at the fastest speed. The space boxes flew in the air. After a while, a cylindrical double happiness bomb appeared in Mo Lan's hand. This is a double happiness bomb in a semi-finished state. A normal finished double happiness bomb consumes too much space elements, and consumes a large amount of space elements every moment. Although the double happiness bomb in a completely material state does not consume space elements, it still takes a certain amount of time to assemble, and this amount of time may be needed at a critical moment. So the semi-finished product becomes a good choice. Build a space element pool next to Mo Lan's office, put the semi-finished double happiness bomb in it, consume space elements to maintain, and can be directly assembled and used at a critical moment. Although the space consumption is still very huge, it is still within the acceptable level. After Mo Lan assembled the double happiness bomb, he took a big step forward and drove the chariot made of gold-patterned black steel to leave the Mage Association. Modified with 7th level gold-patterned black steel, the strengthened chariot reflected slightly under the sun, and rushed through the forest, crushing all the stones and trees under the chariot. With various shock-absorbing spell models, the defense of this chariot has reached the 7th level. Half an hour later, Mo Lan arrived at the destination. It was a very dense forest. There was a crack on the ground inside the forest. The crack was shallow at the beginning, but it got deeper as it spread further. President, it was from this crack that we escaped. To avoid alerting the enemy, we didn't go in. We came to report to you as soon as possible. This crack. Mo Lan frowned, and his mental power kept scanning. He always felt that something was wrong. There was a kind of mysterious precaution in his mind. The so-called premonition is actually because the subconscious mind noticed some details. But the conscious mind did not find it, or did not care about it. So Mo Lan understood that there must be something that he did not notice. but should have discovered. With this view, Imo-Lan's mental power carefully scanned and searched. When Imo-Lan found a skeleton and a miner's pick more than 1 meter deep underground, the clues in his mind were instantly connected together and burst out suddenly. This is a collapsed mine. Imo-Lan was shocked. Yes, here, and here, these are all traces of artificial excavation. The rotten wood underneath is 2 wooden tracks, which are used by mine carts. Little devil, abandoned mine, collapsed abandoned mine. Imo-Lan muttered to himself, somewhat unbelievable in his heart. Could this be the mine? This thought lingered in Imo-Lan's mind, and the clues he found one after another seemed to confirm this point. This seemed to be the collapsed abandoned mine he had been looking for a long time. A mine cave with golden patterns and black steel. Let's go in. Imo-Lan was full of expectations. With a wave of his hand, he led the way into the crack. The crack was extremely narrow at first, making it extremely difficult for children to pass through. It was previously covered by bushes and fallen leaves. It was only after an animal knocked it open that a gap was made, allowing the crack to see the light of day again. Widening the crack, the space below gradually became wider. Imo-Lan also found the reason for the crack, which also confirmed his previous guess. This is indeed a collapsed abandoned mine cave. This crack was caused by the collapse of the mine cave. Just below the crack is a buried mine cave. There was a dead end below, both ends were blocked. There were no signs of excavation, it seemed to be the end here. Imo-Lan looked down at his feet. There were only fallen leaves and soil under his feet, nothing worth noting. But Imo-Lan's mental power could sense that. There was a lot of blood below, dry, fresh, layer upon layer. Obviously blood had dripped here more than once. Looking at the blood below. Blood of the monster. Imo-Lan muttered to himself, and at the same time, he also understood what was going on. His mental power went deep into the soil next to him, and went deeper and deeper. After a while, Imo-Lan smiled. Found it. Imo-Lan finished speaking. Grabbed the player next to him with one hand. A silver light flashed, and Imo-Lan and the mage next to him disappeared into the mine. Flash. When Imo-Lan appeared again, he was already in a dark and closed mine. The air in the mine was dull, and there was a rotten smell. It was obviously a closed space that had been closed for a long time. Imo-Lan held up a shield to isolate the poisonous air, and smiled, because the front of the mine was passable, and there were bloodstains all the way. Chapter 564, The Gate to the Other World. Hiss. Imo-Lan was frightened by the scene inside. The passageway cascaded downwards, with a small inclination angle, and the entire passageway was about 500 meters long. There were occasional forks on the road, which seemed to lead to other mines, but there were always bloodstains on the ground, so Imo-Lan followed the bloodstains and arrived at a larger underground space. And it was this space that startled Imo-Lan. This was a huge natural space, which seemed to be a cave before. In the center of this space, there is another huge door made of bones. At the bottom of the huge door is a familiar altar, and a familiar blood pool. What surprised Imo-Lan was that the little devil was activating the altar. There were blood-silver rays of light flowing on the skeleton door on the altar, and Imo-Lan could clearly sense the violent spatial fluctuations. The spatial fluctuations caused by the 7th level spell. At this moment, this 7th level spell has begun to operate, and a cross-shaped spatial crack has appeared in the middle of the skeleton door, as if it will open completely in the next moment, turning into a door to another world. What really frightened Imo-Lan was that there were several nails in the cross-shaped space crack. Several nails several tens of centimeters thick were inserted into the cross-shaped space crack from the other side, as if they were going to tear the space crack open by force. The nails were blood red and sharp. Imo-Lan looked at it, as if he saw a sea of blood, and the terrifying murderous intent directly hit Imo-Lan's mind. Imo-Lan only felt a tearing pain in his brain, injured, and at the same time, Imo-Lan felt his cheeks cool. 2 streams of scarlet blood flowed from the corners of his eyes, and Imo-Lan could not see anything. At this moment, Imo-Lan was extremely horrified. He had never thought that he would encounter such a terrifying existence here. It was so terrifying that he was seriously injured after just a glance. His eyes were blinded, and his mental power was damaged. And it was just a nail. What if it was the real body? What kind of existence is this? Imo-Lan endured the pain of his mental power being torn apart and released a healing spell. The eyeball recovered under the healing spell. But the mental power injury required a long period of recuperation to recover. Imo-Lan's heart was tense at this moment. Such a terrifying existence actually wanted to enter the main material world through the gate to another world. And it was right next to the Mage Association. Emolan looked at the space gate with his remaining money, and did not dare to focus on those claws, in order to avoid the impact of that terrifying murderous intent. The space crack was still narrow. After a flash, the cross-shaped space crack gradually healed and became narrower. The space fluctuations became smaller and smaller. Emolan continued to pay attention to the creature behind the gate to another world. However, for some reason, this creature was obviously extremely powerful, but it gave Emolan a sense of illusion, like reality and illusion. Why? Emolan had a doubt in his heart, and he couldn't help but recall his speculation about this game a long time ago. Gradually, a new idea emerged in his mind, an extremely bold idea, and this idea made Emolan mutter to himself. If this is true, there are indeed legends of gods and titans in the game, and countless people have pursued and searched for them. But there are many things that can prove their existence, but they have never appeared, and no one has ever seen them. Is this really the case? Emolan muttered to himself, and the speculation in his heart shocked him. But if this is the case, it seems that everything is right. After a space fluctuation, the space crack closed, the nails retracted, and the inside of the skeleton gate returned to its original state. The altar was silent, with only blood in the blood pool, and the bones had completely dried up. Failed? Then it's okay. Emolan breathed a sigh of relief, although he felt that even if he succeeded, the owner of the nails over there would not be able to get out. Emolan still felt that failure was more secure. What if he guessed wrong? Wouldn't it be the end of the game? The little devil skillfully cleared the bones in the blood pool and threw them aside casually. There was already a mountain of bones piled up next to it. Obviously, this little devil had tried more than once or twice. What Emolan saw just now was just one of many attempts. In that case, Emolan smiled, tidied up his clothes, strode out of the passage, and walked into the cave. It's just a small 4th level elite devil. What's there to be afraid of? I can kill him with one hand. Buzz. The space inside the skeleton gate suddenly twisted. The twisted shape was like a claw, as if some creature was attacking the space on the other side of the space, and twisted the space membrane. Emolan flashed away almost at the moment of space distortion, and appeared inside the mine. When he found that the distorted space had calmed down, he walked back with lingering fear, looking at the inside of the skeleton gate. Wow! The space was distorted directly. How strong is this? Emolan no longer hesitated, and waved his hand directly, and the little devil in front of the altar instantly appeared in front of Emolan. The originally powerful 4th level little devil had no ability to fight back in front of Emolan at this moment, and was directly captured. But this time Emolan did not kill it. He stretched out his hand, and a vine, like a hair, spread rapidly, building a hollow vine cage with the little devil as the center. Seal! First, he summoned a stream of water, which surrounded the little devil and the vine cage. The next moment, the water ball turned into solid ice, and the vines like hair inside the crystal clear ice were like steel bars, which completely solidified the already very hard ice into a hole, doubling the strength of the ice seal. After freezing, throw the ice aside, Emolan walked forward to study the blood pool, altar, and the skeleton gate, especially the blood pool. It was incredible that the energy to release the 7th ring spell could be condensed from the corpses of some 4th level monsters. No, this is not just incredible, it is simply unscientific. If you want to release the 7th ring spell with the energy contained in the body of a 4th level monster, then the number of 4th level monster corpses will be huge. Emolan doesn't think this blood pool can hold so many 4th level monster corpses. This means that the blood pool is not using the residual elemental energy in the body of the monster, but another kind of energy. It was previously speculated that it was soul energy, or a more efficient way of extraction. It could not be studied because the altar was taken away by the God of War Guild. Now there is a complete altar and blood pool, and it can be used directly. Wonderful. Emolan almost laughed out loud, and his mental power carefully explored the altar, muttering, "This is so beautiful." Chapter 565 Ultra Micro Spell Model. This altar is indeed not as simple as it appears. Emolan's eyes narrowed, and he found something unusual. These are actually spell models. Emolan locked his mental power on the blood pool, and saw the extremely tiny spell models inside the altar, and was so surprised that he couldn't speak. This level of micro spell model technology, it's incredible. Could this little devil really be my lucky star? Every time I encounter a little devil, I gain a lot. Every time I encounter a little devil, I can bring a great technological progress. The drawn model is not important, No, the drawn model is also important, but the principle of the constant spell model is more important. If this micro-constant method can be mastered, the minimum volume of the wizard tower can be further reduced, and the constant spells on the wizard tower can be doubled directly. Then the ultramicro engine, the ultramicro element pool, if this technology is announced, Linwood can directly change the armor he has been wearing to the 7th level. I didn't expect that I had missed such an important point before. But I can't say that I forgot it. Originally, I didn't have enough knowledge and strength to discover these miniature spell models. That is to say, I could only rely on my mental power to perceive and capture these spell models now. Emolan now dared not touch the altar, the blood pool, and the skeleton gate, because Emolan found that the miniature spell models and these 3 structures were all connected together. And it seemed that because they had been running, there was a stream of energy left in them. Emolan was familiar with this energy. Not the energy itself, but this arrangement, because he often used it, mainly in encryption architecture. The spell model using this structure would leave an interface to connect to the shell, and as long as the shell was disassembled, it would trigger the energy stored inside, and then burn and erase the entire spell model. This trick he often used was unexpectedly found on this altar, which made Emolan even more surprised. As long as any structure is moved away, or any structure is dismantled, the entire series of spell models will be erased. And the core of the entire micro-spell model system is the 7th level extraordinary core. So the last altar was actually erased when I took away the extraordinary core. The most valuable thing? Emolan muttered to himself. And at this time another question popped up in his mind, which made Emolan turn his head and look at the little devil in the ice. No, that's not right. The demon's mental strength is just that little. How can it keep these miniature spell models constant without other tools? It's impossible. Let's not consider the knowledge level. Suppose the demon has the knowledge to keep the entire spell model constant, then why does it have the ability to keep it constant? It is either yes or no. It can be circumvented with the help of some tools. This is impossible in theory. Just like people can adjust genes through equipment, it is absolutely impossible to do it with bare hands. How can it do it? It is only the 4th level, and it is not the 4th level of magic profession, but the world that is biased towards melee profession, so the little mental power is just because of the need for flash. Why? Impossible. Emolan frowned, thinking, could it be that the altar was not built by the little devil? Or the most difficult parts inside have already been fixed, and the little devil just activated it? This is not right. The little devil built it in a state of escape, and it was confirmed that the little devil had no space device, and no spells that could hide items were found. And from the fact that only one little devil came every time, it is very difficult to teleport here. In this case, it seems a bit abnormal to teleport such a huge altar, blood pool, and skeleton gate. In addition, judging from the materials, it is clear that the little devil used local materials. These were originally ordinary stones from here, and they were processed by special technology to become what they are now, so that they can support the constant spell model inside. Emolan fell into deep thought. It is not the little devil's own constant, nor is it directly teleported. So how did it come from? Is it another person's constant? This is even more unrealistic. There is only one little devil. Emolan's eyes wandered around the altar, blood pool, and skeleton gate. When he saw the spell model embedded on the top of the skeleton gate, an idea suddenly flashed in his mind. The extraordinary core is the core of the entire altar, blood pool, and skeleton gate. This has been confirmed before. Suppose, a bold hypothesis, could there be such a situation? No one has made it constant, or someone has already made it constant, but it is not constant on these altars, these blood pools, but in the extraordinary core. After the little devil successfully teleports here, he only needs to find a hidden place, dig the blood pool, build the altar, the skeleton gate, and then embed the extraordinary core on the door. There is no need to worry about anything else. The micro-magic model that has been stabilized for a long time will spread out and form a magic model according to the predetermined position, Emolan said to himself. And this can also explain why there is a lot of space inside the altar, which is enough for a normal and stable magic model. But the space is not stable, and it rotates and stabilizes the ultra-micro magic model. This is meaningless normally, and it is just a show of skill. If the magic model expands from the extraordinary core, then it makes sense. The space inside the extraordinary core is limited, only when the mage model is small enough. small enough to accommodate a mere extraordinary core. Can the most critical step be completed? Emolan thought. If so, the total surface area of these spell models should be exactly the surface area of the extraordinary core, or smaller than the surface area of the extraordinary core. Emolan immediately began to calculate, and the answer appeared soon. The surface area of all spell models added together is smaller than the surface area of the extraordinary core. Then, there is only one last question left. That is, where is the world of the little devil? Is it a subsidiary world of the main material world? Why do they have such powerful technical strength? Who are they? And what is their strength? Emolan thought for a long time and couldn't figure it out. But he easily came to a conclusion. They are stronger than me in both strength and technology. Huh? Emolan took a long breath, moved his eyes away from the altar, focused on the surrounding stone walls. But when he felt a faint golden element, Emolan immediately understood. Today's surprise has just begun. Chapter 566, Otherworld. Gold-patterned black steel ore. Emolan said softly, with a slight smile on his face. In Emolan's perception, the stone walls around the cave clearly blocked his mental power from penetrating, and if he forced his mental power to penetrate it little by little, he would find that it was all solidified gold elements. The dark and hard stone, like a block of iron, was very familiar to Emolan. It was the gold-patterned black steel, or he had been looking for. At this moment, Emolan couldn't help but feel a little emotional. It's really like planting trees with intention, but failing to grow them. But planting willows by accident grows into a shade. We searched for it with great fanfare before, but there was no news at all, but I found it directly with the little devil. I thought it would be lost after the Earl cut off the clue. I didn't expect that after the death of Earl Hanfeng, there would be a chance for this place to see the light of day again. Emolan's mouth curled up slightly, and his mental power scanned the cave, and indeed found many traces of excavation, and many minor skeletons. In the previous mine, Emolan found many traces of man-made destruction of the mine. Now think about it, I'm afraid it was the traces left by Earl Hanfeng's forced collapse and burying the mine. If this is the case, then the reason why Earl Red Maple gave up the mine was not because of the green dragon, nor because of the occupation by other magical beasts, but simply because he gave up. He must have discovered that the gold-veined black steel ore was an elemental metal. This must be the case. This directly made Earl Red Powder give up mining. He didn't even dare to smelt the ore he mined into elemental metal, because once it was smelted, the news would definitely leak out. As long as he didn't smelt it, and he didn't tell anyone, no one would know that it was an elemental metal. Even the painting wizards with stronger spiritual power only thought that this was an elemental stone when they came to his castle. This Earl Red Maple was really cautious. He didn't leave any chance for the news to leak out. I guess all the people who knew about it were killed by him. Emolan roughly reconstructed the behavior of Earl Red Maple based on the traces left here, and then shook his head. It's none of my business. I've killed the man and got the mine. Why bother so much? Emolan curled his lips, focused his attention on the blood pool in front of him, and came up to the altar. First, use mental power to sense them bit by bit, and memorize all the spell models inside them bit by bit. After scanning all the miniature spell models, Emolan used stones to raise 4 stone walls to cover the altar, the skeleton gate, and the blood pool. Then he sent a message directly to Lu Bin. Lu Bin, notify the project leader who studies the miniaturized magic array to come to my coordinates. Immediately. Now. So urgent? Okay. Lu Bin had just finished speaking. And not long after, he sent another message. He's here. What's up with you? Emolan thought for a moment, and sent the video of the little devil starting the altar to the end to Lu Bin. Lu Bin was slightly stunned when he saw the video, but when he finished reading the content, his eyes widened. Fuck. Super handsome president, you didn't even call me for this kind of thing. You didn't even call me for this level of space storage and delivery channel? Aren't you building a space channel for Linhua? Do you have time? Fuck Linhua, fuck the space channel, get out of the way. President, don't leave, I'm coming, I'll be there soon. Oh! Emolan shrugged his shoulders at this, turned his head to look at the mage, who had not revealed his name so far. Lu Bin will be here soon, you will clear the hole later, and then wait for him outside. When he comes, he will be in charge of this place. Is it clear? Yes. Well, I'll leave first. Emolan nodded, and left immediately, without staying any longer. Emolan did not intend to study this altar, blood pool, skeleton gate personally, because the two projects he had on hand had already involved all his energy, and neither of them was more important than this. Moreover, as the president of a huge association, he has many talented people under him. There is no need for him to study this kind of thing himself. He can let others do it, and they can still hand in a perfect answer. What interests Emolan the most is the world behind the gate of the alien world. What kind of world is that? Emolan muttered to himself. This alien world seems to be different from the four elemental worlds. It is more special. And from the breath I just felt, it is a world completely different from the main material world. But there are some similar points that are a bit contradictory. I really want to go and have a look. How about opening the gate to another world and give it a try? A bold idea popped up in Emolan's mind, but he immediately denied it. Forget it. I can't have such a bold idea before I thoroughly study the spell model of the gate to another world. Otherwise, who knows if there are any backdoors left in these extraordinary cores, and who knows if the other end of the gate to another world has been fixed at a fixed point. It's probably like this. As long as the gate to another world is opened, you can go directly to someone's lair, and it's over. Emolan felt the pain of tearing his mental space, and shook his head. Don't commit suicide. You must thoroughly study the spell model of the gate to another world. Even if you open the gate immediately, it is better than suicide. Emolan extended his mental power to the skeleton gate, directly used his mental power to brand the extraordinary core, and left a will on it. Can't use it. Well, if someone wants to activate it, they have to go through me. It's impossible to bypass me. Now Emolan felt more at ease. If the extraordinary core could not be taken away, Emolan would have taken it away directly, to completely eliminate the hidden dangers. After leaving the mine, Emolan went directly back to the mage tower, and took out a fist-sized dark blue lotus from the treasure house. His mental power touched the lotus, and with a little effort, the lotus turned into a ball of liquid and flowed into the mental space. The dark blue liquid moistened Emolan's soul, repaired the wounds on it, and repaired the gaps in the mental space. At this moment, Emolan, who had been in severe pain, finally breathed a sigh of relief and felt much more comfortable. He raised his head and drank a sip of the nourishing tea. Emolan went directly into the meditation room and fell into deep meditation. The mage tower once again returned to silence. In meditation, the dark blue lotus gradually took effect. In meditation, mentally, the wounds on the soul healed a little. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, and on the 3rd day, Emolan finally opened the door of the meditation room and walked out. I really encountered something powerful this time. Just looking at it took me 3 days to recover. This is when I used the spiritual nourishing potion. If there is no potion, it will not heal in 10 days or half a month. Maybe it will leave permanent injuries, which cannot be cured for a long time. Emolan is still in fear at this moment. It's still too weak. I need to reach the 7th ring as soon as possible. Chapter 567 Rules. Fire. So that's it. Emolan's eyes lit up, and he said with great surprise. I searched for him among the crowd for thousands of times, and when I turned around, he was standing in the dim light. Emolan was inspired to write a poem, but he didn't have enough ink in his stomach, and he didn't want to say wow to end it, so he could only read a sentence reluctantly. At this moment, Emolan's mood was completely in line with the poem. It has been a full month since Emolan recovered from his injury. This month was a relatively peaceful month. Linwa was on the battlefield, Lu Bin was in the mine, and Emolan was studying the Fire Phoenix. Nothing major happened. This month, Emolan encountered many problems in the process of studying the Fire Phoenix, countless difficulties. Emolan often thought he was one step closer to success after overcoming a difficulty, but he didn't expect that there would be mistakes after the difficulty. Overcoming this difficulty only proved that this direction was a wrong direction, and there was no other value. But it is not wrong to think in a different way. Eliminating this wrong direction is indeed a step closer to success. Emolan encouraged himself in this way, persisting in research again and again, failed again and again. Emolan didn't know how many times he failed in the past month. So many times that even he couldn't remember them all. I only remember that they were all failures, failures again and again, disappointments again and again. Until the end, Emolan completed a very critical experiment driven by an inspiration. Unlike usual, the reason behind this successful experiment was not mistakes, but success. It turns out that the key to decomposing elements into basic particles lies in resonance. Emolan muttered to himself. The arc of his mouth could not be concealed. The mood at this moment was indescribable. Objects have frequencies. Mental powers also have frequencies. Elements also have frequencies. When two objects have exactly the same frequencies, they can be deeply fused together. This is the principle of the constant spell model. The principle of the fusion of two objects is frequency. The same frequency is like water, which can be fused and stirred together. And water can be fused. The reason for stirring is that water can be continuously divided into smaller parts. Therefore, the most fundamental principle of the fusion of objects with the same frequency is that the vibration frequencies of the particles that make up the matter are completely overlapped. The fusion between the basic particles is the truth of the resonance and fusion of the two objects. At the moment of resonance, the basic particle frequencies of the two are the same, which can affect the basic particles. In other words, as long as I use my mental power to resonate with the fire element, then I can't do anything. I can't do anything. I can't affect anything. I just enter a meditative state. Emolan supported his chin with his hand. The experiment just now failed. He directly summoned the fire spirit and let his thoughts descend on the tower spirit. Then, with the help of the tower spirit's perception of the fire element, he entered a resonant state with affinity. At this moment, Emolan felt a deeper resonance. Emolan was not surprised by this deep resonance, because the fire spirit had a higher affinity with the fire element. He could also enter a deeper resonance when meditating. The meditation effect was much better than his normal meditation. He had known this for a long time. Usually, he just meditated on magic power. This method of meditating on a single element was not useful to him. It was just less efficient. After all, he was not a mage who specialized in one element. Meditation was not practical. But at this moment, Emolan felt different. In deep meditation, Emolan really felt the difference. Under deep resonance, Emolan truly merged with the fire element. At this moment, every minute, every millimeter of frequency matched, without a single mistake, without a single difference. At this moment, Emolan felt that he had become a fire element. In this state, Emolan used the skills he learned from the fire phoenix's body, not to merge with the fire element, but to resonate continuously, and finally pull it hard. Bang! It was as if there was an explosion, and the bridge that had just collapsed was like a bridge that had been shaken down by footsteps. At that moment, a trace of the fire element suddenly shook, as if it was about to collapse. It seemed to mean that it was not yet. It had not collapsed yet, and Emolan had not succeeded. But Emolan knew that he had found the path to success. The failure just now was just because he didn't understand the structure of the fire element. Everything has a structure, and so does the fire element. Just as Emolan had speculated before, the fire element is a structure of the basic particles of the fire element. The characteristics and features of the fire element particles with this structure are the fire element. As long as Emolan continues to use resonance and vibration to test the structure of the fire element, when Emolan knows the structure of the fire element well enough, when Emolan finds the most vulnerable point of the fire element structure, that will be the day when the fire element structure collapses. Buzz, 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 buzz. Experimenting again and again, failing again and again, Emolan is getting closer to success each time. The internal structure of the fire element is extremely complex and mysterious, like a maze hidden in the fog. Not only do you need to see through the fog, but you also need to crack this extremely complex maze. Normally, this is basically impossible. The fog is too thick, and the maze is too complicated. However, in repeated attempts, Emolan was shocked to find that he was not unfamiliar with the structure of the fire element. It's not that Emolan had seen the structure of the fire element before, but he had seen something similar before. In repeated attempts, Emolan suddenly found that he had seen the internal structure of the fire element. In one fire element spell after another, behind one spell structure after another, and in one spell node after another, Emolan was not unfamiliar with the internal structure of the fire element. All of this was confirmed in the process of studying the fire element spell model. If the internal structure of the fire element is a complex maze in the fog, then Emolan discovered it at this moment. In the past, every time he studied the fire element spell model, it turned into a puzzle. Every time he studied the fire element spell structure, the exploration lit up a corner of the maze. At this moment, Emolan completely understood that the internal structure of the fire element is not just an extremely complex structure. This is not just a structure, this is the rule of fire. At this moment, repeated research on the fire element spell has become a foundation, and every bit of knowledge of the fire element has become a component of the rule. Emolan has mastered all known fire element spell structures, including natural ones, those created by others, without missing a single one. At this moment, these become the foundation, and become the fuel for Emolan's promotion. At this moment, the fire element has no secrets in front of Emolan. At this moment, the fire element has been controlled by Emolan. At this moment, bang! A trace of the fire element structure collapsed, turning into thousands of basic particles. Chapter 568 7th Ring Spell, Phoenix Claw. Continuously improve the affinity of the fire element at the elite level, which lays a solid foundation for deep resonance. Those with insufficient affinity for the element are destined to be unable to enter the deep resonance of the element, and are destined to be unable to affect the basic structure of the element. Emolan looked at these basic particles, and muttered to himself. From the first ring to the sixth ring, the research that runs through the mage profession has laid a solid foundation for analyzing the basic structure of the element. If you don't master the basic structure of the element, even if the affinity of the element reaches the standard, you can enter the deep resonance of the element. But you can't collapse the element structure, let alone make the basic particles of the element appear. This means that it is impossible to advance to the seventh ring, and the sixth ring is his end. This is the path of a mage to become a master. In the elite mage stage, you need to improve spell affinity, and complete the basic conditions for deep resonance. Then you can summarize your own spell model research. Only a solid foundation can allow the mage to bloom the most gorgeous flowers at this breakthrough stage. At this moment, Emolan understood. Before, there was only one hard standard for a mage to advance, which was sufficient mental strength, and the others were soft indicators, and the constraints were not strong. As long as the mental power reaches the fourth ring level, you can advance to the fourth ring without worrying about the research of the first to third rings. As long as the mental power reaches the sixth ring standard, you can call yourself a sixth ring mage without worrying about anything. But the one who deceives himself is always himself, and he can never deceive others. If you don't make solid progress on your own cultivation path, you will fool yourself, and you will always be the one who suffers in the end. If you don't study your own attribute spell model enough, you will never be able to advance to the seventh ring even if you find the direction to break through the seventh ring. He can't even understand the internal basic structure of the element he specializes in, and he can't explore it clearly. The seventh ring is a checkpoint, which will catch anyone who fools himself. I don't need to set any indicators for you, and you don't need to go through any evaluation. Once you become a seventh ring mage, you are a real seventh ring mage, whether in terms of knowledge or strength. A seventh ring mage is worthy of the title of master. Emolan calmed down his excitement. The experiment is not over yet. Sufficient calmness is the basic element of the experiment. I have successfully decomposed a trace of fire element into thousands of basic particles. Then the next step is to learn to control these fire element basic particles. But compared to the former, controlling the basic particles of the fire element is simply too simple. As soon as Emolan thought, the thousands of basic particles seemed to turn into fish, slowly swimming. At this moment, the thousands of basic particles were deployed under Emolan's control, changing arbitrarily, very smoothly, without any obstruction. This made Emolan's mouth curl up slightly with a smile. When the basic particles of the fire element were shattered, my mental power had already been integrated into these basic particles of the fire element in the resonance. Just like I can't control the basic particles of fire elements in the body of the fire phoenix, others can't control the basic particles of fire elements I release. And I control it just like controlling mental power, without any medium. Just a thought. Emolan thought for a moment, and immediately began to disintegrate other fire elements. At first, disintegrating fire elements was a relatively complicated matter for him. He had to do it bit by bit. It took a long time to disintegrate a little fire element. But as he became more proficient, as he became more familiar with the rules of fire, the speed of disintegrating fire elements became faster and faster, faster and faster. And when it was the best time, Emolan only needed to think, and the fire elements would turn into thousands of basic particles of fire elements. As soon as Emolan thought about it, the fire element disintegrated and turned into fire element basic particles. Just when Emolan was about to try it out, he suddenly discovered something. Emolan suddenly found that the fire element basic particles that he had relaxed control of disappeared out of thin air, which were the ones in the initial experiment. After discovering this, Emolan immediately changed his mind and released the control of some fire element basic particles again. and controlled some fire element basic particles next to them. Control some, and not control some, to do a simple control experiment. After a while, the uncontrolled group of fire element basic particles disappeared, as if they had directly disintegrated into a finer, more microscopic field. Emolan saw this scene and turned his eyes to the controlled fire element basic particles, which still did not change, combining the phenomenon he had sensed before. Emolan had a rough guess in his mind. I'm afraid the state of the fire element basic particles is not stable. Usually, they form the fire element with a fixed structure to maintain their own stability. Once they are decomposed into basic particles of fire element again, they need external force to maintain their existence. And the spiritual power that I integrated into it plays such a role. And those basic particles of fire element that I took away my spiritual power, that is, those that I ignored to control, collapsed because they were not stable enough, and dissipated. But where did these basic particles of fire element collapse? And what did they collapse into? Does this mean that there are more basic particles below the basic particles of fire element? More microscopic particles? Well, there should be, after all. The basic particles of fire element now still have obvious characteristics of fire element. It stands to reason that the most basic particles should not carry this fire element characteristic. Emolan shook his head. Sure enough, knowledge is like a circle. The larger the area of the circle, the longer the circumference, and the longer the circumference, the more unknowns are exposed. The more you know, the more ignorant you are. The more you know to be odd. Emolan took a long breath. Let's continue the previous experiment. Emolan thought. The fire element disintegrated into thousands of fire element basic particles. Next, the tower spirit's computing power was fully opened. The ink box's computing power was fully opened. Tens of thousands, tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of fire element basic particles were driven by this huge computing power, quickly building a model. At this moment, Emolan did not use the star-fixing disc or the ink box, but chose to use his own power to try to release a terrifying 7-ring spell. The next moment, a 7-ring spell model directly constructed by fire element basic particles was formed. This spell model is very different from the spell models below the 7th ring. Not only is the spell model extremely complex, even the structure of the fire element basic particles that constitute the spell nodes and magic lines is extremely complex. There is a qualitative difference from the 6-ring spell model. The next moment, accompanied by the terrifying fluctuations of the fire element, accompanied by an astonishing momentum, a spell slowly took shape, and a ball of flame appeared. In the flame, a phoenix claw that looked like it was made of red divine iron slowly condensed. 7-ring spell Fire Phoenix Claw. Chapter 569 Half-Step Quasi-7th Ring. 7th ring spell, Fire Phoenix Claw. The Scarlet Phoenix Claw is extremely sharp. The Phoenix Claw, which is made entirely of fire elements, is as solid as a substance. The Phoenix Claw gently cuts across a stone, as smooth as a hot knife cutting butter. Emolan can clearly feel the powerful energy contained in the Scarlet Phoenix Claw. This 7-ring spell comes from Emolan's research on the Fire Phoenix. When researching, Emolan took many wrong paths. Although the paths were wrong, they were not completely useless. On the contrary, many of them were of high value, but they were not what Emolan needed at the time. The structure of the Fire Phoenix Claw was one of the achievements at that time. Having witnessed the formation, dissipation and decomposition process of the Phoenix Claw with his own eyes, and after a long period of research, Emolan completely mastered the composition structure and principle of the Phoenix Claw, and transformed the specific structure and principle into a 7-ring spell model. So after mastering the basic particles of the fire element, it is very easy to construct the Fire Phoenix Claw, and it is relatively easy to release this spell. It must be said that the Fire Phoenix Claw spell is not weak, and it basically has the same power as the Fire Phoenix itself. The strength of the Fire Phoenix can also be seen. Although it is just a Phoenix Claw, this spell only needs one shot, and a 7th level warrior like Bird can be killed instantly. However, I have been unhappy with this for a long time. Is the Fire Phoenix blind? Such a big loophole. So much energy is wasted here, and the efficiency is more than just a little bit. If the Fire Phoenix can't be changed, I would have changed it for you long ago. Emolan cursed, and directly modified the spell model, and directly modified the structure of the Phoenix Claw. After the modification, the red Phoenix Claw shrank a circle. The color became much darker, and the red Phoenix Claw exuded a metallic luster, like a sacred iron. At this moment, Emolan could feel that the energy inside the Phoenix Claw was more condensed and more restrained, compared with the Phoenix Claw on Fire Phoenix itself. The power was about 20% to 40% higher. That's about right. It made me uncomfortable to see it originally. The worst thing is that it can't be changed. I know it's wrong, but I still have to study it every day. Comfortable. Fire Phoenix? ? Emolan waved his hand to disperse the Fire Phoenix Claw, stretched his waist, twisted his neck, felt unprecedented comfort. At this moment, he has initially mastered the production of basic particles of fire elements, and the release of fire attribute 7-ring spells. In short, in the fire system, he has already stepped on the 7th ring. You must have the ability to release the 7th ring spell independently. Now I have to rely on the Tower Spirit and Ink Box to release the fire system 7-ring spell. I have to rely on external objects to improve my own computing power. So now it can only be considered as the 7th ring in terms of knowledge. Essentially, in terms of spirit, in terms of computing power. It is still at the 6th ring stage. So it is necessary to condense a 7th ring spell slot to make the spirit power undergo a complete transformation so that it can be a complete 7th ring mage. At this time, Emolan suddenly had a strange idea. I majored in 4 elements, and now it is only the 7th ring of fire knowledge, and my spirit power has not yet transformed to the 7th ring. Knowledge reaches the 7th ring. Mastering the basic particles of the fire element is like stepping on the 7th ring, and at this time, the spirit power may not have reached the 7th ring standard. This period of time may not be short, and it is not completely synchronized. This is possible. At this stage, he can be called a quasi-7th ring mage. A quasi-7th ring mage can already use external objects such as tower spirits to improve computing power to release 7-ring spells, which means that he can release 7-ring spells as an individual. This is true for ordinary single-element mages, but I am a 4-element mage. I have not yet mastered all the knowledge. I am only a 7-ring fire element. But I already have the ability to release 7-ring spells as an individual, so I can't be considered a 6-ring. If that's the case, wouldn't I be the legendary, half-step quasi-7th ring? Emolan was amused by his own interesting idea, shaking his head, putting aside this joking name, and his whole mind was immersed in the water spirit. He has already mastered the basic particles of the fire element. So the next step is naturally the other 3 elements. He is currently at the half-step quasi-7th ring. How can he stagnate? Of course, he must work hard towards the quasi-7th ring stage. Water Emolan muttered to himself. The thought of immersing himself in the water spirit entered a deep resonance of mental power. The feeling of exploring the maze in the fog lingered in Emolan's heart again. The spell model is the concrete embodiment of the rules in the world. Mastering all the spell models of a certain system and understanding all the spell structures actually means that you have already mastered the rules. Just like fire, I have already mastered this rule. Now I just found the key to use the power of this rule. I am not mastering a new power, but mastering my original foundation into a controllable power. Water bang! As soon as the voice fell, the water element disintegrated into thousands of water element basic particles. Emolan was not very excited, as if this was a very common result. That's all. After completing it, he turned his attention to the wind element. My standard for a mage is to master all common spell structures at this stage, and have the ability to freely create spells at this stage. In fact, in other words, as long as you strictly follow the standards I specify to advance. When you reach the peak of the 6th ring, it will be a natural process to advance to the 7th ring. There is no threshold. For the 3 people who have basically mastered all the known spell models, all spell structures, and the known superstandards that meet the standard conditions of mages, the 7th ring is just a piece of cake. Wind. Bang. As the voice fell, a trace of wind element disintegrated into thousands of wind element basic particles. But this makes me wonder. There are so many spell structures of a rule, and we have mastered them all. What if I create a spell structure that has never existed before? A completely different spell structure. What is this? Emolan pondered for a moment, and an answer emerged in his mind. Will it be incorporated into the rules, and become the nourishment for the rules to grow, develop, and improve? Emolan clearly saw more than one spell structure he created in the rules of fire. It's just that I don't know if these spell structures originally existed in the rules of fire, and Emolan just happened to discover them, because Emolan didn't master the rules of fire before. He didn't know, but he could try to verify it later. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. Emolan remembered something and returned to the topic. Earth. Bang. A trace of Earth element turned into thousands of Earth element basic particles. But this Earth element collapse didn't seem to be very impressive. Forget it. Don't worry about it. Emolan shook his head indifferently and said slowly, I am now a quasi-7th ring mage. Chapter 570 Magic Basic Particles. Quasi-7th ring, half-step quasi-7th ring, this kind of strength classification is simply amazing. I have a headache just hearing it. Emolan shook his head and said with a smile, Forget it, why do you need a quasi? I'll work harder today and go straight to the 7th ring. In theory, my mental power has reached the limit of the 6th level, and has reached the level of condensing the 7th ring spell. But what is the 7th ring spell? Emolan muttered to himself. He had already reached the peak of the 6th ring of spiritual power. But Emolan had never tried to condense the 7th ring of spell slots, and had not even tried it. The reason for this was this. Emolan still did not know what a 7th ring of spell slots was. As the name suggests, a 7th ring of spell slots is a spell slot that can maintain a constant 7th ring of spell model. I couldn't even cast a 7th ring of spells independently before. So naturally I didn't know what a 7th ring of spell slots was. Naturally I didn't know how to construct a 7th ring of spell slots. But now, I have some idea. The key to the 7th ring of spell model lies in the elemental basic particles. The construction of the spell model is no longer limited to the spell model, but it must go deep into the rules. That is, the application of elemental basic particles. The known space lotus seed should contain normalized space basic particles. Therefore, space lotus seeds can be used as consumables to stimulate the 7th ring spell, because the space element basic particles inside the lotus seeds are forcibly extracted. They are gone once they are extracted, so they are disposable. The state of the big crystal ball still needs further research. I am not sure now. Element basic particles. In order to construct a 7th ring spell slot, in addition to having a large enough space to accommodate the 7th ring spell model, the spell slot must also have element basic particles to construct the spell model and supply the spell model. There is no need to consider whether there is enough space to construct the spell model. Enough mental power and compression will naturally complete the promotion of the spell slot, allowing it to become a 7th ring spell slot from a 6th ring spell slot. The internal constant space must be large enough. The last question is about the elemental basic particles used to construct the spell model, and the elemental basic particles consumed by the spell. There are two ways to think about this problem. One is to build a model inside, and resonate with the external elements to produce elemental basic particles at the moment of activating the spell model. However, the premise is that the spell slot has enough elemental basic particles to construct the spell model. The other is to directly store enough elemental basic particles in the spell slot, whether it is to build the spell model or consume the spell model. Directly use this part of the elemental basic particles. You can replenish them after they are used up. This can also achieve an effect, that is, this spell can be released directly without any external environment, because there are enough elemental basic particles inside. Emolan pondered for a moment, and still preferred the latter, which is more concise and more convenient. What a coincidence. The elemental basic particles that are extremely difficult to maintain in the outside world become very easy in the spell slot, without any difficulty. The elemental basic particles themselves can directly maintain stability in the mental power. Yes, that's it, but there is one more thing that must be done before that. Emolan said silently. The mental power extended outward, resonated, disintegrated. The basic particles of the 4 elements appeared instantly. Emolan's mental power controlled the basic particles of the 4 elements to slowly rotate. Emolan was very familiar with the process of the fusion of earth, fire, wind and water into magic. And at this moment, Emolan used it very skillfully. The basic particles of the 4 elements turned into a whirlwind and spun at high speed. The high-intensity mental power maintained the pressure. The lower the tornado went, the greater the pressure. When the basic particles of the elements reached the bottom, they were tightly pressed together. Coincidentally, there were 4 basic particles belonging to earth, fire, wind, water, and these 4 basic particles just fit together. Under high-intensity pressure, the familiar changes occurred again. With Emolan's spiritual power as a glue, the basic particles of the 4 elements slowly deformed under high pressure and gradually merged together. From time to time, the first magic basic particle fused by Emolan appeared in Emolan's control. The secrets of earth, fire, wind, and water are not fully understood by Emolan now. He only roughly knows that the 4 elements of earth, fire, wind, and water will merge when combined with the high pressure of spiritual power. He does not know the principle inside, but simply applies it. This rule still applies to elemental basic particles. The size of the 4 elemental basic particles, after adding mental power and merging together, is the same as the original basic particles. The magic basic particles are still only as big as earth, fire, wind, and water particles, as if 3/4 of them have been compressed. This is exactly the same as the nature of the 4 elements being transformed into magic. I don't understand. But although I still don't understand, under high pressure, the 4 elemental basic particles are still continuously merging with mental power, turning into magic basic particles controlled by Emolan. When the accumulated magic basic particles were enough, Emolan exhaled slowly, and with a thought, countless magic basic particles directly turned into a torrent and poured into Emolan's brain, and all poured into Emolan's spiritual space. A long time ago, when Emolan first tried to spy on the power of the spell model, he led the elemental power into the spiritual space. That time, he directly constructed the fireball spell model inside the spiritual space. It was a very successful spell casting, which successfully summoned a fireball, and successfully made the fireball explode, exerting the power that the fireball should have. But it was a little bit of a price to blow the head to pieces from the inside out. Recalling the experience, Emolan felt as if it was just yesterday. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The magic power flowing into the spiritual space contained a lot of spiritual power. The endless spiritual power source flowed into the spiritual power in the magic basic particles. When the magic basic particles were filled, Emolan entered the mechanical thinking state. All the magic basic particles and spiritual power sources rushed madly to the 6-ring spell position below the core of the spiritual space. The endless magic basic particles and spiritual power wrapped the 6-ring spell position. And then a huge pressure appeared. The strong pressure from the outside and inside was all applied to the core 6-ring spell position. Crack! A crisp sound echoed in the spiritual space. This sound represented the breaking of the 6-ring spell position with the highest concentration. It also preliminarily showed that Emolan was qualified to try to advance to the 7th ring. However, the challenge of advancing to the 7th ring has just begun. Chapter 571 Pioneers Die in Pioneering. Crack! The shattering of the 6-ring spell slot means the official start of the promotion process. From this moment on, this promotion attempt will be irreversible. The magic basic particles squeeze inwards frantically, and the source of mental power is continuously compressed inwards. Under the increasing pressure, the fragments of the 6th level spell slot are completely shattered, and transformed into a whole again under the strong pressure, and the essence is improved in the continuous compression. And at the same time as the original 6-ring spell slot fragments are compressed, the magic basic particles as the source of pressure, the source of mental power are also compressed by this pressure. Everything went smoothly. As the pressure gradually increased, the essence of mental power and magic basic particles would be elevated in the process. When the essence reached the peak, it would solidify into a new spell slot, a new, upgraded 7-ring spell slot. With the support of the computing power of the Tower Spirit and the ink cartridge, Emolan easily calculated the various data of the 7-ring spell slot, and accurately controlled the magic basic particles, the size of the mental power pressure, and the delicate operation, without any error. As time passed, the originally huge sphere had been compressed into a diamond shape, compressed to the size of a normal spell slot, which was only 1 circle larger than a normal spell slot. And then, as long as this spell slot prototype was compressed to the size of a normal spell slot, and kept the spell slot stable, it would be reborn after a mental explosion, and turned into a powerful 7-ring spell slot, bringing a qualitative change to Emolan's mental power. It was about to succeed. However, at this moment, Emolan suddenly felt something was wrong, remembered something, and was startled. Looking at the spell slot prototype that had been compressed to the size of a normal spell slot, a trace of decisiveness flashed in Emolan's eyes, and he immediately took the initiative to control the pressure on the surface of the distorted spell slot prototype. The moment the pressure on the surface of the spell slot was distorted, a powerful force poured out from it. Bang! A violent mental explosion occurred. All the basic particles of magic power, the source of mental power, turned into a torrent and sprayed in every corner of the mental space. The 5-ring spell slots in the surrounding circle were directly shattered under the impact of the powerful mental explosion. The surface of the 4-ring spell slots in the outer circle was cracked, and hideous cracks appeared. The 3-ring, 2-ring, and wandering spell slots in the outer circle were easily affected by the impact, and were just swept away by this mental power and scattered. Only the ink cartridge located above the explosion point shook slightly, easily dispersing the mental shock in the upward direction. At this moment, the originally orderly mental space was in a mess. At this moment, the huge mental power, the basic particles of magic power impacted the edge of the mental space, and hideous cracks appeared. At this moment, Emolan's brain shook, a tearing pain seemed to penetrate into his soul. Emolan only felt a blood red in front of his eyes, and the whole person lost consciousness in the severe pain. Before losing consciousness, there was only one thought in Emolan's mind. Sure enough, the pioneers who open up the way forward will die. With this realization, Emolan lost consciousness in severe pain. And just when Emolan lost consciousness, the tower spirit instantly appeared in the space on the 5th floor, and the next moment, the sirens inside the tower spirit sounded. Alarm! 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 The master lost consciousness unexpectedly, was not attacked by the outside world, his body was intact, and his spirit was severely injured. The cause of the injury was the failure of the promotion. Immediately activate the emergency support. Urgently call for the spiritual nourishment, the healing potion. Urgently call for the body nourishment potion. Contact the emergency contact immediately. Emergency contact 1 Lu Bin has been contacted. Emergency contact 2 Lin Hua has been contacted. Emolan gradually woke up from the tearing pain. The tearing pain in the mental space has eased a lot, but it is still extremely painful. Emolan felt as if he was immersed in some liquid. He opened his eyes, and seemed to see 2 hazy figures. But before he could see who it was, a feeling of fatigue surged from the depths of his soul, making Emolan lose consciousness again. Before falling into darkness, he vaguely heard 2 sentences. Awake? No, but his mental fluctuations are almost stable. The president almost killed himself this time. I don't know how it happened. Who knows, I guess he was exploring. I heard that the president used fireball to shoot himself in the head when he was weak. That's right. Luckily the president is a player, otherwise. If he were an aboriginal, a genius would appear every few hundred years, and finally achieve some success, and then, bang, oh, he's gone. Who knows how many years it would take for a mage to develop a prototype in this situation. Indeed, okay, I won't say more. The battle on the battlefield has been quite intense recently. I'm still a little worried without anyone there. Now that the president has stabilized the situation. I'll go over first. Yes. Okay. With the sound of a door closing, Emolan's consciousness fell into darkness. President, are you awake? Emolan, who had just regained his hazy consciousness, replied subconsciously. Yes. Are you okay now? Yes. Emolan replied subconsciously, and Lu Bin noticed Emolan's current state. The injury is too severe, although consciousness is gradually recovering. Is it not fully recovered yet? That is the legendary subconscious stage, the stage of telling the truth? Lu Bin was startled, and then a bold idea popped up in his mind. This bold idea could not be erased once it appeared, and immediately made him eager to try. President, who do you like? I like you. Huh? Emolan's tone changed halfway through the conversation. Lu Bin was startled when he saw this, and he appeared at the door in a flash. If it wasn't possible to flash directly from the inside of the mage tower to the outside of the mage tower, he would have flashed directly outside. It was a pity that it was too late. When Emolan's consciousness was revived, it meant that he was fully awake. There was no transitional stage. Too late. Emolan's weak voice sounded behind him, but in an instant, a thin film appeared on the door of the laboratory. Lu Bin saw the film and knew he couldn't get out. He turned his head slowly, smiled shyly, and said embarrassedly, "Yes, Thunderbolt." Boom! Hanging Lu Bin aside, Emolan looked around at this time. He was floating in a cylindrical glass pool, just like a specimen in a laboratory. Except that the solution inside was all the best spiritual nourishment. Healing potion and best healing potion. After seeing the current situation clearly, Emolan didn't say anything. Nodded silently. But Lu Bin's screams next to him became even worse. Lu Bin struggled to open his mouth. I am wronged. And there is also Lin Hua. Emolan raised his eyelids slightly when he heard it. Okay. Thank you for reminding me. Chapter 572 7th Ring. Emolan stayed in the nutrient solution and did not come out. His injuries were still very serious. This time, the forced interruption of the breakthrough process almost blew up his mental space. If the mental space was blown up, Emolan's fate would be no different from the previous one. Both of them would be killed by a headshot. But even if he did not die, the cracks on the surface of the mental space and the broken spell slots made Emolan almost disabled. In addition to the need for targeted magic potion treatment, this kind of mental injury also requires a very long time of recuperation. It must be said that the nutrient solution that Lu Bin and Lin Wen matched was perfect. But they obviously didn't have this ability. According to Emolan's speculation, this should be the result of external support. And then a large amount of expensive, high-grade magic potions were prepared, which had a very good recovery effect on his injuries. In addition, on this vertical glass warehouse, the base was all fixed with a water-attributed magic array. I didn't recognize it, and it was probably just created. Emolan took a look and understood that its function was to use the moisturizing properties of the water element to nourish and restore the body silently, and even played a role in moisturizing the mental power. Obviously, Linhua and Lu Bin did put a lot of thought into it. But why did they have to make a vertical glass chamber? A flat, game chamber style sleeping chamber? A nutrition chamber? Wouldn't it be good? To put it bluntly, it's just courting death. Emolan snorted coldly, closed his eyes, and fell into a deep sleep again. Half a month later, Emolan stepped out of the glass chamber. His eyes were bright and shining, and it was obvious that after half a month of recuperation, the injuries to the mental space were finally healed. And Emolan finally recovered to his peak state. Finally recovered. Emolan muttered to himself. Then let's start the official breakthrough. It's time. Emolan couldn't help but recall the breakthrough process more than half a month ago. Originally, it was a very successful breakthrough. Everything was under Emolan's control. Everything went according to plan. It was just that when he was about to succeed, Emolan remembered a very important thing. This thing directly made him decisively interrupt the breakthrough process, which directly led to the subsequent serious injury. As for the reason why Emolan decisively stopped the promotion, breaking through the 7th ring is a transformation process from an elite mage to a master mage, a crucial transformation process. This process is not only a transformation of ability, but also a transformation of the essence of mental power. Or it can be said that the transformation of ability comes from the transformation of mental power. Compared with the transformation of the essence of mental power, the transformation of ability is not worth mentioning. And this time, the transformation of mental power starts from the moment of successfully condensing the 7-ring spell slot. Starting from the 7-ring spell slot, Emolan said silently in his heart. So the 7-ring spell slot is crucial, and its casting must not be sloppy. At least when I have better quality materials. I can't accept using inferior materials for casting, Emolan said slowly, and then cast his eyes on the 4 elemental spirits in the mental space. Earth, fire, wind, water, 4 spirits. Is there anything more suitable for casting a 7-ring spell than the 4 spirits? Emolan took a deep breath, and instantly focused his thoughts on the 4 spirits. Break. As soon as the words fell, all the fire elements that made up the fire spirit were completely transformed into fire element basic particles, which seemed to be no different from the fire element basic particles that were decomposed from external elements. But in fact, every drop of the fire element basic particles decomposed by the fire spirit. Each one is full of spirituality, belonging to the fire spirit, and a spirituality that is completely different from that of normal fire elements. This is the most precious part of the fire spirit, which cannot be erased even if it is decomposed into fire element basic particles. Following the fire spirit is the water spirit, then the wind spirit, and finally the earth spirit. The self-consciousness of the 4 spirits had long been wiped out by Emolan, and their spirituality had been replaced by Emolan, so Emolan naturally had no obstacles in disintegrating them, and it was even smoother. Controlling a large number of the 4 spirit elemental basic particles, a huge spiritual source gathered, at this moment time seemed to have returned to the attempt more than half a month ago. The originally shattered 6-ring spell slot has been restored to its original state. The 5th ring, the 4th ring, the 3rd ring, the 2nd ring, the 1st ring spell slot slowly rotates around it. The promotion proceeded step by step. The 4 spiritual elemental basic particles and the spiritual power source gathered together and compressed with high intensity. The speed was very fast. It didn't take long for them to be compressed to the original size of the 6-ring spell slot. The next one, bang! The explosion occurred, but compared with the previous one, it seemed to have only sound effects but no power. The spiritual power was blown out. At the center of the explosion, a gray spell slot slowly rotated. It succeeded. 7-ring spell slot. Emolan raised the corner of his mouth, and muttered to himself with a smile on his face. The next moment, Mo-Lan was immersed in the transformation of the essence of his spiritual power. The transformation of the essence of spiritual power brought by the promotion to the 7th ring has come. Waves of the 7th ring spiritual power flowed out from the 7th ring spell position and spread to the entire spiritual space. The gray 7th ring spiritual power seemed to turn into a lake, nourishing the spiritual space, the spell position, and Mo-Lan's soul little by little. The feedback began, and the entire spiritual space was gradually promoted under the infiltration of the 7th ring spiritual power. The space was larger, more solid, more defensive, and could accommodate more spiritual power. All the spell slots also underwent essential changes under the nourishment of the 7th ring spiritual power. All the spiritual power extending from the spell slots also became 7th level spiritual power. As time slowly passed, the crucial soul transformation also occurred. At this moment, Mo-Lan felt as if his soul could be integrated with the elements, and the nature of the 7th ring spell slot had already infected the soul. Mo-Lan exhaled lightly and spread his spiritual power. When the spiritual power came into contact with the external elements, Mo-Lan felt the affinity that seemed to be one and the same, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, Mo-Lan murmured. And as soon as he thought about it, the 4 elements of earth, fire, wind, and water around him instantly tightened into thousands of basic particles. The basic particles were completely changed at will under Mo-Lan's control, and they were extremely free. At this moment, even the most ordinary spiritual power of Mo-Lan had an elemental affinity comparable to the 4 spirits of earth, fire, wind, and water. As I expected, the most critical change starts from the 7th ring spell slot, and is brought about by the 7th ring spell slot. This is a crucial transformation, and the transformation effect of the 7th ring spell slot depends on the material used to cast the 7th ring spell slot. The better the material, the better the transformation effect. It's worth it that I was seriously injured for interrupting my promotion. If I really use ordinary magic power to complete the promotion, I'm afraid I will regret it for the rest of my life. Right? Chapter 573 Destroy the bridge after crossing it? No, give back to the heaven and earth. If I use ordinary magic power to advance, then even if my mental power reaches the 7th ring, it will be useless. The elemental spirits, which are several spell slots that have integrated the elemental spirits, have nothing to do with other spell slots. Suppose I advance to the 7th ring under this circumstance, then only the mental power spread out from these 4 spell slots can release the 7th ring spell. Or can one spell slot only release a spell slot with a single attribute? Mo-Lan shuddered. How weak that would be. Mo-Lan shook his head. Fortunately, I was decisive, otherwise it would be really miserable. Well, anyway, the way to advance to the 7th ring has finally been determined. First, meet 3 conditions. 1. Master, understand all the spell structures of the specialized elements. 2. 6-ring limit strength of mental power. 3. Achieve an elemental affinity that is sufficient to resonate deeply with the elements, whether with the help of oneself or external objects. These are the 3 basic conditions. You can start to advance only after the basic conditions are met. First, complete the deep resonance of the element of your specialized attribute, disintegrate the element into elemental basic particles, and control it. Afterwards, disintegrate the external objects that assist in improving the affinity of the element into elemental basic particles. Well, if there really is a monster that can forcibly increase its mental affinity to the level of the elemental spirit surface, it can ignore this step. It shouldn't be possible. Right? Mo-Lan shook his head and forced his thoughts back. Finally, use this little elemental basic particles and the source of mental power together to build a crucial 7th ring spell position, thus completing the overall transformation from the 7th ring spell position. So far, the promotion is complete, and you become a 7th ring mage. Mo-Lan finished summarizing, put down the pen in his hand, and closed the notebook that recorded his research results. After this set of procedures is determined, then the 6th ring mages in the future only need to follow this set of procedures step by step. And when looking for ways to improve elemental affinity, they can tend to look for higher quality ones. The higher the elemental affinity obtained at this stage, the better the external objects found. Theoretically speaking, the stronger the 7th ring spell slot cast, the stronger the transformation produced. Well, pay attention to these points. The subsequent 6-ring mages will not only not encounter danger when they are promoted to the 7th ring, but they can also start to improve the quality of the 7th ring spell slot, thereby improving their basic abilities after being promoted to the 7th ring. Hiss, I am so happy. Emolan suddenly felt envious as he spoke, so envious that his teeth ached. Sure enough, the pioneers are always the ones who get hurt. The pioneers not only have to risk their lives to explore the way forward and explore ways to get promoted, but also have to bear the consequences of low potential and low combat effectiveness even if they succeed in getting promoted. If I hadn't reacted quickly this time, I would have had to bear the consequences, and the consequence of reacting quickly is that I almost died. Hiss. Emolan sighed and shook his head. Alas, what can I do? Being too strong also brings troubles. Others think I am so glorious. But who can imagine what I am carrying and what I am responsible for? Who knows how confused and helpless I am facing the road ahead? The road ahead is full of fog. There may be a peak or a cliff ahead. One wrong step will lead to eternal damnation. I can only be careful and cautious. Even though I am a player, I will not die, but sometimes a wrong step may still bring me irreversible changes. Emolan sighed, standing up and looking at the lake in the distance, shaking his head, sorting out the negative emotions in his mind, packing them all up and throwing them out of his head. Promotion completed, achieve the 7th ring, then the next step is to consider the path of cultivation of the master level mage. Emolan casually sent the promotion method to Linhua and Lu Bin. Alas, I was promoted successfully by accident, and now I have to consider the path of cultivation of the 7th ring. Sure enough, excellent people always face more troubles. Linhua, ? Lu Bin, Linhua, don't think that the president will forgive you if you cooperate with the president to surprise him. I have already told the president that. You were the first to propose that idea. Linhua, ? Emolan and Linhua, come back soon. Linhua. Emolan smiled and closed the group chat, immersed in the spiritual space. To be precise, the promotion is not over yet. Just now, the 7th ring spell slot has been condensed. The 6th ring, 5th ring, 4th ring, 3rd ring, 2nd ring, and even the 1st ring spell slot have not been condensed. But there are no technical problems with these. They are just repetitive work. Emolan finished it in a short time. So far, the promotion from the 6th ring to the 7th ring has officially ended. Emolan is now a complete 7th ring mage, or a spell master. Master mage. Master MO. The next step is master level training. Emolan pondered. Before changing jobs, cultivate mental power, get an introduction to spell model knowledge. Continue to cultivate mental power at the professional level, get a thorough knowledge of spell model. Cultivate elemental affinity at the elite level, collect materials to improve elemental affinity, master spell model knowledge, and integrate it. At the master level, cultivate elemental true body, research and create a new spell structure, enhance the power of the rules you specialize in, enrich the rules, promote the rules, give back to the rules of heaven and earth. Emolan muttered to himself, I feel that taste. Well, let's just leave it like this for now, and make improvements or changes when we find problems later. But then again, to advance to the 7th ring, you need to understand the rules. After the 7th ring, you start to create a spell structure to feed back the rules, making the power of the rules stronger. To make the rules stronger, isn't this simply increasing the difficulty for those who come later to advance to the 7th ring? But it's normal. The more complex the rules, the harder it is to advance, and the stronger you will be after you advance, or you can find weaker rules to advance, and then feed back the rules after reaching the 7th ring to strengthen the rules. This concept is correct, to make the world stronger, but looking at it this way, it feels like crossing the river and destroying the bridge. Emolan shook his head. Forget it, who cares, I've already crossed the river, it's none of my business. Emolan put this behind him, and was completely immersed in the research of the elemental body. The elemental body means the path to the master level, means the path of the arcane master, means the path of the integration of the arcane master and the mage profession. Emolan can't help but pay attention. But this research is so easy to do? Where to start? Emolan suddenly thought of something, and his eyes lit up. Got it. Fire Phoenix. Emolan grinned, and immediately appeared next to Fire Phoenix, watching Fire Phoenix rubbing his hands excitedly. Before, I didn't dare to be too reckless because I couldn't beat him, and I could only do research behind the thick seal. Now I have also advanced to the 7th ring, and it seems that I can do some bold experimental research. Roar, 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 roar. Emolan made a series of strange noises, and the Fire Phoenix and the seal couldn't help but be terrified when he saw it. Ah! Don't come over here. Chapter 574 Music Software? Interesting. After using it, Emolan stuffed the Fire Phoenix into the seal. It is hard to imagine how powerful Emolan is after reaching the 7th ring. On the platform of the 7th ring, many methods can be used very simply and easily. And the Fire Phoenix, which was originally in a sealed state, can't resist Emolan at all. There is no way. The power of the Fire Phoenix Claw used by Emolan is actually several times stronger than the Fire Phoenix Claw released by the original Fire Phoenix. Who can tolerate this? Who can beat this? It's too much. Emolan hummed a little tune as he walked back to the Mage Tower. The study of the Fire Phoenix brought him a lot of inspiration and gains, which made him understand the elemental body better. However, there is still a very big difficulty in casting a master-level elemental body. The conversion of matter is stuck after all. Emolan muttered to himself. Although there is enough information to prove that the basic component of matter is elemental power. But after all, there is no evidence, and no successful experiment to prove, how elements can form stable matter from a kind of energy. There is no clue at all. Although the technology of disintegrating elements into basic particles has been mastered, the technology of using basic element particles to form elements is still a long way off. Not to mention the technology of elements forming matter, and the mutual conversion of matter and energy. This will be a huge project. If this problem is not solved one day, it will always be a roadblock for master mages to forge elemental bodies, and it will be a gap that cannot be bypassed. Emolan shook his head, but he was not depressed. But he became more and more interested and excited. He encountered many problems, but they solved them all. And this time, it would be no exception. Emolan walked into the Mage Tower. But at this moment, a burst of music suddenly sounded in his ears. Huh? Who is playing music? Emolan was a little confused. But he suddenly reacted the next moment. Wait, who is playing music? Emolan's eyes widened. And he followed the sound to a research room next door, and knocked on the door. As soon as the door of the research room was opened, the music inside suddenly became much louder. And the person who just opened the door was surprised to see Emolan. President? Yes. Emolan walked into the laboratory with his hands behind his back. There were 4 or 5 people in the laboratory. When they heard Emolan coming, they stood up instantly. Only the singing was still floating on the experimental table. Everyone noticed that Emolan was looking at the table where the music was playing. One person quickly clapped his hands. Click! The music turned off. You are playing music here? Emolan said expressionlessly. Several people in the laboratory looked at each other when they heard it, but finally nodded. President, we. Before he finished speaking, Emolan laughed and said, Great. Who did it? When the others saw Emolan's smiling face, they suddenly realized it, and breathed a sigh of relief. I did it. Oh, where did the music come from? I found a few classmates in the music department. Is that so? Emolan pondered for a moment. Well, you can get one to connect to the tower spirit later. Well, this is my personal request, order one, and I'll pay the points when the time comes. The mage's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he immediately understood that this was a chance. Okay. No problem. I'll do it later. I'll ask a few classmates to record more songs. President, what kind of songs do you like to listen to? I'll record more for you. Emolan didn't hesitate to hear this, and couldn't help thinking. At this time, the mage continued, By the way, I also know that someone is making a video player. I wonder if you want it. President, if you want, I can adapt it for you and connect both music and video. As soon as the words fell, Emolan, who was thinking, had a flash of inspiration in his mind, and the playful heart in his heart was thrown aside. And he thought seriously, seeing that the smile on Emolan's face gradually disappeared. The mages in the laboratory looked at each other, their hearts suddenly hanging, wondering if they had said something wrong just now. Are there many mages who study players, videos and other software? The mage suddenly didn't understand what Emolan meant, but he didn't dare to hide it from Emolan, so he had to speak out. I know of more than a dozen, but they don't all make software like me. As far as I know, some warehouse managers have written statistical software and table software. The accounting software in the finance department was also written by myself, and it is quite easy to use. It runs on Tower Spirit and can effectively improve work efficiency, the mage said carefully, and Emolan nodded slightly. That is to say, on the original platform of Tower Spirit. Many people have started to write application software. Right? Emolan muttered to himself. And a word came to his mind. Mage civilization. What is civilization? Civilization is not just weapons. Not just war. But also people and life. Civilization is accumulated bit by bit. Weapons are civilization. War is civilization. Production is civilization. Life is also civilization. A civilization not only has strong external combat power, but also strong internal vitality. And changing the lifestyle is the most significant, the most obvious way to improve the level of civilization and highlight the level of civilization. At this moment, Emolan fell into thought. Other mages looked at each other, but fortunately, only a moment later Emolan spoke. Okay, since you have done it, then do it well. In addition, if you want to make music, pay attention to the copyright issue. Oh yes. Emolan left. The mages in the laboratory looked at each other. What happened? Did the president mean that he agreed with us doing this? I think so. That's right. The leading mage said. Since our project has come under the president's attention, then come on. And do a good job. Come on. The little episode behind him did not concern Emolan. Emolan returned to his office while thinking. If it is just running a simple program, without joining in scientific research, then how many people can a normal first-level Soul Stone Tower Spirit maintain simultaneous connection, and how many people can use it at the same time? Tower Spirit, calculate the computing power required to run 2 working programs at the same time, and quantify it. As soon as Emolan finished speaking, a number appeared in his mind. Emolan immediately extracted the calculation parameters of the first-level Soul Stone Tower Spirit, and put them into the calculation. The final number made Emolan ponder slightly. A first-level Soul Stone Tower Spirit is in the millions. But the premise is that it has a continuous supply of pure mental power support. Emolan thought for a long time. But this number did not surprise him. He was just thinking about another thing. Something he had never thought about before. But even if the Tower Spirit is popular, at least it must be able to detect with mental power. Chapter 575 Carrying a World with You. You are too ambitious. Emolan pondered for a long time, and shook his head silently. This method does highlight the level of civilization, but the civilization of mages is still quite immature, or the civilization of mages has not yet taken shape. No, talking about highlighting civilization is false. The current mage is just a profession that makes some equipment and invents some technology. It is still a long way from civilization. At least the current mages do not have the ability to make wearable instruments that give others mental power, or potions that directly give people mental power. Nor did they make everyone a mage, master the mage's abilities, and the mage's thinking. Before this, talking about mage civilization was just the mage's self-entertainment. Emolan muttered to himself seriously. But this has pointed out a goal for me, a goal that can lead to success. That is to promote mages, and make as many people as possible become mages. They don't need to be high, they just need to become a mage professional, master the mage's mental power, master the mage's thinking, that's all. In addition, we can also study ways to connect people to the tower spirits, or directly make people have spiritual power, and widely popularize medicine. Well, each of them is a long way to go. Especially in terms of thinking. The most difficult thing to change in the world is thinking. Once the thinking is fixed, it may not be reversed even if you spend 100 or 1,000 times the effort in the future. So the most urgent and fastest thing to implement is to train the young people and children of the indigenous people. Don't cultivate ability. Don't cultivate loyalty. But you must cultivate the thinking of a mage. Learn to use the scientific thinking of a mage to think. To solve problems. Emolan immediately wrote a few big words on a piece of paper. Mage Thinking Training Free Teaching. Emolan thought for a moment and wrote again. Specific executors are local association branches. Issue task indicators. And the indicators will be included in the assessment standards for branch presidents. Well, that's it. Emolan nodded silently. After Emolan finished writing, he immediately added it to the memo, and then prepared for today's meditation task. However, he received a message at this time. Ha! The gold elemental world has been found. And my gold spirit will be here soon. At Lubin. As soon as my gold spirit is found, I will start to break through the 7th ring. Where is your space spirit? How long will it take? Emolan looked at the message, and he could feel the meanness emanating from Lin Wu across the screen. As for finding the gold elemental world, he was not surprised. Lin Wu had already issued the relevant tasks, and it was not surprising that the tasks were completed. However, choosing Lu Bin as a target of provocation. Emolan recalled the mental fluctuations he had sensed before, and his mouth curled up slightly. Lu Bin might have chosen the wrong target. Emolan whispered in his heart, and poured out a bag of melon seeds, opened the chat interface, and cracked the melon seeds. Finally, Lu Bin came out. Oh, space spirit? I don't know. I doubt whether there is such a thing as space spirit. Moreover, this kind of spirit composed of space elements. Even if it exists, we can't catch it. As for the seventh ring, Lin was in a good mood before. But when he saw this sentence, he couldn't help but shudder, and a sense of foreboding surged in his heart. I forgot to tell you. I'm already at the seventh ring. Lin's eyes widened suddenly, as if there were 10,000 alpacas running through his heart, and he shouted in disbelief. Is that possible? What did you use to build the seventh ring spell slot? Don't tell me that you built the seventh ring spell slot with ordinary things. I will look down on you if you do that. Lu Bin saw this message and raised his head arrogantly. How is that possible? I won't use any junk. I merged the space nodes in the space lotus seeds. Can space nodes increase the affinity of space attributes? No. Then you. Who told you that I used the president's breakthrough method? Linwa was stunned, confused, opened his mouth, and said nothing. The path opened up by the president is indeed suitable for the majority of elemental mages, and it is very universal. But it is an exception for space mages. After all, space spirits are like this. Just think about it, and you will know that you will definitely not be able to catch the sixth ring spell slot. As for low-level things, forget it. Unless there is an iron idiot who relies on his own meditation to forcibly improve his mental power to the level of being promoted to the seventh ring, there is no hope. So you just? Yes. There is no other way. It is impossible to compromise. Right? I was forced to create a promotion method myself. A method created by combining my space cultivation path. Although I had related ideas a long time ago, and although I was inspired by the president's ideas, it still took me several days and nights to create this method. You are not fusing space nodes, and then using space nodes to cast the seventh ring spell slot, and finally opening up a space inside the seventh ring spell slot, relying on the space to directly control the space elements. It will be the world in the future. Lu Bin smiled. Linma was silent for a long time, and then silently sent a message. At Emolan. President. Learn from it. I want to learn this. I don't like the original version. Emolan's face darkened when he saw this. Don't look for me. I don't know how to do it. Besides, if you don't like it, don't turn it. If you use my method to turn it, I will kill you. Besides, carry a world with you. His. Swishing. I want to learn it too. Emolan had to admit that he was greedy. In fact, it was just average at the beginning. The space was small. Although I could directly control the power of space. Although I could store a large amount of space power. Although I could directly generate space power. Although I was the absolute master of space power. I would evolve into the master of the world in the future. The will of the world. Etc. But I have to say that this way of promotion is too slow to practice after promotion. And I lost a core spell slot permanently. When I was at the seventh ring, I lost the seventh ring spell slot. When I was at the eighth ring, I lost the eighth ring spell slot. The loss was huge. You don't have this kind of loss. How great it is. Emolan and Lin were envious. Only Lu Bin was still alive. Oh, forget it. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I have already advanced to the seventh ring. I have already advanced to the seventh ring. I don't care. At Linwa, although you haven't advanced to the seventh ring yet, you don't need to care. Don't take it to heart. Although it's the last one. We're not in a hurry. Only Linwa was injured in the world. Lu Bin saw it with a smile. At Emolan. President. I found the structure that determines the coordinates of the gate to the other world. Do you want to come and see it? Go over and take a look. Emolan raised his eyebrows when he heard it, looking at the gate to the other world memorized on the surface of the ink cartridge, and replied, Okay. Let's take a look. Chapter 576, that's mine. You can go for a walk, but there's no rush for the gate to the other world. You've been waiting for so long, are you in such a hurry? Emolan continued, which made Lu Bin a little confused. Wait. Before, I couldn't find the spell node responsible for locating the coordinates, so I didn't dare to try it because I was afraid of dying after trying. Now the hidden dangers have been solved. What else do you need? President. Do you have anything else to do? Yes, there's one more thing. I suddenly remembered that I have a research to do. I'll go after I finish it. Emolan sent a message. Oh, I see. Then I'll go do other things first. Call me when you're done. No. 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 I guess you'll need to cooperate with me on this research. Lu Bin was stunned when he saw this and scratched his head. I'll cooperate? What research? What part do you want me to be responsible for? Oh. What part do you want me to be responsible for? I'll mainly be the research subject. If you insist. You can do both. You can do research with me then. Lu Bin was shocked and Lin Wu was stunned. Don't get me wrong. I mainly want to study your space spells. Carrying a space with you. Having a space inside your body. Just sounds very exciting. And to be honest, if you can really expand this space big enough in the later stage, or even develop it into a world, the power it contains is probably endless. Carrying the power of a world is a very strong way. I've taken a fancy to it. So it's mine now. I plan to integrate it into the advanced operation of the promotion process to the 7th ring. Lu Bin kept asking questions, while Lin Wu was laughing like crazy. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Come on, President. Come on, President. I have the 7th level combat power. I am not in a hurry to advance to the 7th ring. I am waiting for your advanced upgrade method. Lu Bin, your portable world will be mine soon. Lin Wu, you are so excited. 7th level combat power? Okay. Let's discuss and exchange ideas later, and make up for the shortcomings. Lin Wu's laughter froze when he heard this. Just when he was about to say something, Emolan said again, communication is a good thing. You can communicate more. Lin Wu. You can also accumulate some methods to fight against space mages. Lu Bin can also accumulate some experience in facing 7th level warriors. Which is a good thing. By the way, Lu Bin, when will you come back? Lu Bin sighed when he heard it. Alas, I'm coming. Lu Bin had no choice but to rush back to the Mage Tower area. But on the way, he also felt a little curious and expectant. Emolan's ability is well known to them, and is recognized by everyone. Although he has now been promoted to the 7th ring by relying on the space spell position, he can indeed directly perceive and control the power of space. But it sounds good. But in fact, he knows it in his heart. He is still quite lacking in this area. And it takes time to accumulate. If he can study with Emolan, then it is obvious that this process will be greatly shortened. No matter what results Emolan researches, he will benefit the most in the end. This is actually to borrow Emolan's power to help him improve the path of space magician. With this idea, Lu Bin traveled much faster. An experimental subject is an experimental subject. What's wrong with being an experimental subject? I will even study myself when I am ruthless. Relying on the curvature of space to propel, Lu Bin moved forward rapidly, as if shrinking the earth into an inch. He often took a step, which seemed to be a small step, but could directly cross a distance of hundreds of meters. After being cast into a space spell, space has completely become Lu Bin's main attribute. Not only does he have the ability to directly perceive and control the space element, but he is also adept at other aspects. Now, let alone other things. Even the winged sky beast, a magical beast that controls the space element with its bloodline and has a space bloodline, can be killed by Lu Bin when playing with space in front of him. Although Lu Bin is still confused in this state, his understanding and mastery of space can still easily kill a large number of magical beasts that rely on bloodline to obtain space talents. The confusion he mentioned was only for the mages. Come! Emolan looked at Lu Bin rubbing his hands excitedly. Come! Lu Bin also rubbed his hands excitedly. Then come? Come! After the voice fell, Lu Bin summoned his space spell slot and placed it in the pure mental power prepared by Emolan. These pure mental powers bound by a disc-shaped experimental table came from the mages of the Mage Association. After Emolan issued several mental power tasks, a large number of mages contributed their mental power. These mental powers go through a series of purification processes. And finally the attached will is wiped off, becoming an existence similar to an element. When the space spell slot is placed in the pure mental power, there will be no adverse reactions such as collapse and decomposition. Emolan looked at this transparent diamond-shaped spell slot, and without saying a word, he directly moved a lens next to it. There are full of patterns engraved on the mirror, and there are countless light spell structures on it. Once something is placed below, any details will be exposed at a glance, and the magnification degree can be adjusted. This kind of equipment in Molin's laboratory is basically made by Molin himself, Linhua, and Lu Bin. It is extremely accurate. And the key is that it is extremely convenient, and does not require the magician who studies it to spend any effort. Under the illumination of the optical magnifying glass, every detail of the space spell slot is exposed in front of the two people. To the naked eye, the spell slot is transparent and smooth rhombus. But under the magnifying glass, in the microscopic structure, the spell slot is light silver, and one silver rhombus crystal after another is assembled together to form this magical spell slot. I'll test the properties, Emolon said, and then began his own experiment. There was no big gain on the surface, and then it was the inside. Emolon moved another instrument over, and directly observed the internal structure of the spell slot. This time, Emolon found something different right from the start. He found that Lu Bin had replaced the space inside the spell slot that was originally used to memorize the spell slot with a space node. And he used the space architecture technology to support a space inside the space node. This space is currently only about 1 cubic meter, Lu Bin said beside him. But as I gradually study the rules of space, and use the rules of space to construct this small space, then this small space will become larger and larger. And the larger the small space, the more space power I can extract. Emolon nodded slightly, and Lu Bin continued. The power of space is actually the space element, but it has my mark, gathers my mental power, and is completely under my control. Therefore, my mental power has also been greatly alienated, and even formed a unique space mental power. Chapter 577 Fusion Space Nodes. I have only simply tested the properties of this kind of space mental power. The only way to apply it at present is the space jump of mental power. When Lu Bin finished speaking, Emolon was shocked. Huh? Space jump? Yes, space jump of mental power. My mental power can jump through space for a period of time, and then come out. Currently, it can only jump within a range of 1,000 meters. That is to say, my mental power can directly jump to more than 1,000 meters, which is equivalent to extending my perception range by 1,000 meters, and extending my spellcasting range by 1,000 meters. Emolon breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. You scared me. I thought you were jumping through space. But the space jump of mental power seems to be not bad either. Emolon pondered for a moment. Can it pass through elemental stone and elemental metal? It can be done if there is no elemental stone and elemental metal with shielding function, and there is no confinement space on the opposite side. Well, in this case, it is much more meaningful. It can directly bypass the defense and general shields to attack the enemy directly. Well, so in addition to studying the improvement of small space structure recently, I am also studying how to use mental power to break the space confinement. At least to break the weaker space confinement, so that my combat effectiveness will be greatly enhanced. Even for those who don't understand space, the Warcraft can kill them instantly, and even challenge them above their level. Yes. Emolon silently added the space confinement to his research list. And the name is Anti-Space Mage Array. With Lu Bin's explanation, Emolon studied the structure and principle of the space spell bit by bit, and asked Lu Bin about the detailed promotion process. After a long time, Emolon slowly exhaled and asked Lu Bin to put away the spell. After these studies, Emolon came to a conclusion. It is theoretically feasible for other mages to fuse space nodes into spell slots. However, after using the elemental mage promotion method to advance to the 7th ring, the original elemental spell slot characteristics will be integrated, which will not be as pure as yours. And the subsequent fusion of space nodes will not transform the mental power into spatial mental power, unless you fuse the space node at the moment of promotion. But when you fuse the space node, you first place the space node in the core spell slot, compress the mental power into the core spell slot, and expand the spell slot by constructing a small space inside the space node, using this force to compact the mental power source of the spell slot, and thereby advance to the 7th ring space mage. The whole process is from the inside out. The elemental mage is different. The elemental mage uses high pressure to crush the core spell slot, including everything inside it, and finally fuses all the materials together under high pressure to cast the elemental spell slot, from the outside to the inside. There is a huge difference between the two, and there is an unavoidable conflict relationship in the promotion process. It belongs to the internal rotation, and it is impossible to have conflicting promotion methods at the same time. If the elemental mage wants space, then he can only integrate it later. But that way, At most, he can control the power of space, and continue to cultivate small space, and obtain the backup for support of a space. The degree of specialization is far inferior to your space mage. So even if the elemental mage is integrated into the space node, your space mage status is still not desirable. Lu Bin nodded slightly when he heard this. He was not surprised at this point. The only surprise was another point. Hey, President, you have studied it so thoroughly, analyzed it so thoroughly, and have such a high feasibility. Why do you still say that it is theoretically possible? Emolan glanced at Lu Bin's question. Because theoretically speaking, more than 99% of people can't afford it and can't get a space node. In the past, space nodes could open up different spaces, which was already very valuable. Now, space nodes can strengthen mages in essence, allowing mages to perceive, control the power of space, and control a space. Then, the price of space nodes will only become sky high, and it will never be reduced, Emolan said, while transferring a point from his account and clicking to redeem a space Lotus seed. In the Mage Association, anyone who uses any resources or redeems any materials needs to use points. Even Emolan. And he did so. Any experiment and any material he made paid corresponding points. And these points were also exchanged for the materials he contributed to the association and the technology he shared. This is also a point that the Mage Association is very attractive to powerful mages. Fair. When Lu Bin heard this, he immediately reacted and nodded. That's right, this price, well, theoretically, most people can't afford it, you have to have some money. While speaking, Mark had already brought up a space Lotus seed, and Lu Bin spoke up when he saw this. We don't have many space Lotus seeds left. Right? We used one at the beginning of the spell experiment, and used 2 more when we used the star disc to capture the fire phoenix. Add to that the 9 space Lotus seeds embedded in the star discs that are always on alert inside the association, and now we can only use these few. And after such a long time, all the space lotuses have bloomed, but there is no sign of lotus pods. Who knows when the next space lotus pod will be? You can see if you can find a way to accelerate its growth, and shorten its growth cycle. It can be expected that space nodes will become a very critical consumable material in the not-too-distant future. In addition to the necessary warnings within the association, don't consume space lotus seeds outside in the future to avoid waste. Okay, I'll try it later. Lu Bin nodded. As for using it, I won't use it if you don't tell me. I'm already a 7-ring space mage. It's not difficult to use 7-ring space spells. Yes. Emolan nodded, said nothing more, and focused his eyes on the space lotus seeds in his hand. He was not going to delay. He planned to integrate the space node into the magic spell position right now. A portable inner space, an inner space that could expand continuously, was very tempting to him. What's more, this inner space could also bring him a strong sense of space, space element control, and space power. The mental power penetrated into the space lotus seed bit by bit. With the help of Lu Bin, the surface of the space lotus seed dried up bit by bit, and turned yellow bit by bit. A gust of wind blew. The yellow and dry space lotus seed was blown away by the wind. Only a silver-white dot that seemed infinitely small was left floating in the air. The space around the silver-white dot was slightly distorted. Chapter 578: The Chemical Reaction Between Magic Power and Space Nodes. The silvery white dot seemed infinitely small. Emolan's mental power could not measure its size. Even if he used a light magnifying glass to look at it, he could not see any picture. What he saw was still a silvery white dot, as if it had not been magnified at all. But although the dot was small, Emolan could sense the surging space power in it, and the heaviness of its own mass. Put the space node into the mental space. Don't rush to integrate it into the spell position. First, use mental power to wash it, put your own mark on it, and let it be stained with the breath of your mental power. Otherwise, once the space node touches the fragile spell slot, it may be crushed directly. I am a 7th ring magic spell slot. Oh, 7th ring. It's okay. Listening to Lu Bin's words, Emolan incorporated the space node into the spiritual space. It is worth mentioning that the movement of the space node is very magical. The space is slightly distorted wherever it passes, as if it is not an object that is moving, but a distorted space. After incorporating the space node into the spiritual space, Emolan's spiritual space feels a little pressure, but it is not a big problem. Under pressure, Emolan began to gather his spiritual power. The powerful spiritual power of the 7-ring mage gathered continuously. like a mighty river. At the end of this river was the silver-white space node. The spiritual world seemed to be gurgling, and the highly concentrated spiritual power washed the spell slot like a river. The spiritual power with magical properties continuously entered the space node, and then came out of it. The spiritual power continuously merged into the space node, and then separated from it. Every flush, every inflow and outflow left a trace of breath on the space node. One by one, as the accumulation of little by little, this space node gradually became stained with Imolan's breath, and began to change into Imolan's appearance. However, I don't know if it was Imolan's illusion, but at the moment when his mental power touched the space node, it seemed that some strange changes had occurred. This change was very strange, and it was hard to explain. But Imolan was very sure that the change existed. Imolan frowned, and asked aloud while controlling his mental power to flush the space node. Lu Ben, have you ever encountered this situation? Imolan told Lu Ben about the changes he had just sensed. Lu Ben frowned and shook his head. No, when I flushed the space node, only the breath of my spiritual power was left on it. Is it branded by me? Other than that, no changes happened. Is it because you are a 7-ring? Or is it because of the unique nature of your spiritual power? Imolan thought about the possibility raised by Lu Ben while observing the space node. It shouldn't be because I'm a 7-ring person. It doesn't make sense. Compared to this reason, I believe it's because of the unique nature of my spiritual power. After Imolan finished speaking, Lu Ben also fell into deep thought. The basic nature of spiritual power, magic spiritual power, that is, earth, fire, wind and water spiritual power. But it's also possible. In ancient legends, earth, fire, wind and water are the 4 elements that make up the world. Other elements are derived from the 4 elements. The 4 elements envelop everything in the world. Your magic power can prove this. Magic power can basically release all the spells of the current system. Spells of any attributes can be released normally, and the power will not be reduced. From this perspective, the principle of your magic power may depend on this legend. Earth, fire, wind and water build the world. Lu Ben analyzed slowly. And the power of space can be said to be the foundation of the world. Any world must be built on the foundation of the power of space. The foundation of the world, the 4 elements that create the world, the contact between them causes some mysterious changes. This does not seem strange. It is understandable. If this is true, it seems that I need to study earth, fire, wind, water. Maybe I can make space evolve, develop, expand, or even directly create the world, and master the power of the world. Listening to Lu Ben's analysis, Imolan continued to pay attention to the changes in the space node. Imolan couldn't tell about other changes, but the mark left by Imolan inside the space node was getting heavier. It may be so, but we lack theoretical confirmation. This can only be a guess. Do you want me to move the space node out for research? Lu Ben pondered for a moment after hearing this, and then shook his head. I suggest not to. Although I don't know what will happen, and whether there will be any impact. I still suggest that you don't let the space node be contaminated by the elements and breath of the outside world, and avoid being polluted by the outside world. Imolan thought for a moment and nodded. Then let's see what happens after the space node is integrated into the magic spell slot. In theory, my magic spell slot is made of mental power. The 4 spirits of earth, fire, wind and water. If the space node really reacts with the 4 spirits of earth, fire, wind and water, then the changes after being integrated into the magic spell slot will only be greater. Indeed, Imolan said nothing more, silently flushing the space node with mental power, leaving his own breath on it as much as possible, and imprinting mental power on it as much as possible. After a long time, when he felt that the space node had become his own shape, Imolan took a deep breath, and then controlled the space node to move towards the core magic spell position little by little. After a while, the space node came to the side of the spell position. Imolan took a deep breath, and opened an extremely small channel on the spell position. It seemed that the infinitely small space node easily passed through the channel and entered the center of the magic spell position. Are there any changes? Imolan shook his head. It entered the spell position, but there was no change. Then try to merge. Yes. Imolan nodded gently, and then began to use the architectural method described by Lu Ben, and built it inside the space node little by little. The almost infinitesimal nature of the space node makes it extremely difficult to construct. But fortunately, the initial construction is not difficult. Soon, some spell structures appeared inside the space node, and the space node itself became much larger. The materials of the structure are all Mo-Lan's mental power, or the magic power inside the spell slot. Each construction means that Mo-Lan has left a mark. One space structure after another is filled into the space node, and the space node gradually expands under this force. Due to the increase in the number of structures inside the space node, Mo-Lan also has a vague perception of the space node. Finally, after constructing the space again and again, the expanded space node has occupied all the space inside the spell slot. Seeing this, Mo-Lan continues to construct, allowing the space node to hold the inner wall of the spell slot tightly. The first step of integrating the space node is completed. Chapter 579 Chaos State. The first step is completed. Mo-Lan said softly. Lu Bin nodded and said nothing. And Mo-Lan immediately changed the existing architecture. The space architecture is carried out inside the space node, and the size of the space node will not change when the space is opened up. If the size of the space node changes when the space is opened up inside, how can it be called opening up a different space? It can only be called blowing up a balloon. And the reason why the size of the space node changes is because Mo-Lan uses a unique architecture method, and specially makes the space node larger, just for the next fusion with the spell position. At this moment, Mo-Lan can clearly sense the existence of the space node. Every time he builds, it means that Mo-Lan has left a mark. After thousands of times of building, every inch of space inside the space node is opened up by Mo-Lan. It can be said that every inch is marked with Mo-Lan's mark and belongs to Mo-Lan. In addition, the space around the space node is still slightly distorted, and the spell position is tightly attached to the space node, which directly causes the magic spell position to be distorted by the power of the space node. When Lu Bin was promoted, this moment was almost the most dangerous moment. The reason why the space node can be used to release the 7-ring space spell is because it is actually the rule power intercepted by the space lotus seed. The lowest power of rules is 7 rings. When Lu Bin was promoted, his spell position was only 6 rings. In front of rules, if he is not careful, it will be broken. But Mo-Lan is safer. After all, magic spells are also cast based on rules, so they can naturally carry the power of rules. But even so, the magic spell position is still slightly distorted by the power of the space node. This distorted power is the extension of the power of the space node. At this moment, the extension of the power of the space node has completely overlapped with the spell position. It is at this time that a crucial structure is completed on the extension power of the space node. This structure is both on the extension power of the space node and on the spell position. This is not only the structure of the space node, but also the channel used to connect the space node and the spell position. These structures will break the boundaries between them, allowing them to contact from the essence, and even completely merge. Lu Bin's voice sounded again. Mo-Lan did not reply, and silently fixed one structure after another. This is like building a house, building up the framework of the space node bit by bit. However, compared to building a house, the space structure needs to be extremely precise, and needs to be completely designed, without any error, otherwise it may directly form a weak point in the space in the future, and a loophole. It may even directly lead to the overall collapse of the entire structured space. Bit by bit, this step requires tens of thousands of structures to be built. If the space nodes do not have extension lines, if the space is not gradually expanded as the structure is built, these tens of thousands of structures would be impossible to complete, and it is even more impossible to build them on a small spell slot. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 9,000, 10,000, 17,000. The sky turned dark and then white, white and then dark again, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Mo-Lan never stopped, and Lu Bin never left, but just did experiments and research on Mo-Lan's laboratory table. Finally, on the morning of the 3rd day, Mo-Lan completed the last structure, and the space node was completely integrated with the spell position. And at this moment, changes suddenly occurred. Mo-Lan saw streams of gray magic power flowing into the space node along the fusion, and streams of space power also rose inside the space node driven by Mo-Lan. At this time, Mo-Lan already had the ability to sense and control the power of space. Under Mo-Lan's gaze, the gray magic and the power of space collided without conflict, but instantly merged together, turning into a force. The gray magic, the transparent or silver-white power of space merged. At this moment, it was as if cold water fell into hot oil, and at this moment, it was as if a chemical reaction occurred. Under Mo-Lan's gaze, the fusion of magic and power of space gave birth to a new energy. The new energy has the characteristics of spatial force, and also has the properties of magic. It has the characteristics of two elements at the same time, and it seems to be beyond the two elements. The fusion of these two elements seems to have caused a qualitative change, producing a higher energy. Magic is gray, and this higher energy also looks like gray, but it is not gray. It is a color that cannot be described in words. A color that Emolan has never seen before. If you have to use a word to describe this element, Emolan can only think of one word to describe it. Chaos. Emolan muttered to himself, and opened his eyes to look at Lu Bin. The four elements of earth, fire, wind and water, and the power of space will indeed undergo some subtle changes. This can produce a higher power, which I personally call chaos magic. Chaos magic? Lu Bin was puzzled. Yes, because I feel that this higher power is still not worthy of being called chaos power. But it feels a little bit like it. So let's call it chaos magic. Lu Bin nodded slightly, thinking, while Emolan continued to focus on the fusion of space nodes and spell positions. Chaos magic power is continuously generated under the fusion of space power and magic power. And every bit of chaos magic power generated is integrated into the spell slot and space node, with the continuous integration of chaos magic power. The space node and spell slot finally completed the last step and completely merged into one in essence. The completion of complete fusion made the space node disappear, leaving only this spell slot. The spell slot originally constructed by magic power was the color of magic power, which was gray. But now, along with the integration of the space nodes, the color has also changed, becoming a chaotic color. My core spell slot has now also become a chaotic state. Emolan said slowly, while he was carrying out the space structure. To his surprise, the space structure continued to be effective. But after the structure was successful, there was no blank space, only an expanded chaotic space appeared. In the chaotic space, the chaotic magic power rolled up and down, sinking and floating, mysterious and abnormal, exuding a mysterious charm. Emolan told Lu Bin about this situation. Lu Bin thought for a long time before speaking. There is too little relevant knowledge. We are still ignorant in front of space. I have no way to judge this situation. But I have a feeling that your chaotic space should have more potential than the normal space I opened up. There is no evidence. But that's how I feel, Lu Bin said slowly. He has decided to immediately conduct research on the four elements of earth, fire, wind, and water. Chapter 580 Fission? Pure space power, and this chaotic magic, it's hard to say. Emolan shook his head. Let's test the properties of this chaotic magic first. Okay. Emolan and Lu Bin immediately began to test the properties of chaotic magic, while on the other side, Linhua, who was guarding the edge of the battlefield, also started a new research. The elements are broken into elemental basic particles. The principle here is to understand the basic structure inside the elements, and then use resonance to break this basic structure. After the structure is broken, the basic particles appear. Collapse. Linhua was stimulated by Lu Bin today. Now that the golden spirit has not been found, Linhua plans to conduct a special research on the research of basic particles. Linhua is actually a bit similar to Zhao Chen of Eternal Blazing Sun, that is, he likes to reproduce the technology in reality, or to reproduce some imaginary science fiction technology in reality. This kind of reproduction can give him a science and engineering man great satisfaction and sense of accomplishment. Driven by this sense of accomplishment, Linhua has successively completed the electromagnetic rail gun, automatic fusion, and self-contained sound effect armor, giant mecha, among which the lethality of the electromagnetic rail gun and the giant mecha has directly reached the 7th level, while continuously improving the electromagnetic rail gun, armor, and mecha. Linhua also had the urge to replicate a technology. And the technology that Linhua wanted to replicate has been realized in reality. This real technology has basically the same status as the 7th level warrior. And both are called tactical deterrents. Of course, there is a little difference in the deterrence between them. This modern technology is affectionately called a little boy by people. There is a very sunny metaphor for the use of this modern technology, which is to plant the sun. There is a nursery rhyme that goes well. I have a beautiful wish, I can sow the sun when I grow up. La 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 sow the sun, la 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 sow the sun, la 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 la, sow the sun. By that time, every corner of the world will become warm and bright. And this technology is also called a nuclear bomb. Linhua hummed the nursery rhyme about sowing the sun, and his mind was also lost in thought. The principle of a nuclear bomb is fission reaction, creating mass loss through the fission of heavy element nuclei, and converting this part of mass into terrifying energy through mass loss. This is the principle of nuclear fission that Lin was searched on the browser, and this is what he is currently thinking about. As long as it is a heavy element, it can undergo fission. However, due to the limitations of modern technology, as well as various considerations such as stability, scientists have chosen uranium-235 and plutonium-239 as nuclear materials, as fission materials. Therefore, these two heavy metals should be relatively easy to achieve fission in reality. And they are in good stock. Forget it. Let's not talk about this material for now. Just issue a task, and let someone find it. Lin would casually ask someone to issue a task. And he fell into thought again. One of the requirements for promotion to the 7th ring is to be able to disintegrate elements into basic particles, and use the basic particles to build a spell model to release the 7th ring spell. It is clear that these are all elements. If they are not disintegrated into basic particles, they cannot be used to release the 7th ring spell. After disintegrating into basic particles, they can release the 7th ring spell with unimaginable power. The power gap is like a natural chasm, which cannot be crossed. Of course, the reason why the elemental basic particles also construct the spell structure is that the gap should not be so big. Right? Lin would mutter to himself. According to the president's speculation, element basic particles are not the smallest particles. There are even smaller particles below element basic particles, which constitute element basic particles. If this is the case, if the atomic structure also exists in the game world, then will the basic particles that constitute element basic particles be atoms? Lin pondered. In reality, molecules exist independently, which are basic particles that maintain chemical properties. This property description is too similar to element basic particles. The elemental basic particles retain the basic characteristics of the elements, but they are the smallest particles discovered so far. Will the elemental basic particles play the role of molecules in the game world? And the elemental basic particles are composed of atoms, or other basic particles similar to the concept of atoms? Lin would tap the table lightly with his fingers. If it is indeed an atom, then the principle of nuclear fission should also be universal. If it is not an atom, but it is a basic particle that plays the same role, then can we refer to the principle and idea of nuclear fission to disintegrate this basic particle, thereby completing fission, creating mass loss, and converting mass into energy and releasing it? Can we create a nuclear bomb that belongs to the game world? Let the mushroom cloud that truly symbolizes destruction rise slowly in this world. Lin would carefully consider the feasibility of this, and even mobilize the computing power of the tower spirit to deduce and calculate together. Mass is converted into energy. If this is universal, then nuclear fission is also universal, and it can also release huge energy through mass loss. This research may not succeed, but if it succeeds, it will definitely be the most terrifying. The use of elemental basic particles alone has reached the level of a 7-ring spell. The deeper level, the more basic application of basic particles is definitely a whole level higher than the 7-ring spell. The power released by this application is absolutely devastating. The key is that this research project has theoretical support in reality. As long as it is confirmed that the mass energy formula is also applicable in this game world, the research of this project is relatively easy, although there is a 50% probability that it is not applicable. I cannot refuse this level of technological reproduction. Lin murmured to himself. Even if I fail, I can afford to lose. Lin's voice fell, and he was determined in his heart. Another project after completing the giant mecha project. Nuclear Mage Association, Emolan finished testing the properties of chaotic magic and came to the conclusion of the test. Compared to normal magic, this chaotic magic is about 50% more powerful, which means that as long as you use this chaotic magic to cast spells, you don't need to say anything, the power of the spell will increase by at least 50%. 50%. This number directly made Lu Bin next to him jealous. In addition to the magic properties that still exist, you can cast any type of spell. It also has a considerable spatial property. You can use this spatial property to complete a series of spatial operations without using spatial spells. In addition, this chaotic magic power seems to have an extremely special ability. Not only can it release spells of different systems, it can also initially evolve into elements of different attributes. Chapter 581 They are all demons. Although this evolutionary ability is not strong at present, it is what I covet the most. Two lemons seem to appear in Lu Bin's eyes. As a space mage, I have reached the end of my path. The highest achievement I envision is to evolve a small space into a complete world. As a mage, I can directly control the power of a world. With the size of the world, I will be pushed directly to a very high level. Lubin said with envy. When I was just starting out, it was just a small blank space. You even created this chaotic energy of evolving different elements. It's nothing now, but it symbolizes infinite possibilities. I'm so jealous. Why is it yours? What's the big deal? You can study the 4 elements of earth, fire, wind and water by yourself later. Right? My opinion is a little different from yours. In my opinion, the evolutionary world is too far away, even for long-term planning. It should be put at the very end. And this function of evolving various elements really makes me think of an application, the casting of the elemental body. Emolan said slowly. Elemental body? Lubin asked in surprise. You have an idea? Yes, I studied the fire phoenix before. It gave me a lot of inspiration, many of which were for constructing the elemental body. Emolan took a deep breath. I found something about the fire phoenix. Although the fire phoenix's body is material, it also has very large limitations. What limitations? Emolan said slowly after looking at the direction of the fire phoenix seal. The real body of the fire phoenix is still the body of the elements. The physical body is just a state. What do you mean? Lubin was a little confused. What is a state? A state means that the fire phoenix cannot maintain the existence of the physical body for a long time. This is just a transformation of it. Its real natural state is still a ball of fire elemental world. A ball of fire element in the shape of a fire phoenix. Why? Since it can evolve a physical body, why can't it maintain it for a long time? Is it because it doesn't want to maintain it? No. Emolan shook his head gently. The reason it can't be maintained is because it is made of pure fire elements. As for matter itself, although people themselves don't know how it is made up, but one thing is certain. It is definitely not just the fire element that can be made up. The single fire element is not stable enough, even if the body is constructed. It can only exist temporarily. The real body must be made up of multiple elements. Before, I didn't know how to solve this problem, or how to maintain the continued existence of a single element body. But now I found that the chaotic magic power can actually evolve into different elements. This is simply tailor-made for the elemental body. As long as I can understand the material composition of the human body, the elemental composition, then I can find a way to transform the body into magic power, and finally use the chaotic magic power to recast the body, thus completing the smooth transformation of the human body and the elemental body. Once this step is completed according to this idea, any state can become our permanent state, and I can maintain any state for any time. Lubin couldn't help but fall into deep thought after hearing this. After listening to Emolan's words, he began to think about something. So how should he forge an elemental body? Should he find a way to forge it with earth, fire, feng shui? Should he find a way to forge it with space elements? Or should he not forge an elemental body and directly put himself in a small space? Anyway, the purpose of the elemental body is to eliminate the weakness of the body and solve the problem of energy storage. These small spaces seem to be able to solve the problem, and it is not necessary to copy Emolan's forging of elemental bodies. Lubin thought he can reach this point naturally and has his own considerations. Lubin thought for a moment and shook his head. He did not think anymore, but spoke out. The space nodes have also been integrated. President, should we go to the Little Devil? That is a world that actively invades the main material world. Why not go and see? I have obtained the gate to another world spell for so long, but have never dared to use it. I am very curious. Okay. Then you come. We are too lazy to use the extraordinary core as an intermediary to cast spells. Anyway, you have analyzed the mage model, so come directly. Lubin pondered for a moment and nodded. Okay. It's a good time to give it a try. The threshold for this spell is quite high. I don't have a 7th ring spell slot, so I can't cast it instantly. If I want to cast it, I have to accumulate power for a while. Emolan suddenly realized that he had just advanced to the 7th ring, and he had lost all the 7th ring spell slots before he could cast a 7th ring spell. I also don't have a 7th ring spell slot. The only 7th ring spell slot is gone. Although it doesn't affect my ability to cast a 7th ring spell, it also means that I have lost the ability to use the 7th ring spell slot to cast a 7th ring spell instantly. At a critical moment, a 7 ring spell can be enough to change the situation. This is gone now. Only 4 7-ring spells are left on the ink cartridge. Hiss, it has become much weaker. No, I will find a chance to upgrade the tower spirit to level 5 after a while, so that there will be 5 7-ring spells. Well, with my current 7-ring strength and killing efficiency, should I pay attention to letting the ink cartridge absorb experience and upgrade? Emolon thought, while Lu Bin prepared beside him. The core structure of the gate to another world spell was fixed by Lu Bin in a 5-ring spell position. With a thought, the core structure appeared in front of Lu Bin. The next moment, a small space channel appeared in front of Lu Bin, and extremely rich space elements instantly emerged to form a space basic particle state, completing the structure of the gate to another world spell model. This process lasted for quite a long time, and Lu Bin breathed a sigh of relief several minutes later. Although the gate to another world spell is only a 7th ring spell, it is estimated to be close to the 8th ring. It is very difficult to cast, and it is still a bit difficult for me to release it at the moment. Emolon did not say anything, but stared at the space portal that slowly opened in the void. Behind the space portal is a black wasteland. A blood-red moon shines above the black wasteland. The blood-red moonlight adds a bit of evil to the wasteland. And at the moment the door to the other world opens, a breath surges out. This breath exudes an evil intention. When Emolon and Lu Bin feel this evil intention, their faces change. Lu Bin reaches out and grabs this breath and puts it into a bottle. Then he props up a barrier to block the door to the other world. Lu Bin looks at the light red breath in the bottle. This breath can affect people's emotions, or more precisely, it can trigger negative emotions. Emolon nodded slightly, pointing to the other side of the gate to the other world, and said slowly, "This breath is like air, filling every corner of this world. I understand why it is called a demon. All creatures that survive in this environment are demons." Chapter 582 Life Levels. Not just that. Lu Bin's face was also quite solemn. Obviously he saw a lot of things. The source of these auras is actually this world. These auras are all emitted by the world. These are extremely strong negative emotions. This kind of negative emotion is very contagious, and it will make you have negative emotions silently, and cloud your mind. This is the problem of the world. The creatures in this environment must be full of killing, and there can be no weak creatures that survive in this environment. Each one is a killing machine, growing and becoming stronger in killing. Judging from these little demons, the creatures here must be stronger in combat. At the same level, normal combat professions will definitely not be the opponents of the demons here. Lu Bin thought for a while, and added, "Of course, the magician is not a combat profession, but a research profession." Emolon nodded slightly when he heard it. It's not that there is no good news. If the whole world is like this, and it is like this for a long time, that means there is no absolute rule in this world. Nor will there be a highly controlled rule. Even if there is a ruler here, it must be a nominal ruler. It is impossible to govern every inch of land. At most, it will form a role of many princes. Because of the infection of negative emotions, this place must be full of killing and chaos. Developing such things is incompatible with this place. This is good news for us, which means that we will not be excluded when we enter this world. After all, intelligent creatures are always exclusive. Well, it should follow the law of the supremacy of the strong, which is indeed not bad for us. Lu Bin said aloud, while Emolon was in deep thought, frowning as he thought. But I still have a question in my mind. A doubt. Emolon looked at the world behind the gate to the other world and said slowly, "Since it is this kind of environment, then where did the magic array constant technology in the 7th level extraordinary core come from? This is too artificial. Just like computers cannot grow in nature. Even if this world can directly grow a constant magic array, it is absolutely impossible to grow a constant magic array with such heavy artificial traces. This must be a creature that has been fixed in. This illustrates a problem. That is, the world we see cannot represent everything. At least there is still development in this world. And the art of constant array has been developed to a very high level." Emolon pondered, and became more and more curious about the world behind the gate to the other world. This is definitely not an ordinary world. Nor is it a single world like the elemental world. This is probably a very large, very complex, and very valuable material world. Emolon used 3 varies in a row, which is enough to show how much Emolon values this world. I already knew this. Otherwise, why would I call you here? The difficulty of constructing the gate to another world, and the space element consumption to maintain the existence of the gate to another world are enough to prove this point. Have you ever seen a spell model that requires a 7th ring? Or even close to an 8th ring? To construct a space channel? Have you ever seen a space channel in an elemental world that consumes tens or hundreds of times more maintenance than space channels in other elemental worlds? I tell you, it is quite difficult to maintain this gate to another world with our current space element reserves. In order to maintain it, the space element reserves have shown negative growth. Lu Bin's words made Mo Lan frown. Such a large consumption? How long can our current space element reserves last? Based on the reserve warning line. About a week. Mo Lan frowned when he heard this number, and immediately had an idea of the degree of consumption. No wonder the little demon couldn't be summoned at the beginning. It was a 4th level elite demon who wanted to collect space elements close to the 8th ring spell as consumption. Even with an extremely efficient blood pool, it is still a very difficult task. It may take countless attempts to open a connection. But how did the little devil get here? Maybe it's some kind of one-way teleportation or some small space channel. Isn't this often seen in novels? The level of the space spell is too low. It can only teleport creatures below a certain level. Or the space channel is too fragile, no matter how big the energy level is. Forcing it in will shatter the channel. Maybe this is the reason. Because this factor does exist objectively. Just like crossing a bridge. If you are overweight, you might collapse the bridge. Mo Lan was a little surprised when he heard this. Huh? Why doesn't the space channel in the elemental world have such restrictions? At present, no matter how strong you are, you can enter and exit. And according to your statement, if someone passes through, it will also increase the consumption of space elements. Right? There is no such problem in the elemental world. The consumption of maintaining the space channel has always been so much. It is fixed. And it has never changed. How come you don't know this? Didn't I tell you? Lu Bin was puzzled. And Mo Lan was also puzzled. And a question mark appeared on his forehead. You said it? Didn't you? Oh, I thought you knew it, but you didn't know it. You don't even know common sense questions. Are you a space genius? Simple it? Lu Bin ignored the dagger on his neck. His expression did not change at all, and continued to speak. The elemental world and the main material world are attached together. This is a door. There is no passage. That's it, that's it. Mo Lan put away the dagger and nodded. You should have said it earlier. Isn't it simple and clear? You were so long-winded just now. What's the habit? You mean this door to another world is a real space passage? Not only a door, but also a passage. Well, this means that this demon world is quite far from the main material world. If you want to cross it, you must build a space channel of the corresponding level? Yes, that's it. Mo Lan nodded and pointed to the gate to the other world. Then what level of creatures can pass through it? Theoretically level 7. If you squeeze in at the risk of collapse, maybe level 8 can pass through? Maybe. Well, is that so? Then the question is, in the identification of space channels, what level of creatures does the mage belong to? Mo Lan's question made Lu Bin fall into deep thought. This question is a bit tricky, as expected of you. You are the guild master. You can ask such a deep question. Yes, what level of creature is the mage? This really needs to be studied carefully. But I think, your 3rd ring arcanist should be at the 3rd ring level. Oh, why? Do you evaluate based on the quality of energy, or the amount of energy? My 3rd ring arcanist is at the 3rd ring level when full of mana. But what about empty mana? Chapter 583 exactly the same consumption. Lu Bin felt that Mo Lan had not been killed because he was too strong. Hey! Isn't that why the president is so strong? Lu Bin felt that he had discovered something. After stabbing Mo Lan 33 times with a knife in his heart, Lu Bin shook his head. I don't know. I have never built a space channel that truly spans 2 worlds before. This is completely different from the space channel in the inner space of this world. So although I know this, I don't know the specific level division. But it's not a big problem. Isn't there a ready-made alien space channel in front of us? Why are you still guessing? Can't we just experiment directly? Our mage association is so big. What level of mages do we need? It's just that the weak ones are a little harder to find. But now we have a group of mage apprentices. And we can bring any level of mages here immediately. And if you want to test melee professionals, you can use Warcraft instead. You can experiment with anything with the time of guessing. And it's real and specific. That makes sense. Mo Lan nodded when he heard it. So the door to the alien world has been open here for so long. Neither Mo Lan nor Lu Bin has the intention to rush in, but instead began to study at the door. Or what is the other world? What attracts Mo Lan and Lu Bin the most is actually the unknown in knowledge. Other so-called resources and wealth are incidental. Since so many interesting things have been found on this door to another world, then naturally they are not in a hurry to go in, but to study slowly. It is not in a hurry to go in after studying the door thoroughly, and it is safer and more stable. But the two seem to have forgotten one thing, that is, the door to another world is two-way, and if they don't go in, it doesn't mean that others won't come. Of course, it may be that he doesn't care. After all, this space channel can only pass the 7th level at most. If the 8th level dares to come, Lu Bin will dare to collapse it directly into the endless void. As for the 7th level coming, wouldn't Emolan and Lu Bin be even more excited? At this moment, an ugly bat with tiny black scales all over its body made a strange cry and rushed in. The pair of scarlet eyes looked at the two people behind the door to the other world. The scarlet eyes were full of killing and cruelty, and the sharp claws seemed to tear the two people to pieces in the next moment. But it was as if, not a try, Emolan looked at the demon bat that broke in, his head tilted slightly, and Lu Bin saw it and reached directly into his right hand. It has to be alive. I want to build a zoo to study creatures like demons. After all, it is the first alien creature I have ever seen. Maybe it can give me some inspiration. Then why don't you catch it yourself? Lu Bin rolled his eyes and waved his hand. In the eyes of the demon bat, the two-legged beast in front of him instantly became extremely tall, like a mountain, a pair of eyes like the sun, and the moon looked down at it mercilessly. That hand grabbed over, as if it covered the whole world, no matter how it flapped its wings, or how fast it burst. It could not get away even a little bit. Lu Bin reached out and grabbed the fist-sized demon bat, and directly took a bottle and stuffed it in, and then covered it with a lid and threw it to Emolan. Here, this bottle can only last for 1 day, so take it out within 1 day. Emolan took the bottle, and looked at the frantically struggling demon bat in the bottle, and exclaimed, TSK, you are getting more and more proficient in this space stretching, and you actually use it as a normal attack after you advance to the 7th ring. Let's not talk about your strength for now. Your attack method and the way you catch people are really cool. You can use all kinds of hidden tricks, such as the gourd that can capture people. Hee. We can't just let Linma play the background music by himself. Right? It doesn't matter whether you are strong or not. But we have to control the coolness. Bad atmosphere. Emolan condemned, and then put the bottle aside, letting the demon bat inside look at this huge world with fear. Oh, by the way, this demon bat is the 3rd level. Right? Did you pay attention to the space element consumption just now? I saw it. The space element consumption increased by a few units. The increase was very small, so small that it surprised me a little. It was too small, but this value should be equivalent to the space element consumption of the 3rd level. That is, the energy level in front of the space channel. Well, just take a look, Mark. You go in, just step directly, I will let you float in the air. Yes. Hearing this, Mark came over, looked at the door to the other world curiously, and walked directly in. The door to the other world is not long. 1 step across is the air of the other world. It is about 100 meters above the ground. When Mark went over, he felt as if there was an invisible step on the opposite side, which allowed him to stand steadily on it. Standing on it, Mark looked at the scenery of the other world with curiosity, and looked at the wasteland below with curiosity. But he was unconsciously aroused by a feeling of irritability and depression. Unconsciously, a negative emotion gradually surged into his heart. Kill! He used me as an experiment. Kill him! Why is he better than me? Kill him! Why did they advance to the level of wizards? Kill them! Mechanical thinking. A spell fell on Mark, and Mark suddenly felt refreshed. His mind became clear, and he recalled his emotions and thoughts just now, and he reacted immediately. President, was I controlled just now? No. I was just affected by the aura here. Come back soon. I don't know how long the mechanical thinking can last, lest it cause any harm. Yes. Mark came back after hearing this, and Emolan looked at Lu Bin. Lu Bin, how is it? Lu Bin? Emolan looked at Lu Bin and found that he was frowning. What's wrong? Did something happen? Lu Bin shook his head after hearing this. Nothing happened, but the consumption of this space element is a bit strange. Strange? What do you mean? He is not even a first-ring mage. It is normal to have a little. If it is strange, is it a lot? Lu Bin shook his head. It is a little more than I thought. But what really surprised me was not because it was more, but because the extra space consumption he just generated was exactly the same as the consumption of the 3rd level demon bat. Exactly the same? How could it be? Mark has not even reached the first ring, which means he still has a warrior profession. Is it because of the warrior profession? Even if it is a warrior profession, the energy level and quantity cannot be exactly the same as the demon bat. Emolan also felt a little strange after hearing this, and said after a moment of silence, "Is it because they have not reached the elite level? Wait a minute. I'll ask the winged sky beast to try. It is only the 5th level now, and the space element consumption it causes should explain a lot of problems." Yeah. Chapter 584 Invalid Rules. Okay. Emolan's thoughts moved. A huge monster that was tumbling at the bottom of the mirror lake froze for a moment, and then floated in the air. After shaking off the water, it symbolically flapped its wings and flew towards the mage tower. At this time, the winged sky beast had grown into a monster more than 10 meters long. When it flew over the association, it cast a large shadow. The winged sky beast flew to the window on the 5th floor of the mage tower. It stared at the small window in front of it with its eyes, and squeezed forward directly, as if it was trying to force its way through the window. But when it was about to hit the window, it shook its body, and its huge body shrank rapidly. And when it came in, it was only the size of a wash basin. Obviously, in front of it and Lubin, space had become an obedient little girl, allowing people to dress up like plasticine, and kneading it as they wanted. When the winged sky beast came in, it saw Lubin, and its body shrank subconsciously. But when it saw Emolan, its body immediately stood up, one fin on its waist, and the other fin pointed at Lubin, while whimpering to Emolan, as if complaining. Emolan listened to the whimpering of the winged sky beast, and said to Lubin with a smile, "Lubin, I heard it say that after you advance, you can use its talent to play with it." Lubin shrugged. "That's not playing. I learned its talent, and then taught it. It uses its own talent worse than I do. Isn't that embarrassing for the beast? Isn't that embarrassing for you, the president? If you tell others, they will say that this is an uneducated beast taught by some warrior. This is the pet of the president of the Mage Association? As the vice president of the Mage Association, I think it is not acceptable. It is a bit embarrassing for our association. So I helped it practice more. It has nothing to do with revenge or grudges. You see, I taught it the skill of shrinking itself now. Otherwise, how could it expect to enter the house by itself? It would just float outside and stare at each other." Emolan turned his head and looked at the winged sky beast thoughtfully after hearing this. The winged sky beast was startled and subconsciously took 2 steps back. It seemed to have a bad premonition, as if there was some evil intention looming over it. In its ears, Lubin, who was like a demon, made a devilish sound. But its foundation is still a little lacking. It can only be used to this extent. I think it still suffers from lack of education. If it is educated, let alone other things, it can at least develop this talent by itself and use it by itself. Right? It is normal for the combat power to double. Right? The main thing is that it may be able to guide and instruct other mages outside in the future. What is this called? This is called appearance. This is called being worthy of being the pet of the president of the Mage Association. When the winged sky beast heard this, its round eyes widened instantly. Emolan thought for a moment, then nodded. That makes sense. But why do homework? Let's do it together with the class. It just rolls around in the lake every day. It's boring. It's good to find something to do. Bang! The winged sky beast fell to the ground. Although it looked only the size of a wash basin at the moment, its actual size and weight did not change at all. When it fell, the mage tower trembled. The winged sky beast felt as if the world had become dark. Seeing this, Lubin smiled and grabbed the winged sky beast's tail. In his hand, the winged sky beast seemed to be only the size of a wash basin. He grabbed the huge tail with one hand. The spatial changes contained in this simple action at this moment were so confusing that even Emolan couldn't understand it. Let alone Ikong Beast. Space is indeed magical. Don't worry. Let's finish this experiment first. Do you want me to help you go in? Lubin brought Ikong Beast to the gate of the other world and asked with a smile. Ikong Beast broke free from Lubin's hand and turned around to glare at Lubin angrily. 30 years in the east. 30 years in the west. Go in. You are still in the east and west. Ikong Beast was humiliated by Lubin's slap and entered the gate of the other world. After entering the alien world, the angry winged sky beast wanted to turn back and fly back. But at this moment, it suddenly found something wrong. A trace of confusion flashed in its round eyes. The whole beast directly restored its size of more than 10 meters long and turned into a huge monster falling down. Emolan frowned. Are you still throwing a tantrum? At this time, Lu Ben became serious and shook his head. No, it was not his initiative. But he disappeared passively. Inside the gate to the alien world, the winged sky beast frantically flapped its wings and wanted to fly. But the space element and wind element that were usually like water lost control at this moment. At this moment, the winged sky beast was like a drowning person. After losing its talent, the airflow created by the flapping of its wings could not move its huge, heavy body. Lu Ben reached out to grab it, but before he could do anything, the winged sky beast was already fixed in the air. The next moment, a flaming hand grabbed the winged sky beast. Shrink it, you can't bring it in. Lu Ben didn't say anything, but just stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and the winged sky beast and the flaming hand holding it shrank accordingly. When it was shrunk enough to pass through the gate to the other world, the flaming hand carried the winged sky beast back to the mage tower. After returning to the mage tower, the winged sky beast flapped its wings in fear. Finally, it found a familiar feeling here and flew up. But its spirit was still a little sluggish and dejected. Why did it lose its talent after it passed? Emolan asked. And Lu Ben frowned. Did the talent become ineffective after it passed? Yes. Just now, the winged sky beast told me that its original instinctive talent was completely ineffective. It can still feel the space element and the wind element. These elements also exist in the other world. But no matter how hard the winged sky beast tries, it cannot control even a little bit of the space element and the wind element. Lu Ben also frowned when he heard it. It shouldn't be. I also mobilized the space element there before. There is no uncontrollable situation. Then did you use the space rules? That is, the basic particles of the space elements? Yes, disintegration. Using this thing has become an instinct, and the basic particles of the space elements are much more powerful than directly using the space elements, and much more efficient, so I have always used the basic particles of the space elements, in layman's terms. I use the space rules. I also use the fire rules. There is no problem of being unable to use it. Emolan fell into deep thought. Why can't the winged sky beast? We are here, and the winged sky beast is over there? No, they are all using the power of rules over there. So what does it matter? Then why can't the winged sky beast use its talent? Its bloodline contains fragments of space rules, so mine can be used, so why can't it be used? Chapter 585 World Authority. There is a difference. Emolan thought of something and said aloud. What's the difference? Lu Ben was stunned. The difference is that the space rules you use are mastered by your own power. You know every spell structure of the space rules clearly, and even many of them are created by you. But the winged sky beast is not like that. The space rules used by the winged sky beast are just given by the fragments of space rules in its blood. It can't even perfectly control and use its own talents, let alone space rules. There is an essential difference between them. Lu Ben still frowned when he heard this. It shouldn't be. We assume that the rules of the two worlds are different, and this is the reason why the winged sky beast cannot use its talent. But obviously, it is not, because in this case, I can't use the space rules. The space rules I master are only the space rules of this main material world, not other worlds. And if the space rules are still the same space rules, then why can I use it but the winged sky beast's talent can't be used? I suspect it's not this possibility, but another possibility, a possibility I just thought of. What? Emolan asked. Lu Ben said slowly. What I'm talking about is probably that talent and bloodline are not given to winged sky beast by the rules of space. What gives winged sky beast talent is something else. Something that is closely related to this world. Just like talent, which is given by heaven. If you leave this sky, do you still have this ability? It's like you use the spellcasting ability given by the tower spirit. If you give this spellcasting ability to a person, this person can use the tower spirit to release all kinds of magical spells within the range of your magic tower. But what if I go to someone else's mage tower? Or what if I'm not in the mage tower's range? And another kind of mage, relying on learning to cast spells by himself, has nothing to do with the tower spirit. Wouldn't this kind of mage still cast spells even if he leaves the mage tower's range? My analogy is almost exactly the same as the situation we are facing now. There is no difference. Convert the spellcasting ability into rules, and convert the tower spirit's range into the world coverage. The winged sky beast is a mage who is endowed with the spellcasting ability by the tower spirit, and I am a mage who learns to cast spells by myself, and masters the spellcasting ability. I can still cast spells when I go out. And it almost fell to death when it went out. You are right. The reason is the difference. I master the rules myself. It doesn't. Emolan nodded slowly after hearing this. Your explanation is indeed reasonable. And I can understand it. But where does the blood in the winged sky beast come from? What kind of role does it represent? Emolan pondered. And said slowly after thinking. I was just thinking. I gave ordinary people the ability to cast spells because I gave him the authority of the tower spirit. What about the fragments of rules that Ikung beast is endowed with? What about the talent that is endowed with? Does this also mean the world authority? The moment Emolan uttered the word authority, Lu Bin's scalp tingled, his mouth slightly opened in shock, and then his mind worked quickly, trying to verify this possibility, and Molan continued. The creatures that hold the world's authority can be called gods, and if Ikung beast has the blood of gods flowing in its body, can it be more reasonable to explain the origin of Ikung's talent from this perspective? Are you saying that the ancestor of Ikung beast is a god? No, it's all just speculation. We don't have any evidence, and no information to prove it. But maybe there is a trace of divine blood flowing in the body of the winged sky beast. Then because the owner of this trace of divine blood holds the authority over space, then the winged sky beast, relying on the power of this trace of blood, also gained a certain amount of spatial talent within this world. As for the spatial rules, they are just gathered by these spatial talents. It is the talent that comes first, and then the spatial rules, not the spatial rules that come first and then the talent. Although there is no evidence, I think it is very likely to be the case. The winged sky beast floated beside, and listened to Emolan and Lu Bin's discussion. The mood became more and more depressed, the spirit was depressed, and it seemed very sad. At this time, Emolan turned his head to look at Ikung beast. Ikung beast had just said something to him through spiritual connection. You said you wanted to learn to be a mage? Ikung beast nodded gently, and said something else. Learning to be a mage is naturally not a problem. I will arrange courses for you later. However, you are not stupid. Since you have started to learn, you should learn well. As for sealing your innate power, I don't have the ability to do so. But you should not think that this talent is so bad because of what happened this time. There is no need to force talent at all. Just like us, the tower spirit can give people the ability to cast spells. But I still learn spells by myself. But I can still connect to the tower spirit and use the tower spirit. There is no conflict between becoming stronger and using talent. As long as you don't rely on talent. Okay. You go first. The class will start in the afternoon. I will report your situation. They will accept you. Study hard. The winged sky beast wagged its tail and swam away in the air. Lu Bin looked at the back of the winged sky beast and said with a smile, Is it stimulated? Indeed, I sense the emotions of the winged sky beast when it lost its talent and fell madly. Fear, disbelief, uneasiness, these enveloped its brain. From now on, it will probably never absolutely believe in its own talent. This is also a good thing. No matter how strong the talent given by others is, it is not yours. Only what you study and control yourself is eternal. Only knowledge will not betray you. Well, by the way, did you notice the consumption of space elements when the winged sky beast entered before? Emolan nodded, and then asked aloud. When Lu Bin heard the question, his face immediately became more serious and nodded. Pay attention. How much is it? Same. Lu Bin said slowly. Emolan raised his eyebrows when he heard it. In that case, professional level and elite level are actually the same for space channels? What about us? Just give it a try. Okay, I'll go in. You pay attention to the consumption of space elements. Okay. Emolan stepped into the door to the other world as soon as he finished speaking, and at the same time gave himself a mechanical mind, so as not to be affected by emotions. After entering the other world, Emolan did not rush back, but stood in the void and looked around, feeling this world. If the breath that affects the mind is excluded, then this world feels similar to the main material world. But because the sun in the sky is dark red, it is much darker. After a glance, Emolan turned back and stepped into the gate of the other world, returning to the Mage Tower. How much? Chapter 586 Bone Demon Lord. How much? Is it still the same? Emolan asked. Lu Bin shook his head. It's different, a lot more, hundreds of times the difference. If the consumption of their previous one was so small that we can ignore it, then the space consumption generated by your one is already quite huge. More? So it seems to be because of the law? Otherwise, in terms of energy level alone, The winged sky beast is more than me, and is of higher quality than me. The only thing that is qualitatively different between me and them is the rules. Because I master the rules, I rely on the rules to condense the core spell position. Why don't you try it too? See if the space consumption we generate is the same. Emolan thought of the ink cartridge in his mind, and said aloud, "Well, okay." Lu Bin stepped into the door of the alien world, turned back after passing through, and said directly, "I want a little less, but not much less. It is also hundreds or even hundreds of times that of the winged sky beasts." Emolan immediately understood that his ink cartridge must not be included in it. Ignored? Well, if you put it that way, for the rules of space, there is no difference below the 7th ring. Maybe you have more, he has less, but the difference is so small that you can't even see it. But once you master the rules, it's completely different. The weight increases greatly. Well, the weight increases greatly in the literal sense. It can crush the bridge. Hey, wait, that's not right. Doesn't there also rules in the blood of the winged sky beast? Huh? Lu Bin looked at Emolan. Emolan remembered it this time, and spoke out. Look at my brain, it's okay, I remembered it wrong. The blood of the winged sky beast contains information about rules, which can evolve temporary rule fragments, rather than the rules contained in the blood. So the winged sky beast is also below the 7th level. Oh. Lu Bin nodded. Then the classification is very obvious. Below the 7th level, the 7th level. The 1st level. The space consumption generated by the 7th level and below is almost the same. The difference is so small that we can't detect it. And the 7th level is the 1st level. The mastery of the power of rules is already a big burden for the space channel. The passage of creatures of this level will cause a certain amount of pressure, and more space elements are needed to maintain it. As for higher levels, it is not clear yet. Emolan nodded slightly when he heard this, and turned to look at Mark. Mark, go to the warehouse to get a batch of things. I have already explained it. Yes. Mark went downstairs, and Emolan looked at Lu Bin. Are you going in? I suddenly don't want to go in. It feels a bit dangerous, and the punishment for dying once is so severe now. Me too. Then let's not go in. Agree. The two looked at each other, and reached a consensus in an instant. And Mark, who went down, came up with a space box soon. Emolan took the space box, and as soon as he opened it, he immediately revealed a fist-sized soul stone ball inside. Lu Bin smiled when he saw it. I knew you prepared this thing. Hee. A one-time simplified version. First time. Let's experiment first, and then return the data for improvement. No problem. As soon as Lu Bin finished speaking, a diamond-shaped crystal flew out from Emolan's brow, which was a spell slot. The spell slot, which was actually mental power, instantly sank into a soul stone ball. These soul stone balls had already stored a lot of pure mental power. After Emolan integrated the spell slot into it, he immediately felt a sense of security. This soul stone is like a small spiritual space, providing shelter for the spell slot, and using the pure spiritual power in it to ensure that the spell slot will not dissipate. In addition, Emolan also noticed a constant spell model inside the soul stone, which is also the only spell model. This is a one-ring feather fall spell model, which has been simplified and miniaturized and successfully stabilized inside the fist-sized soul stone. As soon as Emolan thought about it, a soul stone floated up directly, turned his head to look at Lu Bin, and spoke directly. You start from the left, and I start from the right. You go left and I go right. Our current mental detection range is 5 kilometers. One spell slot can increase our mental detection range by 10,000 meters. We should be conservative in the first exploration and explore the area of 100 kilometers. That is, 100,000 meters. Finally, the data will be directly summarized to form a detailed map of the area of 100 kilometers, marking the terrain, the density of demons, and the strength. As for what to do next, we will discuss it again after looking at the detection results. This is a treatment that other elemental realms have never had. Emolan and Lu Bin, the two presidents, personally explored it. It can be seen how much Emolan values this real alien world. Yes. Emolan did not speak anymore. The soul stone that was light and fluttering under the effect of the feather fall technique instantly shot out. After the first soul stone was shot out, the second soul stone was immediately followed, one after another, and in the blink of an eye, all 10 soul stones were on the way. The first soul stone arrived at the location, which was 10,000 meters away from Emolan, and it fully spread its mental power, and detected all the surrounding environment at will. As the mental power swept through without concealment, the wasteland suddenly rang with roars one after another, but when this trace of mental power showed its strength, the black wasteland instantly became quiet. Don't mess with me. Emolan was not surprised at the situation below. The gate to the other world was only 100 meters away from the ground. For Emolan and Lu Bin, this 100 meters was as if it did not exist. They had scanned the situation below with their mental power countless times. It was just that they did not know what the situation was at that time, and the scanning was more cautious, so the demons below could not detect it. It was only after they were sure that there were no powerful demons below that Emolan and Lu Bin opened the gate to the other world and scrupulously to conduct experiments. The range of mental power extended wider and wider. Countless demons and plants appeared in Emolan's mind. Demon worms, demon dwarfs, little demons, bone demons, lava demons, bone spider demons, all kinds of strange demons. They are different, but they all have one thing in common. That is, they are full of killing, and they exude a breath of demons from the inside out, which is also the breath of this world. These are all demons. Demons from this other world. Emolan came to this conclusion when he sensed their breath. In addition, there are all kinds of strange plants. Countless plant species. But most of them have thorns. Emolan even saw a lot of huge plants. And the roots were full of demon bones. These plants are also meat-eating. Countless information poured into Emolan's mind, and Emolan processed it quickly. When the mental power detection distance reached 100,000 meters, the information that instantly poured into his mind made Emolan's mind stagnate. The next moment, the tower spirit intervened. However, at this moment, a roar sounded. Who dares to spy on the great bone demon lord? Chapter 587, Fighting the 7th Order Demon. Connecting to the tower spirit. After the tower spirit computing power is connected, it directly takes over the sorting of all the mental power scanning information, while Emolan is in the middle of the overall planning, counting one number after another, while screening out things that need special attention. And at this moment, a loud roar sounded. Emolan felt a brutal mental power fiercely colliding with his mental power, and a mental wave was forcibly infused into him. Emolan felt a shock, and immediately looked down, only to see a demon like a gorilla standing on a mountain and roaring to the sky. The demon was covered with a layer of pale bone armor, and its joints, shoulders, and other parts were covered with ferocious sharp bone spurs, and pale flames ignited on its body, turning the surrounding plants into charcoal in an instant. Emolan thought, and a projection appeared in front of the bone demon lord. 7th level demon? Just when Emolan thought he had met someone he could communicate with, the bone demon lord suddenly jumped up and punched Emolan's projection. The projection shattered instantly, and a sigh sounded at the same time. Am I really overthinking it? But logically speaking, even the most mentally retarded creatures will have considerable wisdom after reaching the 7th level. Well, mentally retarded creatures generally cannot reach the 7th level. After gaining wisdom, these 7th level demons should be able to block the invasion of these auras, just like me and Lu Bin. Wait! Emolan slapped his head. I almost forgot, these 7th level creatures grew up here, and were in this environment when they were weak. The invasion of this aura may have already penetrated into their souls. Alas! Another sigh sounded. But at this moment, a sinister voice sounded in Emolan's ears. Hey! I found you! Emolan, who sighed, was suddenly startled, and saw the bone demon kick his legs, and instantly burst into a direction at a very fast speed. And in that direction, there was a spell slot for Emolan. Emolan rolled his eyes when he found this. I thought I was wrong, and I was touched by the real body. But this is it? You said you found me? I was looking for you. I told you to be sinister. I told you to put mental fluctuations into my mental power. Emolan complained. The next moment a fire phoenix instantly took shape in the air. Emolan's thoughts entered it. With a dive, a pair of divine iron-like red phoenix claws suddenly grabbed the bone demon's shoulders. 3 sharp claws directly pierced through the hard bones. The shark phoenix beak suddenly pecked at the back of the bone demon's head, with the sharpness of the phoenix beak and the bone demon's defense. It only takes one peck to kill the bone demon lord. But at this moment, the bone demon lord avoided the attack as if by instinct. His huge and ferocious hands grabbed the fire phoenix's claws, turned his head upwards, revealing a ferocious smile and a tyrannical murderous intent in his eyes. The next moment, the fire phoenix was torn apart instantly. And Emolan discovered that the white bone inflammation on the bone demon directly infected it, and it actually burned on the fire phoenix's pure fire element body, and continuously eroded and devoured it. Sure enough, it's strong. Emolan muttered to himself. The thought came to him, the fire phoenix exploded instantly, and the expanding flame swept over the bone demon lord, but except for leaving some charred marks on its body, it didn't seem to cause any visible injuries. Emolan's shadow appeared again, looking at the bone demon lord and muttering to himself. As expected, it evolved through killing, and was promoted to a demon lord? Everything in its body is for killing, and it kills more efficiently. This should be a pure melee demon. The bone demon evolved for fighting has bone spurs all over its body. The hideous bone spurs and thick exoskeleton give it offensive and defensive power. Its gorilla-like body is powerful, but at the same time extremely flexible. This is simply a killing body, and the burning bone inflammation on its body makes up for its shortcomings in dealing with energy creatures. I have to say, it's quite perfect. The level 7 warriors I met on the battlefield would probably be torn to pieces in one encounter with this kind of demon lord. I don't know why. Even the fire phoenix that can fight 3 real fire phoenixes was easily torn to pieces something. So in this case, Emolan looked at the bone demon lord who was rushing towards his phantom. His eyes narrowed slightly, and waved his right hand. The next moment, a group of flames appeared instantly, condensed. In a blink of an eye, a real row of fire phoenixes appeared and surrounded the bone demon lord. The sharp phoenix claws and the red bird beaks made people feel chilled. The bone demon lord, who was charging towards the Emolan projection, stopped, stunned. The next moment, the bone inflammation on the bone demon lord's body exploded, and he instantly burst out at a very fast speed and fled to the outside world. Want to run? Chirp! 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 Dozens of fire phoenixes chased after him with phoenix cries, and in a flash surrounded the bone demon lord, and in a perfect combination. The phoenix claws of the 3 fire phoenixes simultaneously grabbed the bone demon, and tore it apart violently. The 2 fire phoenixes were defeated by the bone demon's dying counterattack, and were directly burned and eroded by the pale bone inflammation and dissipated. After all, these fire phoenixes were only summoned by Emolan, without souls. After being corroded, they turned into countless fire elemental particles and dissipated. The bone demon was torn into 3 pieces. Emolan formed a projection next to it, and shook his head. Fighting me within the range of my magic tower. Isn't that courting death? Emolan shrugged. Although the magic tower is only a 3rd level magic tower, and cannot cause damage to the 7th level. Emolan is a 7th ring magician. The amazing computing power of the tower spirit inside the magic tower can directly maximize his power. For example, directly summoning more than a dozen summons equivalent to the 7th level fire phoenix. Emolan can do it, but cannot control it. However, with the computing power of the tower spirit, and the spiritual power that comes from the same source as Emolan, it is too easy to control. In fact, it is still the same saying, never fight a mage within the range of the mage tower. Of course, even if he did not fight Emolan within the range of the mage tower, the fate of the skull demon lord would be no different. Although Emolan does not show his ability, his mastery of the structure of all spells, coupled with his magic power, will directly lead to a qualitative change in the characteristics of all spells. You can see some scales and claws from these fire phoenixes. The 7th level fire phoenix of elemental life is not something that every mage can condense. Any mage who sees the extremely subtle control ability will take a breath and can't help looking up. Did a battle happen? Lu Bin's voice sounded. Well, I killed a 7th level bone demon, which is a bit weak, which is equivalent to 2 or 3 fire phoenixes. Lu Bin nodded and said nothing, and Emolan's projection waved his hand and directly collected all the remains of the bone demon, and after packing, it was directly carried by a fire phoenix to fly to the gate of the other world. And those summoned fire phoenixes Emolan was too lazy to disband, and directly let the tower spirit control them, and let the fire phoenix carry the soul stone carrying the spell slot to patrol. Chapter 588 Master Lu Bin's experiences in other worlds. What about you? How is it going over there? Emolan asked. Lu Bin shook his head. I didn't encounter any level 7 demons, only a few level 6 demons, and they were scared away when I showed a little bit of my presence. But I caught them back, and I plan to study them. Emolan smiled. It seems that we both have the same idea. Hey, the harvest from a little demon was so great, it makes people think a lot. Moreover, it is a completely different world. Although the basic rules are the same at present, different worlds are different. And different manifestations can definitely give us a lot of inspiration and ideas. To put it bluntly, even if there is nothing, the increase in knowledge is also precious to us. If it is released, how can it be called a foreign world experience? The kind that noble girls flock to? You have to look for it more. Lu Bin rolled his eyes. Do you still rely on this? Showing your membership in the Mage Association is enough to make many noble girls willing to spend a long night with you. Anyway, I have several people under my command who are in love with noble girls. Well, indeed, I have quite a few under my command, but we must be careful, and we cannot let them be corrupted. Wow! Corrosion? You don't have to worry about that. These bastards are all smart people, eat the sugar coating, and throw the cannonball back. Relying on his strength, he made their fathers calm down and listen to him, and then he directly introduced new terms one by one, and fooled those fathers-in-law. But this is indeed a good thing. Generally speaking, such fathers-in-law and nobles can quickly change with the guidance of a modern son-in-law, adapt to the rapidly changing world, use the existing superior resources, and join this wave. These positive examples indirectly influenced other nobles. And they all began to learn in a similar way. With the original resources, many of them developed rapidly and became a group of emerging nobles. Lu Bin laughed and cursed when he thought of this. Then this group of bastards tricked his father-in-law into giving him resources and money, helping him collect resources, and helping him complete his projects. This group of bastards is completely a success in love and career. Don't look at the many people in the association who look inconspicuous, hiding in the corner and shivering. But if they are outside, they may be big bosses, and they may dominate a specific industry in a city. Awesome. Emolan also laughed when he heard this. This is a good thing. In a sense, their power is the power of the association, which has a very positive meaning in every aspect. As for the big boss, there is still one thing missing in the association. Anyway, no matter how big the boss is, he is not as big as me. On the contrary, the three giants of the Mage Association are all single dogs. Ha ha. Aren't you the biggest one? Lu Bin rolled his eyes, and Emolan's laughter froze. Seeing this, Lu Bin shook his head and said, there is no end to the research every day. One after another. There are projects full of fatal attraction. I don't even want to go out for social events. Research is the most relaxing thing for me. Research breakthroughs are my greatest achievements. The 3-point cycle of the laboratory, meditation room, and test field makes our social circle very narrow. And all my energy is invested in research. Naturally, I won't think about these fancy things. Dating? That's too much effort. Wouldn't it be better to study a few more formulas and improve a few more structures with this time? What's the point of dating? Lu Bin curled his lips, and Emolan smiled. It's just that I can't find the right one. I won't go out of my way to find one now, but I won't go out of my way to resist it either. Maybe fate will come when it comes. It's hard to say. Bullshit, you study every day, you used to like to show off in front of people, but now you don't even like to show off yourself. You like to throw it to me in Linhua. You can't expect fate to happen this way. Maybe you cut off the red string that you Lao wants to tie for you and study what it is made of, and what the principle is. Real. Emolan shrugged. But fate is fate. If we can't even overcome these difficulties, how can we call it fate? How can we still call it a destined marriage? Don't you think so? Fuck. That makes sense. Lu Bin was shocked when he heard it. Yes. What is fate if we can't even overcome these difficulties? What's the point of dating without fate? Yes. I'll say this when my mom urges me. Hey, I won't chat with you anymore. I think I found something interesting. I'll go take a look. Emolan suddenly said in surprise, and then closed his eyes and let the thought come over. Seeing this, Lu Bin did not speak. He was sending a message. What is fate? What's the point of love without fate? Send. After Lu Bin sent it, he looked at the group of 4 people named One Family and smiled. But the next moment, a reminder popped up in the game cabin. Beep. Someone is knocking on the door. Please pay attention. Beep. Someone is knocking on the door. Please pay attention. Because the game cabin is an immersive game. It is equipped with a reminder function. It can be connected to the doorbell, connected to some devices, and there will be reminders when someone knocks on the door, opens the door, comes in, enters within 1 meter, earthquakes, fires, etc., to avoid any tragedy. At this moment, Lu Bin felt something was wrong, because the doorbell ringing turned into knocking. and the knocking frequency was getting faster and faster. Beep. Someone is knocking. Beep. Someone is knocking. Beep. Someone is knocking. Beep. Someone is. Beep. 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 Someone is entering the room. Beep. Someone is approaching the game room. Beep. The game room is open. Lu Bin, with a stiff face, looked at the face above the game room and raised his hand cautiously. Hi? Tragedy Emolan, who was investigating, found that there was something strange going on nearby and turned his head to take a look. Lu Bin was still beside him, but his eyes were dull, and he was motionless. Offline? What happened? Emolan thought for a moment, then shook his head, too lazy to think about it. Tower Spirit number 2, take over Lu Bin's exploration work. Scan the terrain and form a map. Notify me if you encounter a 7th level attack. Yes. Lu Bin's Tower Spirit number 2's mental power comes from the same source as Lu Bin's, and Lu Bin also processed mental power information through Tower Spirit number 2 before. So after Lu Bin went offline, Tower Spirit number 2 directly took over the exploration. The Tower Spirit has no problem completing the exploration task below the 7th level, and the 6th level attack is no problem. Just copy and paste Lu Bin's spells and tactics. There is no difficulty, but above the 7th level, it may be beyond its ability. Chapter 589 The Edge of the World. The Black Thief is harming me. Lu Bin shouted in anger as soon as he came online. Emolan had just finished telling the Tower Spirit to work when Lu Bin came online. Then he found that Emolan was looking at him quietly. Lu Bin blinked his eyes and waved his right hand cautiously. What a coincidence. Get lost. Okay. Emolan rolled his eyes and sent his thoughts to the outermost spell slot. Each spell slot can serve as a terminal to send a thought of Emolan. Once it contains a trace of Emolan's thoughts. This spell slot can almost be called a clone of Emolan, or a projection. Just like now. Although it has no effect, Emolan still forms a projection. Standing in the void, with his hands behind his back. The clone or projection formed in this mode has the ability to operate independently even if it is cut off from the main body, relying on a spell slot, plus the knowledge in Emolan's thoughts. It can exert a power far beyond the 6th level. Any 6th level has no ability to fight back in front of this projection. And if it is the 7th level warrior named Berg on the battlefield, he can fight. But if it is stronger, then the computing power of this thought is limited, and it may not be able to defeat it. This is the case of isolation from the main body. If it is not isolated and connected to the main body, then this is the main body. Except that there is no ink cartridge. It is the complete Emolan. If you encounter it, just wait for death. At this moment, Emolan's projection overlooks the ground. Originally, this was a black wasteland, but the black wasteland ended directly below Emolan. This is an extremely huge cliff. Emolan's projection stands on the edge of the cliff and looks out. But he can only see the endless dark void. There is nothing in the void. No objects. No light. And the elements are getting thinner and thinner. Emolan even suspects that there are no elements in the depths of the abyss. Only the omnipresent world breath is still spreading as always, as if to prove that this endless void also belongs to this world. This is just the front. And when Emolan looks down, there is also endless void. The continent under his feet seems to be floating in the void. Above, below, and in front of him are all endless voids. Looking down, the depth of this continent made Emolan unable to see the end. 10,000 meters? 20,000 meters? 100,000 meters? There was no end in sight. Is this the edge of the world? Emolan pondered, and then shook his head. No, this is not the edge of the world, it is at most the edge of the continent. The real world is still extremely huge. Its edge is probably in the deepest part of the endless dark void. In that case, are there other continents floating in the endless dark void? Also, what exactly does this continent rely on to float in this endless dark void? Like the universe and the starry sky? Emolan pondered. No. This endless void is not the universe. This continent has no atmosphere. There is air in the endless void. And there is also a distinction between up and down here. Emolan stretched out his hand and grabbed a stone out of thin air and threw it down. The stone fell directly outside the continent and soon fell out of Emolan's perception range. Dividing up and down means there is gravity. It's not the universe. What is the power that makes the continent float? Countless questions lingered in Emolan's mind. This other world brought him more and more surprises, which made him more excited and curious. As soon as the thought came to mind, the water element in the air disintegrated into water element basic particles. At the level of water element basic particles, the structure began to be constructed. Then, extremely smooth concave and convex eye surfaces appeared in front of Emolan. The huge eye surface with a diameter of more than 10 meters was quickly constructed in front of Emolan. The leveling process of water element basic particles. The tower spirit tried its best to provide the command of computing power. There were no bubbles, and the extremely smooth huge lens was directly formed in one piece in front of Emolan. This level of lens is so easily constructed. If the manufacturers of astronomical telescope lenses in reality knew about it, wouldn't they go crazy? Emolan couldn't help but think of this thought. And then his eyes fell on the telescope in front of him that appeared out of thin air and had a diameter of more than 10 meters. And he smiled. Although the structure is relatively simple, it can barely look up at the stars in reality. Right? An astronomical level telescope. If there are other continents in the endless dark void, then it must be enough. Unless there is some other force blocking the darkness, which can block the light. Emolan shook his head, turned the huge astronomical telescope sideways, and spied on everything in the endless dark void bit by bit. The lens moved bit by bit, and Emolan observed with great patience. After a while, Emolan suddenly remembered something. Not long after, more than a dozen huge telescopes appeared in front of Emolan at the same time, each pointing in different directions. Emolan also happily condensed huge projections, standing behind different telescopes to look at the distant world. The endless dark void was full of darkness. Nothing. Just a void. No matter how Emolan looked, no matter how he searched, he found nothing. However, Emolan did not call for help. Patience is the most basic quality of a mage, and Emolan is an extremely outstanding mage. The long search began. In order to maintain the search here, Emolan even temporarily put aside the exploration. Or in Emolan's opinion, the exploration here is far more meaningful than simply scanning the terrain and collecting species specimens. Maybe you can directly understand the structure and existence of this world here. Finally, hard work pays off. Emolan found nothing in the endless dark void ahead. But he saw something in the telescope looking down. It was a huge continent. A continent that looked like the continent he was on. Without atmosphere, but with demons, plants, and light. As if there was a sun hanging on the continent. This continent was extremely huge. Or in other words, compared to its size and the distance between the two continents, it was much larger. So we could not see the whole continent, but only a corner. This harvest was enough to make Emolan happy. But there was another thing that made Emolan even happier. Or another harvest. That is, in the telescope's perspective, there is a huge continent floating in the sky far away. In the darkness, Emolan can't see the details clearly, but he can see the outline of the huge continent, and the black boulders floating at the bottom of the continent. There seems to be biological activity and survival on these boulders, as if it is another underground world completely different from the surface of the continent. Emolan was deeply shocked. Chapter 590 The Real Abyss. Above, underfoot, below, there are 3 floating continents. Emolan looked at the images in the telescope and muttered to himself. There should be nothing on the side. It has been so long since I found it. At least there is nothing at close range, and there is nothing within the observable range. In this case, Emolan waved his hand, and a model projection appeared in front of him. The 3 continents were suspended at different heights, but they were roughly in the same position. I have observed 3, under my feet, 1 above and 1 below. Will there be other continents above the one above? Assuming there are. Will there be other floating continents below the one below? I'm afraid there are 2. It's impossible that Lu Bin and I landed on the floating continent in the middle by coincidence. Emolan thought, extending the telescope, exploring up and down in the void, trying to find evidence of the existence of other continents. If they really exist, then will the existence of this world be similar to the abyss and floating islands in the Earth elemental world? Inside a huge abyss, islands are suspended in the air, in order of height and depth. It's just that the floating islands in the Earth elemental world are suspended in a ladder-like shape. But not here. Here, they are suspended in a columnar shape, and the area of the suspended object is much larger, like a huge continent. Emolan looked around again, cast a telescope to peek at the overall appearance and size of the continent above, and reduced the magnification of the telescope, trying to take the entire continent into his sight. Reduce, 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 reduce. The black rock suspended under the continent turned into dust. Reduce. Reduce. No details can be seen under the continent. Only an extremely huge shadow. Shrink. At this moment, the huge continent above completely caught Imolan's eyes. This is an extremely huge continent, so huge that it suffocated Imolan. This is an irregularly shaped continent, with a rugged continental shelf, and Imolan was even more shocked after simply estimating the area. The area of this continent is probably larger than the area of all the land on the earth combined. Imolan muttered to himself. At this time, looking around again, looking at the endless dark void around, I was suddenly shocked, and the agitated mood slowly calmed down after a long time. What kind of abyss is that in the earth elemental realm? No matter how big it is. It's just that. This is the place that deserves to be called an abyss. An abyss that can hold the world. Imolan muttered to himself. In his opinion, these continents are equivalent to worlds. A continent that is larger than the total area of the earth and has its own sun. What else can it be if not a world? At this time, Molan recalled the abysses written in many online literary works in reality. The abysses described in them. Shouldn't demons live in the abyss? This is probably the real abyss. Right? Molan whispered. At this moment, a new guess emerged in his mind. A bold idea. Looking up. So, are these continents the worlds that have fallen into the abyss? We have come to the abyss? Molan muttered to himself, and then shook his head. Lu Bin, this place will be called the abyss from now on. Molan's words rang in Lu Bin's ears, and Lu Bin was stunned. Huh? What's wrong? Lu Bin's detection range happened to be towards the interior of the continent, so he did not find the edge of this continent, and when Molan presented all the pictures in front of him, Lu Bin was also shocked. Lu Bin, I have a question for you. How did you modify the transmission coordinates? I just moved the original coordinates slightly. I modified it slightly correctly, so that the correct coordinates are still correct, and the door can be opened safely. And 1,000 miles away, a slight error can lead to 1,000 miles of loss, not to mention space transmission. So I modified the coordinates as much as possible, and then opened the door here. How far is it from the original coordinates? Lu Bin shook his head without even thinking. Don't even think about it. Unless we open the door again with the coordinates of the opposite side. We may never see the opposite side even if we explore normally for a lifetime. Molan nodded upon hearing this, and said again after thinking for a moment, now that we are here, can you use this spatial coordinate as a reference? And then accurately modify the spatial coordinate to open the door to another location? For example, above. Molan pointed to the sky, indicating the continent above. For example, below. Lu Bin said without hesitation. Don't even think about it. It's impossible. With my current research on space, I need to go to the next level at least, to determine the relative position relationship of space, to determine the method of measuring space distance, to determine the relative distance of space, to determine the transmission path of the gate to another world, to determine the adjustment method of the gate to another world, etc. Only by completing all the projects, integrating them, and bringing them together to establish a coordinate system based on myself, the Mage Association, and the main material world. Only after this step, with a specific coordinate system, can I have the ability to accurately determine the coordinates. Lu Bin said directly, and then projected a plane out of thin air, and then pointed a point on the plane. Look, you said the coordinates of this point, and you have a clear view of this plane. Right? Then tell me its coordinates. After Lu Bin finished speaking, he directly determined the 0 point on it, drew a rectangular coordinate system, and drew the distance segments. Look, with a reference object, the coordinates are out, and what I need to do now is to move this process from a 2-dimensional plane to a 3-dimensional plane. Oh, no. If it is just the coordinates within the main material world, it can still be called a 3-dimensional plane. If it is the space transmission coordinates in the main material world or the transmission coordinates outside the world, with a variable of space added, then a thinking coordinate system is needed. Molan pondered for a long time, and slowly patted Lu Bin on the shoulder. Come on. Lu Bin's mouth twitched slightly when he heard it. Now you know how much I need more people. Right? Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk to you about this, so let's just say it this way. Don't worry about the ones above and below, I also roughly estimated the distance. If we go up, at our speed, we probably won't be able to fly to the top even if we fly to death. If we go down, if we fall freely and keep accelerating and stay alive, we may have a chance, provided that you can stay alive and land. If you can't guarantee that, then just explore this continent honestly. In my opinion, the hugeness of this continent is enough for us to explore. After all, a 7th level demon appeared at the edge, which shows the density of powerful demons. With this density, I am not surprised at all that an 8th level or even a 9th level demon appeared in the center. Chapter 591 Blood Pool. Maybe even God may exist. What do you call the god of the devil? Evil god? Lu Bin pondered, and then continued. And maybe when we explore this continent, we will have the opportunity to encounter a space channel leading directly to the upper continent. Or we can get the space coordinates leading to other continents by chance. After all, these continents must not have appeared overnight, and there are so many powerful people on them. For them, the existence of the upper and lower continents is definitely not a secret, and it is reasonable for them to communicate with each other. Emolan nodded after hearing this. Well, I'm just asking casually. After all, there are 2 continents floating there. I always want to go and see them. Don't you want to go? Yes. Emolan curled his lips. Okay. Let's get down to business. You haven't finished your business after procrastinating for so long. Oh. Lu Bin nodded subconsciously, and then suddenly realized it. Bullshit. I've already finished my part, and now I'm helping you. You're procrastinating, and you're blaming me for it? But Emolan had already closed his eyes, as if he had let his thoughts go and didn't hear what he said. Bah! Shameless. Mo Lan's work efficiency is still very fast when he is serious. But he suddenly opened his eyes again just now. Oh! By the way, I forgot that you interrupted me for such a long time. I was thinking whether I could set the coordinates directly to the void at the edge of the continent, exploring inwards and outwards at the same time. Impossible. The change of a single spacetime coordinate is extremely huge and complex. I'll tell you this. What is the accuracy of my spacetime coordinates? Just like navigating in reality, the correct coordinates are accurate to meters. The coordinates I set were set by standing on an 80-meter high building and using a needle to freely fall towards a globe the size of a basketball on the first floor. Wherever the needle lands, I will locate it there. Are you sure you can land the needle on the Earth in free fall? Then set it outside the world, which is a bet on another probability, like encountering a planet in the universe, or a planet with life. Lu Bin curled his lips indifferently, and Emolan shrugged. Well, then even if we capture all the European emperors on Earth and kill them for sacrifice, it won't be enough. In that case, forget it. Anyway, the distance is not far. Let's set up the exploration base here and explore this layer of the Abyss continent from here. Emolan closed his eyes after saying this, and continued to let the condensed fire phoenix carry the soul stone around. The fire phoenix exuding the 7th level momentum flew in the air, and all the demons prostrated themselves on the ground in fear wherever they passed, showing respect for the strong. During this process, Emolan also witnessed countless killings, countless demons, and countless terrains. But the most peculiar thing was a pool. This was a scarlet blood pool, which seemed to have condensed endless blood and wronged souls. Upon careful perception, this blood pool seemed to be integrated with the earth and could not be separated. At the location of this blood pool, Emolan sensed the breath of a large number of bone demon lords, which was the breath of the 7th level demon killed by Emolan. Is this the nest of the 7th level demon? This thought emerged in Emolan's mind, and the blood pool was like a small volcano, spraying intermittently, and countless worms with fangs were sprayed out of the blood pool, landing in a huge plain centered on the blood pool. The plain was full of short demons. When these demons found the blood pool spraying, they stopped fighting. They looked up at the worms falling from the sky, with endless greed in their eyes. When the worms landed, these short demons pounced on them like hungry tigers to catch them and devour them. The sharp teeth of the worms had no ability to fight back in the hands of the short demons, and they were quickly devoured. At this moment, the short demons did not have any disputes. Even if 2 demons stared at one at the same time, they simply bared their teeth in protest, and then ran towards the other worms. This is a carnival. In this carnival, the worms that play the role of food did not wait to be killed. They also wriggled quickly, looking for other worms, and then used the sharp teeth in their mouths to devour each other. The winner devoured the loser. As they devoured, the sharp teeth in the mouths of the victorious worms became sharper. A little keratin grew on their wrinkled skin, some of the dense thin feet underground degenerated, and some gradually became thicker. Emolan noticed that the more teeth were used in battle, the longer, thicker, and sharper the teeth would be. The more you use your body, the more slender and powerful it will become. The used parts will become stronger during the process of devouring, and the injured parts will have cuticles. Emolan also noticed that some worms that had devoured more than a dozen worms had grown dozens of times larger. Some of them turned into demons that were as slender as snakes. Some turned into slender demons with long swords. And some turned into demons covered with cuticles, with thick defenses and extremely burly. They all looked different. But the only thing they had in common was that other short demons would leave when they found that they had completed their transformation, or give up the hard stuff and go looking for those fragile and juicy worms. And these demons who had just transformed from worms into dwarf demons also ran fast after completing the transformation, chasing the worms, changing their identities, and joining this carnival feast. During this period, Emolan also found that more than once a dwarf demon roared to the sky after swallowing enough worms, and turned into a taller demon. If the worm has no momentum, and is really just a worm, then the dwarf demon has reached the level of a first-level monster. And the demon who has completed another transformation from a dwarf demon has a momentum comparable to a second-level monster. And it has evolved completely in killing. Its body is like a killing body. And its combat power is absolutely incomparably strong among the same level. This is also a feast for Emolan, a feast of evolution. Lu Bin, do you have this kind of blood pool over there? No, what's wrong? Lu Bin was puzzled. Why are there so many strange things over there? The 7th level demon is also over there. Emolan watched the feast gradually end, watching the blood in the blood pool that was consumed slowly begin to accumulate. He guessed correctly, and said slowly, "It's because the 7th level demon is on my side. Because I heard what the 7th level demon said just now, it should be the demon lord of this area, so this blood pool is on my side. If I'm not mistaken, this blood pool should be related to the demon lord. Perhaps it is the characteristic of the demon lord. Or perhaps it is the responsibility of the demon lord. Anyway, the blood pool I am currently focusing on must be the core of this area," Emolan said slowly. "I have seen thousands of demons evolve." Chapter 592 Four-Armed Snake Demon. This is a feast of evolution. When Lu Bin saw the scene next to the blood pool, he said slowly in shock, "It seems that millions of years, times and units of billions of years, are all condensed into a few minutes and seconds. I just saw that. The bodies of these worms, their mental power is full of vitality, and they are undergoing huge changes every moment. Every change, action, and injury of the worms may trigger targeted changes in the worms. This is not limited to the body, the soul seems to be the same. However, after transforming into this first-order dwarf demon, this evolution slowed down a lot. But slowness is relative. They are still evolving rapidly, evolving themselves to a higher level through killing and devouring. Second order, third order, fourth order, and even 7th order. President, this is too special, and the value is too great. I can't help but collect a batch of worms to do a biological evolution experiment," Lu Bin exclaimed. "The evolution of these worms seems to show the biological object vividly. I suspect that if someone thoroughly studies the mystery, they can create a perfect body." "Indeed?" Emolan nodded gently, agreeing deeply. "In fact, what caught my attention even more was the blood pool. Look at this blood pool. Although this blood pool is very large, if you look closely, does this blood pool have some similarities with the blood pool cast by the little devil?" "What do you mean?" "The blood pool cast by the little devil may be inspired by these blood pools, or the blood pool of the little devil may be a replica of this blood pool. The blood pool cast by the little devil has such a high energy utilization rate, and the technology involved is far beyond our imagination. If we can get some inspiration from it, and improve our own energy utilization rate, it will be of great help to us. High utilization rate, which means that the same amount of energy is much more for us, out of thin air. In addition, the blood pool is empty now, but when it is full, these demon worms will appear in it, and when the demon worms are full, there will be another eruption, which will eject these demon worms and transform them into brand new demons. I don't know how these worms appeared. I don't know whether they were reproduced or created out of thin air. But I know that the value contained in this is no less than the technology of energy utilization." Lu Bin breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. Sure enough, a 4th level little devil has such a big surprise. And the surprise brought by the 7th level demon lord will only be greater. No, it should be the exploration of the other world that gave us such a big surprise. A completely different world. Everything may be the most common here, but it may be extremely rare and priceless in another place. This is just like long-distance trade, the gap caused by geographical distance. Emolan was about to go down to explore when he suddenly said in surprise, "Hey, what's wrong?" Following Emolan to watch the projection, Lu Bin, whose mental power did not spread over, asked, "I wanted to go down to study the blood pool, but I didn't expect that there would be demons before I went down." 7th level demons? No. Emolan shook his head and said with interest, "It's a group of 6th level demons, but their cautious look made me think of some things, and I had some guesses." Emolan waved his hand as he spoke, and the scene in front of him changed. There are 8 new images in total. There is a demon in each of these 8 images, but each demon is different. But the same thing is that they are all looking at one place cautiously at this moment, walking and stopping, sensing something, hiding something, and their bodies are obviously tense, as if they might run away instantly if there is any movement. As Emolan gathered the 8 images together, Lu Bin suddenly found that the 8 demons were looking at the same place. It was the plane they just looked at, or the vast blood pool in the center of the plane. Are they testing whether the 7th level bone demon you mentioned is dead or not? An idea suddenly occurred to Lu Bin, and he pointed to a 4-armed snake demon in the picture and said, "I have seen this demon, and it ran over from where I was investigating. I remember it was at the peak of the 6th level, and it should be not far from the 7th level." Emolan nodded and said, "In fact, all 8 demons are at the peak of the 6th level, and they are basically only half a step away from reaching the 7th level." As Emolan spoke, he dispersed the condensed fire phoenix, hid the fluctuation of his mental power, and watched quietly. Lu Bin made a bold guess after hearing this. This blood pool should be able to help them advance to the 7th level. Emolan smiled. "I don't know if it can help them advance to the 7th level anyway. I know that they risked their lives to enter this area right after the bone demon died. And they must be very eager for this blood pool. That is to say, they have some knowledge of the blood pool. This saves me a lot of trouble. With a few demons who know the way, it seems that we can at least understand one function of the blood pool and its usage. No, I want to watch the show too. I'll probe the spell slot now. Be careful, don't leak out your mental power fluctuations. In their current situation, if you still show a little bit of the 7th level aura, they will be scared to death and run away in a moment." "Yeah, no problem, don't worry." Lu Bin took out some melon seeds, preserved fruits and so on from his small space, watched and ate, and handed some to Emolan. In the picture, the 8 demons didn't know that when they were testing whether a 7th level demon was dead or not. There were already 2 7th ring demons watching them. And no matter which of these 2 7th ring demons was, they had the strength to crush a normal 7th level demon. So what do you mean? It was exciting. After a simple test, the peak 6th level 4-armed snake demon found that the usual roar and attack did not appear. It immediately concluded that their demon lord must have had a problem. Or even died. Thinking of this, the 4-armed snake demon excitedly spit out its snake tongue, swung its tail, and rushed forward with a body more than 3 meters tall. A violent momentum was released. In an instant, the short demons on the plane near this side were instantly pressed to the ground by the momentum, unable to move. And the demon worms within the range were directly shattered and turned into a pool of rotten meat. At the same time, a familiar aura rose from the other 7 directions. After sensing it, the 4-armed snake demon thrust a pair of extremely cold vertical blades, spitting out its tongue and advancing rapidly. All the short demons in front of it were crushed directly. Chapter 593 Demon Lord. In a flash, 8 level 6 peak demons had already met in front of the blood pool. When a bone demon covered with bone spurs wanted to touch the blood pool, the other 7 demons attacked it instantly. This bone demon, which was somewhat similar to the level 7 bone demon, was not surprised at all. It turned around and rushed to the emergency. The bone spurs on its body, and its bone armor turned into the most ferocious murderous aura. The whole demon turned into a killing machine. At this moment, a spider-like demon suddenly turned around, and its 16 legs moved rapidly, rushing towards the blood pool at a very fast speed. But at the moment it rushed, the other 7 demons attacked it all at once. In the attack just now, they all held back and were on guard. In just a moment, 8 peak level 6 demons were fighting each other. Each of these 8 demons had fought their way out of hundreds of thousands or millions of demons. Each of them had gone through countless killings, and each of them symbolized extremely excellent evolution. Perhaps they were not considered to be excellent in evolution among creatures, But in terms of killing, at least at the low level, at the level of killing at the level of 6, they were absolutely excellent. Each of them has a demonic body that is like a killing machine and thousands of battle experiences to match the body. The melee between them is extremely fierce and chaotic. Maybe they are fighting one demon just now, and the next moment, the two demons will join hands to attack another one. The fierce and chaotic battle is probably beyond the explanation of the best commentator. Not long after, the first demon was defeated and left the scene. It was the spider-shaped demon with 16 legs just now. It is good at speed and assassination, which makes it suffer a lot in the melee. After suffering a lot of injuries, it had no choice but to leave. However, as soon as it left the chariot, it was suddenly forced back to the battlefield by 3 or 4 demons. You want to leave after such a small injury? Wait to pick peaches. Right? You want to eat shit, go to hell. The spider-shaped demon, who wanted to leave first, was instantly pulled back to the battlefield and beaten madly by 7 demons. A moment later, when the spider demon was seriously injured and dying, and wanted to take one away at the risk of his life, the 7 demons dispersed at the same time. The spider demon dragged his seriously injured body and reluctantly left. The fighting instinct of this group of demons has reached an extremely terrifying level. Looking at their attack, dodge, defense speed, I am afraid they don't even think about it. The body has already completed the action by instinct. No, this is not just the instinct of the body. Their bodies have evolved in battle. Each evolution means thousands of battles. This fighting instinct is probably deeply engraved in their genes. Once the battle begins, every cell will enter the battle mode, coordinate with the body movements, and burst out the highest speed and the greatest power. Emolan said, and pondered for a moment. This kind of battle instinct is somewhat similar to Zhang Guangma's spell, but it is much stronger and superior than his spell. You can notify him to come and have a look next time. Maybe it will be inspiring to him. Guangma. Isn't Zhang Guangma mining? Yes. Yes. So next time, wait for others to go mining for him before notifying him. Yes. Lu Bin nodded gently. His eyes were fixed on the battlefield again, just when he was talking. For demons were seriously injured and left the field one after another. Each of them left the field after basically losing the ability to fight again. One of them was probably too excited and really gave his life-threatening blow. But he didn't take the demon away, and he was really beaten to death and died miserably. So there are only 2 demons left on the field, one of which is a burly demon with hard armor growing on its body surface. It relied on the armor condensed from the metal or on its body surface to survive to the end. The armor with strong defensive power is still relatively advantageous in the melee, but the hard armor is now scarred, and there is even a hideous penetration wound. The other one was the 4-armed snake demon from before. The 4-armed snake demon relied on the 4 arms to hold weapons at the same time, and the extremely powerful force-dissipating skills of the snake body and the smooth and delicate snake scales also survived, but the injury was not clear. A part of the snake's tail was directly crushed by some heavy weapon, which greatly reduced its flexibility. The battle continued. After a head-on battle, the heavy-armored demon was poisoned by the snake venom of the 4-armed snake demon, and secretly poisoned the 4-armed snake demon when it was head-on. Hiss! 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 The 4-armed snake demon excitedly spit out its tongue, making a hissing sound. This time, it did not even rush to devour the 2 demon corpses of the same level next to it, but focused all its attention on the blood pool in the center. At this moment, 2 seriously injured demons suddenly rushed towards the 4-armed snake demon. Another bloody battle. After one of the 4-armed snake demon's arms was broken, it killed 2 6th level peak demons again. At this point, the 4-armed snake demon was furious, and its own blood and the blood left by other 6th level demons made it extremely terrifying. The 4-armed snake demon looked around, and after confirming that there were no demons, he looked at the blood pool again. A trace of blood spit out from the 4-armed snake demon's mouth. Emolan, Lu Bin immediately perked up and quickly paid close attention. They understood. After watching the foreplay for so long, the main event was finally coming. The trace of blood was seen circling around the lines on the surface of the blood pool, and finally seeping into the blood pool when it reached the middle point. Next, a trace of blood with a strong aura of the Bone Demon Lord seeped out, melted into the blood, dissipated, and could no longer be distinguished. The next moment, a trace of the breath of the 4-armed snake demon emanated from the blood pool, and a beam of blood light flew from the center of the blood pool to the 4-armed snake demon. The blood light entered the brain from the center of the four-armed snake demon's eyebrows, forming a strange mark at the center of the eyebrows. This mark also exists on the forehead of the Bone Demon Lord. Emolan said, while speaking. He took out the skull of the Bone Demon Lord and took a look, and they were indeed exactly the same. Then this mark represents the Demon Lord? But speaking of that, why do I feel a trace of the breath of rules in this red light? Maybe there is indeed a certain power of rules. You see, this four-armed snake demon is about to complete an evolution. The peak of the 6th level should evolve to the 7th level. Right? After hearing this, Lu Bin looked at the four-armed snake demon again. After merging into the bloodlight, the four-armed snake demon's momentum surged. Then he used the remaining 3 arms to grab a demon corpse and tore it apart and devoured it. 1, 2. When devouring the demon corpse, the four-armed snake demon's momentum surged. The wound healed quickly. The broken arm also had buds wriggling. The bones grew, followed by flesh and blood. Finally, scales appeared. In the blink of an eye, the four-armed snake demon completed the rebirth of the broken arm in front of Emolan and Lu Bin. Chapter 594, Snake Demon Blood Pool. Hiss. After the broken arm was reborn, the four-armed snake demon hissed excitedly, and the third 6th level peak demon was also swallowed by it at this moment. So far, it has swallowed 3 demon corpses of the same size or larger, but its body has not changed at all, and it seems that the corpses were digested instantly after being swallowed. At the moment of swallowing, the four-armed snake demon hissed painfully and excitedly, and 2 bulges appeared under its second pair of arms. As time went by, the bulge grew bigger and longer, and finally it was torn apart, revealing a pair of new arms inside. The moment the bulge was torn apart, the four-armed snake demon's momentum surged. Oh no! It can't be called a four-armed snake demon now. It should be called a 6-armed snake demon. 7th level. The 6-armed snake demon obviously tasted the benefits of 4 arms, and evolved another pair of arms during the evolution. In addition, the scales of the 6-armed snake demon are more verdant, and the surface seems to be covered with a layer of oil film. In addition, the fangs in the mouth of the 6-armed snake demon also became more slender. A drop of venom dripped, and a large pit was corroded in the ground in an instant. It carried a stream of crisp green smoke just by breathing. It was obvious that it must contain deadly toxins. The transformation from the 4-armed snake demon to the 6-armed snake demon was very thorough, and its evolutionary direction also made Emolan and Lu Bin quite curious. Could the evolution of the 6-armed snake demon just now be a self-rotating evolution? Otherwise, how could it grow another pair of arms? And how could it increase the snake venom? Even if this is not a self-rotating evolution, it must be affected by subjective consciousness. Otherwise the evolution cannot be so accurate. President, don't kill it later. I think the 6-armed snake demon is still fresh. Catch it, and ask it carefully later. Okay. It's not a big problem. Just when Emolan and Lu Bin were about to start, they found that the blood pool was full after the 6-armed snake demon threw the heavy armor demon into the blood pool. But there seemed to be a lot of other demons that died before in the blood pool. It stands to reason that those demons were eaten by the 6-armed snake demon, and now there is a breath in it. I guess this blood pool has the function of collecting blood and spiritual bodies. Maybe the blood in the blood pool is collected in a large-scale killing, and then it is made through some process. Maybe, while Emolan and Lu Bin were talking, many modeled and mixed spiritual bodies and blood were mixed in the blood pool, and then demon worms were born one by one. The next moment, the blood pool was expected to spray out. Countless demon worms sprayed from the blood pool onto the plain. Just as the demons on the plain were preparing to enjoy this carnival feast, the snake demon's roar echoed on the plain, and its huge momentum instantly crushed it. At this moment, all the demons on the plain crawled down, trembling on the ground, while the 6-armed snake demon swam serpentinely, moving at a very fast speed on the plain. The 6 arms easily grabbed demons that were 1 level higher and threw them into its mouth. Soon after, when all the demons above level 1 were devoured, the 6-armed snake demon swam around the plain, leaving a trace of breath around the plain. After completing this series of actions, the 6-armed snake demon returned to the blood pool, and at this time, the feast on the plain officially began. Is this an ecosystem? The strongest 6-armed snake demon guards the weakest demon worm. All demons above level 1 will be hunted here, and the weak have enough space to grow here. The strong prey on the weak. After killing again and again, The demons that have become stronger begin to compete for the position of Demon Lord. In this process, the blood and spirit bodies of the demons that died will be collected by the blood pool. And finally they will turn into demon worms. And the cycle will start again? After Lu Bin finished speaking, Emolan nodded slightly, and then spoke out. Look at the worms this time. Lu Bin was slightly puzzled when he heard this, and then he gathered his spiritual power and took a closer look. Why is there an extra layer of fine scales? Do you think this circle of fine scales looks like the snake scales on the four-armed snake demon? You mean? Let's see the next evolution. Emolan continued to watch this feast after he finished speaking, and Lu Bin did the same after hearing this. As countless demon worms were devoured by the dwarf demons, many demon worms began to evolve after devouring enough flesh and blood. This is normal. But the snake demons account for a very large proportion of the demons that evolved this time. They can't be called snake demons, but they can only be said to have evolved in the direction of slenderness. And a very large proportion of them evolved in the direction of snake scales. This phenomenon made Emolan and Lu Bin look at each other. After thinking about it, they found that the short demons before seemed to be a bit like monkeys, with bone spurs and exoskeletons. So this is the benefit of the blood pool? You can get the status of a lord. And you can also spread your genes, or your own way of evolution, to build your own demon tribe? Lu Bin said aloud. And Emolan looked at the six-armed snake demon and thought in his heart. All these questions will be clear if we capture this six-armed snake demon and interrogate him. As soon as Emolan finished speaking, a shadow instantly formed above the six-armed snake demon, and the aura of spiritual power was no longer hidden. The sudden appearance of the 7th level aura startled the six-armed snake demon, and it grabbed 4 weapons, staring at Emolan's projection with its cold vertical pupils. And the huge killing aura crushed it. Emolan had no expression on his face. His eyelids drooped slightly, and he waved his hand. And fire phoenixes emitting the aura of the 7th level condensed and appeared. When one fire phoenix appeared, the 6-armed snake demon was just full of vigilance. When 2 7th level fire phoenixes appeared, the 6-armed snake demon was startled. The moment more than a dozen 7th level fire phoenixes appeared, the 6-armed snake demon didn't even care about the blood pool, and turned around and ran. Emolan thought the fire phoenix flapped its wings and flew, and surrounded the 6-armed snake demon in an instant. I advise you to give up, otherwise how do you think the original bone demon lord died? It was caught and torn into pieces by 4 fire phoenixes, and there are more than a dozen here. You just became a demon lord. If you don't want to die right after becoming a demon lord, give up resistance. Otherwise, I will capture another 6th level demon to be the demon lord. I think someone is willing to cooperate. Ping pong. The 4 weapons in the hands of the 6-armed snake demon fell to the ground, and the whole body crawled down, with its forehead touching the ground. I am willing to submit to the strong. A spiritual wave spread, and Emolan nodded slightly. It won't go wrong to cooperate. Emolan's shadow stepped down directly, walked to the side of the blood pool and observed, ignoring the dangerous 6-armed demon next to him. At this distance, the 6-armed snake demon is also a top-level melee 7th level. Even Emolan may die on the spot. Oh, this is a projection. It's okay. Chapter 595. Are you a demon? What is this blood pool? Emolan established a mental connection with the 6-armed snake demon and asked. However, as soon as he said this, he sensed the 4-armed snake demon's chaotic and violent mental state through the mental connection, so he directly threw a mechanical thought over. After the mechanical thought took effect, Emolan found that the 6-armed snake demon's mental state was much more stable, and his mind became clearer. Hey, it's a good effect. If this spell can really keep the demon rational, then it is not impossible to communicate with the demon. And if they have experienced a clear mind and maintained a rational state, I am afraid that no creature would want to return to the original state of mind full of killing and chaos. Right? It's hard to say, President. Mechanical thinking only makes them as rational and clear as possible. This does not mean that its thinking has changed. If its thinking is solidified to be chaotic and killing, then no matter how much mechanical thinking there is, it will be useless. At most, it will make these demons become rational killers, killing with intelligence. I think this will be even more terrifying. Lu Bin shook his head and said slowly. You said so? Lu Bin turned his head to look at the snake demon in a rational state. Hiss, no demon can refuse this rational state. Hiss. The 6-armed snake demon said with cold eyes. Look, you didn't deny me, So it seems that I was right. And the reason why the six-armed snake demon can communicate under mechanical thinking is because you, the president, suppressed it with absolute strength, and with absolute strength, it didn't dare to take action in a rational state, and actively cooperated. Reason only means not being impulsive, but not evil or good. But let me put it this way, if we have absolute overwhelming strength, then rational thinking may make these demons warm and friendly. After all, rational thinking prevents them from attacking us impulsively, destroying us. Well, they will only plan for a long time, and quietly commit a shocking crime while ensuring their own safety. Emolan nodded when he heard this, without saying anything, pointing at the blood pool, turning his head to look at the six-armed snake demon. This is the mother pool, and also the origin of the territory. The six-armed snake demon found that Emolan's mental power locked it, and instantly spoke out the name of the blood pool in a simple and clear manner. Function: nourish the demon worms. A powerful quasi-lord demon can obtain the power of the mother pool by melting his hard blood into the mother pool, and become a powerful lord demon. And the mother pool will be affected by the hard blood of the lord demon. The demon worms born will have obvious lord characteristics. Most of the demon worms that survive will evolve into the appearance of lord demons, and become the race of lord demons. It sounds like a very good way to evolve. Countless demons evolve in the fight. And the demons with the strongest fighting power will have the opportunity to reproduce. And the reproduced race can only transform and grow in battles again and again. And the final winner will evolve into the Lord's race. In this case, the demons that can evolve into a race must be a race with very strong fighting power. Emolan nodded. What about the others? The six-armed snake demon looked at Emolan. And Emolan also looked at the six-armed snake demon. Seeing that the six-armed snake demon didn't speak, Emolan couldn't help but ask. That's it? After getting the affirmative answer from the six-armed snake demon, Emolan was stunned. That's it? You only know this? And you've only used this thing from the beginning to the end? Emolan said in disbelief. Lupin laughed beside him. Ha ha, President, you should have thought of it earlier. How could these idiots who only have killing in their minds think of studying the blood pool? I already find it incredible that they can figure out how to use it. Bullshit, there must be a mutant among these idiots, or there is a vacuum zone with this kind of breath somewhere, otherwise the little devil would not appear on our side. Otherwise, the replica would not have appeared on our side. Since it appeared, it means that there must be a rational and clear-minded existence in the abyss, and the research on the blood pool is quite in-depth, to the extent that it can be simply imitated. Emolan said affirmatively and then turned his head to look at the six-armed snake demon. Mother Pool, I thought you knew a lot, but this is it. I was originally planning to change my name to Mother Pool, but now it seems that, what should I change? Just call it Blood Pool, it's catchy, and it sounds good. Emolan said, looking at the bottom of the blood plasma, turned his head to look at the six-armed snake demon. Will all the blood of the entire territory gather here? I don't know. I only know that killing can make the blood pool grow faster. Reason really makes you smarter. No wonder you said that after enjoying reason. You will no longer want chaos. Emolan narrowed his eyes, and looked at the six-armed snake demon. He didn't care about its answer, but its wording caught Emolan's attention. Mother Pool, Blood Pool, the six-armed snake demon has completed the switch. Emolan stared at the six-armed snake demon for a moment. The six-armed snake demon's scales stood up uncomfortably, and rose and fell slightly. But then Emolan turned his eyes away, and looked at the blood pool again. Killing can speed up the breeding of the blood pool. And the blood will gather here. And there will probably be spirits and souls. This is indeed a cycle. This is the beginning. And after the end, everything will gather here again, breeding a new beginning. Emolan said suddenly after a moment of silence. I suddenly remembered a question. You relied on the blood pool to advance to the 7th level, which is what you call the Lord-level demon. If I peel off the blood pool and let other demons become Lord-level demons, will you fall? The six-armed snake demon was cold all over, and the 6 thick arms covered with snake scales could not help but touch the weapons. He felt that the creature in front of him was more like a demon than it, except that it did not have the blood pool aura. Emolan smiled at the six-armed demon. Don't be nervous. It's just a joke. Besides, close combat is not good for you. If you get excited and fight, you will be gone. How dangerous. Right? Emolan said while looking at the blood pool. The blood pool was not small, and its shape was irregular. It probably occupied several acres of land. Mo Lan's spiritual power fell on the blood pool and found that it could not penetrate into it. It was very difficult to penetrate into it. Mo Lan did not insist on using spiritual power to penetrate it, but chose to go around the bottom of the blood pool from the rocks and soil next to it, observing the structure of the blood pool underground, observing the overall shape of the blood pool, and looking for the source of the plasma inside the blood pool. After a while, Mo Lan's spiritual power had sensed the answer he wanted to find. Those were thick energy pipelines. Sure enough, the energy pathways in the Little Devil's imitation blood pool come from here. Right? Chapter 596 Stable Fission Reaction. Energy channel technology. The technical principles contained here are more perfect, more advanced, and such a thick energy pipeline, and there is no special material involved. The energy channel is completely integrated with the earth. Mo Lan carefully sensed the energy channel below, and said slowly, "Lu Bin, do you know what I thought of?" "What did you think of?" Lu Bin asked in cooperation. "I think this is like the legendary ground veins. The energy channel might as well be called the ground vein channel." Lu Bin paused when he heard this. Is the earth vein so easy to be discovered? So easy to be cut off?" Mo Lan's expression froze. "Just pretend I didn't say anything." Mo Lan immersed his thoughts in the bottom of the blood pool again. The pattern of the energy pathway completely matching the earth made him more curious. The main thing is that this energy pathway technology does not require the use of other special materials. The entire energy pathway is completely integrated with the earth, just like the legendary earth vein. This is too cost-effective? If this kind of pipeline is used to transmit energy in the future, won't it take off directly? But it is indeed easy to discover, and it is easy to be cut off. If this problem is not solved, this energy pathway will be cut off by others every few days. Oh, no need to cut it off, just plug a tube and steal it out directly. Mo Lan thought of this, and turned his head to watch the six-armed snake demon. By the way, don't you have anyone digging a hole yourself, stealing blood and mental power from the energy channel? Such a huge amount of energy, you will grow greatly even if you absorb a little bit. Right? The six-armed snake demon looked at Mo Lan in confusion at this moment. It was really confused in its rational state. Mo Lan saw this, and shook his head with pity. TSK, how pitiful. To be honest, indeed. Mo Lan saw his eyes move away from the energy channel, looking at the main part of the blood pool. Although he was very curious about the earth vein energy pathway technology, he was not in a hurry to study it at the moment. Today's main task was to sort out all the technologies contained in the blood pool, make a list, and then rotate the parts of interest to learn more and study them in depth. After all, the time the door to the other world can be opened is not long. Such a huge consumption of space elements is too much for even the association to bear and support. It can only select the most interesting and valuable technologies for in-depth research. As for the others, let's wait until the door to the other world is open next time. His eyes fell to the bottom of the main part of the blood pool. The blood, spiritual power, and soul gathered from the thick earth vein energy channels were all gathered in this huge sphere at this moment. The inside of the sphere seemed to emit a trace of spatial fluctuations, which could continuously hold the blood. The space inside was probably larger than it looked from the outside. The penetration of spiritual power was also blocked by the outer shell of the sphere. However, unlike the material of the blood pool, the outer shell of this sphere actually completely blocked the erosion of Mo Lan's spiritual power. At least with Mo Lan's current spiritual power strength, he could not penetrate even a little bit no matter how hard he tried. And this was terrifying. That's right. If the mental power can't stop it, then how can we carry the spiritual body and soul inside? But even my 7-ring mental power can't penetrate it. This is a bit too much. Mo Lan tried many times helplessly, but couldn't get in. Forget it. Let's go through these earth vein energy pathways. Mo Lan shook his head helplessly. There is a membrane-like layer on the surface of the earth vein energy pathway, which can also block the penetration of mental power. However, it is not impossible for Mo Lan to penetrate it with his strength. It's just a little troublesome. It's two concepts that the outer shell of the sphere is completely impenetrable. He penetrated his mental power through the energy channel with difficulty, and then penetrated into the sphere through the opening where the outer shell of the sphere and the earth vein energy channel were connected. After going through untold hardships to penetrate, Mo Lan controlled his mental power to cruise inside the sphere. Compared with the blood and mental power in the earth vein energy channel, what Mo Lan felt inside the sphere was a stream of abnormally surging energy. The rhythm of these energy fluctuations was like a tide, full of rhythm. Emolan felt this rhythm, and was slightly stunned. Is there something stirring up these energies? Is it a heart? The energy fluctuations are too regular. If such a blood pool grows an energy heart, Emolan will not be surprised at all. On the contrary, Emolan will think that such a blood pool growing an energy heart will be very consistent with the style of painting. If it is a flesh and blood heart, it will probably be more consistent with the style of painting. Thinking and guessing in his mind, Emolan's mouth curled up a slight smile, and then controlled his mental power to explore the source of the energy fluctuations. The space inside the sphere is indeed much larger than the space outside. Emolan spent a while, but still couldn't explore the end. Although there was a barrier in the ground energy channel that hindered the output of mental power. It also explained the size of the internal network space. However, it didn't take much time to reach the center of the energy wave. When the mental power clearly sensed the center, Emolan's eyes widened. His breathing gradually became heavy. And then Emolan, who was sitting in the office on the 5th floor of the Mage Tower exploring the other world, stood up suddenly. How is it possible? Emolan suddenly stood up, and his surprised voice startled Lu Bin. After making sure nothing happened, Lu Bin asked in confusion. What happened? You are making a fuss. Can you be as mature and steady as me? Lu Bin said with a little contempt, and then he became interested and asked. But I have never seen you get scared like this. What did you find? Speak about it, and let me be shocked. Lu Bin said with a smile, and Emolan had not recovered yet. Heard the words. He glanced at him, and said lightly. Stable fission reaction. What? Lu Bin was stunned, and didn't react. Stable fission reaction. Emolan heard these 6 words again, and Lu Bin's hands trembled when he heard them. You mean stable. Stable fission reaction. Ah! Lu Bin was shocked, and the small table with melon seeds was overturned to the ground. Lu Bin didn't care, and pointed at the blood pool with trembling fingers. Stable fission reaction. So this thing is actually a nuclear power plant in operation? You can understand it this way, but the workmanship of this nuclear power plant is a little different from what you imagined. After getting Emolan's affirmative answer, Lu Bin suddenly couldn't breathe, but Emolan had recovered. What are you making a fuss about? Isn't it just a stable fission reaction? Can you be as steady as me? Lu Bin listened to the familiar words, and shook his head directly. No, I really can't do this. Chapter 597 Uranium-235 Plutonium-239. President, what do you think about the stable fission reaction? After a while, Lu Bin regained his thinking ability, and asked aloud. Even at this moment, he was still somewhat shocked. Emolan took a deep breath, and slowly told the scene he saw at that time. There is a huge sphere at the blood pool. The shell of this sphere is very special, and it can absolutely isolate the intrusion of mental power. At least it can absolutely isolate the 7th ring mental power, and I have no way to penetrate through the energy channel. There was a space application inside the sphere. The space inside the sphere was much larger than it looked from the outside. And in the space inside the sphere, the first thing I felt was the surging energy wave. It was like waves of ripples formed by people splashing water on the surface of the water. I went over to take a look out of curiosity. Emolan was still a little shocked at this moment. After taking a deep breath, he slowly said, I saw a structure appear out of thin air at the core of the sphere. This energy structure is not too complicated. It even looks familiar to me. It is the spell structure that appeared in the blood pool. Under the power of this structure, a drop of blood is maintained in the center of the structure. When the structure is running, the blood breaks. It breaks into thousands of elemental basic particles. I don't know what these basic particles are called, but I know that they still retain the basic elemental properties. I don't know what element they are, so let's call them blood elements for now. If it's just like this, it may just be a simple blood breakup, which is nothing. The greatest value may be that it allows us to build buildings or machines that can produce elemental basic particles. But the truly shocking process has just begun. The blood element's basic particles have fissioned, releasing huge amounts of energy. Lu Bin suddenly interrupted. Emolan's tone stagnated. Don't interrupt. After Emolan finished speaking, he wanted to organize his words and continue speaking, but he couldn't think of anything after thinking for a long time, and finally he could only sigh. Okay, it's like this. The blood element once again disintegrated into a smaller basic particle state. This is already a level that I cannot perceive. My mental power cannot reach this level of precision, so the specific process is not clear. All I know is that not long after these blood element basic particles collapsed, a huge amount of energy emerged from the center of the structure. This energy came out of nothing, without any spatial fluctuations, nor any other fluctuations. It really came out of nothing under my gaze. I can think of only one possible reason, that is blood. Oh no, it cannot be said to be blood. The raw material is not blood, but the blood element basic particles that collapse from the blood. The blood element basic particles undergo fission reactions under the action of the structure, thereby converting part of the mass of the blood element basic particles into energy, and releasing it. And this huge energy is the source of the energy fluctuations I sensed. Can blood be used as the raw material for nuclear fission reactions? Emolan couldn't help but ask back. Why not? Matter is composed of energy, so why can't matter be converted back into energy? Different substances are just different in the amount of energy they contain, and this blood is not ordinary blood. Emolan suddenly thought of something and said aloud. This blood is the blood of demons, super fast evolving demons. Their bodies must be full of activity, and they are changing rapidly every moment. The extremely fast change means that it is not stable enough. Although there is no technical verification, it is easy to imagine that this is one more reason to use it as a raw material for nuclear fission. However, there is one thing. The energy released by the stable fission reaction in this sphere is both large and small, compared with the energy contained in normal blood. This is a lot. Just like the unimaginable energy utilization rate of the little devil's blood pool. The blood pool must also use stable fission technology, so that a small amount of magic beast corpses can gather enough energy to barely release a 7-ring spell. From this perspective, it is very, very much. But from the perspective of nuclear fission, the energy released is very, very small. How small is it? So small that I don't think this power can be used as an offensive weapon. Not to say that it has no lethality at all. But it can only kill some elite warriors and mages. It may not even kill slightly stronger ones. I don't know if it's because of the lack of raw materials, or the low mass energy conversion ratio, or because the energy of the basic particles of the blood element is very small. There are too many reasons. I can't be sure of the conclusion without personal experiments. In fact, I'm not even sure that this percentage is a stable fission reaction. But it's too similar. It's too similar. Lu Bin? Lu Bin? Emolan suddenly found that Lu Bin didn't reply. And the next moment, he found that Lu Bin's mental power touched his mental power. And he was also infiltrating into the sphere. Stay away from me. You touched me. Emolan's mental fluctuations buzzed in Lu Bin's head. Okay. Okay. I won't touch you. I just squeezed you. Isn't it? Lu Bin replied. And after spending some time, he also infiltrated in, and then followed Emolan's mental power to the place where the fission occurred. The energy fluctuations continued. From time to time, a huge amount of energy appeared out of thin air and merged into the sphere. It's really fission. Although Lu Bin had still heard Emolan say it, he was still shocked when he saw the scene with his own eyes. It took a long time for him to recover. President, I feel that the energy release is indeed a little less. It should be a problem with the materials. Right? Maybe the materials are too stable, resulting in a relatively small mass energy conversion ratio, or the energy that constitutes the basic particles of the blood element is relatively small, even if so much mass is converted. It is only this energy. Emolan was recording the spell structure. Hearing him speak, he replied directly. None of these matters. The only important thing is to verify whether this is a fission reaction. Can this reaction be used on other substances? If it is confirmed, then choosing the raw material for the fission reaction will be simple. After countless experiments, great scientists in reality have selected materials that are easy to artificially trigger fission reactions, easy to maintain chain reactions, and contain a lot of energy. We can just find this material and use it. Lu Bin nodded slightly when he heard this, and the names of the two materials slowly emerged in his mind. Uranium-235. Plutonium-239. Will it exist in the game world? Emolan said softly. The common elements in reality have basically been found in the game, and I believe this will be no exception. Chapter 598. Material Fission and Splitting Technique. Yes. Lu Bin nodded, without saying anything more, and asked, how well do you remember it? Is there a basis for realization? Emolan nodded immediately after hearing this. Yes, both theoretically and practically. We have the possibility of realization. How do you mean? Emolan smiled slightly. Because of the matter of the elemental body, I have been studying the matter of the mutual transformation of matter and energy for a long time. To put it simply, a nuclear explosion is just the instantaneous release of a large amount of energy. The difference between a nuclear explosion and the conversion of matter into energy lies in the amount of energy released and the chain reaction after artificial mutagenesis. So in a sense, I have been studying this for a long time, and have gained a lot of experience from the Fire Phoenix. I have many ideas for this spell structure, and even I have constructed it, so I can react and absorb it quickly when I see this spell structure. If I have made some achievements in the research of Elemental Body and Fire Phoenix, then this spell structure is the last piece of puzzle in my plan. With this puzzle, Elemental Body, energy and matter will be transformed into each other. Fission reaction. And everything will be solved in the end. Emolan's joyful voice made Lu Bin nod. Well, then you should collect experimental data and do the experiments as soon as possible. Our space element reserves will not last long. We are about to reach the warning line. There are about 3 hours left. Please pay attention. As for me, I will study the shell first. I found that the shell contains a very profound spatial structure, and it seems that the spatial structure is also involved in completely shielding your mental power. I will study it in depth. Okay. Emolan's voice fell, and both of them were immersed in their own research, experiments again and again, compared to theories, at this moment. Lu Bin and Emolan exhausted their ideas, doing experiments one after another, collecting as much experimental data as possible. 3 hours later, the door to the other world closed on time. Lu Bin, start increasing the output of the space element pool, Emolan said directly after the door to the other world was closed. Lu Bin was a little helpless when he heard it. There is no way. The space elements are the same everywhere, and they are equally thin. There is no place with rich space elements. It is too difficult to collect them. It is too slow, and we consume too much. Emolan shook his head when he heard it. What can we do? It is nothing more than using resources to pile them up. Mass-producing space boxes, and then placing them in various areas. Try to collect as much as possible, and exchange resources for space elements. Although the space box can absorb space elements, it also needs to maintain the stretching state of its own space. Even if there are some surpluses, they are very few. The collection efficiency is too slow. But this is also the only way. It can only be like this. Use the dumbest method. Well, I'll transfer resources for you. Emolan said nothing more after that, returned to his desk and began to review the precious evidence he had recorded before. Seeing this, Lu Bin left Emolan's office directly, said before leaving. According to the space element situation, I plan to prepare for a week, that is, to open the door to the other world next Monday, and it will take about 3 hours. You should be ready by then, and try to collect the experiments and data that need to be collected within these 3 hours. Okay. Lu Bin left, Emolan completely immersed his mind in the data in front of him. In Emolan's eyes, these experimental data are completely treasures, an incomparable, expensive treasure, a precious key to success. Next, Emolan's life became regular and orderly again. The 8 hours that were originally used to study the Fire Phoenix were used to study the elemental true body and fission reaction. However, in addition to this, Emolan would occasionally take out the skeleton of the 7th level Bone Demon Lord to watch and study. In addition to studying the elemental true body and fission reaction, Emolan has been constantly improving the spell structure he created, making its spell structure more and more full. This spell structure that had taken Emolan a long time to think, study, and create had already taken shape. However, even the prototype was extremely complex. More complex than many 7-ring spell models. Finally, he meditated for 8 hours every day. Even though Emolan had been promoted to a master mage, he did not interrupt his meditation and still maintained this good habit. The regular time lasted for 7 days. On the 7th day, when the door to the other world opened, the mental power of Emolan and Lu Bin began to extend to the blood pool at the fastest speed. The blood pool remained unchanged, except for a 6-armed snake demon sitting next to the pool. It was obvious that the 6-armed snake demon was trying its best to restrain itself, which was rare in this world. Can you restrain yourself? Can you isolate the influence? Emolan asked curiously. Hearing the question, the 6-armed snake demon turned his head and looked at Emolan with difficulty. His vertical pupils exuded an extremely cold and murderous look. Okay. No need to answer. After Emolan simply controlled the snake demon, he threw a mechanical thought directly at its forehead. Afterwards, the 6-armed snake demon regained its senses, and Emolan let it go. He returned to the bottom of the blood pool and began further research. For Emolan, the 6-armed snake demon was just a casual arrangement. Maybe there would be gains. But maybe not. The spatial fission reaction at the bottom of the blood pool was the real highlight. And it was what Emolan really seized the time to study. Time was precious. And every minute and every second of the opening would consume a considerable number of spatial elements. As soon as Emolan came into contact with the fission structure, he began to quickly conduct experiments one after another according to his experimental record book, and collected data bit by bit. In the busyness, 3 hours passed in a flash. Emolan returned to his laboratory with a whole notebook and started research again. In a very regular life, Emolan worked hard every day, with the support of a large amount of experimental data. One success after another brought great encouragement to Emolan, and we were getting closer and closer to success. 7 days later, the door to the other world opened again. Emolan went directly to the sphere at the bottom of the blood pool to conduct experiments and collect data one by one. 3 hours later, the gate to the other world closed, and Emolan took a series of experimental data to finish the project. During the long research process, Emolan had a deeper understanding of decomposition and mass energy conversion. These understandings came together and eventually evolved into a spell. A spell with extremely harsh casting conditions, extremely high difficulty to use. But the effect was only an ordinary spell. If you look at it this way, it is an extremely useless spell. Fission and fission. Splitting. Chapter 599 Elemental Fission. Fission reaction. Fission technique. As soon as the words fell, the basic particles of the fire element in front of Emolan silently disintegrated and disintegrated. This is different from Emolan's disintegration of the fire element. The disintegration of the basic particles of the fire element is uncontrollable and irreversible. After the basic particles of the fire element disintegrate once, they enter the microscopic field that Emolan cannot perceive. In the microscopic field, smaller particles fission, converting part of the mass of the particles into energy. Then, a surge of energy emerged. Sensing this surge of energy, Emolan smiled slightly. But the next moment, he thought of a possibility. By the way, I won't be killed by nuclear radiation. Right? Emolan thought of this possibility, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. He silently cancelled his plan to continue the experiment. Mark, go and gather a batch of copper and lead, and then build me a completely enclosed hut in a deserted place. After cancelling all the current fission experiments, Emolan began to summarize the previous experiment. Although the experiment just now was short, and although it only completed the fission of a basic particle of the fire element, it was still a successful fission experiment with truncation significance. This means that Emolan can conduct fission experiments and can have a successful start. But there are not a few problems exposed by this experiment. Emolan muttered to himself. Although the basic particles of the fire element can complete fission, the energy released from it is not high. Although it is far more than a basic particle of the fire element, this energy is not enough to consume the energy consumed by me to split this basic particle of the fire element, even if it is multiplied 10 times. Emolan couldn't help but complain. Although the fission experiment was successful, the successful result surprised him a little. He wanted to complain a little. This is completely different from the imagined nuclear fission. It doesn't look like the same thing at all. This is not what I want. If it's just like this, it's fine. The most important thing is that I have gathered a lot of basic particles of the fire element next to it. The fission of a basic particle of the fire element inside it did not affect other particles. The other basic particles of the fire element actually didn't react at all, which means that the basic particles of the fire element don't have the possibility of producing a chain reaction. Emolan said softly, but he wasn't really disappointed. He was happy. It was just because it was different from the imagined nuclear fission. It was a gap. And it was also a bit of a whim. Hey, it was very comfortable to do it. In short, it's a problem of materials. If the material is replaced with uranium-235, it's still okay. Well, if it's replaced with uranium-235, I guess it's gone. And if the basic particles of the fire element can produce a chain reaction, wouldn't it mean that only one basic particle of the fire element can destroy the world? I really thought too much. But then again, why can't I just find a basic particle of the fire element to complete the fission experiment? Although theoretically all elements heavier than iron produce fission reactions. This is too casual, isn't it? Why haven't I heard of such casualness in reality? Or is it that the microscopic field of this world is more active, so it is more likely to fission? Emolan shook his head. He had no evidence for these. nor any reference. They were just meaningless and unfounded guesses and fantasies in his mind, which were not counted. Don't think about it. This experiment was very successful. As long as I find a heavy element that can produce a chain reaction, I can use it to achieve weapon-grade fission. I can have a chance to make nuclear weapons. I should be satisfied. However, this experiment seems to be able to shine in another field. A bold idea suddenly popped up in Imolan's mind. In my experiment, I can now split the basic particles of the fire element and finally cause fission, thereby causing mass loss in exchange for huge energy. Theoretically, this burst of energy will be far more than the raw material of fission, and the energy will be greater, which can completely disperse the original fission material. And this fission energy is uncontrolled, and all the marks on it are erased in the process of mass energy conversion. Doesn't this mean that theoretically, all fire element attacks on me are ineffective against me? Anyone who wants to attack me with pure fire element can directly fission and collapse it into the original uncontrolled energy? Imolan couldn't help but fall into thought at this moment, and began to think about the practical significance of this move. Although the fission of elements will lead to a sharp increase in energy, there is a qualitative difference between the change from controlled energy to uncontrolled energy, and from directional to non-directional. And as long as the energy released in this way does not reach a certain order of magnitude, then the threat to me is far less than that of others' attacks, or even non-threatening at all. More importantly, this fission targets elemental basic particles. That is to say, this can be used against 7th level attacks, 7th level spells. And this is just the basic particle of the fire element. If we can research the fission methods of many elements, such as the basic particle of the water element, the basic particle of the earth element, etc. in the future, Imolan muttered to himself, then energy attacks below a certain level will lose any attack effect on me, which means I will be immune to elemental attacks. If I study fission more deeply, then maybe I can directly touch the fission field to the material field and directly split the material. If so, wouldn't it be the great splitting technique? Everything is false in front of me, and everything is turned into dust under the great splitting technique. All attacks, all equipment, all weapons are all turned into the most basic energy and dissipated. From now on, everyone will retreat wherever I pass, and there will be wailing wherever I pass. The future development of this spell emerged in Imolan's mind, and this idea made him tempted. This is indeed amazing, but it is extremely difficult to achieve. Imolan muttered to himself, I can make the basic particles of the fire element fission because of the magic structure. I just adjusted the season structure based on my understanding of the basic particles of the fire element to adapt it to the basic particles of the fire element, and then tested it over and over again, and finally succeeded in making the basic particles of the fire element fission. If the credit is divided into 10 parts, then the magic of this spell structure accounts for 8 parts, and luck accounts for 1 part, and my strength and my efforts only account for 1 part. Imolan pondered. At present, I am only at the stage of knowing the fact but not the reason. Chapter 600, they are all made. Right? The more I know, the more I feel ignorant. Imolan muttered to himself. Rather than saying that the fission reaction experiment was successful, I mastered fission. It's better to say that I learned to use fission. I still don't know the principles of everything, and further research requires very high hardware. Either I can make another breakthrough in my strength, and refine my mental power's ability to observe the microscopic perspective again, to the point where I can observe the components of the basic particles of the elements, that is, to be able to directly observe the final level of fission. Either I invent a magic array or create an instrument, which allows me to observe that level with the help of this external tool. In short, I have to successfully observe that level, so as to obtain various information at that level, various reactions of fission, so that I can fully understand it, and conduct more thorough research. Imolan said silently. In fact, there is another way. Imolan knows. But Imolan does not intend to go this way. This method also uses a tool to obtain information in the microscopic field. But it is not through the eyes, nor is it perceived through equipment or mental power, but directly skips this step, and directly obtains information in the microscopic field. That method is a series of theoretical tools represented by mathematical tools. There are no physical objects, only knowledge and formulas. A true talent does not need high-tech equipment, does not need spiritual power to observe the microscopic field, and does not need a tower spirit to provide computing power. Just relying on an abacus, a pen, and a piece of paper is enough to peek into the microscopic field that even Imolan cannot step into now. and constantly peek into the information of the microscopic field, and finally complete nuclear fission. Emolan knows this method. And Emolan also knows this talent. He knows even more that although he can be called a genius, the gap between him and this talent is not a street, but a world. Well, if this talent enters the game world, it will be heaven. Changing to a mage, the computing power doubles, the energy doubles, the perception field doubles. If such a person is given enough space and materials, what can't he create? I'm afraid anything can be made out of thin air with just his hands? Emolan muttered, recalling the sentence he heard before, and was suddenly shocked. Could it be, he has already come in? Emolan's heart was surging, and his heart was pounding. Although I haven't heard any news, but the world is so big, and the discipline is so strict, it's normal that I don't hear any news. Right? It's impossible for me to hear any news. If it was just a game, I'm sure they wouldn't come in. But this is not a game at all. And the words at the beginning clearly had this meaning. His. Emolan suddenly felt his scalp tingling. It's been so long. It's not that everything that should be built has been built. Right? Emolan thought for a long time at this moment. And suddenly laughed. Who cares? I'll go my own way. I'll fight. I'll struggle. I'll work hard. And I'll do it. After saying this, Emolan returned his gaze to the experimental table, entered the research state, and pondered. I do have considerable limitations now. It will be difficult to develop further without a breakthrough. But the previous ideas are very interesting. Emolan thought. If I can use the fission method to split everything, then I have nothing to say about attack. No defense can stop this attack method. And no life form can stop this attack method. Even elemental life, like the fire phoenix, when the basic particles of the fire element are completely split, can only erase the soul imprint on the fire element and die completely. However, there is one thing. According to existing knowledge, if I want to achieve the level of splitting matter, I must understand the detailed structure of this matter from macroscopic to microscopic. This is the prerequisite for splitting. If I want to achieve the goal of splitting everything, I must master the detailed structure of all matter at the microscopic and macroscopic levels. This is an extremely huge project. In order to achieve the effect of this spell, I must conduct long-term research and accumulation. This is an accumulation-type spell. At the beginning, it was restricted everywhere. But as the accumulation time gets longer and longer, the accumulated knowledge becomes richer. The spell effect will be better, and the spell will be stronger. Well, this kind of spell is perfect for me, perfect for mages. If someone else were to change his profession, he wouldn't know how to use the spell even if I taught him the spell, or it would be a rubbish spell. Although the workload of studying the microscopic and macroscopic structure of matter is huge, I can call on all the mages in the Mage Association to study together. The final research results are uploaded to the Tower Spirit, and directly retrieved using the server, the principle of logging into the server, so that mages don't have to remember all this huge amount of data. In fact, no one can memorize this huge amount of data. Inspirations kept coming out of Emolan's mind, and the pen in his hand kept writing, recording keywords one by one. The above part belongs to the technical level. In terms of practical application, the decomposition of materials that do not have a chain reaction requires energy far exceeding the total amount of energy that can be released. This huge amount of energy is also a difficulty. Even if the elemental true body is completed, the elemental body stores a huge amount of elemental power. If the same level is broken, too many attacks at the same level may also lead to empty magic. In this case, we can completely take advantage of the huge energy advantage of the building to maximize the percentage of the effect of this spell. Or even 120%. Emolan was talking, and suddenly fell into silence. So, this is another construction spell? It seems to be true. Whether it is memorizing all the microscopic and macroscopic structures of matter, or the huge energy supply, it is not something that an individual can accomplish. The volume is not enough. But it doesn't matter. Construction spells are construction spells. At most, I can bring the building wherever I go in the future. Anyway, now even the wizard tower can be easily floated in the air, and it will definitely be more advanced in the future. Well, that's it. Emolan nodded with satisfaction. I'll see who dares to be arrogant in the mage's territory in the future. If anyone dares to be arrogant, come in fully armed, and I will let him go out naked. This is a fatal deterrent even for players. Even if the player can be resurrected unconditionally, without cost, it's the same. Emolan grinned. In the future, People will avoid me when they see me. Otherwise they will lose everything. As for now, let's get the most basic elemental particles. Although I haven't studied it thoroughly, it's not bad if I can use it in a fancy way. Chapter 601 I don't want to be a human anymore. Use the soul stone as a box. Use the space structure as a skeleton. Use the spiritual origin as a vein. Use the spell position as a point to cast the spiritual space. Kuchinji roared, accompanied by the collapse of one spiritual space. Another spiritual space ushered in the mind. Then, Kuchinji, who was standing in front of the experimental table, softened his body and was about to collapse to the ground, but the magician next to him hurriedly supported him and put this corpse on the chair next to him. At this time, as the new spiritual space gradually expanded, a consciousness gradually emerged in it, and then, a spiritual wave spread. I'm not dead? The doubtful mental fluctuation shocked everyone, and they said in surprise. We succeeded? Everyone asked hurriedly. How do you feel now? But everyone's questions were not answered. No mental fluctuations came from the fist-sized soul stone. What's wrong? Several people looked at each other, but then someone said, No, I can feel that the state of the mental space is normal, there is no problem. Why? At this moment, Kuchinji had no time to reply to the many mages in the laboratory. At this moment, he was immersed in the joy brought by a system prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the player for creating a new profession. Please name the new profession. Looking at this system prompt, Kuchinji was overwhelmed with emotions, and a voice slowly echoed in the mental space. Finally succeeded? My new profession. Kuchinji gradually came back to his senses in joy, but did not rush to name the new profession, but instead emitted a trace of mental fluctuations. It's okay, we succeeded. We successfully developed a new profession. As soon as the voice fell, the whole laboratory was filled with cheers. So how do you feel now? After the cheers, a mage asked hurriedly. Kuchinji emitted a spiritual wave when he heard this. I feel pretty good now, but this profession has not reached the state of not living after death as I designed it. It just maintains the state of living. I am still alive now, and I will die only after breaking this soul stone. But there is a drawback, that is, after death, you will be resurrected into a state with a body. If you still want this profession, you have to change your profession again. The mage next to him laughed immediately when he heard this. Team leader, this is not a disadvantage, it is an advantage. Anyway, the weak state after resurrection will directly cause the strength to fall to the original state. At that time, there is a physical body. Doesn't this give people a chance to regret? It can make people who change jobs regret and regain their bodies. It's just that the price is a little higher. You can regret it after dying once. This is an advantage. Since Kuchinji currently has no clear position, the mages in the laboratory all call Kuchinji the team leader of the project team. That seems to be true. Kuchinji muttered. And the mage next to him continued to ask. Team leader, in addition to this, what other abilities do you have now? What are the characteristics of this profession? Kuchinji listened carefully, and the mage next to him immediately sensed that Kuchinji's mental power was spreading from inside to outside, and fluctuated from time to time. It was obvious that he was doing some experiments, trying, and exploring. After a while, Kuchinji's mental fluctuations slowly sounded. The time is short. I just explored it roughly, and found out a few advantages compared to other professions. Yeah. The mages nodded repeatedly, waiting for Kuchinji's explanation. Whether before or now, Kuchinji is the one who knows this new profession best, and has the most complete knowledge. First, this new profession directly abandons the body. So we are not burdened by the body. We don't need to eat or drink. We don't need to excrete waste. We don't need to worry about everything that the body needs to worry about. We only need mental strength. That is to say, we are completely fasting. In addition, because we have abandoned our physical bodies, and our new bodies are only the size of a fist, and may even be smaller in the future, as long as we wrap the soul stones with high-hardness elemental metals, and then hide them, then our survivability can reach an outrageous level. For example, no one below the 7th level can kill us, and they can only be beaten by us. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. It's okay to practice fasting, but later you can use elemental metals to protect yourself, and make yourself unkillable by anyone below the 7th level. This is very powerful. This alone is enough to make many people want to change their jobs. Then, the second point is, after I found that my body is made of soul stones, I can completely keep the spell model constant inside the soul stones. What does this mean? This means that We can keep the calculation array constant by ourselves, and forcibly improve our computing power, just like a tower spirit. Or we are already a kind of tower spirit, but because of our small size, our computing power is far less than that of a formal tower spirit, but it is also much stronger than a normal mage, a mage of the same level. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. Great. This is tailor-made for us mages. I am a pagoda spirit. I don't need to rent or apply for a pagoda spirit. I can calculate by myself. Not only that, we can sell our remaining computing power. Hey, we can make money. As soon as one person finished speaking, everyone's eyes lit up. Don't worry. Don't worry. I haven't finished yet. Kuchinji's mental fluctuations spread, and many mages suddenly quieted down and looked at Kuchinji expectantly. The first two are already so strong, go for it. Looking forward to it. Ahem, the third point, because of the change in our bodies, we are now soul stone bodies. What does that mean? It means that I can now merge into the body of a stone beast, and turn myself into a stone beast. Or use mental power, refer to the factors of the mutual conversion of matter and energy to build an elemental body for myself. Or President Zhaoling can customize a mecha, directly embed himself into the core of the mecha, turn himself into a mecha, directly control his own body as if he were controlling the mecha, and constantly strengthen himself, research and develop, replace accessories for himself, and so on. After the words fell, everyone looked at each other. Hiss, is the lich profession so strong? One person couldn't help but say in admiration, but as soon as the words fell, Kuchinji's mental fluctuations spread. When did I say this is a lich profession? I haven't named it yet. Are we the lich project team? A mage asked in confusion, but Kuchinji said directly after hearing this. No, I now declare that the lich project has failed and will be withdrawn. Chapter 602, Mecha User. Many mages were stunned. They had originally thought that this new profession was called lich. Kuchinji was somewhat helpless about the surprise of many mages, and sighed. I didn't want to do that either, but how does this new profession look like a lich? What characteristics can make a lich? It can't even hide the soul box that is representative of the lich to remotely control the body in battle. Kuchinji said slowly. We do have the soul box, but our mental power comes from the soul box, and the range it can cover is so large, and it must extend from the soul box. As long as your spiritual power is out, the soul box will have no concealment at all. This is a shitty lich. Moreover, the lich is reincarnated after death. Although I have lost my body, I am not dead yet. Alas, although I don't want to, I have to say that the lich profession has failed. It's not that I don't have the confidence to research it. It's just that I have created a new profession, and it has met my requirements and satisfied my needs. I will not research liches anymore. So I will withdraw the lich project, and directly transform the project team into a new profession project team. As for the name of the new profession, I prefer to call it a mecha user, which means to fuse mechas, use mechas as the body, and take myself as the core. After all, I am a tower spirit, and my computing power can fully meet the standard of controlling mechas. In addition, I don't have a physical body, so I don't have to spend energy to protect my body from being injured or even killed by overload and turning into mincemeat. With soul stones as my body, I can fully exert the maximum performance of the mecha design in theory. In addition, compared with other body constructions, mechanical bodies can be researched, replaced, maintained, and upgraded by themselves, which is much better than other bodies. Of course, the most important thing is that President Lin has already produced a 7th level advanced mecha, which can kill a 7th level warrior instantly. I believe this is definitely not the end, but just the beginning. I believe that stronger mechas will be born in the future, and there will be no end. This will allow me to join the mecha profession as a new professional. Of course, there is one thing that cannot be avoided and must be mentioned. That is, the mecha is handsome. Kuchinji's mental fluctuation slowly echoed. What do you think? Cool? Is that what I'm asking? Oh, very strong, attractive, and handsome. Many mages nodded, and were attracted by the picture drawn by Kuchinji. It must be said that this is indeed an attractive idea and profession. And Kuchinji smiled at this, emitting a spiritual fluctuation. In that case, the name of this new profession is Mecha User. Ding, naming successful. Ding, congratulations to the player for successfully changing his job to Mecha User. Ding, congratulations to the player for becoming a Mecha User pioneer. Accompanied by the continuous system prompt sound, The game world once again ushered in a new profession that fully fits Lin Hua's path. Mecha user. Speaking of which, team leader, are you being a little hasty? What's so hasty? I mean, what if the mecha from President Lin is not suitable? Kuchinji was stunned when he heard this, and a sense of surprise was revealed in his mental fluctuations. Why do you have such an idea? Not suitable? If it's not suitable, wouldn't it be suitable if I build some suitable mechas? How can it be not suitable if I build it myself? President Lin has paved the way, just follow him. How simple, how can it be not suitable? Simple? A trace of confusion flashed in everyone's eyes. Then, they looked at each other, and finally they all bowed to Kuchinji. Okay. Boss. Excuse me. Emolan was quite surprised when he learned that the Lich project failed and was withdrawn. But the mecha occupation was successfully created. Looking at the withdrawal report written by Kuchinji, Emolan pondered silently in his heart. With the current technical conditions, the scientific research conditions cannot complete the Lich occupation in the concept. So you plan to withdraw the project, save the concept, and come back when the technical force is sufficient in the future? Emolan carefully thought about the characteristics of the Lich, and then nodded. Cross space, not limited by space, untraceable remote control body, and this body is powerful power. However, the current technical level is indeed not enough. The existing mental power and space technology cannot achieve the goal of being free from space restrictions, and cannot track these two items. Therefore, if the new profession is played in the way of the Lich, it will only be beaten to death. However, Kuchinji will find another way. Emolan agreed to Kuchinji's application for withdrawal, while muttering, the new profession and mecha are simply perfect. A perfect match. I am afraid that Lin Hua will not be able to resist changing his profession. Right? Emolan thought about it, and sent the data of this profession to Lin Hua. Lin Hua is also the president. He has the authority to know the data of this profession directly. However, if he wants to send it to other people, even Emolan needs to get permission from Kuchinji, and pay the corresponding price. This is also one of the rules of the Mage Association. Will you transfer it? Oh! Lin Hua was surprised when he saw this profession. With his understanding of mecha, he can see it longer and farther than Emolan in this aspect. And naturally, he can see the strength of this profession. It's amazing. I didn't expect that Kuchinji didn't create a Lich, but created a profession with such a high degree of matching with mecha by chance. After changing to this profession, you can control the mecha. After being coated with a layer of gold-patterned black steel, basically your own weaknesses are eliminated, and you can ignore all kinds of overload forces, so you don't need to worry about the main body being injured. It is indeed strong, coupled with the computing power of each of them, which is like a small tower spirit. If you tailor a mecha, the combat effectiveness will be very strong, and the performance will be better than that of a normal mecha. Then will you change your profession? No. Emolan was stunned when he saw this. You won't change even if you are so strong? Why? I don't want to change. I don't want to abandon my body. As for these disadvantages, I will naturally find a method that suits me to solve them. And Lin Hua hesitated for a moment before continuing to send. Although you can recover your body with resurrection after death, what if the death penalty is increased again? Now you are just a master. What if the resurrection mechanism disappears completely when you advance to legend? What if this world becomes real in the future? This is not impossible. I even think it will be inevitable. In this inevitable situation, what will the state of people who change jobs to mecha users be like? Lin Hua continued. This profession looks very strong now, but I still suggest limiting the number of job changes. As a president, we have to be responsible for them. Chapter 603. Well, the difficulty is still not low. It's just a game now. It's easy and simple to say I'm not a human anymore. It can even be said to be fun, because it's more like a game now. It doesn't matter. Everyone still has a real body, Lin Hua said slowly. But if this really becomes a reality, I don't think it will be a fun and interesting sentence. It can even be said that this sentence will become a sentence that many people hate and a nightmare for many people. This is not an exaggeration. Disfigurement, broken arms and legs can ruin a person's life, and can also make people depressed, change their race, separate from people, lose everything as a human being, and be incompatible with society. It will only lead to bitter consequences in the end. President, do you want to see a group of people in this state appear in your association? Emolan fell into deep thought after hearing this. and shook his head after a long time, and sent out a sentence. I don't want any of them. Kuchinji and others who were extremely excited in the laboratory and started to revel did not know that the new profession they developed might be pressed at the bottom of the box before it was released, becoming a kind of heritage, a kind of knowledge accumulation, and never used. In fact, when Kuchinji saw the news that Emolan allowed the withdrawal of the project, he was also immersed in excitement with everyone else, until he saw a message. Chinji, come up for a moment. Kuchinji was stunned when he saw Emolan's message, and for some reason, he suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. On the 5th floor, after sending the message, Emolan, who was waiting for Kuchinji to come upstairs, suddenly hesitated for a moment, thought of a possibility, and then sent another message to Linhua. I suddenly realized that we don't need to kill it with one blow. If the soul stone is not used as the subject, but only as an object, as a core for the mage to control remotely, the mage's soul only exists in it temporarily, and returns to the human body after using the mecha. In this way, after avoiding risks, the various advantages of the mecha profession are also retained. Linhua, who was far away on the battlefield, frowned. President, if the body exists on the mecha, it must be protected. If it does not exist, it must be controlled from a distance. And if this effect can be achieved over a long distance without being cut off or discovered, then it is already a lich, not a mecha user. Then the value of this technology, this profession. No, this technology will be far beyond imagination. The application range is extremely wide, far greater than the value of this profession. Emolan smiled. Why do you need to do it over the air? Huh? Shadow space. Huh? Linhua was shocked. You hide the armor in the shadow space, so that you can summon the armor anytime and anywhere in the space shielding state. Then why can't the human body do that? Emolan said with a smile. Usually, the soul stone is a fist-sized ball. When needed, this ball is directly integrated into the mecha, injected with soul, and the human body without soul is directly transferred to the shadow space inside the soul stone. After the battle, the soul leaves the soul stone where it temporarily resides, and returns to the body. Is there any problem? Linhua said slowly after a long pause. No, Kuchinji should feel lucky to meet a president like you. Emolan smiled at this. Members of the association should also feel lucky to meet a responsible president like you. As soon as the message was sent, Emolan saw a fist-sized spherical soul stone floating in. When it floated in front of Emolan, with the fluctuation of magic, Kuchinji's projection covered the surface of the soul stone. The projection was like substance, like a real person, but for Emolan, it was obvious at a glance that it was false. No matter how real the projection was, it could not be real. President. Emolan looked at Kuchinji, who had a slight smile on his face, and said slowly, after discussion, the association decided to encrypt the job transfer method for mecha users. It is recommended that members who have already transferred to other jobs commit suicide to get rid of their jobs. And it is forbidden for anyone to transfer to a mecha user privately in any way. As soon as Emolan finished speaking, the projection flickered, as if expressing Kuchinji's shock. His mental strength was a little unstable, and it stabilized after a moment, but the smile on his face had disappeared without a trace. President. Why? Emolan silently repeated the reason given by Linhua, and Kuchinji fell into a long silence after hearing this. Is it necessary? Yes, I want to solve the next method. Emolan did not keep the secret. He knew how much of a blow it would be for a mage to deny his achievements, so he said it directly. Only if you solve this problem, the mecha can be opened. Even so, the method of completely migrating the spiritual space must be banned, and it is strictly forbidden for anyone to learn and use it. Of course, you can contact Linhua about the technology of shadow space. He will give you relevant help. President. You should have said it earlier, you gave me a surprise. Isn't it just adding a patch and studying it? It's a small matter. No big problem. Kuchinji suddenly said with a smile. And laughed. Kuchinji suddenly asked again. What if I insist on using it? What will the association do? You pay the remuneration of the project team members yourself. And then this technology is yours. And you are also a pioneer. You want to use your own technology, which is naturally no problem. But the association is small, and it may not be able to accommodate a big Buddha. Just a joke. I don't behave casually in the game, but I still have to do it in reality. Don't say you don't want to. President. Even if you want to. I don't want to. I haven't married yet, Kuchinji said with a smile. After that, he looked at Imolan's eyes seriously, and said slowly, "Thank you." Imolan waved his hand. "I am the president." Kuchinji left Imolan's office. Imolan opened the chat box with Lin Wu again, and sent it. Kuchinji can accept it, and his psychological quality is not bad. Isn't this normal? People who can research new professions, people who can achieve such achievements now, don't know how many setbacks and failures they have suffered. If you don't have this kind of mentality, you would have given up long ago. We are the same kind of people. For us, it's just a new profession and a new technology. Maybe we will feel reluctant at the beginning, but when we get over it, it's just like that. For the inheritors, there is only this one, and we can't give it up. But we are all pioneers. If this road doesn't work, we will find another way, Lin Wu said to me. Imolan smiled. Yes, it is said that Kuchinji is very good. Maybe he can reach the level of vice president. Okay. I won't talk nonsense with you. I'm studying the fission of elements recently, Lin Wu said casually. Well, it's still not easy. Chapter 604 Anvil Furnace. Element fission? Imolan was a little surprised. Lin Wu smiled when he saw this. Yes, fission after all. I have developed the electromagnetic railgun, and the mecha. Now studying nuclear fission is also nuclear emotion and rationality. Right? Imolan seemed to see the pride on Lin Wu's face between the lines, and immediately replied with a strange expression. Yes, nuclear emotion and rationality, very nuclear. Imolan, with a strange expression, immediately opened the group of Lu Bin, Lin Wu, and his own 3 people, and said with a strange expression inside, at Lu Bin, Lin Wu is researching element fission. Lu Bin at Imolan. Are you sure? Are there any problems? Lin Wu suddenly felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't find out what was wrong. Oh, no problem. Is this the element fission you are talking about? Video. Imolan's message popped up, and a video was attached below. Lin Wu saw it, and had a bad feeling in his heart, and opened the video carefully. After a while, Lin Wu only sent a picture. Ah! Groundhogs howl.jpg. Imolan smiled, and sent the experimental data directly. This is the experimental data. You and Lu Bin can use the shallow application. You can study it. I haven't got the result of the deep application yet. But if nothing unexpected happens, the deep application of fission will be a spell that belongs to me. That is, a special spell. But it's hard to say, maybe everyone can use it. I'll have to research the deep-level application technology to find out the details. Oh! Lin Wu covered his face with his hands, and fell on the bed with no hope in life. 5th floor of the Mage Tower. Imolan also closed the chat page, and came to the blast furnace. Since the new step blast furnace was built, this most primitive purple flame blast furnace is still in operation, but it only undertakes the low-level smelting tasks within the association, and only undertakes the smelting of 6th level and lower metals. The blast furnace was still in operation at this moment. Looking at the blast furnace, Imolan was quite emotional. Handing his hands, the fire element was broken into thousands of fire element basic particles. After the complex basic particle structure, a ball of flame appeared out of thin air, consuming a large number of fire element basic particles that gathered and then broke up every moment. The temperature of this ball of flame easily exceeded the core of the blast furnace, the highest furnace temperature. Looking at the blast furnace, Imolan thought quietly, conceptualized quietly in his mind. After a long time, a hint of inspiration suddenly emerged in Imolan's mind. Without saying anything, he left the blast furnace immediately, found the warehouse, and retrieved a batch of black steel with golden patterns. After discovering the black steel ore with golden patterns, and confirming that the reserves were not small, the use of black steel with golden patterns within the association became more extensive and easier. He retrieved a batch of black steel ore with golden patterns, enlarged the flame in his hand, and directly threw the dark ore into the flame. The dark ore melted, boiled, and vaporized in the flame at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, golden patterns began to appear on the ore. As the gold pattern expanded, the speed at which the gold pattern black steel shrank also slowed down. When the gold pattern black steel officially reached the 7th level, the flame and burning evaporation had become extremely slow, and finally stagnated. At this moment, the proportion of gold pattern has almost reached 19% of the entire black pattern diamond. which means that the purity of this gold-patterned black steel is 19%. With the temperature of the flame I control, it can only reach 19% purity? Emolan was surprised. You know, the flame in his hand seems random. But it is not simple. The high temperature inside and the condensed temperature are beyond imagination. In short, this flame is enough to burn an ordinary 7th level warrior to death. And its temperature can be seen. Such a high temperature can barely smelt the gold-patterned black steel to 19% purity. 100% pure gold-patterned black steel, at least 8 levels or more. Emolan murmured. Will it be 9 levels? Emolan thought for a moment, then shook his head, and did not continue to think about this question, because the gold-patterned black steel was already in his hands, and he only needed to increase the smelting temperature step by step, and the gold-patterned black steel would reveal its true appearance sooner or later. No rush. Emolan began to use the Tower Spirit, the ink box computing power to deduce this spell model. The computing power was fully turned on, and it was fully maintained, maintaining the slow smelting. When the smelting degree barely reached 20% purity, no matter how the flame burned the gold-patterned black steel, it could not increase its purity even a little bit. Seeing this, Emolan stopped. With a thought, the ball of black steel with golden patterns in front of him quickly unfolded and turned into a black and gold anvil. The anvil was only about the size of a square. There were some complicated and fine patterns engraved on the surface, which looked quite exquisite. There was a small pit in the center of the anvil. Emolan stretched out his hand and threw it. The flame that was originally dragged in the palm of his hand was thrown into the small pit in the center of the anvil. As Emolan thought, an energy channel extended directly from the fire element pool to the small pit in the center of the anvil. The moment the passage was opened, liquid fire elements surged out, causing the flame to jump violently. Emolan immediately controlled the output of the liquid fire elements, stabilizing the flame, keeping it just the size of a thumb, and slowly jumping in the center of the anvil. The Tower Spirit takes over. With the intervention of the Tower Spirit's spiritual power, Emolan withdrew his spiritual power, and under the control of the Tower Spirit, the flame continued to burn and slowly jumped. Sure enough, the Tower Spirit that comes from the same source as me can control my spells, and can also maintain the long-term existence of a spell like me. Well, in this case, the Mage Tower does not need a star disk. It only needs the computing power of the Tower Spirit to maintain the existence of some 7-ring spells, and use them as weapons, tools, and facilities of the Mage Tower. However, the premise is that it must output huge elemental energy and related maintenance computing power at all times, and must not leave the range of the Mage Tower. Otherwise it will dissipate. Under the current conditions of the association, the only way to maintain it for a long time is to open up the elemental world channel and call up the 4 elements of earth, fire, wind, and water from the elemental world at all times. Don't even think about the rest, the stock will be used up directly. Comparatively speaking, although the star disk is difficult to cast, it is at least too simple to maintain. And there are no restrictions on its use, it can be released anywhere. Emolan muttered, these two methods have their own disadvantages. We can only say that they play to their strengths and avoid their weaknesses, and suddenly they are combined, complementing each other. 7-ring flame, anvil, it can burn a 7th level warrior to death by blowing it. So it's called Anvil Furnace. Emolan said slowly. Tower Spirit, publish the information of the Anvil Furnace, and open the application for use. Supply it to major project teams. Yes. Chapter 605. Animal Husbandry. Yes. The Tower Spirit's voice sounded in his ears. Emolan reached out and dragged up a square-sized black gold anvil. He blew gently at the flame in the center. Whoosh. Instantly, a flame surged out, spreading in the wind, directly covering hundreds of meters ahead, like the breath of a fire dragon. The blazing flames turned everything in front into dust, leaving a scarlet scar on the ground. In the scar, magma slowly flowed. The breath of the green dragon was about this powerful. Emolan murmured. Unconsciously, the green dragon is no longer so invincible. However, the gold-patterned black steel ore has been found, but there is still no trace of the green dragon. Emolan shook his head in disappointment. I originally thought that it was because of the green dragon that Earl Red Maple gave up the gold-patterned black steel Oregon. Now it seems that I took it for granted at the beginning. It was just a coincidence. Putting down the black gold anvil, Emolan took a step and disappeared on the spot, while the flame on the black gold anvil was still jumping slowly in the wind. After leaving the blast furnace area, Emolan went directly to the area where the space channel was located and entered the Earth element world. As soon as he entered, Emolan found that there was an extra space channel in the Earth element world. The space channel was still opposite to the space channel. Emolan was slightly stunned when he saw this, and then reacted randomly. Lu Bin has built it. Emolan stood in front of the space channel with curiosity and leaned his head over to check. The opposite side was also the Earth element world. Desolate, and seemed to be no different from this side. However, Emolan cannot sense him there, unless he passes through the space channel. That is to say, the distance covered by this space channel has far exceeded Emolan's sensing range. Too long. Emolan shook his head silently. The elemental world is so large. It is almost impossible to use the elemental world as a medium to lay out the transmission network of the entire world. Either Lu Bin has a breakthrough in technology and invents a self-sustaining space channel, which can be self-sustaining and does not require additional supply of space elements. Either Lu Bin finds and possesses an almost infinite space element. Either one of them is fine, but one of them must be met. Otherwise this huge project cannot be realized. Emolan said silently in his heart. And after taking a few glances here, he left. The direction he was heading to was the abyss, or the location of the floating island. After seeing the real abyss, Emolan in the Earth element world no longer looked down on him. Well, arrogant. However, when he came to the abyss and was hit by the abyss head-on, Emolan still had to sigh at the hugeness of the abyss. Although this abyss is far less than the abyss world that devours the world, it is still large enough. It is boundless and awe-inspiring. Emolan muttered to himself, looking at the many floating islands standing in the Sky Magic Tower, and the stairs and bridges connecting the floating islands. At this moment, thousands of floating islands have been transformed into a huge hole under the artificial transformation of the Mage Association. And on this hole are many stone beasts, as well as many mages who are responsible for feeding, researching, giving birth, and breeding stone beasts. Around the fact that some stone beast kings can nourish elemental metals, some stone beast kings can nourish elemental stones, and all stone beasts can nourish high-quality materials. The Mage Association has established many projects and brought together quite a few excellent mages. Some of them study the existence of replicating stone beast kings. Some study the birth of elemental metals, and some study how to make stone beasts estrus, how to make stone beasts addicted to games, novels, and stay on the floating island willingly, etc. In short, everything serves a chain: breeding stone beasts, extracting elemental metals, high-quality stones, and increasing production. If this chain matures, a new discipline may be formed on these floating islands: breeding discipline, breeding magic beasts, breeding stone beasts, and even one day, perhaps breeding demons, breeding dragons. Emolan only took a few glances and controlled a huge stone to fly into the abyss, then floated up, driving the huge stone to the sense point deep in the abyss. That was where the white jade lion was. This time, Emolan was going to do an experiment to collect some data. He had been deducing that the spell structure he was studying had taken shape and was entering the experimental stage. The next research needed a lot of experimental data support, otherwise the entire project could not move forward. This time, Emolan did not let the white jade lion float up, but chose to go down himself. Because after such a long time, although the thing that Emolan wanted to build was not even 1/10,000th of the completion, its scale was already very large. If it floated up, it would cause too much fluctuation and too much noise. In comparison, if Emolan went down himself, there would be almost no noise. Experiment. Be ready? The leader of the research team, who was preparing for the experiment, was stunned. This message was sent to him by Emolan. Be prepared for the floating city to fall and lose buoyancy. Received. Emolan closed the chat interface after seeing the reply from the person in charge, and continued to sink. Not long after sinking, a dark shadow gradually came into Emolan's eyes. A dark boulder as big as several football fields was suspended in the abyss, and it was a huge monster. The closer you got, the more you could feel its huge pressure. In the corner of this dark boulder, there was a white figure controlling a spell structure to continuously condense rocks from the edge of the abyss, turning it into a high-quality dark stone slab that became part of this dark boulder. Little by little, the dark stone is like a plant, absorbing the earth element and growing quietly. When it breaks out of the abyss, it will be earth-shattering. Emolan landed on the surface of the dark stone. The dark stone was extremely hard, giving Emolan an extremely solid feeling. Master. Well, why are you still in this state? I have broken through. Why haven't you broken through yet? The white jade lion was stunned when he heard it. At this moment, it was still stuck on the threshold of the 6th level to the 7th level. It was on the threshold last time, and it was still on the threshold this time. It seems that there is no change. Master, I'm already very fast. And after you were promoted to the 7th ring, the rules of the earth element contained in the characteristics of spiritual power and magic gave me great inspiration and help. It won't be long before I can officially step into the door of the 7th level. Oh, so, come on. Emolan looked up and down at the white jade lion and nodded. Okay, you've worked hard during this period. You can take a day off today. I'm going to do some experiments with a crystal ball. Yes, but master, can I watch? Emolan, who was about to walk towards the spell structure, was stunned. He turned around and looked up and down at the white jade lion, and then nodded. Okay. Chapter 606 Anti-Gravity Experiment. Thank you, Master. Emolan did not reply, but walked directly to the front of the 7-ring stone wall spell structure. This structure is the 7-ring spell structure with the highest number of operations so far, and it has never stopped since it was started. This is also the first 7-ring spell structure created by Emolan, which is the culprit of the 3rd system update of the game. Emolan was quite moved just by looking at this spell structure. After a moment of emotion, Emolan directly pressed his right hand deep into his heart. Buzz! Instantly, the energy storage crystal ball that was spinning rapidly in the air with a strange trajectory stopped instantly, as if it was frozen, fixed in the air. Emolan clenched his hands, and the crystal ball at the core of the spell structure flew into Emolan's hands, while the rotating energy storage crystal balls all fell to the ground. So far, the 7-ring stone wall spell structure was officially broken, but after Emolan's experiment is completed, he will forge a more powerful and better 7-ring stone wall spell structure. But I didn't expect that a mere 1-ring spell would develop to this point now. A huge leap from a 1-ring spell to a 7-ring spell structure. From today's perspective, Stonewall has been improved, enhanced, and enhanced countless times, and it can be considered a gradeless spell, right? I don't know how many projects and course groups the Stonewall spell alone can support. Emolan recalled, holding the crystal ball with anti-gravity rules, feeling the huge forces being pried by the crystal ball, sensing the rules of the entire environment being reversed by the crystal ball, turning gravity into anti-gravity, turning falling into floating, and lifting countless huge floating islands. This great power made Emolan obsessed. After a while, Emolan came to his senses from the anti-gravity crystal ball, put the anti-gravity crystal ball aside for the time being, raised his hand, and began to condense the spell. Let's test the properties of the material itself first, Emolan said, while recalling the effect of the stone wall spell. The stone wall spell itself is a defensive spell, because the harder the material, the stronger the defense. So this point has been inherited in several major revisions, and countless minor revisions. Stonewall has always been a defensive spell, but we have never used the defensive effect of Stonewall, but only used it for construction. Therefore, the defensive power of the dark stones created by the 7-ring Stonewall spell structure should not be bad. In the blink of an eye, a red phoenix claw that seemed to be made of divine iron was formed, and it fell down suddenly the moment it was formed. The wind claw that could flatten a small hillside in the outside world fell, and a loud noise suddenly sounded at this moment. Bang! The phoenix claw shattered, and a broken pit appeared on the flat black boulder, which was as deep as 45.7 centimeters. The dark stone condensed by the 7-ring stone wall technique is only 30 centimeters thick, which can't resist the claws of the fire phoenix. The damage of the claws of the fire phoenix can be seen. But lion, how thick is this stone now? Master, it's only 10 meters thick now, the white jade stone lion said directly. Oh, 10 meters? How much is the design? The design data requires a thickness of 1,000 meters. Emolan nodded when he heard it. Well, 45.7 centimeters? 1,000 meters. That's fine. By the way, after I build the 7-ring stone wall spell again, remember to fill this hole. Everywhere is flat. There is only one hole here. It looks uncomfortable. Yes. Emolan immediately began to test other properties of the black stone. After spending a lot of time to test all of them, Emolan focused his attention on the anti-gravity crystal ball. The real focus of today is coming. Emolan grabbed the crystal ball again, closed his eyes slightly. An extremely complex spell structure emerged in Emolan's mind. The crystal ball contains a very powerful anti-gravity rule force. The unconscious leakage of the anti-gravity rule force alone has created this spectacular floating island group. The unconscious leakage of the anti-gravity rule force alone has lifted these floating islands, which are heavier than mountains, to float in the sky. This force is extremely huge, but it is uncontrollable. If you want to use this anti-gravity crystal ball and exert its power as much as possible, the first step is to learn to restrain its power. Only if I can restrain this force, I will have the technical foundation to further control it. Emolan muttered to himself. Energy storage crystal balls flew up one by one, and spell structures took shape in the air. The anti-gravity now covers an entire area. No matter where the anti-gravity crystal ball is, its power will cause the material in the entire area to fall into an anti-gravity state. This is not acceptable. Then let's set the first small goal. Restrain anti-gravity, and only let it act on the dark boulder under my feet. All of it acts on this stone. Emolan muttered to himself. The 7th ring level of mental power could not allow Emolan to sense the ubiquitous gravity in the environment. But it can make Emolan sense the extremely obvious and powerful anti-gravity around the anti-gravity crystal ball. This is the basis for Emolan to conduct this experiment and try to control anti-gravity. The experiment begins. Emolan muttered to himself. As soon as the words fell, the complex spell model constructed by the energy storage crystal ball in the air hummed, madly absorbing the pure earth elements in the environment, and then turned into a circle of magnetic field around the anti-gravity crystal ball. The strong magnetic field. But Emolan's mental power can clearly sense that the anti-gravity around the crystal ball has not been affected at all. The first experiment of the number 1 structure failed. Modify the structure. The second experiment. The second experiment failed. The third experiment. The 27th experiment of the number 1 structure failed. Experimental summary. The magnetic field generated by the number 1 structure cannot interfere with anti-gravity. The 37th experiment of the number 7 structure failed. Record the experimental files. Keep the experimental records. The third experiment of the number 11 structure showed a slight fluctuation in the anti-gravity force. Immediately conduct the experiment again. Eliminate interference. Eliminate coincidence factors. Perform repeated experiments. The first repeated experiment. The experiment was successful. The anti-gravity force showed a slight fluctuation. The second success. The 10th success. The third experiment of the number 11 magic structure successfully affected the anti-gravity rule force. Save the structure model. Enter the next batch of experimental cues. The number 12 magic structure begins the experiment. Experiments again, and failures again and again, but when there was a success in the middle, Emolan suddenly showed a happy smile. The experiment of the number 17 magic structure begins. Chapter 607 I have money. The experiment is over. When the research team leader received this news, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In the past few days, a large number of abnormal fluctuations have occurred on the floating island. The abyss seemed to have turned into a water surface, and the floating island was just a canoe in the water, swaying with the turbulent waves. But fortunately, there was a notice in advance, and with the advanced preparation, there was not much damage. Received. The team leader replied to Emolan, and Emolan was currently constructing a new 7-ring stone wall spell structure. The new architecture increased the consumption of earth elements by 100%, and the effect increased by more than 20%. If placed in the outside world, the huge earth element consumption would be too much if it doubled again. However, in this earth element world, in this abyss where earth elements are the most abundant and rich, earth elements are inexhaustible. As long as the effect can be improved, let alone doubling, even 3 times, 4 times, and 10 times will not be a problem. Okay, I'm leaving. You should speed up your cultivation. Don't come to me at the 6th level next time and still be stuck at the threshold. Yes. Emolan stood on a huge rock. Let go of the control, and a bottom-up anti-gravity lifted the huge rock up rapidly. If you want to accurately control the range of anti-gravity, accurately control the object of anti-gravity, then the first step is to try to control the anti-gravity rules. Try to control this vast power. Emolan said silently. The road ahead is long and arduous. Emolan did not stay in the abyss for long, and flew all the way back to the association. And when he returned, He happened to find Kachinji committing suicide. Under Kachinji's power, the spiritual space inside the fist-sized soul stone was completely shattered. The mental power, the soul were all exposed, and Kachinji controlled him to leave the soul stone. Kachinji died almost the moment he left. In a burst of white light, Kachinji, who was as weak as an ordinary person, appeared in front of the experimental table. Kachinji shook his head with a wry smile. I'm not used to being so weak. But fortunately, it's easier for a mage to recover. There is no threshold. The knowledge itself still exists. And the wisdom still exists. You just need to accumulate mental power and recover mental power. And in this process, you only need to use a large amount of mental potions, which can greatly shorten the recovery time. The only problem is that these mental potions are all very expensive without exception. The price is several times that of other potions of the same grade. A mage next to him said. And Kachinji waved his hand indifferently. That's okay. I have money. The lab suddenly went quiet. Only Kachinji continued after a moment of silence. But there is one thing. If it's a mage, even if he falls into a very weak state, as long as he is in the mage tower, he will not lose his combat ability. He still has his own power. It also costs a lot of money to build a mage tower. And it takes more money and resources to be very powerful. A mage said. But halfway through his words, someone pulled his sleeve, making him react instantly. But it was too late. It's okay. I have money. If we just build a few wizard towers, it shouldn't be a big problem. After the laboratory fell into silence, only Kachinji's voice sounded again. Okay, don't just stand there. We have tested the properties of the spiritual space inside the soul stone in the past few days. Now let's try to build a temporary spiritual space without dying. Soul stones cannot be used as bodies. We are still human beings now and in the future. But if soul stones are used as a medium, as a tool, they should be very good. We just need to find some ways and some techniques. Although there was no energy fluctuation on Kachinji at the moment, his calm and profound temperament still made him stand out in the laboratory. The power of a magician is not due to mental power, but to knowledge. Seeing that Kachinji had fully recovered, Emolan did not say anything and returned to his laboratory. In the experiments of the previous few days, Emolan had gone through all the magic structures and magic architectures that he had developed before. In this process, Molan obtained a large amount of data, and learned how to interfere with the power of the anti-gravity rules, and also knew in which direction to work hard to try to control the anti-gravity rules little by little. With the support of these experimental data, Emolan has been deducing that the research on the spell structure can make a very big progress. If nothing unexpected happens, when I go to the abyss next time, I should be able to use certain means to influence, distort, or even constrain the other party's gravity rules. Emolan muttered to himself. At that point, we can make some use of the anti-gravity rule crystal ball. The words in the laboratory gradually disappeared, and Emolan was immersed in research. At this time, something happened in Hanfeng City. The supreme god of light. All the light in the world is God's favor to the world. The world is an endless sea of suffering, swallowed by darkness. And it is the light of the God of light that pierces the darkness and protects us. Since then, the sun has risen regularly and illuminated the earth. Believe in the God of light, you will be blessed by God, the glory of God will heal your wounds. A passing wizard accidentally heard the voice coming from the alley next to him, which made him curl his lips and mutter. Why are there so many people in the city promoting the God of light recently? I have heard it several times. I can report it to the branch later. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if something happens, and people may die. But which department is responsible for managing Hanfeng City? This wizard is an elite member of the Wizard Association. His name is Tang Chuan. Other cities are managed by nobles and guilds together. And finally they are responsible to the alliance. As for Red Maple City, it is quite special. It seems to be directly under the association. And then it was abandoned by the association and thrown to the Red Maple branch. I have been away for such a long time this time, so I am not very clear. Forget it. I will know after asking. Tang Chuan muttered. Under his mental gaze, the man in the yellow and white robe was still chattering. But the man opposite him, who was pushing a wooden cart to collect fertilizer, did not want to listen, but was a little wary, as if he was worried that this person would cheat him of his money. Seeing this scene, Tang Chuan couldn't help but recall a piece of news he heard a long time ago. There really are players who cheat these poor people at the bottom of society, but they soon disappeared under the moral condemnation of many players. Just disappeared, vanished without a trace, but it seems that they have not completely disappeared. The money came too quickly. Thinking of this, Tang Chuan couldn't help but shake his head. A hint of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth, and then at this moment, he suddenly widened his eyes. How is it possible? Chapter 608 President, there is a God, waiting online, urgent. The light of God will heal your wounds. Supreme God of light, please have mercy on the people in front of you. The middle-aged man in a yellow and white robe stretched out his hand and brushed it. Under Tang Chuan's gaze, a ball of soft white light appeared, and then sank into the body of the man in front of him. In just a moment, the poor man who was pushing the wooden bucket cart knelt on the ground. Master Mage, let me go. I will give you all the money. I will give you all the money. No, the God of Light does not want your money. The God of Light is not a mage either. God is light, shining the earth, regardless of high or low. As long as you believe in the great God of Light, God will protect you. Come, recite with me, the great God of Light. Tang Chuan appeared silently above the alley, looking at the two people below. His face was extremely solemn. The white light ball released by the white-robed man just now was not of high level. From Tang Chuan's point of view, it was just a self-contained light source, a warm and moistening spell, with a slight moisturizing effect, not even a healing spell. If it were just that, it would be fine, but the real problem was that Tang Chuan did not sense any element inside this white light ball, no light element, no water element, no element fluctuation that Tang Chuan could sense. Only a very strange mental fluctuation, and this mental fluctuation seemed to have a strong subjective will. If other mages encountered warmth, shelter and nourishment, they might think it was just a strange spiritual spell and ignore it. Perhaps this kind of neglect has happened many times. But this time it was Tang Chuan. You know, Tang Chuan specializes in spiritual power. Tang Chuan adheres to the concept of not relying on external objects and simply cultivates his own spiritual power. He advocates that only spiritual power comes from one's own body, one's own soul, and one's own original power. As long as the spiritual power is cultivated to be strong enough, then it will be strong in any environment without the need for any external objects. And it will be truly powerful. And Tang Chuan himself did just that. He kept insisting. If it was just this, it wouldn't be surprising. At most he was just a stubborn player. But the problem was, with this stubbornness, Tang Chuan was still able to successfully enter the Mage Association without any external help, and still be among the elite members. Which was incredible, very strong, at least in terms of mental power. Tang Chuan had his own unique insights on mental power spells. This mental fluctuation with a strong subjective consciousness might be seen as a special mental spell by others. But only Tang Chuan could see how special this was, how incredible it was. Tang Chuan looked at the man in white robe up and down in disbelief, and his mental power, which had been kept at a polite and private distance, directly covered him. In an instant, the man in white robe had no secrets in front of Tang Chuan. Ordinary people? Tang Chuan frowned slightly, and at this time the man in white robe also raised his head in confusion. His brows were furrowed, as if he had sensed something. Huh? How is it possible? Such a keen perception? Tang Chuan was shocked, you know. He is a 5-ring mage, and he is definitely good at controlling mental power. And now he was detecting an ordinary person in a very cautious state. And the distance was faintly detected? The mental power is slightly stronger, but at most it can be regarded as a good talent, and it has not even reached the threshold of the first-ring mage's job transfer. But the perception is so sharp, and just now it released such a strange mental spell, so strange. So strange. From the perspective of a mage, many things don't make sense, almost subversive, and it goes against many basic common sense of the mage profession. Either I was lucky enough to find a special case, this special case is special enough to make a small change in the mage, or this is not a system of mages at all, it is a brand new profession just created by a player? Or does the God of Light really exist? Tang Chuan frowned, but at this moment a possibility suddenly popped up in his mind. Could it be both? A new profession created by a player, and then used to create a god? Or is the God of Light the source of the new profession created by this player, spreading this new profession, and then letting this player gather strength to become the God of Light in the malice of believers? Damn, this really looks like a fancy operation that can be played with a toy. Tang Chuan suddenly reacted. These bastards really know how to play, each one is more slutty than the other. No, I want to play too. Such a big game, I can't let just one player play it. I want to have a piece of the pie. Tang Chuan was instantly interested. It's not that he wants to become a god by taking up this profession, but he thinks the magic produced by this profession is very interesting. The mental power fluctuations, with strong subjective consciousness, actually produce the corresponding effect. This is too special. What if it is more advanced? How profound will the mental power skills contained in it be? This is simply an incomparable treasure for me. The emergence of magic is my opportunity. Studying magic will open the door to a new world for me, entering a world where mental power is used. Slurp. Tang Chuan wiped the saliva that had not yet flowed out, muttered to himself. The divine arts of believers alone have such great research value. Then what about gods? At this point, it doesn't matter whether gods are born by themselves or created by players. On the contrary, at this moment, Tang Chuan would rather it be born naturally. Because if it is created by players, it would be inconvenient to catch it for research, it would be immoral, and it would be difficult to catch it. But if it is born naturally, Tang Chuan licked his lips. Then I won't be afraid, no matter how strong it is. Can it be as strong as the association? Can it be as strong as future players? No, such a big thing needs to be reported to the president. Given the president's personality, he will definitely be interested in gods. When the time comes, we can continue to investigate. It is not impossible to capture him with the power of the entire association. Those crazy people in the association will definitely do this. They are not as calm as me. Yes, that's it. When the time comes, I will definitely be able to apply for research resources. Slurp. Tang Chuan smiled, thinking he was calm, and then looked down at the believers below. Catch him back? No. It might alert the enemy. In fact, Tang Chuan really remained calm at this moment. Let the Red Maple Branches Pagoda Spirit help me keep an eye on it. Tang Chuan began to contact the Red Maple Branches Pagoda Spirit, but after a moment's hesitation, he shook his head. Forget it, I'll keep an eye on it myself. Tang Chuan didn't leave, floating in the air, using light magic to cover his figure, then opened the chat interface, and began to contact Mo Lan. President, there's a god. Waiting online. Urgent. Chapter 609 Faith in Gods. Mo Lan looked at the message he received, his brows slightly furrowed, and then he clicked on the sender's message. The message was sent through the association's internal group. This person is called Tang Chuan Elite Member? Mo Lan looked at the name, and had a vague impression of it. It seems that he is the one who specializes in mental power. He is very talented and very powerful. But it seems that he is only an elite mage because of his obsession with mental power. Mo Lan remembered that he and Lin Wei had discussed it before, but in the end, he didn't say anything, and didn't feel sorry. Because many people have achieved their current success because of a kind of paranoia. Paranoia is not a bad thing. And Mo Lan and his friends can't say for sure whether their path is necessarily correct. Maybe this paranoid path is the right one? With this idea, there are many cases of such paranoia within the association. And they are not weak. And it is precisely because of this that Mo Lan has some impression of the name Tang Chuan. A white-robed missionary will use a very strange mental power. Spell, suspected to be a divine spell. Well, Tang Chuan studies mental power, and his conclusions on mental power magic should be quite authoritative. However, did a god really appear? Believe in gods? Shouldn't it be Titan? Mo Lan fell into deep thought. After a long time he stood up, stepped out. A giant winged sky beast flapped its wings in the lake. Mo Lan landed directly on the back of the winged sky beast. The space wavered, and the space twisted. When the winged sky beast flapped its wings, the space it was in moved forward rapidly. There was no strong wind. No whistling. No resistance. Only space like a wave pushing the winged sky beast forward. Although the winged sky beast's talent in the other world is just a decoration. In the main material world, the winged sky beast's talent is very powerful. And it can be called extreme speed. The winged sky beast has such an extreme speed. It stands to reason that Lu Bin's speed will only be faster than this. Right? Mo Lan muttered. And then his mind returned to the news just now. What kind of existence is the god of light? The god of Titan? The god of the evil game world? Mo Lan fell into deep thinking. The existence of God is beyond doubt. The information and knowledge we have received now are sufficient to indirectly confirm the existence of God. But it also proves another thing, that is, God is not actually God. God is not so supreme. Maybe he is supreme in strength, but that's just in strength. He is just a very powerful creature, maybe a flesh and blood creature, maybe an elemental creature, maybe a spiritual creature, maybe another special creature that has never been seen, never discovered. In short, God is just powerful. Whether or not God can be cultivated. How to cultivate? Let's not talk about it for now. This is still far away for me at the moment. It's too ambitious. What I should think about now is, what kind of role does God play in this world? Emolan thought carefully. The controller of world power? The son of the world? The maintainer of order? The guardian of the world? Or does it have nothing to do with the world itself? Just the top existence born in the food chain? What impact will their existence have on the present world? What kind of impact will it have on the situation? What kind of attitude should the Mage Association have towards these gods? Emolan licked his lips while thinking. But the Fire Phoenix can bring me so many research results. If it's a god. Emolan was shocked and looked around cautiously. How can this train of thought be crooked? This is a god, Emolan said sullenly. But he hesitated after saying it. Yes, this is a god. After pondering for a long time, Emolan shook his head and cleared all these thoughts from his mind with some caution. He was about to come into contact with a god, or a suspected believer of a god. So he had to clear the bold thoughts in his head first. According to Tang Chuan, the gods have a high level of spiritual power, and their spiritual power spells are very unique. If they can read minds, then I'll give up. No, I'm sure I can't win now. I can't die. I can be curious, I can be confident, but I can't commit suicide. Emolan looked forward with a serious attitude. Under the extreme speed of the winged sky beast, Red Maple City arrived in a flash. The first step to reach Red Maple City was for Emolan to directly connect to the tower spirit. In every magic tower built by the Mage Association, Emolan has the highest authority second only to the tower master, so he can naturally connect directly. After connecting to the Red Maple City tower spirit, Emolan knew where Tang Chuan was. After the winged sky beast flapped its wings a few times, Emolan appeared in front of Tang Chuan. Is it the one below? Emolan appeared next to Tang Chuan, and the winged sky beast flapped its wings and turned away. Tang Chuan was not surprised by Emolan's sudden appearance. Although he could not sense Emolan, he could sense some of the mental fluctuations when Emolan was in contact with the tower spirit. So he had actually guessed that it was Emolan. Yes, it's this man in white robe. While I was waiting for him, he used the same trick to develop another believer. I have to say, this is so good at playing, it looks more and more like the work of a player. Huh? What player's arm? Emolan was a little surprised, Tang Chuan said. I just wonder if this god of light is a profession created by a player, using other people's beliefs, using other people's spiritual power to become a god? The specific principle is still unclear, but I suspect that this is the case, not necessarily the god of light naturally bred by the indigenous people. Emolan raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. President, are we going to catch him? Emolan shook his head without hesitation. No, the first rule we set is to protect the lives of players and natives, and to ensure that the lives of natives and players are equal. As the maker of the rules, of course we cannot violate the rules, it will not be worth the loss. Is that so? Tang Chuan was not disappointed, and said to himself, then I will try to find his source. If not, observing these believers may also help us find the connection between them and the God of Light. If the God of Light wants to get something from them, then he must first establish a connection, no matter what the connection is. Emolan nodded when he heard this. He was thinking about another question. We can't arrest people at will. But can we arrest people for preaching at will? There is no such regulation at present. But should we make a rule that preaching at will is not allowed? Not allowing preaching. Breaking feudal superstition? Emolan thought for a long time, and finally shook his head. No. There are gods in this world, and not allowing preaching is too involved. And these are objective facts. And they are not feudal superstitions. Chapter 610 Faith in the title? But we can set up a regulation to standardize the mission. Emolan murmured. After all, even if there is no supernatural power in reality, the power of faith is extremely terrifying, and it is easy to get into trouble. In places with supernatural power, it is even easier to get into trouble. Maybe some evil god will be summoned, and the evil god will be troublesome. So let it be from now on. Any church that wants to preach in Hongfeng City must go to the Hongfeng City Mage Association branch in advance to register, and get permission before preaching. Any illegal preaching without permission will be severely cracked down. Remember? Remember. The voice of Tower Spirit, or the president of the Red Maple City Mage Association branch, sounded. Emolan nodded. Okay, I will issue a formal document on this matter later, and will raise this matter at the Player Alliance meeting, and then it will be implemented within the entire Morse Player Alliance's influence. After speaking, Mo Lan turned his head and looked at Tang Chuan. Tang Chuan, are you interested in this? Tang Chuan, who was waiting on the side, nodded. Interested, very interested. Mo Lan glanced at the white-robed man below and said with a smile, come with me and have a chat. Tang Chuan was stunned, and then he also glanced at the white-robed man below, nodded, and flew away with Mo Lan. Mo Lan spoke after they were far away. Why, want to become a god? Tang Chuan shook his head. No, I don't want to become a god. I just think that gods are so magical, so powerful, and must contain very great research value. Mo Lan opened his eyes slightly when he heard this. Hey, our ideas are similar, I think so too. Tang Chuan's eyes lit up when he heard this. Really? Should we catch him in the future? Tang Chuan gestured with his hands. Mo Lan touched his chin when he heard this, obviously very tempted. After a long pause he spoke. Now let's forget it now, if you are interested. Follow the thread of the God of Light, see if you can find the source, If this is a good god, forget it, if it is an evil god, and his strength is not strong enough. Hee, we'll discuss it later. No problem, I will complete the task. Tang Chuan said immediately. Okay, by the way, you must pay attention to it. God, after all. We don't know much about it. When you are next to its believers, you should restrain your thoughts. If you want to do something bad, you might be sensed by others. Understood? I will pay attention. Mo Lan nodded. Then I'll go first. Add a friend. If you have any questions, you can contact me directly. Mo Lan turned around and left after saying that, but before leaving, he looked back at the direction of the white-robed man, and the smile on his face gradually faded. For some reason, when he saw the man in white robes before, a little throbbing flashed through his heart. This throbbing was not fear, nor excitement, but a kind of inexplicable feeling. And this feeling came from Mo Lan's careful screening, search, and finally locked a target, a page of the attribute panel. This is the title page, and at the top of this page is a title. Title, Mage Pioneer only. The golden title was extremely dazzling. When Mo Lan was promoted to the master level, the silver title transformed into the current golden title. Even just now, when he was looking at the man in white robes, the title of mage made Mo Lan's heart throb slightly. Why is this? Mo Lan muttered to himself. God. Mage Pioneer. Mo Lan suddenly thought of something, and was slightly surprised. What do God and Mage Pioneer have in common? For this question, Mo Lan thought of the answer at the first time. Or a possibility. A lot of people. Mo Lan muttered to himself. If belief in gods is the most impressive, then the first thing that comes to mind is believers. The more believers there are, the more devout the believers are, the stronger the gods are, and vice versa. God itself is a kind of existence born with the help of faith. If we must say what this title has in common with gods, it is people. Gods have believers, mages have job changes, and the end point of belief in gods is the gods themselves. And the source of the mage profession is the title of Mage Pioneer. This title symbolizes the emergence, perfection, and even strength of the mage profession. Originally, I was the only one who had the mage profession. Now, with my announcement of the mage profession, mage players have appeared everywhere in the game. And they are everywhere in the game world where players have left their footprints. Many players will change their professions and obtain the most basic mental power for scanning, alerting, calculating, and communicating. Although there is a certain mental power threshold for changing the mage profession, it does not stop players. Among hundreds of millions or billions of players, at least half of them have changed their professions to mages and obtained the most basic mage profession. Even if we make conservative calculations, this small part only has 100 million people, which is an astronomical number. In addition to the methods of changing the profession of the mage spread by players and professors, basically all the original painted mages have changed their professions to mages. Although there are not as many players here, it is still an astronomical number. Mo Lan was a little surprised. Although he knew that many people changed their professions to become mages before, he didn't think deeply about it, nor did he calculate it. When he calculated it today, he didn't expect that the scale of people who changed their professions to mages had reached such a terrifying level. Hundreds of millions of job changers. As the source of the mage profession, as the beginning of the birth of the mage profession, it is not surprising that this title has some magical properties. But speaking of it, what level are the gods with hundreds of millions of believers? Mo Lan's thoughts were accidentally distorted. And this idea made Mo Lan laugh. Job changers are just job changers. And they cannot be generalized with believers. They are not the same concept at all. But since the title has a certain degree of magical properties, we can study it in the future. Well, we can start with the gods and the faith. Mo Lan pondered. And at this time, he thought of another question. Back to the point. Why is it that the line of words on the attribute panel, a title, is throbbing because of the white-robed man? Why does this reaction occur? What exactly is this title? Where does it come from? The immunity granted by the title. The bonus is given by the system. Or is it that I had this effect first, and then the system just expressed its concept? Or is this simply a reward from the game world itself for my creation of a profession, given by the game world? Just like the spatial talent of the winged sky beast. Mo Lan fell into deep thought. This question is a bit profound. Chapter 6:11 God of Mages. If it is really a similar concept, doesn't it mean that the mage pioneer represents a symbol? A kind of authority? Represents a brand new god? Mo Lan's thoughts continued. Or in fact, every new profession, every professional pioneer means a brand new god? At least a potential god? Has this qualification? Mo Lan thought about this for a long time finally. He nodded slowly. If that's the case, well, there is one. Each race has its own god, each profession has its own god, the god of assassins, the god of warriors, the god of mages, and so on. The word god often symbolizes mystery, power, unknown. And powerful and unknown things can arouse Mo Lan's interest and make Mo Lan curious about them. Even after returning to the Mage Tower, Mo Lan couldn't help thinking about this problem, but at this time a new question emerged. Since there is a belief in gods, then what is the status of the Titan god? Coexistence? Or did I misunderstand? Titan is not actually a god, just a powerful supernatural creature? Similar to the Dragon Clan? Mo Lan pondered for a moment and shook his head. There is too little information. It is still uncertain whether the belief in gods really exists. Inferences without sufficient information are all random guesses. They are not reliable. We can only let ourselves be self-righteous. The secrets here will have to wait until I am strong enough to explore. As expected, I am still not strong enough. Mo Lan muttered to himself. At this moment, he became stronger and his desire for knowledge exploded again. While Mo Lan was thinking, on the other side, in a space filled with endless white light, a fat man floated in the air. His expression was solemn and dignified. He was shining brightly. He represented supreme majesty. He seemed to be the core of the entire space. When he opened his eyes, the entire space seemed to become brighter and more dazzling. He represents the supreme divine. But the next moment a familiar voice came out of his mouth. Fuck. Emotion, 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 emotion. Are you out of your mind? That's Red Maple City. How dare you? I hid for so long in vain. And you were discovered by emotion. How dare you? I usually don't dare to approach the branch of the Mage Association. I don't dare to approach any of those mage towers. You actually went straight to the mage's nest to preach. You are a fucking cow standing upside down. You are so awesome. If there wasn't something on emotion that alarmed me, I wouldn't have noticed it. By the way, every one of these mages is a fucking cunt. If emotion hadn't come over and was startled by the things on emotion's body, I wouldn't have noticed that there was an invisible mage on it. Damn it. Damn it. The fat man vented his anger, and then slowly stopped. He also knew that this space was just a confused and nascent consciousness, and any venting was meaningless, and going to Hong Kong City to preach was just a coincidence between the instinct of the confused consciousness and the missionary. After venting his emotions and calming down, the fat man frowned and fell into thought. What on earth is it about emotion that makes me feel something? When he approaches, it seems to be suppressed. It's not an enemy, not heaven and earth, but a higher level of suppression. Is it a more powerful god? The fat man muttered to himself, and then shook his head. Emotion's Mage Association is all over the Morse Kingdom, leading the entire player alliance, and it's normal for him to have collected some things from higher level gods. I don't need to care about this, I'm just envious, but how can I deal with this? Being targeted by Emotion's group of mages, isn't this the end? What if they come here through the connection? No. No. No, give them time and they will definitely come here. The fat man gritted his teeth. No, I can't take the Morse Kingdom anymore, I have to cut off the connection. The fat man's face was full of pain, but he still celebrated the Dragon Boat Festival very much. He immediately thought about it, and prepared to cut off the connection of the believers in the entire area of the Morse kingdom. But at this time, the soft light in the entire space suddenly became dazzling, and the fat man who had originally merged with the space seemed to be cut off, and the part where he merged with the space appeared a little crack. And the crack quickly expanded with the passage of time. The fat man could clearly sense that the light that was originally as one with him, and had a very high affinity, was alienated from him at this moment. Damn it! The fat man immediately interrupted the original order, and stopped cutting off the connection of the believers in the Morse kingdom area. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The fat man cursed, and then gasped heavily. At this moment, the space had returned to its original state. But the fat man did not smile at all. Because at this moment, the fat man and this space no longer had the feeling of being integrated as before. There was a difference. A sense of alienation. And it was different. The fat man calmed down after a long time. The calmed down fat man looked very ugly. Taking the initiative to cut off the connection with the believers actually caused such a fierce resistance, such a fierce reaction. This is like going back to the pre-liberation era. The fat man sensed the current situation and shook his head. He understood. The believers are the foundation of the existence of the God of Light, the foundation of the life of the God of Light. Although the God of Light at this moment is just a confused newborn consciousness, even the newly born consciousness still has the desire to survive. Any action that touches life or threatens it will definitely cause the most intense reaction. Self-harm is even more serious. The subconscious will directly resist such behavior to protect its own life. Forget it. Since it has been exposed in front of emotion, there is no way to hide. It is useless to cut off the connection of believers in the Morse kingdom, unless all believers are abandoned. But this is impossible. In this case, let the Mage Association study it. Even if it is studied, the harm may not be fatal. Even if there is no other way, then hold emotion's thigh. There is nothing to be ashamed of. But if this stimulates the nascent consciousness of the God of Light, making it resist me, or even stimulates it to develop mature consciousness in advance, then I will really be drawing water with a bamboo basket, and it will be in vain. We can't lose the big picture for the small one. The fat man's face was very ugly. We must find a way to completely crush this nascent consciousness, completely eliminate the hidden dangers, or increase the intensity, squeeze the share of consciousness, completely replace the ignorant consciousness, and become the God of Light. The fat man fell into deep thought. After a long time, the fat man slowly laid down, closed his eyes, and his body exuded a breath from the inside out, a majesty, and at this moment it seemed to merge with this space again. At this moment, his face was solemn and solemn, like a god. Chapter 6:12 Bring money into the group. People cannot be arrested. And it is not convenient to study in this way. Perhaps I can use doctrine as a breakthrough. Tang Chuan looked at the white-robed missionaries below, and thought to himself, if the God of Light is really a kind of faith God, if the God of Light is really shaped by faith, then the God of Light itself should be formed according to the influence of believers on the God of Light. If you want to forge a divine body with faith, then it must be affected by faith. This should be certain. At most, it is the degree of influence of faith. In this case, the doctrine used to spread faith is a very critical thing. And it can even be said to be related to the life of God. There must be a lot of information about the God of Light in the doctrine. Tang Chuan said affirmatively. But at this moment, his heart suddenly jumped. Wait. If this is true, if the doctrine really has a decisive influence on the gods, what if people change and modify the doctrine? Tang Chuan was shocked. If it is a mature God, a sober God, a God with independent consciousness, then there is no doubt that anyone who dares to do this without permission will be punished by God and killed. What about the immature gods without independent consciousness? If a fat man knew what Tang Chuan was thinking at this moment, I'm afraid his heart would be so scared that he couldn't beat. Tang Chuan took a long breath and muttered to himself. Modify the main line, bring money into the group, occupy shares, occupy the nest of the cuckoo. Sure enough, the gods of killing and defying the heaven are all weak. What era, what identity and status, this is the trick played by the players. Shocked, Tang Chuan still thought calmly. Then we just need to follow the clues and find the main altar of the God of Light, then investigate clearly whether there are traces of players in this main altar, and whether there are really traces of players in this doctrine. If there are really a lot of player traces, then it can be basically concluded that no matter how this God of Light appeared, it must have been influenced by players, or is being influenced by players. If not, then Tang Chuan showed a slight smile on his face. That's even better. If there are no players to do it, then I will do it. If I can achieve this level of breakthrough in this profession, then let alone anything else, at least I can be an elder of the association. Right? Tang Chuan glanced at the white-robed missionary below who didn't notice anything, sat casually in the void, opened the attribute panel, and started operating. The first step of the research is to apply for the project and form a project team. After the project team is formed, we can look for clues to the teachings of the God of Light and conduct research and analysis on them. Another new project team is about to be established. This is not the first, nor will it be the last. The greatest wealth of the Mage Association is not the treasures that fill the warehouse, nor the Mage Towers, nor the space channels, nor the huge Eternal Blazing Sun Guild, nor the huge forging and construction system, but the few thousand formal members of the Mage Association. No matter which member, even the most ordinary, the most unremarkable one is a brain-level mage in the outside world, and a respectable figure. And the project developed by such a group of people together is simply unimaginable. If the internal project team of the Mage Association is announced, it will probably directly shake the entire game world. Fortunately, the information, progress, and results of all the project teams are strictly confidential. All the detailed data are known to only 3 people in the entire Mage Association: Mo Lan, Lu Bin, Linhua, and others. While the people in the Mage Association are extraordinary, the beasts in the Mage Association also seem to be slowly becoming extraordinary. At the bottom of the Mirror Lake, a huge creature sank to the bottom of the lake. Like a small hill, the winged sky beast sank to the bottom of the water. But its mental power had been connected to Mo Lan's Tower Spirit. In the spiritual world constructed by the Tower Spirit, the winged sky beast was eagerly learning, absorbing the vast ocean-like knowledge: Chinese, mathematics, physics, chemistry, basic spell structure, tips on using mental power, space spells from entry to entry, etc. After feeling powerlessness once, the winged sky beast didn't want to feel it again. There was one thing that the winged sky beast had never told anyone, and no one knew it. In fact, there was no such creature as the winged sky beast in the small lake in the underground world. Or in other words, there was no such creature as the winged sky beast in the whole world before. And it was like this before the winged sky beast Mo Lan appeared. If you trace back to the roots, the winged sky beast was actually just an ordinary big-headed fish at the beginning. An ordinary, but unique big-headed fish. And how much it went through to transform from an ordinary mortal fish to a rare, powerful space elemental magic beast, no one knows. In fact, these are irrelevant. There are many hard-working people and beasts. And there are even more people like Ikong Beast who become lazy after working hard. But when Ikong Beast experienced the loss of talent, the loss of the most confident support, and was beaten to a pulp by Lu Bin and woke up, Ikong Beast also enjoyed the huge resources as one of Mo Lan's mounts. Hard work is not the only factor for success. But when a hard-working beast also has a huge amount of disposable resources, success becomes only one step away. And it also has some impact. Even the winged sky beast has started to study. Please don't tell me that your brain is not as good as a fish. A group of noble apprentices, you have joined the Mage Association for such a long time. And the literacy class has been running for such a long time. You should have learned something. So let's organize the exam next week. I will ask Yikanshu to come and take the exam together. If your scores are not as high as his, it's okay. I will just post your scores and Yikanshu's scores on the association's bulletin board and the bulletin board of your territory. Well, that's it. All the mage apprentices, Mage apprentices are the only link in the Mage Association that is weakest compared to the outside world. After so long, it has begun to be rectified. This batch of mage apprentices represents the indigenous mage force that Mo Lan wants to cultivate. When many apprentice mages were getting busy, Lu Bin found Mo Lan again. President, the accumulated space elements are enough to open the door to another world. Do you want to go? Mo Lan pondered for a moment, then said slowly, let's go see the 6-armed snake demon and see what his current condition is. In addition, collect another batch of samples. I want someone to evaluate the resource value of the abyss. If the resource value is high, then maybe we will invade the abyss. Mo Lan said with a smile. Chapter 613: The Emergence of the Mage Inheritance. Don't think about it. What are you thinking about? Lu Bin rolled his eyes when he heard this. Still invading the abyss? We can't afford the consumption of opening the gate to another world. What does it matter? At most, we will close the gate to another world after sending people in, and then open it regularly. Whether to invade the abyss or not, the most important thing is whether there is value, whether there is benefit. As long as the value is big enough, as long as the benefit is big enough, then nothing matters, any difficulties will be overcome. Well, okay, you make sense. Lubin pondered for a moment, shrugged, then the gate to another world had been opened, and Molan stepped directly in. The wasteland remained unchanged. The air was filled with a bloody smell, the dim light made people feel depressed, and waves of killing desires hit Molan's mind. Mechanical mind. Molan skillfully cast spells to isolate the invasion of the abyss. Well, it seems that we have to find a way to create a constant spell effect. What effect? Protect your mind from being affected by anything in the outside world, any breath. The most important thing for us mages is to stay calm. When we lose our calmness, 90% of our combat power may be gone. Molan said slowly. We mages can be angry, happy, and irritable. But we must ensure one thing. That is, these emotions come from ourselves, and are not caused by various external effects, spells, or auras. And we must ensure that, as long as we want, we can calm ourselves down at any time. Molan thought as he walked. We can use the mechanical mind to solve the abyss aura. But it does not mean that other similar spells can also be used. Moreover, the mechanical mind is an active spell, and it will have no effect if it is not used actively. We discover the abyss, and we use the mechanical mind in advance to take precautions under known circumstances. But what if it was an emotional sneak attack that is very concealed? By the time we discovered it, we might have been hit, and we might not be able to use the mechanical mind at this time. Molan pondered for a long time. If it wasn't the abyss, I might not have noticed this. I didn't expect that the mage would have such a fatal weakness. Well, in fact, the mage has strong mental power, strong and tough soul, and is very resistant to this kind of emotional infection ability. But once it is targeted and affected, the consequences are extremely disastrous. If 90% of the strength is lost, what's the difference between being useless? But generally speaking, people who can use emotions to infect mages should have the strength to defeat mages head-on. What if there is a race that has a strong emotional infection ability, but weak head-on combat ability? Will the mage just sit there and wait to die? Lubin was silent for a long time after hearing this, clenched his fist, and then loosened it. Okay, what you said makes sense. Yeah. Molan nodded. I have a rough idea about the effect of this spell. Since the body can maintain a constant spell model to strengthen the body, then with the help of spell nodes, it should be feasible to maintain a constant one in the soul and arrange a spell model to resist the effect of emotional infection. I will study it when I have time, and then simplify it into various stages, and add it to the promotion requirements of mages at all levels. President, the threshold for your job change to mage is getting higher and higher. What? The job change threshold has never changed. It has changed to the promotion threshold. Lubin was stunned. What's the difference? It's getting harder and harder to advance. It's none of my business. Lubin calmed down after hearing that. Wait, yes, it's none of my business. If they become harder, then it's fine. Then I'll try it later. Can I make some changes based on the mage profession? I think there is a problem with the active shield. We might as well develop a similar spell for low-level mages, and embed it into the promotion process. As long as the promotion is successful, then you will definitely master this passive mental and emotional protection, passive shield. Just like in the novel. After being promoted to Do 1, one can passively master Do Chi to transform into wings. Oh no! Passively master Do Chi to transform into horses. That makes sense. But in this case, different ways of promotion will bring different magician strengths. Maybe they are mages of the same level, but their strengths are very different. So is this the inheritance of mages? Lubin's face remained unchanged. More cumbersome. More difficult ways of promotion to obtain more powerful strength. Equivalent exchange. This is reasonable. In the future, as we add more and more things, it becomes more and more complicated. Perhaps it will become the inheritance of a powerful mage. As long as you advance according to this method, you will definitely become a powerful mage, far beyond the normal promotion process. And now, it is just a prototype of inheritance. Molan nodded gently when he heard it, and said nothing more. He was flying while thinking. Inheritance. I used to read novels about powerful people leaving a heaven-defying inheritance. And then the protagonist would fight for it, and finally increase his strength and challenge a higher level. I used to read it with great interest, and I thought that inheritance was very stylish and high-end. But do I have the qualifications to create a powerful inheritance? Unconsciously, Emolan smiled. And at this moment, many feelings arose in his heart. Emolan and Lubin smiled at each other, and then let out a long and hearty roar. Ha ha! So, this is the inheritance. In a good mood, Emolan accelerated his flying speed, and soon arrived next to the Blood Pond Valley. But when he arrived next to the Blood Pond Valley, Emolan was suddenly stunned, turned his head to look at Lubin at this moment. Lubin also turned his head in a daze, and the two looked at each other. What's going on? The six-armed snake demon is going to rebel? Summoning demons to surround and kill us? Is there such a good thing? Emolan was shocked, and Lubin was also shocked, looking at him in surprise. Isn't this a good thing? I've wanted to study the six-armed snake demon for a long time. This is a 7th level demon, 7th level. And the blood pool now has an owner after all. Having an owner or not, being the master, and not being the master are two completely different states. Originally, I was embarrassed that the six-armed snake demon was well behaved, but now there is such a good thing for it to rebel? Lubin fell into deep thought after hearing this. It seems so. After Lubin finished speaking, he suddenly felt that this was a good thing. Let's go quickly, I just want to try a spell, and let me recover the six-armed snake demon later. Don't fight with me. Okay, no problem, just don't kill me. After Emolan finished speaking, Lubin flew over the Blood Pond Valley. Six-armed snake demon, are you planning to rebel? Six-armed snake demon, ? Clang, the weapon fell, and 6 hands were raised in unison. Chapter 614 High-Level Demon. The scene became extremely quiet for a while. Emolan, Lubin looked at the six-armed snake demon with some expectation. The six-armed snake demon raised its 6 arms intelligently. And the 7 6th-level peak demons, dozens of 6th-level demons, hundreds of 5th-level peak demons around the blood pool stared at the 2 people floating above their heads. Roar! After a moment, a 6th-level leopard demon jumped up. Hidden murderous intent bloomed in an instant. Bang! The leopard demon just jumped up, and before Lubin could seize the opportunity, the 6-armed demon appeared instantly, and smashed the leopard demon to pieces with one blow. The bloody smell filled the blood pool valley, madly stimulating the demons in the valley. But at this moment no demon dared to show up. All of them were crawling on the ground and trembling. As for the 6-armed snake demon, it returned to its original position, and its 6 thick arms were raised obediently. Seeing this, Lubin sighed and shook his head in disappointment. Alas, it's a pity. You go. Emolan nodded when he heard it, looked at the 6-armed snake demon thoughtfully, and said lightly, it stands to reason that the effect of the spell has disappeared long ago. But you still maintain your sanity. How did you do it? I'm very curious. The trembling 6-armed snake demon made a hissing sound, and Emolan reacted immediately. Oh! Wait a minute. After a moment, the mental connection was completed, and the 6-armed snake demon's mental fluctuations continuously transmitted information to Emolan. I was going to fall into chaos after your spell effect disappeared. I didn't want to fall into chaos, so I used my innate instincts to try to calm myself down. The spell effect and my innate instincts changed, and then my innate instincts were strengthened, which now allows me to stay calm in the abyss. Oh! Innate instinct? Emolan raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this, and asked curiously, Yes, my innate instinct. My innate instinct can calm me down for a short time after using it, make my perception more acute, and my reaction speed faster. It can also make me calmer when not using it. It is because of my innate instinct that I have evolved from a weak demon worm to the current 4-armed snake demon step by step. It is also because of this innate instinct that makes me calm that I won the battle for the blood pool and became the demon lord. Oh, is that so? No wonder it was a bit strange when I saw you fighting with other 6th-level peak demons. I didn't react before, but now I think about it. You were much calmer in the battle than other demons, which made you look a little less like a violent demon. Well, you are indeed calmer than other demons. Not impulsive. No wonder you can kill them. Lubin next to him suddenly understood and looked at the 6-armed demon in amazement. A demon actually has a calm talent. Isn't this destined to be powerful? But you are a snake demon. Snakes are cold-blooded animals. It seems to be related. You look like this. Do you really have snake genes? Although the 6-armed snake demon didn't know what Lubin meant by snake genes, he showed a curious look as soon as Lubin finished speaking and immediately scratched his other arm with the nail of one hand. Scarlet blood fell to the ground. Squeak! A big pit was corroded on the ground. And a smell of sulfur came up. It's really corrosive. And the temperature is quite high. Lubin shrugged. But this doesn't mean anything. Why did you cut your wrists? Cold-blooded animals are not animals with cold blood. It just means that the blood temperature will change with the changes in the environment. The six-armed snake demon silently raised his 6 arms again after hearing this. And the wounds on his arms healed in a few breaths. Emolan was watching from the side, looking up and down at the 6-armed snake demon. Well, you have a strong desire to survive. Okay, you did a good job. Put your hands down. I won't kill you today. But let go of the control of your body. Relax your body. Don't resist. I won't kill you if I say so. I just plan to study your natural instincts. Emolan said. While speaking, Emolan's mental power had already covered the 6-armed snake demon, and the powerful mental power made the 6-armed snake demon feel very uneasy. Be quiet. The 6-armed snake demon instantly quieted down. Emolan immediately controlled his mental power to fit the 6-armed snake demon's body. A little bit of mental power penetrated into its interior along its scales, skin, pores, mouth, ears, eyes. The 6-armed snake demon felt these mental powers, and felt as if there were no secrets in its body. All its information was controlled. Its entire life depended on Emolan's thoughts. Unprecedented fear enveloped its heart. The suppressed tyranny and killing continuously impacted its consciousness. Use your innate instincts. Emolan's faint voice came out. And the 6-armed snake demon subconsciously used his innate instincts. The next moment, the 6-armed snake demon felt his consciousness clear. And the tyranny that was almost uncontrollable was successfully suppressed. He could only control the instinctive trembling of his body. You were born in the abyss. You grew up in the abyss. You evolved in the abyss. Everything about you is related to the abyss. The breath of the abyss has been integrated into every inch of your body. Into every tissue of your body. Into every cell of your body. And into every gene of your body. Even with spell suppression, even with talent suppression, these violence still exists in your body, attacking your consciousness all the time, attacking your reason. This is permanent. It is tied to your life. When you clear these violence, it means that you have cleared your life source yourself. The mechanical mind works so well for you. A large part of which is due to your own calmness and your own talent. For other demons, this spell will not work so well. You are an alien. The 6-armed snake demon was still trembling. Emolan took a break and continued. But I believe that although aliens like you are rare, there are actually many of them in the entire abyss. In the abyss where demons evolve at a high speed, there will always be countless coincidences, which will lead to the birth of an alien like you. The probability is very small. But when the base number is infinite, it becomes inevitable. Demons who can avoid or reduce the influence of the abyss become lords, and breed alien races of the same race, and with the same characteristics. In my opinion, this kind of demon that is not affected by the breath of the abyss is rational, can communicate, which means it is more superior and more advanced. If I were to give it a name, I think this kind of demon can be called high-level demon. When Emolan finished speaking, the 6-armed snake demon could not help but tremble all over when he heard it. Chapter 615 Battle of the Blood Pond. High-level demons. Emolan continued. You alone, an outlier, can become a 7th-level demon lord by relying on a little bit of rationality. I believe that in the abyss, those high-level demons born with rationality will definitely become the real upper layer of the abyss, the real masters. Emolan paused for a moment, and then said after a while, Before, you only weakened the influence of the abyss breath, but now, you can isolate the influence of the abyss breath. Congratulations, you have now officially become a high-level demon. Hello, on behalf of the human race of the Morse Kingdom in the main material world, Emolan, I salute the high-level demons of the abyss intelligent race. Emolan suddenly stretched out his right hand to the 6-armed snake demon. The 6-armed snake demon looked at his right hand in front of him, frozen, and not knowing what to do, but he didn't dare not to move, so he had to stretch out one hand to Emolan. But at this time, the 6-armed snake demon suddenly reacted and fell to the ground. The high-level demon 6-armed snake demon has been loyal to Lord Emolan until now. The 6-armed snake demon is willing to become Lord Emolan's slave, and fight for Lord Emolan. Emolan's hand stayed in the air, and shrugged at the scene. Okay. Just now I was driven by emotion to represent myself and my forces to another intelligent race in another world. I have no other intentions. But since you insist, I can't refuse. Okay. Then congratulations. You will become the leader of my first servant army. President. When did you form the servant army? Lu Bin asked in surprise. Emolan looked at him in confusion and pointed at the six-armed snake demon. Isn't that it? A legion with the 7th level combat power. Is there any problem? There is a large group next to it. Look, isn't the size of this legion increased? Emolan pointed to the 6th level demons and 5th level demons around him. Lu Bin couldn't help but fall into deep thought when he saw this. Although he felt that Emolan was talking nonsense, he was not sure. It seemed that there was some truth in it. The 6-armed snake demon crawled on the ground without any expression, and dared not say anything, because in its eyes, both Emolan and Lu Bin were terrifying existences that it could not afford to offend. No matter who it disliked, it might disappear from the world in an instant. The 6-armed snake demon trembled all over when he thought of what had just happened. Just a simple detection of its body gave him so much knowledge and speculation about the entire Abyss world. The information he just got was more than the world information that the 6-armed demon had known for decades. Every word he just said made the 6-armed demon tremble with fear, and every cell radiated fear from the inside out. It must be said that the 6-armed snake demon is indeed an outlier among the demons. Get up. Emolan glanced at the 6-armed demon. Tyranny is rooted in the deepest part of your body. It can only be suppressed, not erased. Once stimulated, it will grow and continuously impact your consciousness. The stronger the stimulation, the harder it is to suppress the impact of tyranny. You should try your best to suppress it. It is best not to lose your mind. Do you understand? I understand. The 6-armed snake demon followed Emolan respectfully. Emolan looked around, looking at this group of powerful demons, and said again, the First Servant Legion is not a joke. This group of demons is also a considerable force. You try your best to master it. If you can master it, it will belong to your team. The power of the First Servant Corps. The stronger your power is, the greater your value will be. And it will be more difficult for me to give up on you. Oh, by the way, you are not going to surround and kill us. Why are you gathering this group of demons here? Emolan turned around and looked at the 6-armed snake demon in confusion. Master, a powerful demon came to the Master's territory and ordered me to lead the 6th level demons in the territory to fight for the Great Lord. The Blood Pool Battle. The demon's momentum is extremely powerful, and I feel that I have no power to fight back in front of it. When it left a trace in the blood pool, that demon. The 6-armed snake demon slowed down, and then spoke. Very rational. Emolan raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Oh, I was wondering why you were so scared just now. It turns out that you have seen this high-level demon. After seeing it, and hearing what I said, they confirmed each other. Well, this way you can understand, it makes sense. Emolan suddenly realized, and then continued. According to what you said, the Battle of the Blood Pool, I think I roughly understand something. The tyranny of the Abyss Demon Clan is still engraved in their bones. Keeping sanity is just keeping sanity, not becoming good. Killing, betrayal, war are still commonplace for high-level demons. In this case, relying on power and strength to rule a territory, then fighting between different territories, scrambling for interests, scrambling for resources, and even scrambling for the blood pools that give birth to demons. The more blood pools you have, the more blood pools you have to reproduce your race, and the greater the probability of a powerful demon appearing. Besides, the blood pool should also be helpful to the strongest demon. Right? Like the one you got promoted to? But that demon didn't rob your blood pool, but only ordered you to fight. In this case, either other people's blood pools can also gain corresponding benefits under its rule, or blood pools also have different levels. And your low-level blood pool is meaningless to such a powerful lord. The blood pool war is not about this low-level blood pool, or it is not mainly about this low-level blood pool. It's a high-level blood pool, high-level enough to have an effect on the great demon lord. A high-level blood pool. Emolan nodded after speaking. If nothing unexpected happens, that should be it. Then Master, do we still need to go? What will be the consequences if we don't go? The demon left a mark on the blood pool. If we don't go according to its orders, we will definitely face its revenge. Is that so? Emolan nodded. As for what revenge is, it is obvious that for demons and the Abyss, there is only one revenge. Death, complete death from soul to body. Emolan pondered for a long time. This is the edge of this continent. This blood pool is the blood pool at the edge. If we calculate it according to the standard that the competition is more intense as we move towards the center of the continent. Your blood pool, your territory should be the lowest level, the most rubbish one. And the demon you mentioned? You have no ability to resist it. Is it the 8th level? Emolan turned his head to look at the 6-armed snake demon. I don't know. Then is my momentum stronger, or its momentum stronger? The 6-armed snake demon had to shake his head. These are two completely different auras, incomparable. Emolan was stunned when he heard this, and then shook his head. Forget it. Since you said you have no ability to fight back in front of it, then those who can use this kind of demon as a messenger are at least one level stronger than the messenger. 2 levels down, the demon lord is at least. Chapter 616 8th level. 8th level. Emolan slowly uttered these 2 words, and Lu Bin, who was standing next to him, instantly became cautious when he heard these 2 words. Actually, according to the rule of 3 levels and 1 layer, there is actually no essential difference between the 7th level and the 8th level. Lu Bin thought for a while, and said, Emolan glanced at him. I understand what you mean. You will deal with the 8th level when the time comes. Just pretend I didn't say that. Lu Bin, who had just stood up, shrank back again, and Emolan shook his head when he saw this. There is too little data on the 8th level. We don't know how strong the 8th level is. Is it strong or weak? Oh no. There is no such thing as weak. It should be said that it is much stronger, or just averagely stronger. If it were in the Mage Association, we might be able to use the Mage Tower Cluster, the Electromagnetic Railgun Cluster, or even a series of arranged mage architectures to restrict the 8th level. But there is nothing here. If we want to fight the 8th level, there is no hope. There is no hope at all. Why don't we take advantage of this precious opportunity? Use the blood pool as bait. Set up an ambush. And test the quality of the 8th level demon? Lu Bin suggested. The 6-armed snake demon immediately looked at Emolan nervously, only to see Emolan shook his head. No, my first servant army cannot be destroyed just after it was established. And it's not easy to meet a 6-armed snake demon. He didn't do anything wrong, forget it. If he did something, that would be. The 6-armed snake demon stood straight instantly, behaved honestly, and didn't dare to move, which disappointed Lu Bin, who was expecting something. Well then forget it. It just so happens that the coordinates are also set in this territory. Maybe it will cause trouble to us, and losing this only coordinate will not be worth it. Lu Bin shook his head in disappointment, but still couldn't help looking at the 6-armed snake demon, smacking his lips with regret. Then what are you going to do? Let the 6-armed snake demon go to fight? According to your speculation just now, the 6-armed snake demon should only be the lowest level lord in this blood pool battlefield. Except for ordinary demons, it should be the lowest level blood pool lord. And it is a lord, which attracts attention. If it goes, the death rate is estimated to be not low. Emolan smiled. That's easy, 6-armed snake demon, I'll call you Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu, if you are not dead, can the blood pool be taken away by other demons? Yes. The 6-armed snake demon said honestly. Well, then you come with us. And we don't need this blood pool anymore. Yes. The 6-armed snake demon said honestly. And Lu Bin reacted instantly. You are so dirty. Let other demons go. And it's just a 7th level demon. It's normal for it to be killed by a passing demon. Well, you can also observe the reaction of the demon lord after being deprived of the blood pool. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Absolutely. What about the 8th level? Try the whole method to test the quality of the 8th level? This is not easy. The demons in other territories haven't set out yet. Right? Go far away. And find a blood pool lord to catch and prevent it from leaving. You can do whatever you want. And it won't affect us anyway. Fuck. You are the dirtiest one. Get lost. Emolan cursed with a smile. And the 6-armed demon beside him suddenly felt that the tricks it had played before, the sneak attack, were too simple and too kind. At the same time, it suddenly felt fortunate that it had submitted to Emolan. What is the blood pond lord? In their mouths? The blood pond is just someone they can catch and do experiments with at will. If they don't want the blood pond, then they don't want it. Since they want the territory, then this territory will return to its hands sooner or later. In an instant, the 6-armed demon felt that his consciousness had risen all of a sudden. Let's go! Let's go quickly. The gate to the other world is running out of power. Wait until the next time it opens. They have already set off. As soon as the voice fell, Emolan took the 6-armed snake demon and soared into the sky. Soon, they disappeared beyond the horizon. The first servant legion around the blood pool looked at the disappeared lord blankly. The remaining lord's momentum of the 6-armed snake demon intimidated the group of demons. making them still dare not move at all. However, as the momentum of the six-armed snake demon gradually dissipated, the demon group gradually became restless, and the eyes of the peak 6th level demons among them drifted towards the blood pool in the center. After a while, a 6th level demon grabbed a 5th level demon and tore it to pieces. The smell of blood filled the air, but the shock of the Lord's attack did not appear. After a while, the area around the blood pool instantly fell into chaos. The peak 6th level demons rushed to the blood pool in the center like crazy. The violent momentum and the raging aftermath tore the 5th level demons next to them to pieces. The other demons reacted instantly and fled madly under the terrifying momentum. In the blink of an eye, the hundreds of demons that had gathered here disappeared. Less than a month later, at the same location, with almost the same group of demons, a new blood pool battle began. The Demon Lord's leadership over the demons in the territory all comes from his strength. His control over the demons is entirely due to brutal killing. When the Lord's deterrence disappears, that is the day when the killing will restart. Emolan flew with the six-armed snake demon. But we go to the edge of the territory in this direction. Yes. The six-armed snake demon pointed the way honestly. After a while, the six-armed snake demon in the air pointed to a cliff on the ground and said, "This is the edge of the territory. After passing it, it is the territory of another demon lord." Okay. Emolan nodded and looked at Lu Bin. "Let's start looking. You go left and I go right?" Okay. As soon as the voice fell, Emolan thought, and dozens of fire phoenixes equivalent to the 7th level condensed and appeared one by one. Although Emolan did not have the support of the tower spirit here, he still had the ink cartridge. The computing power of the ink cartridge should not be underestimated. It was enough for Emolan to control these fire phoenixes with 7th level combat power. After the fire phoenix appeared, it directly grabbed the soul stone with a spell slot and flew away from Emolan in an instant. Dozens of spell slots turned into a long exploration belt. Emolan controlled the fire phoenix, taking him as the origin, and controlled this straight line of exploration belt to start sweeping. Everything that was swept was reflected in his mind, and he relied on the ink cartridge to assist in processing. Lu Bin, who was standing next to him, did not have an ink cartridge to assist him, so he took out a portable tower spirit from his small space. He used the tower spirit to process the massive amount of information scanned. Time passed by, and Emolan and Lu Bin searched the territory at a rapid speed. However, before they could find the blood pool in this territory, the six-armed snake demon had an accident. Puff. The six-armed snake demon spat out a mouthful of scarlet blood, and the blood corroded a large pit on the ground. The six-armed snake demon's breath instantly weakened, and it fell to the 7th level in just a few seconds. Chapter 617, Entering the Main Material World. Degraded? Emolan and Lu Bin noticed the change in the six-armed snake demon's aura the moment it changed. They all opened their eyes and set their sights on the six-armed snake demon. At this time, the six-armed snake demon's state had stabilized, and his aura was even weaker than before he was promoted to the 7th level. Then the blood pool must have been robbed. Right? It's normal to drop in rank. It would be strange if it didn't drop. If it didn't drop, then what peaches would I need? Just find people at the peak of the 6th level in batches, and directly mass-produce the 7th level, and empty its blood pool in minutes. The six-armed snake demon was extremely weak at this moment, but it was all normal. If anyone lost more than 90% of their energy in one breath, they would be seriously injured, and would instantly become weak, and it was not impossible for them to die suddenly. Seeing that the six-armed snake demon had stabilized, Emolan and Lu Bin immediately closed their eyes, and once again put their minds out, carefully searching the blood pool. After a moment, Lu Bin opened his eyes and said, "Found it." Emolan also opened his eyes after hearing that. "Lead the way." Lu Bin took a step forward, and the distorted space instantly pushed them to fly quickly. After a moment, Emolan sensed a large amount of demonic aura. Sure enough, the powerful demons in the entire territory have basically gathered together. Emolan didn't say anything, but waved his hand directly, and soul stones flew back one by one, and all the spell positions were immersed in his mind. The dozens of fire phoenixes cried out, and all rushed towards the blood pool. At this moment, they were not far from the blood pool, and the speed of the fire phoenix was not slow. In a flash, they appeared at the edge of the blood pool. The huge goathorn demon crawling on the edge of the blood pool sensed the momentum of the fire phoenix, and stood up instantly. A pair of goat hooves as big as a basin stomped on the ground. And an extremely shocking killing momentum rose to the sky. But when the momentum of the second fire phoenix appeared, the goat-horned demon was stunned. The third, the fourth, the fifth, the 10th, the momentum of the goat-horned demon changed in an instant. The goat's hooves stomped the ground fiercely, and ran towards the distance at a very fast speed. Run! Although the demon is violent, it is not a fool who is not afraid of death. The demons who are not afraid of death have been beaten to death in countless battles. Only the demons who know how to run, know how to sneak attack, know how to temporarily avoid the sharp edge can survive, and become the lord of this blood pool. However, the goat-horned demon was forced back just as he started to run. Dozens of demons had already surrounded the blood pool from all sides, including the sky. Run? There is no way to escape. It was suppressed after just one round of siege. After several rounds, the body of the goat-horned demon was firmly grasped by dozens of fire phoenixes, and it could not move at all. An ordinary 7th level warrior had no ability to fight back in front of Emolan. It was obvious that this goat demon was just an ordinary 7th level warrior. Mechanical mind. Emolan thought. A spell fell on the goat-horned demon. It wanted to shatter the spell aura, but it was firmly suppressed, and it was definitely unable to move. The mechanical mind landed on the goat-horned demon, but was instantly broken by its own violent consciousness. Emolan continued to release, but was directly broken by the violent consciousness many times in a row. Emolan shook his head in disappointment. Sure enough, the 6-armed snake demon is just a special case. The mechanical mind cannot make the demon regain its sanity. The reason why the 6-armed snake demon can regain its sanity is purely because the 6-armed snake demon is special enough. The mechanical mind is just the icing on the cake, not a timely help. After speaking, Emolan turned his head and looked at Lu Bin. Lu Bin, do whatever research you want to do, just be careful not to kill it. Although it may not matter if it dies, but don't kill it. It doesn't matter. There are so many level 6 peak demons. If one dies, we can just catch another one and upgrade it to level 7. Right? Well, that's true. Okay, then do whatever you want. I'll contact Lin Wu to arrange the battlefield. I heard him say last time that he put all weapons below level 7 on the Three Kingdoms battlefield for experiments, but there is no place for weapons above level 7 to be put into actual combat. He has mentioned this to me many times. This time, let him come. A demon that is suspected to be of the 8th level is enough for him to test all his weapons. In addition, don't just focus on the experiment. As for the space, arrange it as needed. Since we have decided to try the 8th level this time, let's take out 120% of our strength and attitude. Let's see what the 8th level is like. Try to be as comprehensive as possible. It's a good opportunity to complete the preliminary modeling of the 8th level warrior. It will also facilitate our various deductions and calculations in the future. No matter what we do, we can have a reference. No problem. Well, I'll go and get people to build the mage tower. Emolan was about to leave, but suddenly remembered something and looked back at the 6-armed snake demon. Oh! By the way, when did the demon say he would go there? The 6-armed snake demon used a very strange unit to describe time. Emolan roughly calculated it, about 20 days, less than a month. Well, nearly a month enough. After thinking for a moment, Emolan flew towards the direction of the space gate. But not long after he left, he turned back, stretched out his hand, captured the 6-armed snake demon, and took them with him to the direction of the Otherworld Gate. The Otherworld Gate was not closed, but was covered by Emolan's magic. Emolan flew into the gate with the 6-armed snake demon, and with a wave of his hand, he closed the gate to the Otherworld. It was not closed before because it was only open for 3 hours. The process of opening the gate to the Otherworld would consume a lot of space elements. If the gate to the Otherworld is only maintained for 3 hours, as long as no one passes through during this period, the consumption of space elements will be less than opening the gate to the Otherworld again. Therefore, considering the issue of saving space elements, the gate to the Otherworld will not be closed until Emolan and Lu Bin return. But now it is different. Now the time span is longer. Then the cost of maintaining the gate to the Otherworld will be greater than the cost of opening it again. In this case, it is more cost-effective to close it and then open it again. This time the gate to the Otherworld was opened in Lu Bin's laboratory. As soon as Emolan came out, he flew towards his own magic tower. The 6-armed snake demon following behind felt this new world, and was completely shocked. Here, the tyranny in its bones seemed to be easier to suppress and not so active. Here, the world seemed to be extremely open and free. The six-armed snake demon greedily breathed the air of the main material world. At this moment, it felt that the decision to surrender to Emolan was extremely correct. At this moment, it no longer wanted to return to that world full of tyranny, killing, and oppression. Chapter 6:18 New Weapons. You stand here as a doorman. Emolan pointed to the door of his office and said, Yes. The six-armed snake demon, holding 6 weapons, stood directly at the door, looking ferocious, very scary. After settling the six-armed snake demon, Emolan strode directly into the office. Linwa appeared outside the door before he entered for long. 8th level demon? Yes, according to our guess, it is very likely to be an 8th level demon. Linwa smacked his lips when he heard it. You guys are still having fun. You even encountered an 8th level demon. Emolan smiled when he heard this. Why? An 8th level demon should be enough for you to try out new weapons. Right? Enough? Absolutely enough. I was afraid that my new weapon was too weak. I tested it with an 8th level warrior, and the result was that none of them broke the defense, they were all garbage, and they were evenly matched. Ha ha ha, what's the big deal? You can't even beat an 8th level warrior, doesn't this just prove the effect? Are you still researching? Still making weapons to kill 7th level warriors? No way. No way. Is there really someone researching weapons to deal with 7th level warriors? Linwa ignored Emolan's mischief and nodded thoughtfully. Well, what you said makes sense. If you can't even hurt an 8th level warrior, then there's no value in developing it. That's right. Emolan nodded. By the way, what new weapons did you develop this time? Tell me about it. Nothing much. Just a disintegrator made using the resonance principle, and a high-voltage lighting device made using the Tesla coil principle. Recently, a considerable part of my energy has been diverted by the mushroom egg. So these are the two. Well, both of your weapons sound interesting, Emolan said, and Lubin smiled. After advancing to the 7th level with the help of the Golden Spirit, my ability to process metals has become stronger, and the processing progress has been greatly improved, and I can even process directly in the microscopic field. So I made experimental models of these weapons. After finding the Golden Element Realm, Lubin paid a huge price for the Golden Spirit, and with the exploration of many mages, it didn't take long for him to catch a Golden Spirit, so he also successfully advanced to the 7th ring. Okay, what about the mushroom egg? Emolan asked, and Linwa rubbed his brows when he heard it. Let's not talk about mushroom eggs. My head hurts when I hear these words now. I've read all the data you sent me before, and I've basically understood them all, but there's no progress. Let me put it this way, at this stage, if we want to make mushroom eggs, we have to find those 2 nuclear materials. I have to say, those predecessors who studied nuclear weapons are gods, and they can make nuclear bombs with some formulas. If they come, maybe they can make mushroom eggs out of nothing, but I'm sorry, it's impossible. I can't even see their taillights. So we have to find these 2 raw materials. Have you found them? Aren't you talking nonsense? If I had found them, would I still be here chatting with you? I tell you, if I had found them, I would have gone to make mushroom eggs by hand, and I would not come here no matter what you said. Well, that's right. If I can make mushroom eggs by hand, I won't trade it for anything. Emolan nodded in agreement. Okay, since this is still, then you should prepare your 2 new weapons, and the largest caliber, the most powerful electromagnetic railgun, as many as you can get. In addition, can the number 1 Tower Spirit of Jean be put into use? The number 1 Tower Spirit of Yin is the first generation of cluster tower spirits developed specifically for research and development calculations. The number 1 Tower Spirit of Jean is a generation of cluster tower spirits specially developed for war command, ballistic calculations, and strong blockades based on the success of the number 1 Tower Spirit of Yin. According to the design, after the number 1 Tower Spirit of Jean is put into use, the Mage Association will once again reach a new level in terms of combat. In the future, the threat level to high-level single combat power will also be raised to another level, especially when controlling massive electromagnetic rail artillery shells. It's already being debugged. After debugging, we can conduct the first experiment. Okay, then let them debug as soon as possible. After debugging, send it directly to the abyss. Then use this 8th level demon as the first experimental test. The data obtained will definitely be the most valuable. Okay, I'll notify them right away. Yes. Linwa left. When he left, he glanced at the 6-armed snake demon at the door. In an instant, The six-armed snake demon felt a bone-chilling cold all over his body. Another pervert. The six-armed snake demon's muscles were tense. Luckily Lin only took a glance, however. Are you nervous? Your muscles are so tense. You want to attack me? You want to kill me? The six-armed snake demon was stunned for a moment. Just heard Lin yelling at him on Lan's office. President, you devil want to kill me. Why don't you let me deal with it? I'll take you away? Get lost. Okay. Lin left quickly, muttering as he left. I'll make one later. The six-armed snake demon was cold all over. He suddenly felt that this extremely beautiful main material world was full of dangers. There were dangers everywhere. Everyone wanted to kill it. And then study it from the inside out. It was too scary. I want to go back. Emolan rolled his eyes when he saw Lin leaving. He began to draft documents, directly mobilized many construction teams to stand by, directly transferred a large amount of resources from the warehouse, directly intercepted every structural component of the magic tower coming out of the production line. Emolan signed one by one. And the huge mage association was like a sophisticated and huge machine. Countless talents and countless resources gathered at Emolan's command. Ready to stand by. After everyone and all the materials were ready, Emolan opened the door to the other world again. Let's go! Yes. At this moment, everyone stepped into a space box. And this space box was put into another space box. Layer by layer. All people and materials have been put into a space box the size of a suitcase. Emolan dared not delay for a moment while carrying the box. And stepped directly into the gate of the other world. After entering the abyss world again, the gate of the other world closed directly. And Emolan flew to Lu Bin's location at the fastest speed. It was not that time was running out. But there was still plenty of time. The main reason was that the space box in Emolan's hand, which contained a large number of people and materials, had to pay a heavy price every moment. Every minute and every second consumed a large amount of space elements. In this case, wasting a second was a luxury. After spending some effort, Emolan arrived at the blood pool in the next territory, and directly waved his hand, releasing all the mages and materials in the space box, and shouted in a low voice, "Begin to arrange. Chapter 619 Extremely skilled. This is the design, arrange it according to the design." Emolan handed a blueprint to the mage in front, then turned his head to look at Linhua. "Linhua, have you arranged the battle group of tower spirits?" Linhua was busy in front of a diamond structure. Under Emolan's gaze, the diamond structure began to operate, emitting a strong spiritual fluctuation. Linhua sensed this spiritual fluctuation, and after connecting a few parameters, he turned around and said loudly, "It's ready. And it can be put into use. Okay. Let's start connecting to the wartime channel now." Yes. As soon as the words fell, a spiritual force spread out, which was a direct spiritual connection, and connected with the mages according to the reserved spiritual fluctuations. The tower spirit of the first cluster is a closed system. It is impossible to connect to the spirit from the outside when using it. All the spiritual fluctuations have been input into the tower spirit in advance. After the tower spirit is turned on, it will spread out spiritual power according to different authority levels and different functional levels to connect these mages. Among them, many functional blocks and level blocks of the Battle 1 cluster tower spirit are isolated from each other to ensure confidentiality. In just a moment, all the mages around the entire blood pool were connected to the tower spirit. Seeing this, Linhua turned back to look at the tower spirit and patted the tower spirit's shell. The next moment, the ground cracked, and the diamond-shaped tower spirit sank into the ground. As the soil closed, the tower spirit disappeared without a trace. Moreover, as the tower spirit sank into the ground, the spiritual fluctuations it emitted almost disappeared. Even Emolan could only find some clues. And if he didn't know, he would probably ignore it. This is the John E. Tower spirit entering a silent and hidden state. As the John E. Tower spirit hides, everyone moves. Linhua takes out 4-digit electromagnetic rail guns and distributes them to his mages to install around. The blood pool here is also located in a terrain similar to a valley. The center of the valley is the blood pool, and around it is a platform for the abyss worms to fight. Under Linhua's instructions, these 4-digit electromagnetic rail guns are all installed on the surrounding peaks, and they are hidden with soil and stones, and then covered with a magic array to conceal elemental fluctuations. These 4-digit electromagnetic railguns were not cast temporarily by the Mage Association, but the entire strategic reserve in the Mage Association's War Reserve. The significance of reserving these electromagnetic railguns is that if the electromagnetic railguns installed in the Mage Association are damaged or malfunctioning, they can be replaced at any time, since it is only a replacement. And since the gold-patterned black steel is relatively precious, the number of spare replacements is actually only 1/4 or 1/5 of the installed number. However, since the gold-patterned black steel ore was recently found, and the reserves of the ore were found to be good, at Linwood's suggestion and with Emoland's permission, a new batch of large-caliber electromagnetic railguns has been included in the manufacturing plan. After all, these things are proportional to Emoland's confidence, and can effectively increase Emoland's confidence. Now there are only 4-digit electromagnetic railguns, although it is a bit small. But it is better to have a few than nothing. One by one, the electromagnetic railguns were installed. And then after adding the remote control and aiming system, they were all connected to the John E. Tower Spirit, and were precisely controlled by the John E. Tower Spirit. The electromagnetic railguns were installed step by step, and Linwood looked at the other side. The fire element guns on the other side were also being installed. Compared with the electromagnetic railgun, which is demanding on materials, the fire element gun is much cheaper and can be made with only 6th level red rock, thanks to Earl Red Maple, the 6th level red rock resource summoning technique, and the vastness of the fire element world. At least the Mage Association has not yet explored the boundaries of the fire element world, and has not yet counted the number of 6th level lava beasts. We only know that as long as the 6th level lava beast is summoned, it will definitely come. Summoning a 6th level lava beast only requires a little space element and some time. But you can harvest a small hill of 6th level elemental stone red rock. This is simply the most convenient to mine, the largest reserve of high level. No, even the reserves of low level elemental stones are not as rich as this 6th level red rock. So in fact, this 6th level resource summoning technique has never stopped being used, and any equipment using red rock as raw material can be manufactured in large quantities, and the technology can be well developed, because the material is cheap and there is enough. The fire element cannon is a typical example. The fire element cannon is not as powerful as the electromagnetic railgun. Its power can only reach the 6th level limit, only a hair's breadth away from the 7th level. But a world of difference. There is no way. Emolan has no time to develop the 7th order version of the fire element cannon. Currently, it can only stagnate at the 6th order limit. Whether in terms of power, rate of fire, accuracy, the fire element cannon cannot compare with the electromagnetic railgun. But the fire element cannon has an advantage that the electromagnetic railgun cannot catch up with. That is, large quantity and sufficient supply. Linwood looked at the electromagnetic railguns all over the mountains, and turned to look at the responsible mage next to him. Hey, how many fire element cannons did you bring? Half, 2 spare strategic warehouses. 2 warehouses? How many? It should be more than 20,000. I guess I didn't count the number. At that time was tight, and they were all moved one box at a time. 20,000. Linwood was silent. He usually paid less attention to these departments. This is Liu Bin's functional area. He knows something about it, but his brain is not very clear about the details. I'm suddenly very curious. Association, around the association, how many fire element cannons have you deployed around Mirror Lake? The mage scratched his head in embarrassment when he heard this. I don't know the exact number because I haven't counted it. Anyway, the manufacture of fire element cannons has never stopped. And for every 5 fire element cannons manufactured, 1 is placed in the spare strategic warehouse. Anyway, there are probably all over the mountains and plains. If you must have a specific number, then after the new Battle 1 Tower Spirit is manufactured, we will start to connect these fire element cannons to the Tower Spirit control, and then it will be clear at a glance. Now these fire element cannons are managed and controlled by different Tower Spirits. And there is no statistics. The mage saw Lin was smelling it, and explained, "Oh, it's okay. I just asked casually." Lin will listen to the mage's words, thought about the fire element cannons all over the mountains, and shook his head. I hope these fire element cannons will never fire. Forget it. I still don't have enough electromagnetic railguns installed. These people who follow the fire element cannons are animals. I will apply for another batch of gold-patterned black steel later. The density of electromagnetic railguns installed in the association is still not high enough. And the firepower network blockade is still too weak. Linwa muttered. And under his gaze, they skillfully buried the fire element cannons inside the mountain. And there were also boxes of liquid fire elements. Extremely skilled. Chapter 620 Projection Space. So skilled. Linwa muttered. Who knows how many fire element cannons were built behind such skilled movements? These bastards. Their sense of crisis is stronger than theirs. Don't they know I have deployed many cannons? You are still deploying them one by one. Linwa shook his head after speaking. Forget it, I don't want to bother with them. I'll just deploy my resonance weapons and Tesla coil towers. I hope this first battle will be a good performance. The soul took out a space box, took out huge structures from it. One after another huge structure floated out of thin air, assembled in the air. Soon, a blue tower that was as tall as an ordinary mage tower, but slimmer and more marketable was formed. Under the dark sun of the abyss world, blue electric sparks danced on the tower. Linwa looked at the blue tower with a smile on his face. Beside him, construction teams were assembling quickly, building mage towers and low-profile mage fortresses. In addition, the forbidden magic field, dimension anchor, gold-patterned black steel chain net, etc., were all spell structures imprinted on the mountain, and the layouts filled the space. Under the efforts of the Mage Association, the entire valley seemed to have not changed at all. But in fact, every space, every rock, and every corner here had a constant spell structure, and was filled with the layouts of the mages. It seems that nothing has changed. But in fact, a huge change has taken place under its ground. In addition, the gate to the other world opened again in the middle. And this time Linwa transferred another batch of materials in. In an emergency, Kuchinji's mecha profession made a great breakthrough. The biggest breakthrough this time is that the new mecha no longer needs to move the spiritual space. This time Kuchinji's idea is completely different. This time Kuchinji uses the projection effect to completely copy the spiritual space, project it, and form an illusory spiritual space. Although the spiritual space is illusory, it still captures the magic of the spiritual space and the magic of the spell. This kind of spiritual space projection can currently last for about 3 hours. In 3 hours or so, it is just like a real spiritual space, with almost no difference. However, when projecting the spiritual space, the original spiritual space cannot be used and will fall into silence. If the projection of the spiritual space is destroyed, it will cause great damage to the vitality of the spiritual space. But it will not die, since the technology of this kind of mental space projection is not perfect yet. It is only a temporary breakthrough, so it can only be used within the range of mental power. After Linwa learned about it, he took it directly, and then took a few stored mechas and made some modifications. Thus, several mechas with 6th level combat power became the shells of the mechas that projected the mental space. These mechas will then become the only group of mages who will face the 8th level demons directly. At that time, all mages including Imolan, Lu Bin, and Linwa will not face the 8th level demons directly on the battlefield. At most, Linwa would use the technology of mental space projection to control its 7th level mecha to fight. Lu Bin would use the spirit of Zhang Yi Tower to spread his mental power, remotely control the space, and prepare for the fight. As for Imolan, he didn't prepare anything, but just used mental power to remotely connect to the spirit of Zhang Yi Tower, and mysteriously control something. Linwa, Lu Bin asked him several times, but he didn't answer. It was half a month after everything was arranged, and there was only 1 week left before the agreed time. Within a week, all the mages disappeared without a trace, and it seemed that nothing had happened in this Blood Pool Valley. In the whole valley, only the imprisoned Goathorn demon next to the blood pool was panting, and a powerful breath was rising to the sky, as if venting his anger, or using this anger to cover up the fear in his heart. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, it was the agreed day. However, everyone was not in a hurry. It would definitely take time for the other party to come, and the journey would not be too short. So another day passed, and he still didn't come. The second day passed, and he still didn't come. Are you coming or not? Imolan was helpless, rolled his eyes, opened the door to the other world, and began his own research and meditation in the office. However, just when Imolan returned to the office, a message came. Here it comes! Here it comes? Imolan was startled, and immediately sent his thoughts over. Sure enough, not long after Imolan sent his thoughts over, he found the Abyss Demon flying at high speed from a distance, but it seemed that something was wrong. The huge Abyss Demon approached. When it was close enough, when Imolan could sense it, Imolan's face instantly jumped. 7th level. Imolan was speechless, After preparing for so long, waiting for so long, in the end, he only waited for a 7th level Abyss Demon. Although the 7th level demon seemed to have a much stronger aura, but the 7th level demon was still the 7th level demon. Bold Sheephead. Before the 7th level Abyss Demon even approached the blood pool, a wave of arrogance and violence surged. Bold. I'm Bold. Your mother! Emolan shouted loudly, and directly scooped with his big hand. Instantly, the wind and cloud surged, and a chaotic-colored big hand appeared out of thin air, and suddenly grabbed the 7th level demon and squeezed it. Crack! The 7th level demon turned into a pool of meat paste, and was thrown to the ground by the big hand, just like a fly being slapped to the ground. Then the big hand disappeared, and Emolan's thoughts were also collected, leaving only one sentence. Kill each of these 7th level demons, until the 8th level demon comes in person. The tip of the iceberg of Emolan's strength made everyone gasp. The powerful 7th level demon was like an ant in front of Emolan, and he could kill it with one hand. It made people curious. Was Emolan too strong, or was this demon too weak? Yes! A group of mages responded, and Emolan's thoughts returned to his body, continuing to study the structure of his anti-gravity control spell, continuing to study his element splitting, and studying the relationship between elements and matter. During this period, several level 7 demons were killed near the blood pool. Many of these level 7 demons came in groups, and they were cautious and concealed. However, no matter how they came, they were caught by the angry people who had been waiting for a long time, and then killed. After several experiences, it was already a week later, and the blood pool had not been harvested for a long time. However, in the early morning of this day, a monstrous momentum crushed down, which was more terrifying than the momentum of the blood pool lord. The terrifying momentum made the air seem to solidify. Level 8. Here it comes! Chapter 621 Directed Sound Wave Resonance. Who dares to challenge the Honorable Blood Demon Lord? A powerful mental wave spread out, and Emolan, who was sitting in the remote connection inside the association, stretched out his head. High-level demon. But Emolan was not surprised, and even expected it. In the Abyss world, if you want to gradually gain power, then high-level demons are the most basic condition. All non-high-level demons, no matter how strong they are, can only become cannon fodder. Without exception. I smell your blood, dirty bugs. A sinister laugh sounded. Emolan secretly thought it was not good. The next moment, the mage player hidden deep underground suddenly felt his blood boiling. The pain from the horrible burning of every cell and every neuron in his body was like a tide that continuously impacted his consciousness. After a moment, the whole person was shattered. Only the crazy blood seeped upward along the soil, and finally appeared on the ground, turned into a pool of blood and flew into a blood shadow. The 8th level demon appeared in front of everyone now. It was a goathorn mask made of scarlet blood. The blood on the scarlet face was boiling and surging, revealing a ferocious and enjoyable expression. Ah! It's really delicious blood. Emolan, who was inside the association, had a cold look in his eyes. He exchanged a glance with Lu Bin next to him. At this moment, Lu Bin also frowned slightly. Elemental life. It's a bit difficult this time. Lu Bin's voice made Emolan nod slightly. In one encounter, all the mages left there died, except for Lin, who was hiding in the shadow space. All of them died, except for Lu Bin's mecha. All the mechas lost their controllers. Let the association's mages connect remotely. Although they cannot fully exert the combat power of the mechas, they can still test some things. Emolan nodded, gave an order, and returned his attention to the valley. At this moment, the goathorn demon imprisoned at the edge of the blood pool had also died suddenly, and all the blood in his body was swallowed by the 8th level blood demon. A piece of trash. The blood demon looked around with his bloodshot eyes, and finally focused his attention on the tall mecha in the center of the valley. Grinning. It turns out there is a little mouse hiding here. The next moment, a demon claw made of blood appeared instantly, slapping it like a fly. The mecha raised its head slightly, and a human-like look appeared in its eyes. Or it could be said that the mecha was its body at this moment, and Lin had become its soul. At this moment, it was already a defective creature. Lin's thoughts moved, and the mecha extended terrifying gun barrels all over its body, and it went all out from the beginning. Swish, swish, swish. The electromagnetic rail gun did not have such a loud roar when it was fired, and some only had a series of broken whistles. In an instant, It was unknown how many shells were launched, some of which were filled with cold air, some were hot as fire, and the air was slightly distorted. Some shells were filled with electric sparks, and some were extremely sharp, conventional shells, powerful special shells, and powerful special shells were recoiled upward like a rain of bullets. On one side, there were the overwhelming blood demon claws, and on the other side, there were the terrifying shells pouring down like rain, up and down, and the collision only lasted for a moment. Boom! The flames of the flame shells at the front instantly spread, and heated the palm scales to extremely high temperatures. The cold air shells followed closely the next moment, and instantly spread the low-temperature cold air, and instantly cooled and froze. At this moment, the sharp and unusually sharp armor-piercing shells followed closely. Boom! 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 The bottom of the blood demon claw of the 8th level blood demon was instantly shattered, and the subsequent flame shells, lightning shells, etc. followed closely, madly destroying the blood demon claw, destroying its energy structure. For a mage, even a rain of bullets contains a lot of considerations, and also contains a lot of calculations, and directly maximizes the power. The blood demon's claw was broken, but it was indeed under the full effort of a 7th level mecha. So far, the 7th level long-range combat power of the mecha has been concentrated on the electromagnetic railgun. Although it still has a high melee ability, the unreserved rain of bullets from all electromagnetic railguns can be regarded as the most powerful blow. Just destroy a move? Lin would mutter to himself. But before he finished speaking, the blood demon's claw in the air instantly turned into drops of blood in the boiling water, and then reconstructed, turning into a brand new blood demon's claw. At this moment, Lin's expression became extremely solemn. At this moment, Emolan's face was also extremely solemn. Lupin said slowly, I remember that Lin's shells have the ability to destroy energy structures and interfere with energy control. Right? Of course. Otherwise how can Lin fight elemental life, and how can he fight the 7th ring mage? Then now Emolan shook his head slowly. The 8th level blood demon's control over energy or rules far exceeds that of the 7th level, and has exceeded Lin's interference limit. This blood demon is very strong. But Linwa is not bad either. This mecha is an old version, and he hasn't had time to install new weapons. Well, let's see how he responds. President Lin is being beaten. Are you just watching the show? Zhang Guanwan next to him interrupted weakly. Emolan and Lu Bin looked at each other, and fell into silence. After a long time, Emolan spoke. Guanwan. Have you finished digging the mine? No. You didn't ask me. If not, go dig quickly. Before Zhang Guanwan could reply, he received a reminder from the tower spirit. Ding. You are disconnected from the network. In the Blood Pond Valley, Lin narrowed his eyes, and one of the 2 towers behind him emitted a high-frequency vibration. It was just a moment of restrained directional sound wave resonance that was directly shot out. The moment the directional sound wave resonance touched the blood demon's claw, it lasted for a moment. After a moment, the blood demon's claw was instantly shattered, turned into powder, and the shattered blood demon's claws all fell into a strange tremor, and instantly escaped from the blood demon's control. Emolan was slightly surprised and murmured. Lin lied to me that there was no result. This technology is quite interesting. The battle is still going on. It's a long story. In fact, it only took a moment. After the directional sound wave resonance passed through the blood demon's claw, it swept directly towards the blood demon's body. Sound wave resonance is originally invisible, but wherever the directional sound wave resonance passes, all the dust in the air is shattered, and the blank area left behind becomes the trajectory of the directional sound wave resonance. Unfortunately, this directional sound wave resonance is very powerful, but unfortunately, the attenuation is too strong. Emolan shook his head slightly, but the next scene Emolan opened his eyes wide, looked closely, and let out a long breath. So that's it. Chapter 622 10,000 cannons roared. Thunderbolt. A brilliant blue lightning bolt appeared from another high tower behind Lu Bin. The lightning bolt was as thick as a wrist. The moment it appeared, it shuttled through space and appeared on the blood demon. Boom! The power of directional sound wave resonance decreases with the increase of distance. It also expands the range of influence with the increase of distance. The attack range of directional sound wave resonance is like a flashlight. When it goes out, It is only the size of a fist, but when it reaches far away, it can illuminate the entire wall. When on the tower, the directional sound wave resonance only covered an area of M2. But when it reached the blood demon, it was already overwhelming. At the same time, the dimension anchors that had been prepared long ago took effect one after another, and the magic forbidden force fields took effect one by one, losing the ability to jump in space. The blood demon, who was somewhat restrained, could not escape the attack range of the sound wave even if he moved quickly. However, the sound wave with such a large attack range had lost all its damage effect on the blood demon. It was just that special tremor that made its blood tremble, and it fell into a slight stiffness. This moment of stiffness gave the battle-hardened blood demon an ominous premonition. The next moment, a brilliant blue lightning instantly crossed the space and appeared in front of it. It sensed the danger of death in this lightning. It was approaching death. The fear of death made it even more ferocious. The blood that made up its body instantly boiled. The boiling blood contained a lot of energy. It forcibly broke through the shackles of the tremor and returned to the blood demon's control. But the brilliant blue lightning as thick as a fist had already arrived in front of it. The blood demon had no choice but to defend at the last moment. Boom! With a loud bang, the brilliant blue lightning splashed as it hit the blood demon, and branches spread out like branches growing. Boom! 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 The branches penetrated into the blood demon's body and exploded in its body, splitting into thin pieces again. Boom! 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 The roar continued, but in an instant, the brilliant blue lightning turned into a tree-shaped lightning and bloomed with brilliant colors in the blood demon's body. And at this moment, countless thunders gathered together, turning into a loud noise, like a drum beating in the sky. Boom! Part of the blood demon's body structure was directly evaporated and gasified at the moment of the thunder. The remaining body was torn into pieces in the explosion of thunder, as if it had no sound. Dead, Lubin said in surprise, and Molan shook his head slowly. Not dead yet, but the thunder god is shocked. I was a little shocked when I heard it from a distance. It must have been knocked unconscious by the direct hit. The soul was broken or fainted. So it's not an exaggeration to say that it's half dead. Wouldn't that be better? Capture prisoners, Lubin said in surprise, even more excited. Molan turned his head before he could smile. At this moment, something happened on the battlefield. Blood Demon Lord is born. The blood of the blood demon splattered all over the place, and a strong spiritual wave was emitted at the same time. At the same time, its blood was boiling, swelling violently, and its huge body seemed to turn into a sea of blood at this moment. Linwa raised his eyebrows. You won't die until your blood is exhausted? Then I'll kill you. Fight a tower spirit. Autonomously allocate aiming. Fire element cannons, electromagnetic rail cannons. Linwa didn't know what the blood demon wanted to do at this moment, and he didn't interrupt what the blood demon wanted to say, and he didn't plan to let the blood demon complete a new move, or change his form. In short, Linwa didn't have so many problems. He was curious about the blood demon, and could study it slowly after beating it into a corpse. There was plenty of time. Linwa's order was a mental wave. Although the sentence was long, it only took a moment. The moment the order was issued, the fire element cannon and the electromagnetic rail gun had already fired in unison. 20,000 6th level peak fire element cannons fired in unison. At this moment, the fire elements in the Blood Pond Valley were rioting. If the fire elements were usually calm lake water, at the moment when 20,000 fire element cannons fired in unison, it was like a tsunami reaching its climax. Boom! The fire element cannon fired, and the highest wave of the tsunami suddenly landed. In an instant, the sky and the earth had turned red. The blood sea that had been spreading rapidly evaporated and gasified. A moment later, the flames disappeared, and only a blood ball with a diameter of several meters remained in the center of the blood sea. The blood balls gathered together tightly, like a crystal clear ruby. At this moment, 1,000 electromagnetic rail guns of different calibers locked onto the blood balls at the same time and fired. Boom! 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 1,000 electromagnetic rail guns blocked the entire space. The metal shells drew straight trajectories in the tide of fire elements. The blood demon who wanted to dodge was directly hit by countless gold-patterned black steel bullets. Boom! 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 The blood ball, which looked like a ruby, was extremely hard, but after enduring explosions again and again, suddenly a crack appeared. The moment the crack appeared, it spread rapidly. A moment later, bang! The blood ball shattered into countless crystal clear blood. The blood turned into bullets and shot out in all directions. You want to escape? Have you asked me? Lu Bin's faint voice sounded, and a shadow appeared above the Blood Pond Valley. With a wave of his hand, the space around the Blood Pond Valley instantly twisted and changed. In the blink of an eye, a space maze surrounded the Blood Pool Valley. Once an ordinary person is trapped in it, it is impossible to get out. But Lu Bin's face suddenly changed. Not good, the blood demon must have a spatial talent, and its sensitivity to space is too keen. When I changed the space, it directly grabbed the frequency we reserved. Damn! It almost flashed away. Mo-Lan, President, come and help, I can't hold it back. Lu Bin quickly smoothed the space maze, took over the control of the space anchor array, relying on the rapidly changing space frequency and his exquisite control of space to delay the blood demon as much as possible. But it is obvious that once the blood demon catches the reserve frequency, its blood can penetrate space. Even if Lu Bin intercepts it instantly, it will fly dozens or hundreds of meters. Mo-Lan glanced at Lu Bin's projection. A meaningless projection. As soon as the voice fell, a brand new huge projection was formed next to it. Mo-Lan squatted down at the moment the projection took shape, supporting the ground with one hand, and a faint voice echoed in the valley. Array up. As soon as the voice fell, dozens of mage towers arranged inside the valley and hundreds of mini energy sources responded instantly. The element pool of the mage tower surged instantly, and the accumulated energy in it was released from the top of the tower, transforming into a huge concentrated energy ball. The remaining mini energy sources also emitted small energy balls. The energy balls were scattered, and energy channels formed between the energy balls. The energy flowed directly in the air. In a blink of an eye, a huge spell structure took shape, and Mo-Lan's faint voice sounded. Unfortunately, the mage tower was built not long ago, and the accumulation is too little. Chapter 623 Sealing the Blood Demon. However, if it is only the 8th level blood demon, it is almost enough. Mo-Lan's faint voice sounded, and the huge projection waved its sleeves, light as the wind and clouds. The formation is over. As soon as the voice fell, a group of vines began to grow from the ground, and instantly spread to every drop of the blood demon's blood, as well as in front of it, and on its escape route. The vines are as thin as silk, and radiate a trace of golden light on the surface. This is an extremely magical plant, which was obtained by a mage in the Mage Association, when he was exploring the underground world. This vine feeds on metals. After it grows, it is often harder than the original metal. It can integrate the special properties of the original metal, and at the same time has many advantages such as toughness and plasticity. This one is a gold-eating vine that Mo-Lan personally customized for this spell. It is cultivated with the top-grade gold-patterned black steel, space bronze, and other elemental metals. It has the sharpness and hardness of gold-patterned black steel, and is contaminated with the spatial properties of space bronze. It can even reinforce space and bind space. In addition, it has another elemental metal special effect with extremely high full element conductivity, and its elemental conductivity is also extremely strong. The gold-eating vines grew rapidly, and in a blink of an eye, they covered the entire valley. Moreover, the seemingly random growth of the gold-eating vines seemed to have a special secret. Congeal. As soon as Mo-Lan finished speaking, the crystal clear ice completely froze the entire valley area in an instant. All the objects, dust, blood, and air inside were frozen, and the picture was frozen from then on. At the same time, the gold-eating vines frozen inside the ice grew long and thin roots that took root in the ice. They did not penetrate the ice, but were completely connected to the ice. The ends of the roots continuously transported water elements, maintaining the strength of the ice, and even increasing it. In addition, a silver-white glow spread upward along the roots of the gold-eating vine, and in a blink of an eye it spread to all branches. Buzz! A wave of space fluctuations, different branches of the gold-eating vine, different branches turned into nodes, slender vines turned into channels, resonance formed, a wave of space fluctuations spread, the space inside the ice cube instantly turned into a piece of iron plate, without the slightest gap, without the slightest space. Mo-Lan smiled slightly at this. With his hands behind his back, the magic structure composed of dozens of magic towers, hundreds of mini magic platforms also slowly fell down. In fact, the energy in it was almost consumed. Pa! 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 A round of applause sounded. Mo-Lan looked in the direction of the sound, only to see Linwa quietly forming a projection that was only slightly smaller than Lan's projection next to him, and clapping his hands. As expected of the president, you can decide the outcome as soon as you appear, making it impossible for this blood demon to turn over. No, it's all thanks to these pre-arranged mage towers. Hey, didn't you personally arrange this mage tower? And even if it's already been arranged, if you didn't do it yourself, what's the point? Linwa pointed at the huge seal and said, "Who among us has the ability to modify a dimensional anchor spell model into such a complex spatial structure, leaving behind a lot of magic channels, using a pioneering way of sharing channels, and forcibly controlling the gold-eating vines to grow spell nodes and energy channels one by one during the growth process? And while growing, it also covers the entire area that needs to be sealed, and controls the water element down to the basic particles of the water element, so that this ice is completely free of bubbles, without a single gap, and completely forms a whole. And the last self-sustaining sealing system. The technical content in it is simply amazing. This level of innovation ability. This level of micro-manipulation ability. Even Lu Bin and I are far behind. And we can't catch up at all." Yes. Lu Bin agreed beside him. Lan couldn't help but smile when he heard it. And then, he spoke out. "You only talk about me. What about you? The coordination seems messy, but is actually so detailed that there are not many artillery attacks on each tree. The directional sound wave resonance system, using sound wave resonance, integrates the principle of nuclear fission, and only needs a moment of sound wave to find out the frequency of the target, and then adjust it in an instant. The most amazing thing is to enable multiple frequencies at the same time for different targets. This is simply amazing. It can be said that if you capture the main target frequency, your sound waves will not be blocked. From a certain perspective, this is similar to the splitting technique I conceived. Not only that, this sound wave resonance can also force the enemy's energy into your frequency, making the opponent lose control of his own energy, achieving the effect of controlling the enemy even if he cannot hurt him. Most people may stop here. You still have the Tesla electromagnetic tower behind you, which is more powerful than you can imagine. Although I don't know the specific principle. Your directional sound wave resonance should have dispersed all the dust and air within the range, forming a special environment, which allowed the lightning on the Tesla electromagnetic tower to strike the 8th level blood demon with minimal consumption. Right? This is linked to each other. And your battle with the 8th level blood demon also made me say a lot." Lan looked at the two tall towers standing in the center of the valley, and couldn't help but admire again. Yes. Lu Bin next to him agreed again. And just after he finished speaking, he looked at Lan, looked at Linwa, and suddenly fell into deep thought. "Something seems wrong? Hey, it's just SOSO you are better, President. Hey, let's make progress together. Lu Bin, who was standing next to him, watched the two businessmen bragging about each other, and suddenly realized something in his mind, opened his mouth. But suddenly he couldn't say anything, and Lu Bin fell into deep thought. And Lan and Linwa chatted for a while, and then ran to the seal, looking at the 8th level blood demon inside the huge ice seal. At this time, the 8th level blood demon had turned into countless blood drops, and these blood drops were scattered irregularly inside this ice block as big as a valley, and were frozen. But even so, Lan and Linwa could still sense that this 8th level blood demon was still alive, and was trying to break the seal. Inside the ice, every drop of blood was boiling, emitting an astonishingly high temperature, burning the surrounding ice. If the seal was not managed by anyone, it would not take long for the ice to be melted by the blood and escape. But just as Linwa said, the magic tower at the bottom of the seal continuously absorbed elements and input them into the gold-eating vine. And the water element flowed along the vine of the gold-eating vine, flowing to every branch, from the end of the smallest branch, seeping out from the surface of the leaves, and blending into the ice, while fighting against the temperature of the boiling blood, and strengthening the strength of the ice. In this way, the strength of the ice will not decrease over time, but may become stronger. Chapter 624 Blood Demon? Awesome. Linwa looked at the seal, and couldn't help but admire it again. If it continues to operate in this mode, even if the blood demon dies, the seal will not disappear naturally, but will become stronger and stronger with the passage of time. I even suspect that after the blood demon inside dies, this piece of ice will turn into a very precious permanent resource over time, similar to elemental metals, elemental stones, etc. It is not impossible for this to evolve into an elemental ice mine in the future. Perhaps by that time, this place will become a relic, attracting countless people, demons to explore. It's exaggerated. This level of enhancement requires years for qualitative change, and to turn into a precious permanent ice material, it will take at least 1,000 or 10,000 years as the time unit. Mo Mullen waved his hand. And Lin was said after hearing this. So you were talking about the ruins. Mo Lon was stunned when he heard this. And then laughed. If that's the case, it's true. But it's basically impossible. Let's not talk about what kind of changes will happen in such a long time span. Let's just say that we will definitely catch this blood demon and study it. And we must open the seal. Why should I go to the trouble of restoring it after opening the seal? I don't have the leisure time for this. And this gold-eating vine is so precious. Isn't it? Not to mention the high cost of cultivating it. The vine itself is now a very strong material. I have to be stuck in the door to have the leisure time to throw money. As for the ruins you mentioned, even if it is written in the novel, it is only when the person who arranged the ruins cannot kill the blood demon, cannot control the blood demon, dare not unseal it, or has other uses or ulterior motives. Or suddenly we all die. My family is wiped out. And we can't take care of the blood demon sealed here. Are we? The latter? Lin was expression froze when he heard it. Well, forget it. By the way, President, when do you plan to get the blood demon out for research? Although the blood demon is the 8th level, it shouldn't be a big problem for us to get a drop of blood to study it. Right? It's not terrible. Even the energy volume of a drop of blood has reached the 8th level. As for the space attribute, it's enough to make a box with space bronze. But speaking of this, with your terrifying control over the elements, it shouldn't be a problem to unlock the seal of a drop of blood alone. Right? Of course there's no problem. I can play with this seal however I want. Who wants blood for research? How many drops do you want? Get the box ready, and I'll put it in. Mo Lon looked at Lin Hua, who waved his hand and pointed to the 2 towers in the center of the valley that were also frozen. I don't have time, I'm not interested, I'm here to experiment with my 2 new weapons. Although I've made the new weapons, there are still many flaws. After actual combat this time, I've collected a lot of data. And I probably have a plan for further improvement. So I will completely perfect these 2 weapons in the next period of time. And then find a way to install them on the mecha. As for this 8th level blood demon, I am not interested. You can help me loosen the seal below a little later, so that I can dismantle the 2 towers. That's right. Whether it is directional sound wave resonance or Tesla coil electromagnetic tower, they can only be used in close combat. Right? Tesla coil electromagnetic tower broke after 1 use. And there are indeed many shortcomings. Okay. What about you? Lu Bin? Mo Lon turned his head to look at Lu Bin. And Lu Bin smacked his lips when he heard it. The blood demon has a strong spatial talent. I am indeed a little interested. But I have several projects on hand recently. I can't spare the time. Maybe later. I will finish the projects on hand later. Not now. President. Don't you do some research yourself? Mo Lon shook his head after hearing what Lu Bin said. How can I have the time? A god of light just appeared some time ago. I threw this to a promising young man. Let's not talk about it for now. As for my own disintegration technique, elemental true body, the perfection of the 7th ring mage path, etc., there are a lot of projects waiting for me to do, and I have to do them. The 8th order blood demon, the temptation is indeed great. I also have the ability to study it, but for me, it's a bit far away. Let's wait until I have studied the 7th order and the 7th ring thoroughly. If I haven't studied the 7th order and the 7th ring thoroughly, then why study the 8th order? It's not like I was at the 6th ring limit, and I was in a hurry to study the 7th order when I was ready to break through. President, you are still so steady, and steady, but your foundation is so solid that it's abnormal. Mo Lon smiled when he heard it. No way, you all play tricks, and I am the only one who takes the most ordinary, most common route. What can I do? I have to become a master? I have to consolidate my foundation, and consolidate my foundation again, otherwise how can I be better than you? That's because you need to open the way, President. Only the most ordinary, most common path is the most suitable path for the vast number of mages. If you, President, don't intend to lower the threshold for mages, if you don't want to open up a path that is most suitable for mage civilization, then with your talent, what tricks can't you handle? How can we too be the ones to suffer? Lin Hua couldn't help but interrupt when he heard it. Hey, Lu Bin. Wait. Wait. What are you talking about? It's our turn to eat shit. It's like if the president doesn't play tricks. It's our turn to eat shit. Do you know what the president is like now? Now the president has trained almost every ordinary ability. Every foundation to the limit. And has mastered every realm. Crushed it bit by bit and figured it out. And made sure to reach the limit before breaking through. Are you sure you can beat the president by playing tricks? Emolan laughed when he heard it nearby. And had no intention of participating in this topic. Well, what you said makes sense. Alright. Alright, what are you talking about? Since the three of us don't have time to deal with it, then why are we still here? The others are not capable of studying the 8th level blood demon at the moment. Let's go, the blood demons are all sealed. Let's go back and do our own things. Hey Linhua, if you don't want your tower, I'll go back first. Yes, I want it. After a while, Emolan opened a passage at the bottom of the seal. Linhua went in and dismantled the 2 weapon towers, dismantled the battle tower spirit, and installed an ordinary tower spirit before they went their separate ways. Seeing this, the other mages also dispersed, returning to their own homes. In the original Blood Pond Valley, only an extremely huge iceberg remained, occupying the entire valley. Inside the iceberg, countless crystal clear, ruby-like blood was frozen in a radial pattern. The 8th level blood demon inside did not lose consciousness. While trying to break through the seal, he was always paying attention to the movements of Emolan, Linhua, and Lu Bin in the outside world. But when he saw them walking away without looking back, the projections disappeared. And he really didn't care about it. He couldn't help but fall into silence. Blood Demon, ? Chapter 625 Player Traces. Team Leader, the comparison results are out. A mage walked into the laboratory quickly, and said to Tang Chuan, how are the comparison results? The content of the doctrine contains a lot of real-life content, and many things are directly moved here with a changed name. I have to say that this group of players must be quite lazy, and they just copied without any changes, and they are completely the same, and they are all red. TSK, even if there are some differences, you can clearly see the traces of modification in reality. There is no such coincidence in the world. The modification of this doctrine must have been participated by players, otherwise there would be no such large overlap. Tang Chuan looked at the comparison photos presented by the mage, and nodded after looking at a few of them. It is basically certain that people in reality participated in compiling the doctrine, but I don't know whether it was all compiled by players or players just participated. Tang Chuan hesitated for a moment, thought about it, and spoke again. And it is not certain whether the game makers were lazy when making it, and copied it. If so, then these overlaps can still make sense. This. The mage was stunned, scratched his head, and suddenly didn't know what to say. There is still a part missing. We have to wait for the other group to come back. If the other group also comes out with results, then we can almost confirm some things, Tang Chuan said slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw several mages striding into the research room. He smiled immediately when he saw them. Speaking of the devil, the results of the comparison group here are out. What about your group? What are the results? It's out. The mage took a breath and said slowly. We found the original version of the doctrine. As soon as the mage finished speaking, Tang Chuan immediately understood that this group of players must be playing a game of taking over the nest, or bringing money into the group. This is the original version of the doctrine, which is very rough compared to the current version, and it is obvious that there is no trace of players' participation in its compilation. It is impossible for something compiled by players to have no trace of reality. This is the second version of the doctrine that appeared 2 months ago, which is much more complete, and obviously has traces of players. So our group concluded that this Church of the God of Light was originally a church formed naturally by the indigenous people. It should be derived from the worship of the sun and light, and because of the birth of the doctrine, although it is relatively rough, it is also a doctrine. It has been widely spread, and there are many believers. And one thing worth noting is that although this doctrine is crude, it also has a central idea, which confirms the identity of the God of Light. Tang Chuan nodded and said, if the God of Light is really a belief in gods, then it is obvious that this is a reality anchor, a unified belief, the key to the cohesion of the God of Light, and even the core role of the doctrine. Yes, we thought so too. So after finding the original version of the doctrine, we put the new and old versions together for comparison. Only the core ideas and descriptions of the God of Light are compared. The new and old doctrines seem to have the same core ideas, but when we compare them with purpose, we find that they are different. The new version of the doctrine has added a lot of content in the process of improvement. And the added content is even more than the original length. It seems that the added content is an extension of the original. But after studying word by word, we found that there are some very hidden and obscure substitutions of concepts, which seem to have no effect but change the original meaning. I can say that this new version of the doctrine was mixed with a lot of personal opinions during the revision process. This group of players just bullied the original missionary team for being uneducated. They even changed the direction of the God of Light during the revision, which was slightly different from the original version. The mage couldn't help shaking his head as he spoke. I think the original missionary team should be very happy to see the players help them revise the doctrine. The revision is standardized and beautiful, it is much more convenient to preach, and the speed of preaching has increased a lot. I guess they are grateful to this group of players. Who would have thought that, seemingly helping, but secretly stealing their homes, the speed of preaching is fast. But the faster they preach, the faster they die, the more believers of the new doctrine account for the total believers, the faster they die. So, I can only say that they are uneducated, so terrible, being sold and still helping others count money. Oh no, not being sold, this is helping others make money, and then selling themselves to them. I can only say that this group of players is really fucking cool, amazing. Tang Chuan nodded slightly after hearing this. Can you find out how many believers there were before the revision of the doctrine? And how many believers there were after the revision of the doctrine? The mage stopped Tang Chuan and shook his head. I can't find out how many believers there are now, let alone before. And I guess even the church itself doesn't know this kind of data. And there has been no specific statistics. After all, this era is limited. The only one who knows how many believers there are should be the God of Light. Tang Chuan frowned slightly when he heard this. In this case, it is difficult to calculate how much share the players occupy now. Who knows if the opponent is a god or a wretched player hiding behind the screen? Tang Chuan rubbed his brows. Where is the headquarters of this church? It has not been found yet, but it is definitely not within the Morse kingdom. I have found some clues before. If nothing goes wrong, it should be in the Southern Empire. The Southern Empire? The Southern Empire is not a big problem. Although they are at war, they still share what they have. So try to find it. It is best to find the headquarters, find the other party's players, contact them, and sit down and talk together. Okay, oh. By the way, team leader, what if the other party is unwilling to talk to us? Tang Chuan raised his eyebrows. Don't want to talk to us? That's fine. If you don't want to talk to us, then don't preach in our alliance. I will forcibly clear out all his missionaries in the Morse Player Alliance. And I will clear out all his believers in the influence of the Morse Player Alliance. Then issue a notice to severely condemn this kind of private preaching in my sphere of influence. Team leader, are you going to just lift the quilt and lay everything out in the open? Tang Chuan shrugged upon hearing this. I help him cover up. It is love. What can I do if I don't help him cover it? I'm just a business public. It was announced directly, maybe they hate us. Cut, there are more players who hate the association. Not being jealous of being jealous is mediocre. What does this mean? Explanation is stronger than others. Others are jealous of you. So there are not many people hate the association. There are a lot of him. Chapter 626 The God of Light joins. I understand. The mage nodded gently. He actually knew all this very well. The reason why he asked again now was just to find out Tang Chuan's attitude. Since it is possible to communicate with the other party this time, then it is most important to clarify the attitude first. If you don't want to make an enemy, then show sincerity when you meet for the first time. If you don't want to talk properly, then threaten and provoke a little at the first time. There are ways and tricks. You can't be ignorant and have a good attitude at one time and a bad attitude at another. In short, first make clear the attitude of the team leader, and then act, contact, and communicate according to this attitude. This will not be a big problem, regardless of whether the work can be done well. At least it will not make others think that you are incompetent. Well, you are tired of running around. But the time is tight. The task is heavy, and there is no time for you to rest. In this way, I will allocate an extra batch of Yanshan tea and Yunqing grass from the project team to you. And you should not delay your meditation homework. Thank you, team leader. The mages smiled when they heard this. The price of Yanshan tea and Yunqing grass is not cheap. This group of mages in charge of field work left. And Tang Chuan also turned around and looked at the remaining mages in front of him. Everyone. They are busy. And we are about to start. Our mission is not clear. First, All the papers on mental power should be selected. Special mental power spells. Special mental power structures. All of which should be sorted out first. Then compare the new and old versions of the doctrine. And scrutinize them word by word. We must infer from these texts how they occupy the nest, brought in funds, and even the principle. In addition, we also need to search for traces of other churches. Since the Church of Faith has appeared, there must be more than one God of light. We can make multiple comparisons, find a masterless church, we can even occupy one, annex one as an experimental subject. Now assign tasks, one group. Tang Chuan assigned tasks one by one, and the mages took the tasks, and went to retrieve the information and began to study. It was not only Tang Chuan who was interested in the gods, others were also very interested. Especially when it comes to taking over the nest of a cuckoo. Bringing money into the group. Squeezing out power. This is very exciting and interesting research. God. Tang Chuan muttered to himself. Professional. Elite. Master. Legend. What level is a god? Is the level above legend a demigod? Or is the level above legend a god? In any case, gods are above legend. So what about newly born gods? No. This description is wrong. It should be still in the embryonic stage. Or a seed. What level is the god? Professional? Master? Legend? Are these gods who have not yet become complete similar to the original winged beasts? With great potential, but not strong enough, and have not grown up yet. If this is the case, then the prototypes of these gods will be a feast for players. And what I am studying now is how to get the ticket to this feast. The project team is operating in a tense and orderly manner. However, at this time, Emolan received a friend request. A friend introduced by Yi Fei, the president of the God of War Guild. He sent a message just after adding him. Emotion. I am the God of Light. I want to discuss with you the missionary work of the Church of the God of Light in the sphere of influence of the Morse Player Alliance. Emolan raised his eyebrows when he saw this message. Someone found you. Don't you know? Oh, it seems that you were really found. I'm not sure. Wait a minute. I'll go ask. The fat man in the space of the God of Light opened his mouth, and finally sighed helplessly, muttering. I originally thought that at least the God of Light personally presided over the discovery of me. So it wouldn't be a big deal if I took the initiative to surrender. Being defeated by the God of Light, being discovered by the God of Mo, is not shameful, not embarrassing. But what does Emolan mean? It means that the matter of the God of Light is only handled by a mage in the Mage Association, and it was this mage who pulled him out bit by bit. Not only was this not personally led by Emolan, it could even be said that Emolan did not take him seriously. A wizard in the association picked me out because of a missionary work, because of a divine spell. If you think about it this way, my decision to actively find someone to add Emolan as a friend was not a bad one. It was quite wise. The fat man comforted himself, but even so, he still felt a little frustrated. He was very proud of the series of operations to replace the God of Light, and even thought that he was the best among all the players in the entire game. Such a big thing must be personally responsible by Emolan. But I didn't expect that such a big thing would be thrown to just one person in the association. Oh hello, I have a general understanding of the situation. How do you plan to cooperate? Tell me. Share the technology to replace the God of Light, share the belief in gods, the church and a series of related knowledge, cooperate with you to do a series of experiments that will not last long and have permanent effects. Emolan raised his eyebrows when he saw this. He was not excited, nor did he rush to agree, but asked very calmly. After paying so much, what do you want? I don't want much, I want to join the Mage Association. After sending the message, the fat man looked at the chat interface nervously. His idea has always been simple. Since he can't beat them, he will join. And he has done special research on the Mage Association, Emolan mages, etc. If he joins, not only will the current situation not deteriorate, but he will get a lot of benefits. The Mage Association is not a bad organization. And Emolan is not a bad president. They should agree. Right? My strength has definitely met the requirements of the Mage Association, and the resources and knowledge I have are also what the Mage Association needs. The fat man murmured, but for some reason, he felt a little uneasy, which made him a little nervous. Emolan was also quite surprised to see this request, surprised at the decisiveness of the God of Light, but he was not in a hurry to agree, but fell into deep thought, after a moment, replied and asked. The God of Light is a God of faith, the more believers. the stronger it is? The fat man couldn't help but feel a little nervous when he saw this message, and an ominous premonition came to his mind. Yes. Then we will hold a meeting to discuss your application and collect the opinions and suggestions of relevant professionals. If the existence mode of the God of Light itself does not conflict with the purpose, development direction, and future of the Mage Association, the Mage Association will welcome your joining. Seeing this, the fat man's heart gradually sank. Whether or not to accept your joining, the association will respond within 3 days. Okay. Chapter 627 Shepherd. After the association held a meeting and discussed, we came to the unanimous conclusion that your application for membership is rejected. When the fat man saw this sentence, his heart sank to the bottom. Can I ask why? Because the God of Light is the God of faith, and after our discussion and judgment, the God of faith is not a complete individual, or the God of Light is not just you, but an organic whole that includes all believers, missionaries, and is called the God of Light. Is our conclusion correct? Yes. So the joining of the God of Light is not just the joining of your individual consciousness, but also the organic whole of the God of Light, and even the huge group of believers that encompass the Church of Light. We even doubt the will of the God of Light. That is, whether you will be affected by the faith of believers. When the wills of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions of believers are condensed into one, bringing you supreme status and power. Can your personal will really withstand the impact of so many wills? Have you ever thought, when you truly become the God of Light, when the God of Light truly becomes a deity, will you still be yourself? Will you become what the doctrine describes? You become the God of Light with the help of the doctrine, which means that the original God of Light will be affected by the doctrine. What about you? Emolan continued. To sum up, we have decided to reject you for the following reasons. First, the God of Light is a huge entity, not a person, so we cannot accept the God of Light to join. Second, the purpose of our Mage Association is contrary to faith. You are not unaware of the conflict between science and theology. Right? Your foundation is God, faith, while the foundation of the association is science. Third, we cannot be sure that your personal will not change, and your personal will is very likely to change completely becoming another person, or God. We will not accept such an uncertain factor to join the association. The fat man looked at these reasons one by one, and could not help but fall into silence. He could not refute any of them, and some of them even revealed the demons buried in his heart. Seeing that the other party had not responded, Emolan thought for a moment, and spoke again. The above 3 points are all based on the fact that you are the God of Light. If you are just you, that is, if you separate the God of Light, I, as the president of the Mage Association, invite you to join the Mage Association, not because of the God of Light, but because you have the ability to influence the God of Light and the pioneering ideas of the association. These are enough for you to join the Mage Association. I think since you can integrate into it, you should also have the idea of separating yourself. If it really doesn't work, the association can also provide help. The fat man looked at this passage, and his heart was unprecedentedly moved. His heart was thumping, as if it was going to jump out of his throat. He raised his hand to the chat interface with trembling hands, tremblingly typed a word. Good. But when he put his hand on the send button, he couldn't press it. After a long time, the fat man's hand fell down weakly, sighed, deleted the word good, retyped it, and then clicked send. Thank you. When Emolan saw this sentence, he immediately understood what the God of Light meant. After thinking about it, Emolan edited another message and sent it. Then I wish you success. In addition, I give you a friendly suggestion, that is, to maintain the most basic awe of the unknown, and God is now the unknown. Now in your opinion, you are the bird that occupies the nest of the cuckoo, you have plucked the fruits of the Church of the God of Light. You are the winner, the original God of Light is the loser. How about another angle? The doctrine has been perfected, the church structure has become efficient, there are countless believers, faith is everywhere, and the God of Light is still the God of Light. This has never changed. Who is the winner? Who is the hunter? Who will have the last laugh? I don't know, maybe you, maybe God? Emolan closed the chat interface directly after sending the message. Originally, I was talking to him for the sake of the God of Light. Now that he is unwilling to let go, it means that he is not on the same side as Emolan and the association. In this regard, Emolan will not say anything. It is the path I have chosen. No matter what the result is, I will have to taste it myself. Tang Chuan, come up. Tang Chuan came up shortly after Emolan finished speaking. President. You are looking for me? Yes. For the matter of the God of Light. Have you found other churches? Tang Chuan nodded when he heard it. You don't know until you check. Once you check, you'll be shocked. There are church organizations of varying degrees in light, harvest, see God, earth, etc. Some are just a group of worshippers. Some have formed the embryonic form of a church organization. And some can even be called a church. However, no divine arts have been discovered so far. I guess the God of Light is the fastest one. And then, he was targeted by that group of players. Mo Lan nodded when he heard this. Well, if that's the case, then the gods of other churches should be in a similar state. And they will be there soon. Since this God of Light player is willing to show us goodwill, there is no need for us to interfere, nor to make it public. I will give you the name card of the God of Light player later. You can add him. You can chat with him when you have nothing to do. While observing the status of the Church of the God of Light, you can ask him questions. I think he should be able to answer ordinary questions. In this way, the Church of the God of Light is a good experimental sample. This is an experiment with a God and countless believers as samples. I think we can gain a lot, Mo Lan said slowly. As for other churches, we don't need to worry about anything. As long as there are no casualties among believers and no serious consequences, you can experiment and design various control groups. Mo Lan said as he slowly exhaled. The God's experiment can also be called a God herding. A shepherd is a herder. A shepherd is a herd. A God is a spirit. And a shepherd is a person. A shepherd is a person who herds spirits. Mo Lan's faint voice sounded in Tang Chuan's ears. And he immediately trembled all over. If nothing goes wrong, your project should be the largest project team in the association. And it will also be a project team with a very long time span. Come on. This project has great potential. And you have great potential too. I hope you can become the third vice president of the association. Tang Chuan, trembling all over, opened his mouth, and was so excited that he couldn't speak. Mo Lan remembered something at this time and spoke out. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing. To show respect for God and for confidentiality, the Shepherd God project team will use a separate magic tower. I will equip the magic tower with a research version of the tower spirit to show respect. Chapter 628 Vibration Principle. Thank you, President, Tang Chuan said after he recovered. Don't thank me, you have the potential, you have the strength, otherwise I wouldn't waste this resource. Mo Lan said casually. Oh, by the way, the Shepherd God project team is a little short of these few people at the moment. You can prepare to recruit people. I think there should be many people interested in this project team. In addition, during the research process of the project, if some force, manpower requirements, the project team cannot complete independently, you can submit an application to me, and let other departments assist. Finally, if you have any difficulties during the experiment, you can consult me, Lu Bin, Linhua, although the three of us are not good at faith, in terms of gods, but we can draw inferences from one instance to another. I think we may be able to help you answer some questions. Okay, that's it, you go down first. The mage tower allocated to the project team will be in place within 3 days. Thank you, President. Mo Lan waved his hand. Tang Chuan turned and left. Mo Lan spoke at this time. You have been listening for so long. Why don't you come in now that everyone has left? You painted such a big pie for him. Do you really trust him so much? Linhua walked in and said with a smile. He can reach this level by specializing in pure spiritual power and become an elite member. I believe in his potential and ability. Mo Lan took a sip of tea and glanced at Linhua. Why are you here? What's the matter? Linhua, didn't you ask me to come? You're leaving if you don't want to take it? Mo Lan was stunned and immediately reacted. I asked you to come. And I remembered. Did you bring the things? Nonsense. Why did you bring me here if you didn't? You thought I was as free as you. Linhua put a dozen A4 papers on Mo Lan's desk in a bad mood. This is the complete design drawing of the directional sonic resonance weapon and the detailed explanation of the principle. Take a look. If there is anything unclear or incomprehensible, I will explain it to you on the spot. Let's finish it in one go. After I finish, I will go to the battlefield. I have been away for so long this time. What if the enemy finds me? Not to mention attacking me, I will use some dirty tricks. No master can find me there. Mo Lan did not respond. He picked up the drawing and quickly browsed it. It was an extremely complex drawing with thousands of parts drawn on it. Mo Lan took a few glances, and saw that one part was only made up of a few hundred gold element basic particles. It was extremely small, and the processing precision was so high that the difficulty was almost skyrocketing. The most basic requirement for processing these parts is to be a 7-ring wizard who specializes in gold elements. In other words, there are basically only 2 people in the entire game who are capable of making these parts. One of them is Lenwa, the designer of the parts, and the other is Emolan himself. However, Emolan just glanced at these parts. Emolan did not intend to make this kind of weapon. If the association wanted it, he would usually order it directly from Lenwa. He was too lazy to make it himself. Emolan's real purpose was to learn the principle behind it. Picking up the detailed explanation of the principle, Emolan quickly flipped through it. In front of him was a thick stack of papers, which were densely written with words. Emolan picked up the first one and looked at it carefully. Oh, this is just the thesis guide directory. The papers are all in the latest 7 Rings weapons section of the association's internal website. I have posted them all. There are too many of them. I am too lazy to print them. I just printed a directory for you. You can find it yourself according to the index. The specific location is in the association's Intranet Confidential Area 7 Rings Weapon Design Drawings and Related Theories folder. Of course, you could also use the paper index directly, but it is a bit troublesome. You have to search one by one. If you click on the folder directly, everything will be in it. Okay. Emolan didn't say anything. He directly opened the internal website and went into the folder that Lenwa mentioned to check. Looking at the densely packed papers, Emolan looked at Lenwa. Found it. That's it for today. If you have something to do, go and do it first. Wait for me to finish reading. If you have any questions, I will contact you directly via video. Okay. Lenwa turned and left. Seeing this, Emolan also turned his attention back to the folder. Ta Ling, project the folder page in front of me and open the first paper in the catalog. Yes. Ta Ling's voice fell, the projection appeared, dense words, derived formulas, and the mind map appeared in front of Emolan. These are all handwritten materials, which should be Lenwa's direct upload of his own lab notes. Lab notes are more messy than printed fonts, but in fact, the original manuscript of the lab notes, that is, the handwritten manuscript, can make people understand the original author's ideas better than the electronic manuscript. Emolan did just that, following Lenwa's thoughts. He read the manuscript bit by bit and started learning. The time spent learning always passed very quickly. The little beast of time quietly accelerated its pace when people were not paying attention. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In addition to pushing the anti-gravity rule control structure and meditating, Emolan spent the remaining 8 hours reading and studying Lenwa's notes. As for Lenwa's notes, with the original manuscript and the weapon design drawings for comparison, Emolan could often remember them while reading, and understood them almost as well. Even if there are some difficult ones, read them 4 or 5 times, and then do 1 or 2 experiments to verify them. Practice, data, design drawings correspond to each other. There are no incomprehensible problems. Unconsciously, the directional sonic resonance weapon has basically been mastered by Emolan, and among them, Emolan attaches the most importance to it, and proposes to study it separately. The experiment mainly has 2 functions. The first is that the directional sonic resonance weapon contacts with an object, and then clearly explores its internal microscopic structure in a very short time. The second is to quickly adjust the frequency under the known internal microstructure, and use resonance to break it up at the micro level. These 2 functions, especially the realization of the latter, made Emolan applaud and couldn't help muttering to himself. It's simply a stroke of genius. Using vibration to destroy the microstructure. Like dominoes, the key nodes are collapsed, directly causing the collapse of the entire material at the macro level. And this principle is very similar to the principle of casting parts at the basic particle level of gold elements. The elemental basic particles vibrate at high speed, causing resonance. Normal use can keep the parts made of only a few hundred gold elemental basic particles alive. The reverse use can cause resonance vibration, and combined with the nuclear fission structure I provided, directly shatter the microscopic. Emolan muttered to himself. In this case, then can I use this technology in the cracking structure again? The fission structure cannot be used, but the cracking technique can completely refer to this principle, using this idea to study, to achieve the large cracking of macroscopic matter. Chapter 629. How do I put it back? For now, the smallest particles that can be controlled are the basic particles of various elements. So resonance can only use the basic particles of various elements as a medium. In other words, the smallest structure that I can clearly detect using this method can only be based on the basic particles of elements. Anything smaller is not something I can explore. Or if I want a deeper resonance, that is also not something I can reach at present. But for now, the elemental basic particle level is actually enough. Because what I need to cast now is just the elemental true body of the 7-ring mage. And the elemental true body is composed of elemental basic particles. So this is enough for me. Emolan silently extracted the architecture that realizes this function and formed a spell separately. After the spell was completed, Emolan thought. The skin broke. A drop of blood oozed out of the wound and floated in the air. Analysis. Emolan lightly tapped, and a directional sound wave without any killing power was emitted, directly covering the suspended blood. This extremely fine sound wave bounced back the moment it touched the blood. And at the same time, it also caused the blood to begin to resonate and vibrate. Wave after wave. Like a tide. Each resonance vibration brought back some information. Just a moment later, a huge amount of information flowed into Emolan's mind along with his mental power. This information was very huge, which meant that the internal microscopic structure of a drop of blood, although blood was small, was extremely huge in the microscopic world. And the information carried by its internal structure was also huge. However, at this moment, this huge amount of information is disordered, chaotic, and meaningless. Even Emolan cannot understand it at this moment. For this kind of information, a special decoding algorithm must be customized according to the directional sound wave detection spell to complete the decoding, sort out the originally chaotic information, and sort it into effective blood microstructure information. Fortunately, Linhua has already created this decoding algorithm, so Emolan does not need to create one specifically. The brain is running at a high speed, and the decoding algorithm is very complicated. The information flow is quite huge. Under the superposition, Emolan has difficulty in calculating with the computing power brought by his mental power. This is the hard part of a drop of blood. Linhua's directional sonic resonance weapon must have a tower spirit embedded in it, or it is simply connected to tower spirit number 1. Otherwise, 100 of him plus the tower spirits on the mecha would not be enough for calculation. Emolan was surprised. Without any hesitation, he directly connected to the Yeni Tower spirit in the association. After the Yeni Tower spirit's computing power was involved, Emolan felt relieved. The calculation of this information was easy, and there was no difficulty at all. After a while, the answer of the decoding algorithm appeared in front of Emolan. This was the complete structural information of a drop of blood from the macroscopic perspective to the elemental basic particle level. This information alone is extremely huge, and the types of elemental basic particles that make up the blood are so numerous that Emolan can't count them all. This reminds Emolan of a question. I am a 7th ring who is advanced by relying on the rules of magic. In other words, I can control all elemental basic particles. I am omnipotent. For me, no matter how many types of elemental basic particles there are, it doesn't matter. I can control them. I can advance by relying on other elemental rules. Emolan fell into silence. It seems that it is impossible to construct an elemental body belonging to the 7th ring spell. It is unrealistic. No. Or it is easy to construct an elemental body. Exclude other elemental basic particles, and only keep the elemental basic particles in the direction you specialize in. However, this basically means giving up the original human body, and it also means giving up the possibility of transformation back. From now on, you can only become an elemental life, like a fire phoenix. You can maintain the physical body for a period of time, but your true body will really become an element, completely change the skill effect and the position of the real body. If so, doesn't it mean that only the magic lineage is the mainstream, and only the magic lineage can forge the most perfect, the most authentic elemental real body? Emolan muttered to himself. The entire mage association, except for me and those who imitated me, everyone else including Linhua, Lu Bin, actually went the wrong way. Oh no, Lu Bin has a small space, and does not intend to transform the elemental real body. Linhua is a mecha, has a shadow space, and does not intend to transform the elemental real body. But did the others really go the wrong way? Emolan thought about this, and finally shook his head. No, there is no right or wrong path. There is only a way or not. If it works, then there is a way. There are so many people in the Mage Association. Each of them is an extremely outstanding genius. even if it is a wrong path. It will work, just like Linhua, Lu Ben and others. I can't limit myself to the existing knowledge system. Just because I feel that I can't transform it back now, it doesn't mean that I can't do it in the future. Emolan said slowly, and at this time a question suddenly popped up in his mind. Fire Phoenix. It seems that I haven't seen Fire Phoenix for a long time. Emolan thought, and his eyes dropped, looking at the Fire Phoenix's seal. There was nothing there, and no one was studying the Fire Phoenix. The spherical seal that sealed the Fire Phoenix was covered with dust, and the Fire Phoenix inside the seal condensed a team of lifeless eyes. Is there anyone? Is there anyone? Does anyone want to study me? Come on! Come on! Ah! Someone come! You seal me here and don't care about me? If you want to kill me, kill me! If you don't want to kill me, study me! Unfortunately, no matter how loud the sound of Fire Phoenix Yun is, it will be tightly blocked by the seal. Only when Emolan lowers his eyes and puts his mental power on it can he hear it. I seem to have forgotten Fire Phoenix. Should I deal with it first? Emolan was silent for a moment, then shook his head. Forget it, I don't have time now. I'll talk about it after I finish studying this part. Emolan retracted his gaze, focusing on the microscopic structure information of the blood. When the Fire Phoenix sensed that Emolan's mental power had arrived, a glimmer of hope suddenly appeared in its eyes, but as time passed, when Emolan said that there was no action, its mentality suddenly jumped. Fire Phoenix, ah. Emolan didn't know the Fire Phoenix's wailing. It had blocked the noisy Fire Phoenix a long time ago, and only by listening to it could it be heard. He lightly tapped his finger at this moment, and in just a moment, the blood in front of him collapsed as a whole, turning into countless elemental basic particles. Matter disintegration. Emolan controlled these elemental basic particles, and smiled slightly. Is this how I can disassemble it? Emolan muttered to himself. But, how do I put it back together? Thinking about this question, Emolan couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Chapter 630 Energy Creation. How do I put it back together? Emolan fell into silence. At this moment, he was like a car, no, like a spaceship disassembled into the most basic, smallest parts, and then looked at a pile of parts, but he couldn't assemble them. He was at a loss. In theory, if you can disassemble, you should be able to assemble, but I don't seem to be able to disassemble. Emolan silently recalled the process of disassembly just now. First this way, then that way, and finally its internal microstructure was like dominoes, and it collapsed by itself. It collapsed by itself? Strictly speaking, I didn't disassemble it. So how do I assemble it? Emolan fell silent again, and finally looked at the information about the microscopic structure of the blood. It was originally like this. Theoretically, as long as I follow this information, I can assemble it again bit by bit. The idea is clear. So let's give it a try. Emolan began his own attempt with a bold idea. First do this, then do this and this. Half an hour later, Emolan slapped away these messy elemental basic particles. Damn. What a piece of crap. Emolan had discovered that with his current knowledge, it was a dream to restore these elemental basic particles to the original blood. The microscopic structure of blood was so complex that each elemental basic particle formed the smallest elemental basic particle structure of the first layer according to specific rules, thus forming a variety of different material bases. And this layer of elemental basic particle structure was assembled again, becoming a small structure again, which was the second layer. After the second layer, there is the third layer, the fourth layer, the fifth layer, the sixth layer, the seventh layer, and finally this drop of blood. The number of structures inside each layer is an astronomical number. The complexity of a single structure is not difficult for Emolan. Simple composite structures, that is, using structures to form structures, are also easy for Emolan. 3-layer composite structures are not a problem even if he tries hard. But in a drop of blood, Emolan can't even figure out whether it is 7 layers, 8 layers, or even 9 layers. What's more important is that, the various small structures inside such a complex composite structure, the individual structures will echo each other, interlock with each other, and the whole body is most appropriately reflected here. However, Emolan's knowledge and assembly skills were not enough to restore this drop of blood. Life is simply the greatest miracle. Emolan muttered to himself. The material structure alone is so complex, and it is incredible that an extremely complex life can evolve from the material structure. I can't restore blood. Emolan thought about this problem, and it suddenly became clear. This is normal. Restoring blood may not have much effect, but from another perspective, it is just using a bunch of ordinary elemental basic particles to create a drop of blood out of thin air. If blood can be made, no, since blood can be made, then what about soil? What about stone? What about space bronze? What about gold-patterned black steel? What about potions? As long as I understand the structure, can I use the ubiquitous elemental basic particles to make anything I want out of thin air? Relying on energy to create things in the void, in myths and legends, isn't this already the authority of God? If I can do it now, that would be truly against the will of heaven. When Emolan thought about it this way, he felt much more comfortable in his heart, comforted, but when he thought about it in another way, Emolan couldn't help but get excited again. Doesn't this mean that I can research in this direction in the future, solve this problem, and complete the energy shaping of matter? So in the future, in front of me, or in front of the association, in front of the entire Mage Association, any precious items will have no meaning? In the future, only the most basic elemental particles will be needed to create the most expensive and rarest treasures? As long as I want, I can turn stones into gold. Doesn't that mean that the entire civilization will completely get rid of the need for resources and enter an era of complete wealth? Emolan's thoughts extended, his eyes slightly widened. This idea, this possibility made him gasp. Perhaps by that time, the entire civilization will no longer pursue any specific resources, but will only pursue material things, or pure energy. At that point, the civilization level of the Mage civilization must have been very high. Right? Emolan thought, then shook his head and retracted the idea. One step at a time. There will be that day. And now, just take this step first. Emolan muttered to himself. And as soon as he finished speaking, his attention returned to the thoughts in front of him. I can't restore blood, but I can decompose my body, which means that as long as I want, I can now transform into the purest elemental body. However, once I transform into an elemental body, I will not be able to condense a physical body again, even a physical body like the Fire Phoenix, whose underlying logic is still energy, cannot be condensed, because the elemental basic particles I decomposed are too mixed and too chaotic. So the current elemental body is only disposable. One way. But it can save my life at a critical moment. Emolan was stunned as he spoke, and slapped his head hard. Am I stupid? When did I know for sure that I wouldn't die if my whole body turned into elemental basic particles? How can I guarantee that I wouldn't die if my brain turned into elemental basic particles? If I can't die, then Linwa's directional sound wave resonance weapon is a waste. Oh no, it can't be said to be a waste. It should be the elemental body casting period. After one pass, the elemental body will be cast. Emolan shook his head helplessly, feeling the waves in his heart. I actually overlooked this point, mechanical thinking. A mechanical thinking fell on him, but the commonly used semi-mechanical thinking was no longer useful. Emolan could still feel the excitement deep in his heart. Alas. Emolan shook his head helplessly. Too excited? Too excited? I can't stop all of a sudden. Forget it. Let's stop here for today. It's just right that I haven't rested for so long. I'll take a break and relax my spirit. Emolan stood up and stretched, decided to take a day off, do nothing, really take a day off, and relax. What to do? What can I do? Emolan thought for a long time, and couldn't think of any interesting way to relax, but the next moment, he had a flash of inspiration. By the way, I haven't visited Zhou Hao for a long time. It's a good time to go and see how he's doing in his studies recently. Is he doing his homework? If not, let him do it. If he's done, then give him some more. Chapter 631 Difficulties. I feel much better after assigning homework to Zhou Hao. My brain has calmed down again. I really enjoy the feeling of clear thinking. Emolan muttered to himself, stretched his waist, twisted his neck, but suddenly thought of a question. But assigning homework to Zhou Hao like this won't have any impact on him. Right? Emolan thought for a moment, and shook his head. Who cares? It won't have any big bad impact anyway. In the future, when I show off my strength in front of my friends, I might use this to brag. Thinking back then, my uncle was such a beast, doing homework day after day. I am not that good, it's all practice. Emolan thought about this scene and found it interesting, and couldn't help but smile. That's right, I used to brag like this. How about adding a time limit? For example, it's like this for a month, a whole year, several years? Emolan couldn't help but get excited for a moment. If Su Zengxin in the office heard it, and poked his head in from the door, he would roll his eyes. President, be a decent person. Be careful that Zhou Hao doesn't get a haircut for a whole year. Huh? Why not a whole year? Imolan asked subconsciously. Save all the haircuts until the first month of the year. Imolan reacted instantly, and scolded with a smile. Get lost. Su Zongqin left. And Imolan smacked his lips. Forget it. Forget it. After all, Zhou Hao is not easy. It's okay for him to have a lot of homework at ordinary times. But this time, he was assigned so much extra homework. Imolan softened his heart, and shook his head as he thought about it. Then the next moment, a loud noise sounded in the mage tower, and the mage tower seemed to shake. Boom! Imolan rubbed his ears upon hearing the sound, and frowned slightly. Which bastard did an explosion experiment in the tower? He didn't even turn on the soundproofing and shock-absorbing array. Don't you have this common sense? Imolan looked around, but when he saw Lu Zhouhao and Al next to him smiling in the laboratory, he immediately fell silent. Zhouhao, is this okay? No. No, I was doing the experiment that my uncle arranged for me, but the experiment failed accidentally, and I forgot to turn on the soundproofing and shock-absorbing array. It's okay. It's okay. But aren't you very familiar with this experiment? And when you were doing it just now, if you are very familiar with it, you can't fail. I'm just too tired. I had so many homework assignments before, and he gave me homework again. Isn't it normal for me to make mistakes when I'm tired? Lu Zhouhao said complacently. He seemed very proud of his behavior. Imolan on the 5th floor had a gloomy face. He swept his mental power over the experimental table. The explosion did not cause any damage. The protective array was normal. It was just that the sound insulation and shock isolation array was not turned on. Okay. Okay. Don't worry. It's okay. Lu Zhouhao patted his chest and said, Come on. Let's continue the experiment. Imolan slowly twisted his neck when he heard the words. His face was cold, and his murderous intent was exposed. Obviously, some people whose names are not convenient to reveal are going to suffer. And Su Zongqin, who just went downstairs and found the source of the explosion, couldn't help shaking his head, clicking his tongue. TSK, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger, and doesn't Zhou Hao know that the president will definitely use his mental power to investigate? Will he definitely hear it? No, Zhou Hao is doing it for the president to see, saying it to the president. This is to express his opinions and dissatisfaction, this feeling of courting death. TSK, is this a second-year boy? Indeed, the second-year students probably have this brain circuit. But, poor Zhou Hao. You don't know what you are going to face. Do you? You really killed yourself. Su Zongqin's compassionate voice also reached Imolan's ears, making his face darker. Lu Zhouhao in the laboratory suddenly felt a chill on his back, and an ominous premonition came to his heart. President. Huh? What's wrong? Imolan turned his head to look at Lu Bin, who came in, and said in surprise, Let me tell you. I found something interesting in the abyss. I'll go and check it out. Oh. Just go. What do you want to tell me? Imolan said casually. And Lu Bin didn't say anything after hearing it, and left directly. But when he left, he glanced at Lu Zhouhao from a distance, and said silently in his heart, Zhouhao, this is all I can do for you. I hope you won't do it again. If you do it again, your mother won't be able to save you. After Lu Bin left, Imolan sat down. After being interrupted by Lu Bin, she was not so angry when she looked at Lu Zhouhao again. After thinking for a while, she laughed and scolded. You are lucky and popular. Forget it. I will let you go. As soon as Imolan finished speaking, a voice sounded in Lu Zhouhao's ears. Today's homework will be doubled. Ah! Why? If you ask again, your homework will be doubled forever. Ah! Lu Zhouhao quickly covered his mouth and spoke after a long while. Damn it! Is my resistance suppressed by the evil forces? No, the enemy is too powerful. What should I do? Lu Zhouhao frowned on his little face, thinking hard, and suddenly a flash of inspiration came to him. I got it. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. I will definitely live longer than my uncle. I will endure the humiliation first, when I am 90 years old. I will go to my uncle's grave to dance. Lu Zhouhao laughed and talked, no longer looking sad as before, and as soon as he finished speaking, many places in the mage tower laughed at the same time, and the whole mage tower was filled with happy smiles, except Imolan. Imolan's face became darker, even darker than before. 1 month's homework is doubled. Mo Lan's sinister voice sounded in Lu Zhouhao's ears. After Mo Lan finished speaking, he laughed and couldn't help shaking his head, collecting his mind, and reinvesting in his research. There are still many problems with the elemental body at present. The body is composed of too many elements. These elements cannot be converted into magic power at all, and magic power cannot be converted into these elements at all. Although magic power can be used as all elements, it will not become these elements in essence. Of course, this point can be temporarily ignored, because of the characteristics of magic. Although other elemental magic cannot be converted, it can be controlled like the four elements of earth, fire, wind and water. So although there are problems, they are all secondary. The most critical issue now is this point. Mo Lan cast his eyes on the sealed fire phoenix. How can I use some elemental basic particles to carry my soul and will? Or, how can I integrate my soul and will into elemental basic particles? Or even more microscopic particles? This question made Mo Lan fall into deep thought. Chapter 632 Fire Phoenix. Your fire phoenix is stronger than mine? Where should I place my soul and will? Mo Lan thought as he walked. If I use a specific structure to carry it, it means that I still have a fatal weakness for myself. This is completely contrary to my idea of an elemental body that has no fatal weaknesses and can eliminate vital points. This is not the elemental body I want. Instead of spending a lot of effort to forge such an elemental body, I might as well study healing spells. If the healing spell is strong enough, then I can be sure that as long as I am not shot in the head, I will not die unless I lose consciousness. So this solution must not be to use a specific structure to carry the soul. I don't know how the fire element life does it, but there seems to be such a statement in the novels I read before. Mo Lan thought about a possibility. That seems to be a radical novel. Why powerful warriors can be immortal. Why they can be reborn with a drop of blood. It is because they implement their will in every cell of their body. Every cell carries the will of the warrior. Every cell carries the memory of the warrior. Normally, all the wills are twisted together, but once a fatal crisis occurs, even if there is only one cell left, it is a complete life, with will, soul, all the previous memories, except that it is weaker than before. There is no difference. Can I also refer to this idea? Try to disperse my soul and will into countless parts, and integrate them all into every elemental basic particle. As long as I have an elemental basic particle, I will be alive. Although I will lose most of my soul and will, I will become weaker than ever before, but I will be alive, and can be resurrected. However, the inside of the cell can be explained by the cell nucleus. The genes can carry memory, soul, will, but how can the tiny elemental basic particles carry this information? You know, if the cell is compared to a house, the elemental basic particles are the bricks that build this house. Each house is built with a huge number of bricks. People can live in the house, but bricks cannot. If the cell structure is retained, what kind of elemental body is it? And as far as cells are concerned, they are simply too fragile, too easy to be killed by spells. They passively increase the magic damage they receive by 100%, and any offensive spells that fall on them will double their power. Mo Lan suddenly discovered something. No way, it won't be the kind of elemental body that is immune to physical damage, but is extremely restrained by elemental damage. If I create this kind of elemental body, I'm afraid I'll be laughed to death. But as for cells, Mo Lan was inspired at this moment, and thought of a possibility. Elemental basic particles constitute ethereal elements. And similarly, elemental basic particles also constitute real cells. This is just the difference caused by the arrangement, structure, and architecture of two different elemental basic particles. From the perspective of the composition level, elements in cells should actually be of the same level and the same size. If this is the case, cells can carry genes and certain information. So can elements also do this? Mo Lan fell into thought. He was just worrying about this problem. But in a flash, he had an idea when he was heading to the Fire Phoenix sealing land. Mo Lan himself might not think it was strange. He had always been like this, but in the eyes of others, this might not be much different from the 7-step poem, or even more difficult. After his thoughts became clear, Mo Lan's steps became much lighter, gradually approaching the sealed area. Mo Lan's mental power focused on the Fire Phoenix, heard the Fire Phoenix cursing somewhere. If you want to study, come here. I lose if I frown. What's the point of locking me up here and not studying me? If you have the guts, come and study me. Mo Lan felt the spiritual fluctuations of the Fire Phoenix, and frowned slightly. Linhua. What did Lu Bin say when he was studying it? That made the Fire Phoenix become like this? The Fire Phoenix was still talking. Mo Lan thought for a while. and his mental power left the hidden state. A voice sounded in the Fire Phoenix's mind. Okay. I'm coming. The moment the voice sounded, the Fire Phoenix froze instantly, and the flame stopped jumping. The next moment, a wailing sounded. Ah! Don't come over here. I'm kidding. Don't come over here. I'm already here. Emolan appeared in front of the seal, and waved his hand to unlock the seal. Seeing this, the Fire Phoenix inside the seal squeezed open a crack, flowing out like liquid, and then turned into a Fire Phoenix, and was about to soar into the sky. Want to run? Emolan showed a hint of amusement at the corner of his mouth. The next moment, a Fire Phoenix appeared in an instant, occupying the front of the Fire Phoenix. The Fire Phoenix was startled, but the new Fire Phoenix appeared out of thin air as if it was free, and then blocked the real Fire Phoenix. In a blink of an eye, the real Fire Phoenix was surrounded by 10 Fire Phoenixes. You. The Fire Phoenix let out a phoenix cry, and rushed forward suddenly. It's all fake. The Fire Phoenix's spiritual wave just fell, and the next moment it fell to the ground. Bang! A big pit was smashed in the ground, and the Fire Phoenix in the pit was stunned, and stupidly lay in the pit, and a spiritual wave echoed continuously. Stronger than me, stronger than me. The Fire Phoenix completely collapsed, and Emolan smiled at this. Why, are you still running? How did you do it? Shoo! The Fire Phoenix suddenly fell in front of Emolan, but did not dare to move Emolan at all, because there were 10 Fire Phoenixes around who were stronger than it, and each of them could beat it. Staring at it. You have many holes in your body, and many structures are wrong. These Fire Phoenixes I summoned are all repaired by me. Of course, they are stronger than your body with many holes. How is that possible? How is it impossible? You illiterate people still don't admit it. Emolan looked at the Fire Phoenix with a smile, and a bewitching mental wave passed through it. Why? Do you want to know which ones they are? Do you want to learn? Yes. Oh. Think about it. I won't teach you, Emolan said with a smile. And the Fire Phoenix collapsed instantly. A pair of phoenix eyes glared fiercely. But the next moment, 10 pairs of more fierce phoenix eyes glared fiercely. The Fire Phoenix softened. Emolan looked at him with a smile. He stretched out a hand and passed through the flames on the Fire Phoenix. He grabbed its neck and carried it to the laboratory table. Let me do an experiment first. Emolan twisted his neck. Don't worry. It will be done soon. He lifted the Fire Phoenix to the laboratory table, feeling the temperature of the Fire Phoenix's flames. Emolan smiled slightly. The Fire Phoenix collapsed on the laboratory table, letting Emolan fiddle with it. She didn't have any thoughts of resistance. Chapter 633 Elemental Body. Soul. Emolan muttered to himself, and directly exchanged the results of Kuchinji's project team for points, and then projected them in front of him. Kuchinji's research profession is closely related to the soul, and he successfully completed the migration of the spiritual space, and completed the overall migration of the soul will. The theory and technology in it may be of assistance to Emolan, and perhaps give Emolan some inspiration. Humans have spiritual space. Warcraft has extraordinary core. What do elemental life have? Emolan looked at the Fire Phoenix on the experimental table, and asked aloud. Do you have a supernatural core? Huafeng looked at Emolan in confusion. Emolan immediately explained the supernatural core. Huafeng understood immediately, and stared at Emolan with wide eyes. No. I don't have one. Emolan raised his eyebrows. Don't worry. I won't steal it from you even if you have one. Tell me the truth. Do you have one? I really don't have one. My soul and body are completely integrated. Emolan's eyes lit up when he heard this. The body and soul are integrated? Emolan instantly became more excited. How did you fuse? Tell me quickly. I don't know. How could you not know since you have already fused? Emolan narrowed his eyes slightly. I was born like this, how can I know? Emolan looked at the confident Fire Phoenix, and fell silent after hearing this. Alas. Emolan shook his head. I knew it wouldn't be such a good thing. How could there be results that were picked up for free? You have to study it bit by bit. Emolan regained his composure, and said slowly after thinking for a moment. I think it's not that you don't have a supernatural core. You do have a supernatural core. But it's not in any corner of your body. In fact, your body is a supernatural core of a different species. Emolan thought about it, and suddenly asked. Why don't you use your body to condense the fire element around you? Huh? Why should I condense the fire element around me? My body is the purest fire element. Huafeng was puzzled. But your body is your body, and other fire elements are fire elements. Your body is a supernatural core. Then isn't it normal to use the supernatural core to condense the fire element body? Shouldn't it be easy? Is that so? It's useless. The fire phoenix flew in the air, condensed some fire elements around its body, turned into circles of flames. It's useless. You don't even use your own fire phoenix, and you trick me into using it. Emolan couldn't help but fall into deep thought after hearing this, looking at the fire phoenix with strange eyes. I shouldn't have had hope. Illiterate birds are illiterate birds. The reason why I don't use it is because my fire phoenix itself is formed by the gathering of ordinary fire element basic particles. It is meaningless to condense fire elements again. At most, it can increase the energy stored in a single fire phoenix. Instead of this, I use the same fire element to condense several fire phoenixes, which is much more cost-effective. But you are different. You can't condense a new fire phoenix. And your body contains a soul. It is an extraordinary core, which is different from a normal fire element. And who asked you to simply condense the fire element? I understand that you don't know other spell structures, but can't you even enlarge and copy the spell structure inside your body? Emolan said in disbelief. Try this. After saying this, Emolan manually adjusted the fire elements gathered around the fire phoenix, forming an extremely complex spell structure around the fire phoenix itself, and connected the control to the fire phoenix's body, letting the fire phoenix take over. The fire phoenix instantly controlled the structure, which seemed to extend its limbs. A powerful wave of power surged from the structure. The fire phoenix was stunned. Can it be like this? More. More. The fire phoenix was excited, continuously gathering fire elements, and letting Emolan help it adjust. Seeing this, Emolan was also happy to do an experiment. He made various spell structures in the fire elements around the fire phoenix, making the fire phoenix's body bigger and bigger, and its momentum bigger and bigger. In a blink of an eye, a huge fire phoenix with a length of tens of meters appeared above the Mage Association, with a momentum that soared to the sky. The next moment, the fire phoenix emitted a spiritual wave of ecstasy, with a phoenix cry, and the 10-meter-tall fire phoenix suddenly flapped its wings and flew directly to the sky at a high speed. Elemental body? Emolan muttered to himself, closed his eyes, and a thought came to his mind. The next moment, the nearby fire elements swept over frantically. The terrifying control of the fire elements made the surrounding fire elements seem to turn into a storm, with Emolan as the center. The storm swept. The fire phoenix flying upwards suddenly felt something was wrong. Looking down, an extremely huge storm swept the sky, and the terrifying attraction pulled it to the ground. No matter how it flapped its wings, it could not get any higher, and was even pulled to the ground bit by bit. Shoo! The desperate phoenix cry resounded throughout the mirror lake, but something even more desperate happened. The fire elements that made up its huge body were lost bit by bit, and plundered bit by the terrifying attraction. Just like a dam bursting, these fire elements that did not originally belong to the fire phoenix rushed towards the storm frantically, and rushed towards Emolan frantically. The fire elements within the association seemed to have been plundered by Emolan, but Emolan was still not satisfied, and opened the passage to the fire element pool, and in an instant, streams of liquid fire elements rushed towards Emolan. When the fire phoenix's fire element had been stripped away completely, and had fallen to the ground in despair, the terrifying attraction stopped. In the storm, a red giant of 100 meters stood in the void. With overwhelming power, the giant seemed to be real, wearing a robe, with a clear face, majestic and handsome, exactly like Emolan, lifelike. At this moment, the eyes of the fire giant were closed, and when they opened, a huge momentum gushed out, suppressing the entire association. Wind! A deep voice came out of the giant's mouth, and in an instant, another terrifying elemental storm arose. Water! The giant in the center of the storm seemed unsatisfied, and shouted again, and in just a moment, a water elemental storm arose. Earth! The earth element was not to be outdone, and the terrifying element swept across, and at this moment, no one in the entire Mage Association could control these elements, and countless people walked out of the laboratory, and came to the window to look up at the huge giant, and at the terrifying elemental storm. The terrifying elemental storm gathered a huge amount of elements. Anyone with spiritual power could sense the terrifying, depressing elemental storm. And when the elemental storm reached its peak, an extremely powerful spiritual power surged out from the core of the elemental storm, transformed into thousands of threads, and merged with the elemental storm. Buzz! In an instant, an extremely powerful energy fluctuation erupted in the elemental storm, and the next moment, the storm slowly dissipated. Chapter 634 7th Ring Arcanist. Oh my goodness! Lu Bin stood at the window of the Mage Tower and looked at the scene in front of him. He was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. It seems that the president is abnormal every once in a while. This time is too much. Right? At this moment, a giant appeared in front of Lu Bin, a giant who looked exactly like Imolan, dressed exactly the same, and even had the same temperament, or it could be said that this was Imolan. The giant Imolan opened his eyes, felt his body at this moment, felt the surging power at this moment. Imolan said silently in his heart, "Is this the elemental body?" Imolan thought about it, and shook his head again. "No, this is not the elemental body yet. It is just an elemental coat that I built with various structures and a large amount of elements. But now I seem to be stronger than ever before." Imolan thought. So this is the path of the Arcane Master. So this is the opportunity for the Arcane Master and the Mage to completely merge. Imolan could feel that, at this moment. The Arcane Master directly crossed 4 levels, and directly transformed from a 3-ring Arcane Master to a 7-ring Arcane Master. At the same time, the title of Arcane Pioneer also turned into the same golden color as the Mage, which is a Master level title. However, I don't know if it was Imolan's illusion. Imolan always felt that the golden color of the title of Arcane Pioneer was not as dazzling as the golden color of the title of Mage Pioneer. It should be a Master level title, so it shouldn't be like this. However, Imolan had a vague answer in his heart. Is it because the number of mages who have changed their jobs far exceeds that of Arcane Masters? The number of powerful mages is also far greater than that of Arcane Masters. Or it may be in terms of faith? I guess so. Hey. Are you going to stand here like this? At this moment, Imolan was 100 meters tall. Even the tallest Mage Tower only reached Imolan's waist. And Lu Bin looked like a flying ant to Imolan. Imolan narrowed his eyes upon hearing this, and smiled as he grabbed Lu Bin with 2 fingers. Lu Bin rolled his eyes upon seeing this. "You are too tall. Let's talk about it by shrinking down." Lu Bin waved his hand directly, and Imolan's body shrank rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he turned from a 100-meter tall giant to his original size. "You are getting more and more fancy with your hand spatial stretching, and if the winged sky beast saw it, it might become autistic." Lu Bin curled his lips upon hearing this. "It has already become autistic, so is this your elemental body?" "No, it can only be regarded as a layer of energy coat, and it is still a long way from being an elemental body. But I feel that you have become much stronger now. The energy level of your energy coat is very high, and my scalp tingles when I sense it a little bit." "It's barely okay," Imolan said casually. "It means that I can cast 7th level spells infinitely, as long as this energy coat is not used up. I don't need to recover." Lu Bin's eyes widened when he heard this. "It means infinitely cast 7th level spells? You call this it means? It means it? Hey, it still has many disadvantages. For example, I can't cast 7th level spells instantly. Although the magic power is huge, it takes time to build a 7-level spell structure. I can't turn all the magic power into a 7-level spell and cast it out at once. You still want to turn all the magic power into a 7-level spell and cast it in an instant?" "Yeah." Imolan nodded, and Lu Bin slapped his hand on his face. "We can't chat today. No, I want to change my job to an Arcane Master. I want an Arcane Master. Oh yes, I can change my job to an Arcane Master. I don't need to condense the elemental coat. I can store the magic power directly in my small space." "Oh!" Lu Bin's eyes lit up immediately, and he thought of a possibility. "In this case, I may have greater potential than you. Your energy coat has to be cast temporarily, but my small space is different. It is a small space that you can carry with you. Store the magic power in it, and use it at any time." "Wonderful." When Lu Bin was thinking, he suddenly heard Imolan speak. "Is that so?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Bin found that Imolan in front of him had disappeared, and only Imolan the size of an ant was left. This was because Imolan restored his original size, but the space did not. Lu Bin then restored the space, and then asked, "Where is your energy coat? Did it fall apart?" "No, I put it in the small space." "Huh? Small space? Isn't your small chaotic space unable to store items?" Lu Bin was surprised. "Yes, indeed. It can't. The essence of the energy coat is the magic power I condensed. Don't think it is material now. That's because I used the method of Fire Phoenix to temporarily structure it into material. And it is still magic in essence. Is there any problem with storing magic power in this small chaotic space? Lu Bin fell silent. It sounded as if there was no problem. Let me tell you. This magic coat can not only be placed in this small chaotic space, but I can also maintain its structure. When I need it, with just a summon, it will transform into a coat and wear on me, providing me with defense and energy. And logically, my small chaotic space is not so big and cannot store a magic coat that is 100 meters high, but it seems to be due to the special nature of the small chaotic space. After all, it is filled with chaotic magic. Its tolerance for magic coats is simply beyond the sky. I didn't realize it before, Emolan said as he explored. And there is still space inside. I estimate that I can put about half of the magic coat's magic power in it. I will fill it up later. Hey, it seems that there is more than that. Emolan was more surprised. The chaotic magic power in this small chaotic space seems to be infecting the magic coat all the time. They seem to be subtly changing the nature of the magic coat. Although I don't know what the impact is for the time being, it should be for the better. Emolan was a little surprised, then looked at Lu Bin, who was thinking, and said, I have to thank you for the inspiration. Puff. Critical hit. Lu Bin felt that he was not feeling well. Disperse. Disperse. Lu Bin slipped away. Emolan, smiling, felt the changes in the magic coat inside the small chaotic space, narrowed his eyes, and said silently in his heart. This time, the magic coat was cast in a hurry, but it is normal for the first time. But after all, there were many problems. Perhaps before creating a real elemental body, I can design a more perfect structure for the magic coat. A set of magic coat with stronger defense, which can gather more magic, should not be constructed by a single spell structure. Perhaps a whole set of architecture systems that echo, interconnect, and amplify each other can be used as the magic coat structure. Emolan thought, suddenly remembered something, turned his head to look at the Fire Phoenix standing obediently beside him, and tilted his head. Did you want to run just now? Chapter 635 Magic Clothes Structure. How could that be possible? I just took a walk and moved around. The Fire Phoenix said so. Emolan raised his eyebrows and looked at it with interest. Is that really the case? Of course it is. You know, the original seal was only a little bit, and it was too suffocating. I just came out to move around and flap my wings. How could I run away? Oh, I believe it. Emolan nodded. The Fire Phoenix stood obediently, trembling, not daring to make a sound. Forget it, you have inspired me this time. I will not hold you responsible. Emolan thought for a moment, grabbed the back of Fire Phoenix's neck with one hand, lifted it up and walked to the side, and soon came to a piece of black steel plate with gold patterns. This piece of black steel plate with gold patterns is only 1 square meter in size, but there is a small hole in the middle of it, and a flame is jumping slowly. Although the flame is small, it hides an astonishingly high temperature inside. Even if steel falls into it, it will melt in an instant, or even evaporate and disappear. Emolan pointed at the flame and said, That's your new nest. Stay inside. If you dare to leave the fire without my permission, I will break you up, cast you, and seal you inside this iron plate. Believe me, I can do it. Emolan threw the Fire Phoenix as soon as he finished speaking. The Fire Phoenix dared not make any sound after hearing this. It directly followed Emolan's power, and turned into a pure fire element, and flew into the flame. Merging into the flame. Whoosh! The flame surged, turning into a half-human-high blazing flame. The edge of the flame seemed to have a layer of gold edges, and the sky above the flame was slightly twisted, showing the amazing high temperature inside. Someone will come here to smelt metal from time to time. You should pay attention to controlling the temperature of the flame. When it is required to be high, use high temperature, even your highest temperature. When it is required to be low, use low temperature, and control it as low as possible. When you have nothing to do, burn the metal plate underneath you, burn off the black part, and increase the gold part as much as possible. Do you understand? Understood. The golden flame jumped slightly. A spiritual wave spread out, and Emolan nodded gently. Well, okay. As soon as the words fell, Emolan raised his head slightly, and called out, Tower Spirit. Here. Pay attention to its situation in real time. If it wants to run, just activate the defense system, the weapons system to catch it, and notify any president at will. I controlled it, and cast it into the spirit of this furnace. Oh, if it can't be controlled. It doesn't matter if it is killed, just try to control it. The flame trembled. Emolan left. He didn't plan to continue using the Fire Phoenix to study the fusion of soul and elements, or he didn't plan to use the Fire Phoenix to study the fusion of soul and elements now. Because the discovery of the elemental code suddenly made Emolan realize that the development of science and technology needs to be achieved step by step. Impatience and ambition will not benefit the research of science and technology, and will only lead to regression. One step at a time. The goal is right under your feet. Now the energy code has shown Emolan enough potential. Emolan interrupted the improvement of the structure of the energy code at this moment, and took the opportunity to peek into the field of the elemental body. In simple terms, it is to turn the energy code into the pre-technology of the elemental body, and first light up the energy code before studying the elemental body. The difficulty increases gradually, and the technology develops in sequence. The difficulty should be much smaller. So what structure should I keep in the magic code? Emolan thought. I originally thought that the magic code would be temporarily condensed every time. So the first idea of conceiving the structure was to speed up the condensation speed, reduce the element requirements, and maximize the cost effectiveness. However, now that it can be preserved for a long time, the previous ideas can be abandoned. There is no value. Now the idea should be to accommodate as much magic as possible on the basis of the small chaotic space. On this basis, the first thing is defense against physical attacks, defense against various elemental attacks, defense against mental attacks, and even defense against emotional infection attacks. Emolan thought very rationally. The mage can only output when he is alive. Especially the arcane mage cannot pour out all the spells in the spell slot in an instant like the mage, so defense is even more important. I still say this, if the mage is attacked by surprise, as long as there is a little reaction time, he can pour out all the spells in the spell slot and fight back. But the Arcanist can't do that. So even if the player can be resurrected, the most important thing for the Arcanist is to save his life. The mage can still output even if he dies, and the Arcanist can only output when he is alive. As long as I am alive, I can turn all the magic power that makes up the magic coat into spells, and bombard the enemy's forehead little by little. I don't believe that anyone can withstand so many spell bombardments. Then, set aside 60% of the space and quota to build these 4 aspects of defense. Each aspect can occupy 15%, or wait for an opportunity to adjust. The magic coat is extremely huge, like a giant, and Emolan is now defining the structure for this giant, supporting the skeleton, and only when the skeleton is up, can there be a foundation for further refinement and perfection. The defense is ready. Then the ability to leave the battlefield at any time is the source of ensuring that the mage is calm and elegant enough. In a situation where death is certain, and there is no chance of survival, even I may be affected by despair. When affected, the mage's combat power is only 1/10 of that. Maybe there was a way to break it, but once panicked, the despair is gone. So it is very important to ensure that you can leave the battlefield at any time. Is there a spell structure in the structure that can break the space blockade? If something happens, just break the restraint and teleport away? Emolan recalled the space theory, and some thoughts on breaking the space blockade said by Lu Bin, and shook his head. No. It is extremely difficult to forcefully break someone else's space blockade. There is no chance of achieving it at the same level, unless the opponent has left a gap or is so stupid that the spell to block the space itself has a big flaw, and cannot block the all-round space. But these 2 situations will definitely not happen. I can't be forced into a dead end by such a group of idiots. Emolan thought very confidently. Then it is assumed that I need to face a perfect space blockade. Well, the kind of space blockade constructed by Lu Bin. This kind of space blockade cannot be broken by the same level. Even if Lu Bin himself does it, there is only one known way to break it. Use a higher level of power, an extremely huge power that ignores all techniques, and forcibly crushes the strengthened space directly. If the space is crushed, the space blockade is nonsense. Chapter 636 Arcane? This level of broken space requires a higher level of magic. It is indeed a little difficult to release a spell 1 level higher than your own. Most people can't do it, but for me, it's not difficult. And if you are prepared in advance, with huge magic support, then you can just use your hands. Emolan said casually. But considering that the enemy is at a level that is enough to force me into a dead end, their strength is probably beyond imagination. So the level of space blockade must be thought of in a higher direction. I want to increase the upper limit of my ability to break space as much as possible. The higher the upper limit, the higher the threshold, and the safer I will be when I am desperate. As for normal teleportation spells, if you want to teleport, you must first open a space crack, then open a space crack on the opposite side, and finally build a space channel between the two space cracks. This is a complete space spell. Opening the space crack on your side is only part of the space spell consumption. You also need to open the space crack on the opposite side and build a space channel. Space channels are required for all space teleportation spells. The only difference is whether it is a shallow void space channel within the world or a deep void space channel between different worlds. The latter consumes a lot of energy. And if you want to increase the threshold as much as possible, you need to concentrate as much power as possible on the first step, breaking the space. So why do I need to do the follow-up? Just concentrate all my power on breaking the space. If it is broken, I will not teleport away, I will enter the deep void, I will exile myself into the void. If nothing else, at least I have escaped from the most dangerous place. As long as I am out of danger, what does it matter if I am in a deep void? Are you still afraid that I can't get out? Mo Lan's heart was moved. But there is one last problem. What if the opponent follows me through the broken space? So I have to hide, or repair the broken space instantly, and then reinforce it in the opposite direction. The time it takes for the opponent to find me or break the space is enough for me to react. After escaping, I have complete freedom. If I can't run away, it's my fault. Well, let's do it this way. Take out 10% of the space to construct the spell structure of simply breaking the space. Take out 10% to construct the spell structure of hiding breath, hiding body shape, and smoothing out fluctuations, and take out another 10% as the spell structure of repairing space and reinforcing space. Well, this should be enough. I will ask Lu Ben to design a spell that can only break space. A spell that can repair and strengthen space at the fastest speed. Mo Lan nodded silently. That's it. As for the last 10% of space, Mo Lan thought for a long time, and finally didn't think of a new structure. He shook his head. Forget it. This 10% can be divided into defense, breaking space, hiding, and repairing according to the situation. If there is really nothing left, just use a few constant stress response spells. If anyone attacks by surprise, just blow him up. Well, first confine the space for a moment, then cover a large area with high-intensity spells, which should be effective against assassins. Yes, that's it. After Mo Lan made the decision, the overall structure of the magic coat was ready. Just by looking at this structure, Mo Lan had a grasp of the overall details, how to build it, and how to conceive it. These structures are already very complete. Mo Lan felt that the magic coat was worthy of its name, and could truly play its role. Mo Lan even thought that many of these architectural ideas could be applied to the real elemental body. This magic coat really played the role of advanced technology, and laid a solid foundation for the construction and use of the elemental body. From the beginning to the end, when designing the spell architecture for the magic coat, Mo Lan never thought of designing active offensive spells. Even the last 10% was designed for emergency response to beat assassins, not active spells. Maybe others would design a large number of offensive mages. The first thought was this: turning the magic coat into a walking 7-ring mage tower. As long as the thought moved, the magic would wash the ground wherever it passed. But Mo Lan wouldn't. In Mo Lan's view, the magic coat is just a tool to store magic power, or even to protect himself from being assassinated, and to enhance his survivability. Attack? No. No. No, why should the magic coat have constant offensive spells? In Mo Lan's view, he himself is the most powerful source of attack, even if the magic coat has a constant 100% offensive spell structure. It can't beat Mo Lan himself. For Mo Lan, with the magic coat, an external plugin that stores a large amount of magic power, he can release the most suitable and powerful spells for the battlefield. He can adjust at will, and even create spells temporarily according to the battlefield situation. Such spell attacks will be the strongest. And this does not require Mo Lan to leave even a fraction of the attack spell structure on the magic coat. This is exactly the same as when Mo Lan memorized all the spell slots with defense spells and displacement spells when he was weak. Or Mo Lan has always kept his original intention, adhering to the principle that only when alive can there be output. Adhering to the principle that if it is fixed, then go for defense. And the attack he leads is the most powerful. Mo Lan wrote lines of words on the white paper, further refining the framework of the magic coat, and further implementing and refining it. After a while, the white paper was already densely written, and Mo Lan's spell structure plan had already taken shape. Putting down the pen, looking at the paper with dense handwriting, Mo Lan said, I really like the idea of the magic coat more and more. This idea is simply too brilliant. It can be said that the strength of the 6th ring to the 7th ring will undergo a rebirth. After the 7th ring condenses and perfects the magic coat, it is another earth-shaking enhancement. At this level, the 7th ring mage and arcane master makes up for the shortcomings of the mage's serious lack of endurance, the arcane master's insufficient survivability, and the difficulty of promotion. The 7th ring mage and arcane master wearing a magic coat may be called an arcane master. Let's not talk about others for now. Taking myself as the standard, the arcane master wearing a magic coat will truly have the power to destroy a country alone and have the ability to cleanse the land of a country with magic alone. At this point, in front of the arcane, any level 7 warrior has no ability to resist. The arcane, whose survivability has been greatly enhanced, can easily crush the warriors with spells. In other words, warriors below the double digits are meaningless. If you want to defeat the arcane wearing a magic coat, either the magic coat is exhausted, or there are more than double digits of warriors of the same level. Emolan said again after a moment of silence. If it was the level 7 warriors on the battlefield at that time, it would probably be in the 3 digits. Emolan still can't believe that the level 7 warriors can be so weak. He still firmly believes that it is not the level 7 warriors who are weak, but the 2 warriors. They are too weak. Chapter 637 Blood Lake. Lu Bin, are you there? Emolan sent a message to Lu Bin. I should still be here for the past 50 years. If I wasn't, I would invite you to my memorial service. Also, I'm busy. What's the matter? If you have time to type so many words, you must not be busy. Help me customize a spell structure that can purely break space, a structure that can quickly repair space and strengthen the space barrier. It can be as strong as possible, without considering consumption, release requirements, cost effectiveness and other messes. I just want the strongest effect. As soon as the message was sent, Emolan found that Lu Bin's tower spirit gently poked Emolan with his mental power. At this time, Lu Bin sent a message. Sign for it yourself. Is there a ready-made one? Emolan picked one. Well, how could I not study the spell structure used in such extreme environments? I am a space mage, just like you. Would you not study the fireball spell with the strongest explosive force? It's the same principle. I have studied it a long time ago. Oh, what level is it? After sending the message, Emolan waited for several minutes before getting Lu Bin's reply. According to the model of the 8th Order Blood Demon, it should be the broken space of the 8th Order Peak level, and the confined space of the 8th Order Ordinary level. As for the difference between the Peak and Ordinary levels, you can estimate it yourself. In addition, it is very difficult to release, so ordinary people can just count it. Ignore what I said. Yes. Emolan understood that Lu Bin was really busy, so he didn't ask any more questions. He directly connected with Lu Bin's tower spirit. The next moment, 2 pieces of information flooded into his mind. Emolan said he wanted 2 spell structures, but Lu Bin sent 3. One is to break the space with all your strength, and then it is gone after breaking, a typical case of killing without burying. The second is to repair the space at the fastest speed, and can repair the normal broken space in an instant. The last one is a spell structure used to strengthen the strength of the space. Emolan closed his eyes and began to read. Reading is very simple, but it is still a little slow to understand. Understandable, but it takes time. After all, Emolan is not a space mage, and Lu Bin is not a mediocre person either. As a full-time space mage who customizes the spell structure with all his strength, Emolan is not unable to understand, but he is very slow to understand. Tower Spirit, ink cartridges were added to the calculation at the same time. Computing power was fully opened, assisting Emolan to digest, understand these space spell structures. After a long time, Emolan slowly opened his eyes. It is indeed worthy of being Lu Bin's masterpiece. Well, it should be a spell structure designed after defeating the Blood Demon, or it should be a major modification after defeating the Blood Demon. These structures have some shadows of the skills that imprison the Blood Demon and the Blood Demon's breakthrough of space. And this level of spell structure should be enough, of course, if it is not enough. There is no way. After thinking for a while, Emolan began to continue to study these 3 space spell structures. Emolan wanted to digest them all thoroughly. After digesting them thoroughly, they would become his own things. Only then could he make further fine-tuning, integrate them into the foundation of the overall structure of the magic coat he designed. At this moment, inside the abyss, Lu Bin waved one hand. His 5 fingers moved flexibly like playing the piano. The surrounding space was like a puppet, and like a string in the hands of a little girl, weaving, twisting, folding at will. And the other hand was tapping in the void, as if there was an invisible keyboard in the air. In fact, there was. The player knew at a glance that Lu Bin was probably typing and chatting. After sending the last sentence, closing the chat panel, Lu Bin muttered, "Why does the president want this? Except for the one time he asked for it before, the president is not very interested in this. He said before that it was because of the special circumstances." Huh? Wait, does the president want to fix these structures on his magic coat? Hiss, it must be like this. Let me think. What is the energy level of the president's magic coat? What is the magic power accumulation? Such a high energy level, such a large magic power accumulation, plus Mo Lan's amazing knowledge and control. Hiss. After just a simple calculation, Lu Bin felt his scalp tingling. No. I must speed up the affinity of the 4 elements of earth, fire, water, and soil. I will go by a few elemental spirits later. After fusing the elemental spirits, although I don't have the skills of the president, I can have a foundation that is not much different from the president. This is enough for me to create a small chaotic world and a magic coat. Swish. Lu Bin drooled when he thought about the magic coat. Swish. It smells so good. At this time, a demon suddenly approached. Lu Bin frowned and waved his hand. This 7th level demon instantly appeared 10 miles away. Damn it. Can you let me think about things? Still charging? Do you think you are a blood demon? Die. Opposite Lu Bin, dozens of demons with powerful auras confronted and fought with Lu Bin. And under their feet, a huge blood pool occupied the entire field of vision. Rather than calling it a blood pool, this blood pool was much larger than the blood pool they first discovered. Perhaps this should not be called a blood pool, but a blood lake. The blood pool was as vast as a lake. Lu Bin could feel the energy channel hidden deep in the earth, which was like the veins of the earth. The surging blood and soul fragments in it shocked Lu Bin. There is a strong blood demon aura here. The blood demon is only sealed, not dead. It is obvious that it still occupies this blood pool, and still intimidates other demons. Lu Bin didn't plan to find this kind of blood pool at first. The reason why he came to the Abyss Realm was because a little brother under his command said that he found a very interesting aura in the Abyss. Then Lu Bin was alarmed, and followed the aura all the way to find it, and came directly to the side of this blood lake, alarming the 7th level demons lurking beside the blood lake, reaching a double-digit number. The war broke out instantly, and Lu Bin, who was in a fierce life and death battle, found that Mo Lan had sent a message, and had no choice but to temporarily unilaterally terminate this life and death battle, and reply to Mo Lan. As for what is a life and death battle? You live, and the other side dies. Isn't this a life and death battle? After killing several 7th level demons, most of the remaining 7th level demons fled in an instant. They have no sense of honor, loyalty, and so on. If they can't win, they will run away. It's natural. Finally, they left. They were in the way here. Lu Bin looked at the huge blood pool and suddenly felt that it was right not to kill the blood demon. It's true that the blood demon should not be killed. It's not the best to kill the demons in the abyss. Chapter 638 Radiation Breath. Not to mention that living demons have the greatest research value. The existence of the blood pool is enough to make people not kill these demons. Indeed, dead demons are the most harmless demons. Killing demons is easy, but just after killing them, a demon appeared in the blood pool and occupied the blood pool and was promoted again. It is another demon of the same level. It's okay if it's a small minions, but if it's a high-level demon, who can stand it? Lu Bin muttered. Although the 7th level demon can't deter the 6th level demon for long. The stronger the demon's aura is, the longer it can last, and the longer it can maintain effective deterrence. Once it is strong enough, it is not impossible to achieve infinite deterrence. In this case, the cost-effectiveness of the seal is much higher. If you seal it directly, you will not only get a valuable experimental material, but also effectively prevent the blood pool from refreshing small elite monsters and even stronger monsters. After all, it is still difficult to fight the 8th level demon now, and it takes a long time to prepare. As for the higher 9th level, or even higher, it is simply unbearable to kill one at a time, not to mention that after killing one, another one comes. After Lu Bin finished speaking, he pondered for a moment. But if you think about it in a different way, this point can also be used. Isn't this just spawning monsters? And the spawn monsters are relatively strong elite monsters. Don't touch the blood pool. After killing one, the second one is already on the way to forming after all. No matter how these demons are promoted to the 7th level, the materials on their bodies are 7th level. Which means they are absolutely 7th level materials, and there are also 7th level extraordinary cores. In short, the value is still not low. I was just afraid that the blood pool would be empty directly. After all, if you advance directly from the peak of the 6th level to the 7th level, something must be consumed. It is impossible that there is no cost. Lubin thought about it and shook his head. Forget it. I will find a blood pool to experiment next time I have a chance. As for now, let's study the source of that breath first. Lubin muttered to himself, and captured the trace he had sensed before. It was a trace of radiation from radioactive elements. The trace of radiation from radioactive elements. When Lubin first heard the news, he was instantly shocked. Radioactive elements. Even Lubin, the space mage, was shocked when he heard the word radioactive elements. Or any modern person would be shocked when he heard the word radioactive elements. There are many kinds of radioactive elements, but once you hear them, you will think of the forbidden weapons, which is thrilling. There is also another point. Radioactive elements mean preciousness. No matter what time it is, radioactive elements are absolutely rare, and they occupy a very small proportion of matter. So Lubin rushed over as soon as he heard about it. But he hadn't told him Olan, Linwa, and the others yet. The main reason was that this was just a wisp of radiation emitted by a suspected radioactive element. And it was still a long way from the real radioactive element. If he told him now, it might just make people excited for nothing. The second reason was that Lubin was going to pass by Linwa with a piece of the extracted radioactive element. And then said casually, "Hey, radioactive elements are annoying. The radiation is too strong. You have to go for treatment every time you study it for a while. If you don't pay attention, it will die. Tisk, it's really annoying." Lubin thought about it, as if he had guessed Linwa's expression. A slight smile appeared on his lips, and he focused on this ray of radiation. The radiation pointed all the way to the bottom of the blood lake. Lubin did not hesitate, and started digging directly. The soil on both sides automatically surged upwards, and turned into a passage that went straight down. Lubin walked down, but the further he went down, the clearer the radiation became. After going about a few dozen meters underground, Lubin found that his eyes were bright, and a piece of curved red jade appeared in front of him. The red jade is filled with endless blood. Lubin's spiritual power expanded up, down, left, and right along the red jade. The spreading spiritual power continued to extend, and suddenly encountered a huge energy channel. The energy channel was several meters thick, as if it was integrated with the earth, rocks, and soil, or in other words, this energy channel was composed of the earth, soil, and rocks, and the thick earth disappeared, hiding all energy fluctuations. Only when it reached the blood pool, and was ready to connect to the blood pool, would this energy channel be dissolved from the energy channel, and connected to the blood pool. It is precisely because of this that Lubin can capture the breath of the energy channel above the blood pool. It is indeed only here that the breath of the energy channel can be captured. This is the earth vein type energy channel that makes Olan amazed. This is not just a simple energy channel. In the abyss world, this is the earth vein. What surprised Lubin at this moment was that he actually sensed the breath of radiation in this energy channel. And compared with the radiation breath in this energy channel, the radiation breath inside the sphere at the bottom of the blood pool is more intense. So intense that Lubin even thought that the radiation source was here. It was so dense that Lubin thought there might even be a radioactive element inside, which was continuously releasing radiation. What on earth is it? Lubin muttered to himself. At this moment, he was a little excited. It was like a lottery draw. It was confirmed that there would be a prize. The question was whether the prize was large or small, good or bad. It's impossible that there is no source of radiation for such dense radiation. It's unrealistic. Such strong radiation must have a source of radiation. Lubin muttered confidently. His mental power immediately separated from the earth along the energy path, and the gap connected to the blood pool. Lubin did not find any flaws anywhere else. But he found a crack in this place. A crack that seemed non-existent to others, but could be the entrance for Lubin to penetrate. His mental power carefully followed this flaw, forcibly squeezed out a small hole, and then penetrated directly in. Just like when he first studied the blood pool, Lubin once again sensed the occurrence of fission inside the blood pool. Countless blood and souls gathered here and fissioned, and the radiation breath participated in it. giving those blood and lives unparalleled super activity. Lubin didn't pay attention to this, but quietly searched, looking for his prize, looking for the radioactive element that released radiation inside the blood pool. There was just one thing that Lubin might not have thought of, or overlooked. That is, as long as there is a prize draw, there must be a possibility of an empty prize, or a thank you for patronage. Unfortunately, Lubin encountered it. After a thorough and comprehensive search, Lubin fell into deep thought. Actually, there is really nothing? Chapter 639 Chain Reaction. It's still empty? Lubin muttered in astonishment. No way, I'm so accurate, I can just say it's gone. President, have you ever considered that it might be because you are unlucky? I just said it in advance. The fact is that it's empty whether you say it or not. A mage who came with Lubin said. Lubin's face turned black on the spot. You're the only one who talks too much, Lubin said unhappily and continued to focus on the blood pool, trying to struggle a little, to see if he could save his luck. And if they really can't find it, it doesn't matter. After all, this is also a blood pool. And it is the first large blood pool they have encountered. Even if there are no resources, the research value alone cannot be underestimated. For example, the larger and larger fission reaction here may bring a new inspiration to Imolan, Linwa and others. Maybe this is the key to breaking the deadlock. Searching again and again. Searching again and again. Lubin gradually gave up. This made him curl his lips, calm down and start collecting fission data for Imolan, Linwa and others, recording the reaction process of this fission. The impact caused completely, without any distortion, without any annotation, without any personal will. I have exchanged radioactive elements for precious data. I will kill the president with a knife later, Lubin said viciously. Not long after he finished speaking, Lubin continued to collect data. Although he had no research on fission reaction, it was still easy for him to simply collect data. However, at this moment, Lubin suddenly frowned. Wait, something is wrong. Lubin's mind flashed with a flash of inspiration. And he remembered something. No. The core technology of the blood pool fission reaction is that less energy is invested, but more energy is released. Energy cannot be conserved. But in fact the energy inside is conserved. It just undergoes mass energy conversion, converting part of the mass into energy and releasing it, thus completing the apparent energy non-conservation. But here comes the contradiction, Linwa pondered. Although he did not study nuclear fission in depth, but for Imolan, Linwa and the other two had read the paper sent, and glanced at them. After all, it is nuclear. Which magician does not want to successfully rub a small mushroom with his hands one day? Even Lubin is no exception. He just does not want to study nuclear fission. He is ready to pick up the ready-made. This time following the radiation breath to find radioactive elements is the most powerful proof of his interest in nuclear fission. So he actually had some knowledge of nuclear fission. And he also understood Imolan, and where Lubin was stuck. Lubin recalled, and then muttered to himself. Now it is possible to force nuclear fission, thereby releasing a large amount of energy. But this is based on using more energy in the fission process. The cost is much higher than the output energy. And the key lies in the chain reaction. It is true that any nucleus can complete nuclear fission, but only the raw materials that can produce chain reactions can be called weapons-grade nuclear materials. Otherwise, the input must be less than the output. But the blood pool has achieved the goal of input less than output. Lubin's eyes suddenly lit up. It is obvious that there are weapons-grade nuclear materials that can cause chain reactions in the reaction process. That is, the top-grade radioactive elements among the radioactive elements I want to find. Lubin's eyes suddenly glared, and then laughed loudly. Ha! Ha! President, what are Linwa and the other two thinking about? What are all in their minds? They entered the treasure mountain, but only picked up 2 pieces of iron from it. Ha! No. I really can't help it. This is simply going to make me laugh to death. Lubin's laughter echoed over the entire blood pool, and the mages around who heard it couldn't help but tremble. Because in the past, whenever Lubin laughed wildly like this, he would be called out by the president to compete. I won't talk about the process, nor the result. It was just very exciting, but Lubin never got tired of it. In his words, it was just a competition. How could it compare to the pleasure of laughing at the president? It was so exciting. Right? After laughing for a long time, Lubin slowly calmed down and regained his composure. But even after regaining his composure, Lu Bin still had a smile on his face. Lu Bin, in a good mood, carefully observed the process of the fission reaction, hoping to find the key element that caused the chain reaction. If nothing unexpected happened, this might become a precious weapon-grade nuclear material in the future. However, no matter how hard Lu Bin searched, he could not find the element that caused the chain reaction. Lu Bin frowned again. That's not right. This element must exist. Could it be that the element that caused the chain reaction is even smaller, in a more microscopic world, so I can't even perceive it? If so, it might be a bit troublesome. Lu Bin muttered to himself, and carefully screened again. The blood pool looked filthy, but Lu Bin scanned it, and found that there were not many substances in the blood. In other words, there were only two things in the blood pool, namely the blood of the dead demon, and the soul and memory fragments hidden in the blood. So the blood pool was actually very pure. How could it be that there were only blood and soul? But Lu Bin muttered to himself, if all other elements in it were filtered out, and could not flow into the blood pool, then there must be elements in the blood pool that caused a chain reaction. Excluding the elements that cause chain reactions in the more microscopic world, if they are beyond Lu Bin's perception range, then there should be only one possibility. Lu Bin muttered to himself. Demons can evolve at super speed. Even every battle can make demons evolve slightly. This is because demons' gene chains are extremely unstable, and are very easy to change due to external influences. Could such highly active blood and souls be the source of chain reactions? Lu Bin's eyes lit up. Right. Just find some raw materials, and give it a try. Maybe I can make an atomic bomb in front of Imolan and Linhua. Successfully overtake them, and scare them to death. I will bring the atomic bomb with me when I go out. When I need it, I will throw one and play with it. Lu Bin licked his lips, and immediately found some blood and spiritual power from the surroundings. However, it is better to snatch some blood and spiritual power from the earth vein energy channel than to find it. After all, the blood and soul inside the blood pool are difficult to deal with. But those that have not yet merged into the earth vein energy channel are simple. Just grab them casually. Chapter 640 beginning the experiment. Everything is ready. Only the east wind is missing. Lu Bin looked at the materials in front of him, and his heart was extremely excited. He seemed to have seen Imolan's surprised and shocked expression. Okay, begin. The assistants immediately returned to their positions and waited for orders. However, they stood for a long time without waiting for Lu Bin's further orders, which made them look at Lu Bin in confusion. Then what? Lu Bin was silent for a moment, and asked a mage next to him in a low voice. What is the first step of the flower fission experiment? Prepare the materials. The assistant next to him said calmly and confidently. Lu Bin paused when he heard it, and asked patiently, so what about the second step? All experimenters, including assistants, adjust their status and prepare to start the experiment. Lu Bin was shocked when he heard his assistant say it seriously. After thinking about it, he adjusted his status as he said. After adjusting, he looked at him again. I didn't expect you to be interested in fission experiments. Not bad. Not bad. So what about the third step? The preparations are done. It's time to officially start. Right? Yes. It's time to officially start. The next step is to officially start. Lu Bin's eyes lit up when he heard this. Nodded. For the first time, he felt that his assistant was more capable than he thought. But for some reason, he had a vague sense of foreboding in his heart. Lu Bin suppressed the ominous premonition and continued to look at the assistant. Well, let's start. What are the specific steps? It's officially started, the assistant said, as a matter of course. Lu Bin's heart skipped a beat when he heard it. Are you sure? Of course I'm sure. All the preparations are done. If we don't start now, what are we preparing for? President, what are you waiting for? Let's go! Lu Bin's face was calm. He clapped his hands suddenly, and the assistant's movements were captured, and he fell into a human-shaped pit. It was obvious that he had prepared in advance, and he had erected a shield that was close to his skin. A careless look might not reveal it. Obviously, he was very experienced. Lu Bin had a dark face, and he casually pulled out a paper that turned into a book and projected it on his hand. It was densely packed with words, formulas and pictures. Lu Bin only read it for a moment and threw the book away. Feeling depressed? For Lu Bin, he might be able to study cross-disciplinary majors by analogy and understand them. But this was only limited to low and medium level research. For truly advanced things, even if Lubin wanted to understand them, he would have to spend a lot of time and energy to study them before he had a chance to understand them. But to figure out such a profound layman's research in a short time, what a joke. He is not Molan. For Lubin, it's fine to figure out the simple principle in a short time, the most cutting-edge things, if Lubin is interested. It's fine, but in fact, Lubin is only interested in hand-kneading mushroom eggs, not the series of processes before. Forget it, take it back to the president, and then laugh at him hard. Lubin waved his hand. The prepared materials in front of him disappeared instantly, and were collected by Lubin. After collecting these materials, he went straight back to the gate to the other world, and returned to the association. He, President, do you know what I found? What? Molan asked in confusion. Lubin licked his lips, wanting to keep the secret for a while, but when he saw the blueprint of the magic coat on Molan's desk, Lubin calmed down for some reason and said honestly, I found an element that can cause a chain reaction. As soon as Lubin finished speaking, Molan stood up suddenly. What did you say? Lubin saw Molan's shocked expression, shaking his head and clicking his tongue. TSK, President, I don't know what's going on in your head? TSK, don't you realize that the energy produced by the blood pool fission reaction is far greater than the energy it puts in? That's the real fission reaction, that's the real, weapon-grade nuclear material that can produce a chain reaction. Hiss. At this moment, Molan was really shocked, and he didn't even notice Lubin's expression. Not only did he not notice it, he even wanted to ask himself a question. Damn it, what was I thinking about at that time? Such an obvious chain reaction, or rather, a chain reaction that has been in front of me since I entered the Abyss world, and the weapon-grade nuclear materials directly in front of me. I actually turned a blind eye to it. After Molan recovered, he strode out directly. President, are you going to look for this? Lubin directly revealed a corner of his small space. There was a blood pool suspended in the space, and the blood pool contained waves of mental power fluctuations. A series of broken mental power bodies. What else could this be but the blood in the blood pool? The moment Molan saw it, his eyes lit up. A moment later, Lubin stood in front of Molan's laboratory with top-notch equipment. The previous preparations were carried out again. This time, Molan took a deep breath, and the commands were quickly transmitted along the connection of mental power. The time requirements for the top experiments of mages are also extremely demanding. And in the extremely time-demanding experiments, if you want multiple people to cooperate in the experiment, it is simply unrealistic to just shout. The information content of shouting is too low, and the transmission efficiency is extremely slow. So once a large-scale experiment that requires the cooperation of multiple people is started, the high-level mental connection spell is the only solution. After countless optimizations and updates by Su Zongxin, the efficiency of information transmission of this spiritual link spell that was only circulated within the Mage Association may even exceed the speed of light. The spiritual link spell that was disseminated to the outside world was often several versions behind. But even so, there were countless people seeking to buy this version open to the outside world, and countless guilds requested authorization to use it, which made Su Zongxin earn a lot of money. In the extremely efficient information dissemination state, Molan was extremely focused. And the next moment, he had an idea. Begin. As soon as the words fell, everyone acted in sync as if they were one person, or at this moment the entire experimental group had become a huge whole. Molan was the brain, the spiritual link was the spiritual element, and the assistant mages were the arms. This time was different from when Lubin started. The moment Molan gave the order, it really started. In an instant, the sample blood in front of him turned into extremely tiny particles. First, decomposition. Begin to study the elemental composition. In an instant, the sample blood in front of him turned into extremely tiny particles. After the first decomposition, the blood is no longer in the shape of blood. It has even disappeared directly, entering the microscopic perspective, and disappearing within the range that the human eye can capture. However, this is not a real disappearance. Everyone's mental power can truly capture the existence of this blood. And now, the experiment has just begun. Chapter 641 Radiation Source. Experiment failed. The 79th experiment failed. Molan did not continue to prepare for the next experiment as before, but stopped. The element that produces the chain reaction is not blood, or mental power, or any substance contained in it. Molan said slowly, concluding the failure of the 79th experiment. In fact, he had expected this conclusion in his heart. When he was doing the 10th experiment, he had a feeling in his heart, a feeling that he would fail. However, there was no definite evidence at the time, it was just a hunch, so I completed a series of experiments in the design with a rigorous and persistent attitude, and then confirmed that it was indeed a failure. Well, what I can sense in the blood pool is the blood and the spirit body soul, and the flesh and blood, the soul is highly active, and the characteristics of evolving at any time are simply too similar. Lubin said aloud, and Molan nodded when he heard it. It is indeed too similar, so similar that we can almost be sure that there is a connection between them. But maybe we have the cause and effect relationship reversed? The highly active blood and soul are not so flexible because they contain substances that can cause chain reactions, but because the chain reaction and radiation make these blood and souls highly active, extremely chaotic, extremely unstable. So there is another possibility. Yes, that is, there is actually a third substance inside the blood pool. Lubin and Imolan looked at each other and said in unison, "The source of fission. Radiation breath." What radiation breath are you talking about? President. What source of fission are you talking about? The fission material that causes the blood and soul to have high activity and high instability, the initial material of fission, and it is not clear what the specific substance is. Is there any problem with me calling it the source of fission? What the hell is the radiation breath you are talking about? Imolan asked directly. Lubin was silent for a moment after hearing this, and then said, "The clue that led me to this large blood pool was the radiation. This radiation permeated every earth vein energy channel I encountered, and every blood pool I encountered. Oh, yes, it was also inside the blood pools we visited. But the radiation inside the blood pools was very subtle. I think it must have merged with the blood and soul. If I didn't know it in advance, it would be basically impossible to detect the radiation from it. I also knew the existence of the radiation in advance, and it was only by searching for the radiation that I sensed the radiation inside the blood pool. Why do I talk about the radiation smell? It is because I have not found any other substances from beginning to end, so I have a vague guess in my heart. In fact, the radiation source, that is, the source of fission you mentioned may really exist, but it does not exist in the blood pools of different sizes we encountered, and this radiation source does not directly affect these blood pools. Then what makes the blood and soul so highly active and extremely unstable? And what makes the blood pool successfully complete the chain reaction? It is not the radiation source, but only the radiation smell that spreads from the radiation source. Yes, it is not the radiation source, but only the smell it emits." Lubin raised a thumb and continued. First, the blood pool did successfully produce a chain reaction, causing a certain amount of mass loss, converting mass into energy. But the fission reaction caused by the blood pool is too small. Isn't it? It's so small that you can't sense any fluctuations outside the blood pool at all. And it's so small that you can only find out that a fission reaction has occurred here by probing your mental power into it, and seeing the process of the fission reaction. If it is a normal nuclear material that produces fission and chain reactions, the noise will not be so small. Right? So I boldly assume that it is not the material itself that produces the chain reaction, but only a trace of radioactive dust emitted by the material. This is one of the reasons. Imolan fell into thought, while Lubin drank a sip of tea, raised his second finger, and continued. Second, when I was tracing the source of the radiation, I found that the blood pools were connected to each other through the energy pathways of the earth veins. I can only say that the name you chose was really amazing. These energy pathways are indeed like the earth veins in fantasy novels, collecting the souls and blood of all the dead demons on this land, and then gathering them all at the key nodes of this earth vein network, which is the blood pool. The blood pool gave birth to demons, and life and death completed a cycle in this way. Of course, these are all off topic. The main thing is that I can sense that the ground veins are filled with radiation. This gave me a feeling that the radiation seemed to flow along the ground vein energy pathway, flowing from the large blood pool with a relatively strong radiation to the small blood pool connected to it. After all, there are so many blood pools, and it is impossible that each blood pool has enough radiation sources to maintain operation for a long time. If so, it would be great. We can get a large amount of radiation source by attacking any blood pool. Unfortunately, this is basically impossible, because with my 7th ring mental power, I may not be as good as the president in microscopic perception, but not everything can be hidden from my mental power. In order for me to not perceive it, The radiation aura. The radiation source must be one level smaller than the elemental basic particles, which is the atomic size we guessed. And I will assume that there are many atomic-sized radiation sources inside the blood pool. But how many can there be? How long will it take for the blood pool to consume? So basically, we can conclude that there is no radiation source inside the blood pool. At least in the 2 blood pools we found. The source of the radiation in these blood pools must be the earth vein pathways, or the earth vein pathways that are spread all over the earth are condensed from the entire abyss continent, refined, and then input into the blood pools. Or there are real radiation sources in higher level blood pools, that is, there are substances that can really produce chain reactions, and the radiation from the radiation source permeates the blood pools, and then flows along the energy pathways, to one blood pool after another connected by the energy pathways. Of course, at present, these are still just speculations, and there is no strong evidence to prove it. But it is not difficult to prove this. Lubin paused for a moment and said slowly, just forcibly block the earth vein energy that connects a blood pool to other blood pools. As soon as Lubin finished speaking, Emolan couldn't help but fall into deep thought, and then shook his head. Chapter 642, a palm technique that falls from the sky. No, as I learn more about the earth veins, I can better understand the importance of the earth veins and the blood pool. If the blood pool symbolizes the life of the abyss, then the earth veins are the path between life and death. If the blood pool, the earth veins are broken, then the entire abyss continent may be affected. Of course, we only attack the smallest blood pool, which should not affect the entire abyss continent, otherwise the abyss continent would have collapsed long ago. But it is inevitable that it will affect the circulation within a certain range, which will cause great trouble. Emolan said slowly with a serious expression. So what? Lubin raised his eyebrows and asked. Emolan glanced at him. So we can't do it near the gate to the other world. Otherwise, if the land under our feet collapses, we won't even be able to cry. Moreover, if the ground veins are cut off, who knows if this action will directly alarm the more powerful existence inside the continent? What if the ground veins are something like circuits? Once you cut them off, electricians will be sent out. Then we are finished. Go farther away. We must go farther away. Even if something really happens, it will not harm us and will not involve us. Emolan finished speaking, and Lubin grinned. I understand. Then, President, do you want to go with me? I won't go in. I'll project myself there when the time comes. Good idea. Lubin gave a thumbs up, but then he spoke again. But if we don't go in with our real bodies, then if we want to maintain our integrity and do the experiment, including the time consumed by the radiation in the blood pool, we have to reserve at least 1 month to be conservative. And if we want to maintain the gate to the other world for a month, this requires space elements. Lubin pondered for a moment, and said after a little calculation, 40 days of effect, including the space elements currently stored. It will take at least another 40 days to support the opening of the gate to the other world for such a long time. The cost of maintaining the gate to the other world is extremely high. Every minute and every second consumes a large amount of space elements. Even the Mage Association, which is huge, cannot afford such a huge consumption of space elements. If the association had not consciously stored space elements long ago, then who knows how long it would take to store space elements to maintain the gate to the other world for a month. 2 months. Leave some room, and we will enter the abyss in 2 months. After Emolan finished speaking, Lubin nodded, and then he left, and Emolan went back to his meditation room. The space elements continued to accumulate, and Emolan returned to his original plan, meditating, constructing a magic coat, and studying the spell structure that controls the anti-gravity rules. Until 2 months later, the door to the other world opened, and fire phoenixes condensed into shape, holding soul stone balls in their mouths, carrying Emolan's spells, and flying quickly along the edge of the abyss continent. Next to the fire phoenix, soul stones were suspended in a line, motionless, and the space was distorted, instantly carrying the soul stones far away. Soul stones were strung into a line, pointing to the distance. Emolan and Lubin's spells were carried by the soul stones and flew far away. The spells of the 2 people were heading in roughly the same direction, but the angles were slightly different. As the distance increased, the distance between them became farther and farther. Time passed bit by bit, until they reached a distance of about 1 million meters, or 1,000 kilometers. Emolan and Lubin stopped and began to search for the blood pool. When they found the blood pool, 3.5 days had passed since the door to the other world was opened. Emolan and Lu Bin, sitting in front of the gate to the other world, looked at each other. Is it far enough? Almost. Let's start. Yes. As soon as the voice fell, Emolan and Lu Bin thought at the same time and descended. In an instant, a huge and majestic projection appeared above the blood pool. After several projections, Lu Bin's projection became more and more exquisite, more majestic, and more handsome. So, some people's minds are not on the right path. What do you mean this is the right path? Oh, that's fine. When Lu Bin's thoughts fell on the projection, he found it strange that Emolan's projection had not yet formed. He turned his head to look in the direction of the fire phoenix. At this time, the fire phoenix spit out something from its mouth. Looking at the appearance of this thing, feeling the spatial fluctuation just now, Lu Bin groaned. And in an instant, the thing carried by the fire phoenix instantly turned into an extremely majestic behemoth, which was a retouched and enlarged version of Emolan. It exuded an extremely powerful energy fluctuation all over its body, which shocked the mind. This was more real than the projection, as if it was real. No, this was real. Magic coat? President, didn't we agree to play projection together? You are not fair. I was wondering why the consumption of the gate to the other world increased abnormally when we passed through just now. It was strange just now. It turned out that you, the president, secretly hid something. A soul stone floated out from the fire phoenix and entered the magic coat. At this moment, the eyes of the magic coat opened, and Emolan descended, hearing the words. He smiled slightly and said calmly, "Oh, try the magic coat to see if it is handsome and strong." "That's enough," Lu Bin said resentfully. At this time, the 7th level demon in the blood pool under his feet rushed up, with a pair of blood eyes full of confusion, without the aura of intelligent life. Seeing this, Lu Bin slapped it hard. As the space under his palm twisted, the 7th level demon was shattered by the twisted space and fell to the ground. At the same time, the twisted space under his palm left an extremely large palm print on the ground. And the 7th level demon landed right in the palm. Looking at this fancy attack method, Emolan's mouth twitched slightly. Huh? Not dead yet? Lu Bin asked in surprise. Emolan also glanced at him and said, "This demon has no wisdom. But his body feels much stronger. And he should have something like a gifted spell. Right? He can kill to this extent without wisdom. His gifted spell must be a combat type. It is normal for his combat power or vitality to be stronger." Lu Bin was about to make another palm when he heard this. But Emolan spoke out. "Don't kill it. Just seal it up. It just so happens that the 7th level demon has a close relationship with the blood pool. And they can influence each other. Let's see what happens to the blood pool and the 7th level demon after the ground vein is cut off. Maybe we can get some data from this." Okay. Lu Bin put down a palm. But compared to the space distortion under his palm, compared to the previous highly aggressive and highly targeted space distortion, the space distortion under his palm now tends to be confinement and sealing. Although it seems to be the same palm, there is actually an essential difference. Chapter 643, The Land of Draining Strength. "Stay here," Lu Bin shouted softly. Instantly, an extremely complex spatial structure was formed around the 7th level demon. If the normal space is a layer of wood, then at this moment, Lu Bin used wooden strips to reinforce the wood again and again. Even creatures that can originally use space spells and break through the wood may not be able to break through the wood after it is reinforced. The wooden strips that reinforce the wood can be laid flat one by one in different ways. And it is also reinforced by nailing wooden strips crosswise. This is the structure. To deal with a space structure, in addition to using brute force to break it open, you need to calculate, find loopholes and flaws in the space structure, and thus unlock the space confinement. The stronger the reinforced space, the more complex the structure used, the harder it is to break, and the higher the level of the space structure. At this moment, the 7th level demon has been sealed by an extremely complex space structure. In terms of brute force, it is unknown how much effort this 7th level demon will have to spend to forcibly break the space confinement. After all, you have to know that when Lu Bin sealed it, it seemed that he just slapped it casually. But in fact, it was all an act. Behind the seemingly casual palm, there was the full power calculation of the tower spirit, hiding Lu Bin's capture of the surrounding space characteristics, real-time calculation, and even guiding space changes. This time it took a lot of effort. The formation of this structure has even attracted the surrounding space forces, And then, with the skill of the structure, it is impossible to break through with brute force with the strength of this 7th level demon. In fact, in Mo Lan's opinion, Lu Bin's behavior was even a bit of a show of skill, and it was a waste of talent to seal the 7th level demon using a pistol to kill a mosquito, because calculating the surrounding space changes, attracting the surrounding space forces, according to the space. If it goes further, it can completely lead the external space forces to participate, follow the trend, and involve the power of the surrounding space membrane to turn it into a seal. If it reaches that level, then this can also be called a self-sustaining seal. No matter how the seal itself is consumed, it has become a part of the space membrane. Once the seal is impacted, the power in the space membrane in other areas will flow over to maintain the strength of the seal. Even if the seal is damaged, other space forces will also participate in repairing the seal, just like repairing a broken space. At that time, Lu Bin's space structure may be considered to have reached its peak. Of course, although there is only a fine line of difference. This line is a natural chasm. Just like artificial intelligence and artificial intelligence, there is a huge difference. It may be crossed in a moment. It may take 10 years, 100 years, or even forever. In short, Lu Bin is just showing off his skills. And his skills really surprised Mo Lan. Lu Bin, this space sealing technique is good. It has some shadows of self-sustaining sealing. It has only been a few months since I sealed the blood demon last time. You have mastered it. Not bad. Hee hee. It's just SOSO. I still refer to your ideas, President. This is already an innovation. Mo Lan said slowly, and then waved his hand. Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's start. The Earth Vein Passage is completely integrated with the Earth. It is the vein of the Earth. We may not be able to break it. Even if we break it, it may become very troublesome. The only flaw in the entire Earth Vein Passage is the part where the Earth Vein Passage merges with the blood pool. Here, in order to contact the blood pool, the Earth Vein Passage has to break away from the state of fusion with the Earth. Our goal is also to isolate the blood pool and verify what the blood pool will become after losing the Earth Vein supply. Let's start. First, feel how many Earth Vein passages are connected to the outside world at the bottom of the blood pool. Okay. The two of them instantly landed next to the blood pool. The blood pool, where the 7th level demon was sealed, completely lost its defense line. Mo Lan's mental power searched along the wall membrane at the bottom of the blood pool. The bottom of the blood pool is actually a huge spherical space. The ground veins are connected to this spherical space. The blood and souls flow into the blood pool along the ground veins. A chain reaction and fission occur in the blood pool. At this moment, Mo Lan's mental power spreads on the spherical membrane at the bottom of the blood pool to search quickly. The powerful mental power found a ground vein in a blink of an eye. At the same time, it also sensed Lu Bin's mental power used for exploration. No. 1. Lu Bin breathed a sigh of relief when he heard it. There is only one, which saves a lot of trouble. However, it seems to indicate that this blood pool is indeed the lowest level blood pool. There is no lower level blood pool. Mo Lan's mental power forced into the ground vein channel along the gap where the ground vein channel and the blood pool were in contact. And further away, Mo Lan could not feel any barriers of the ground vein channel at all. Only the hole at the bottom of the blood pool and the circle of ground vein channel barriers around the hole. As long as you stay away from the blood pool, you can't sense the existence of the ground vein channel. But the ground vein channel next to the blood pool is real. The ground vein channel extending from the bottom of the blood pool is like directly piercing through the void and flowing to another world. The spiritual power inside the earth vein channel can sense a mighty blood. And the mixture of souls continuously flows from the earth vein channel into the blood pool, becoming the energy source of the blood pool. Feeling this huge blood soul, the exaggeratedly high energy level makes Mo Lan's face suddenly solemn. He can't stop it. This thought suddenly emerged in Mo Lan's mind. But if you build a seal, you may have to give it a try. Mo Lan muttered to himself, trying to force some substances into the earth vein channel. However, the gap that mental power can forcefully break through, physical matter cannot squeeze, and no matter what method is used, and no matter what sharp weapon attacks the ground vein passage, there is no fluctuation at all. In other words, when Mo Lan uses a powerful attack, he can detect a tiny, almost undetectable fluctuation in the surrounding earth. At this moment, Mo Lan understood that the energy of his attack was transferred to the earth in this area by the ground vein passage. Unless Mo-Lan's attack can directly shatter this piece of land, it is absolutely impossible to forcefully break through the ground vein passage by physical means. After understanding this, Mo-Lan immediately tried to move the elements in, but still failed. At this moment, Mo-Lan suddenly reacted and slapped his head. Stupid. Doesn't the blood here contain a lot of water elements? I actually have to look for it from the outside. Mo-Lan's voice fell, and as soon as he thought about it, a touch of ice appeared at the junction of the earth vein passage and the blood pool. The appearance of ice was just a signal. Next, ice spread rapidly towards the earth vein passage. Chapter 644 One-Way Space Channel. Freeze! As soon as the words fell, the ice instantly spread to the ground vein passage, and there were holes inside the crystal-clear blood-colored ice. You were originally in the position of the gold-eating vine, but because the ground vein passage cannot pass elements and matter, Mo-Lan had no choice but to use his own mental power as the backbone, replacing the position of the gold-eating vine, and completing this ice seal. The moment this ice seal was completed, a stream of light turned, blood-colored ice, and mental power became a whole. At the beginning, the pressure of the seal was relatively small. The ice seal seemed to be at ease. Mo-Lan even had the leisure to observe the demon's blood, soul, and the membrane of the earth vein passage in depth. However, as time passed, more and more blood and soul were accumulated at this opening, and the pressure faced by the bloody ice seal instantly doubled. The current pressure was still acceptable to Mo-Lan, and it was not a big problem. But what really made Mo-Lan frown was the future. He didn't seal the earth vein passage for just a moment, nor for just 1 or 2 days. He planned to seal it for a full month. A month? Such a long time span would make it more likely for Mo-Lan to find what he wanted to find. And Mo-Lan only needed to do a simple calculation to know that if the pressure continued to increase at such a constant rate, it would not take long for the seal to completely collapse in the face of the accumulated huge force. Mo-Lan frowned slightly. The volume of this earth vein passage is really too large. Once it is blocked, a lot of energy will be accumulated every minute and every second. It is better to drain than to block. It seems that it is impossible to solve this problem by relying on the ice seal alone. We must find a way to release this energy to prevent the pressure from reaching the critical point of the ice seal, so as to maintain the existence of the seal. Mo-Lan said silently in his heart. The brainless method is bound to fail. Mo-Lan immediately said, Lu Bin, come here. Lu Bin, who was observing the blood pool, was stunned when he heard the words and looked a little surprised. Huh? President, can't you cut it off? Yes, but the volume of this ground vein channel is too large. Even I am like an ant in front of this huge volume. I really can't bear the pressure that is rising at a constant speed. I must relieve some of the pressure. As soon as Mo-Lan finished speaking, Lu Bin reacted instantly. You want to use space magic to reduce the pressure? Yes. Mo-Lan nodded. At this time, only space magic can be used. Whether it is to extend the space to reduce the pressure or to directly open a space channel to transport blood and soul to the outside, it can effectively reduce the pressure. Lu Bin did not speak again. He just thought about it, and the pure mental power broke into the ground vein channel along the gap. Elements, matter cannot penetrate the earth veins? No wonder. Lu Bin reacted immediately and understood why Mo-Lan called him over. He really couldn't do this without specializing in space magic. Every profession has its own specialty. Even someone as strong as Mo-Lan couldn't solve the current problem by brute force. Lu Bin's mental power sensed the bloody ice seal, and did not start directly, but chose to observe silently. Silently calculated the flow rate of blood and soul, silently calculated the speed of pressure increase, silently felt the space elements in the earth veins, silently planned. No matter where it is, as long as there is space, there must be space elements, but they are just hidden deep or shallow. The same is true for the ground veins. This is why Lu Bin can do what Mo-Lan can't do. Although Mo-Lan also knows space magic, his expertise is still far from Lu Bin. Get up. Lu Bin suddenly uttered a word, and countless space elements were mobilized by Lu Bin, and they turned into a simple structure in an instant. The structure is concise, but it does not mean it is simple. On the contrary, it is to use the least space elements to achieve the greatest effect. The space channel opened by Lu Bin is only the size of a fist. The blood and soul are gushing out like a high-pressure water gun. Mo-Lan immediately found that his pressure was much less. However, the pressure from the ground vein channel has not stopped accumulating. In fact, only a fist-sized channel cannot vent all the pressure. The efficiency of reducing pressure cannot even exceed the efficiency of pressure. However, Emolan only made a simple calculation and found that if the pressure of the earth vein channel remained unchanged, then on the 31st day of the blood pool's cessation of flow, the ice seal would instantly collapse. But by that time, the ice seal would no longer have any meaning. When Emolan was about to say something to Lu Bin's face suddenly changed. Huh? What's wrong? Emolan was surprised. Lu Bin glanced at Emolan and said slowly, "This space channel is one way." Emolan was puzzled at first. And then, he was shocked. One way? What's going on? I don't know either. Lu Bin carefully sensed every detail of the space channel, and spoke while thinking. I just wanted to transport some space elements into the space channel. After all, although there are space elements in it, there are not many in fact. If I can increase a little, it will be convenient to do anything, and there is no need to be restricted. But when I was about to transport the space elements, I found that this space channel did not allow any material elements to enter the ground vein passage. Even my spiritual power can no longer enter once it penetrates from inside. Lu Bin said slowly. I have carefully checked the structure of my space channel many times. I am sure and certain that the one-way space is not due to my structure. Then there must be only one reason, that is, the ground vein channel blocks all matter from entering the ground vein channel through the space element. Emolan pondered for a moment after hearing this and said, Are the existing space elements enough to consume? Yes, even the ground vein channel cannot prevent the deepest space elements from spreading. But the premise is that no accidents happen, and we must follow the procedures. After Lu Bin finished speaking, he set his eyes on the ground vein passage again. Okay, I won't chat with you anymore. I'm going to study the ground vein passage. One-way space passage. This is a one-way space passage. If I study it, I don't know how many new operations and new tricks I can play. You study the blood pool slowly. I'm going to study the ground vein passage. Emolan looked at Lu Bin's extremely excited look. And it was a little funny. But then he calmed down and silently guarded the seal, while the strong and mental power also kept monitoring the blood pool at all times. Within the range of mental power, no matter inside or outside the blood pool, anything that happened would be directly reflected in Emolan's heart. As time passed slowly, no accidents occurred. After cutting off the ground vein passage, the blood pool began to breed demon worms for the first time after the cutoff. Chapter 645 Worm Activity. Everything went well for the first demon worm generation. Under Emolan's gaze, the blood inside the blood pool rolled rapidly, the water level dropped, revealing the demon worm surging and rolling inside the blood pool. The number and density were so high that it made people's scalps numb. Accompanied by the spray, a blood rain, a rain of demon worms appeared in the valley centered on the blood pool, and then, a gluttonous feast with demon worms as the protagonists began. Emolan did not pay attention to the little demons on the ground. The fighting between demon worms was just a normal and common part of the abyss world. Emolan's attention was focused on the blood pool at this moment. At this moment, the blood and soul inside the blood pool had been mostly consumed. Still struggling? Emolan turned his head to look at the 7th level demon next to him. This 7th level demon began to struggle violently when they sealed the earth vein passage, but Emolan was busy reinforcing the seal at that time, and after reinforcing the seal, he was busy observing the formation of demon worms, so he didn't pay attention. Now that he has time to come, he finds that this 7th level demon is still struggling and calling. The 7th level demon broke through to the 7th level because of the blood pool. This should be considered a trick. The entire 7th level realm is closely connected to the blood pool. Once the blood pool is lost, it will fall from the 7th level, and the connection between them should be more than that. When the blood pool is attacked or in crisis, the 7th level demon should be able to sense it. Right? The 7th level demon and the blood pool have a symbiotic relationship? The blood pool allows the demon to advance to the 7th level, and the 7th level demon summons a large number of demons to protect the blood pool together. I can ask the 6-armed snake demon about this. Never mind, I'll ask now. Emolan immediately closed his eyes, and with a thought, he found the 6-armed snake demon directly, and after a moment, the thought came back to him. It is indeed so. Emolan recalled the answer the 6-armed snake demon had just given him. You don't need to cause any damage to the blood pool, you just need to touch the blood pool, or even just get close to the blood pool, and it will be sensed by the owner of the blood pool, and this effect can ignore distance? Ignore distance connection? This is a bit mysterious. But if it is really possible, then if we can figure this out, It will be worth the trip. Emolan turned his head to look at the 7th level demon, thinking, should we use it to do an experiment first, and then study the blood pool after the experiment? Emolan pondered for a moment and shook his head. Forget it. Let's finish the current experiment first. Anyway, there are many blood pools in this abyss world. If this blood pool is broken, we can find another blood pool for experiment. Emolan muttered. Also, no matter how far the demon goes, it can sense the direction of the blood pool and the existence of the blood pool. This may be the same principle as the remote connection. Ignore the distance, but it is also possible that the 6-armed snake demon is ignorant, has never seen the world, and has never walked out of the contact range of the blood pool in his life. It seems that the 6-armed snake demon was captured by me and Lupin just after it bound to the blood pool. The farthest it went was when Lupin and I took it away. Emolan suddenly felt that the information told by the 6-armed snake demon was not so reliable. This is not to say that the 6-armed snake demon deceived him, but that the 6-armed snake demon knew too little, too ignorant, just like in ancient times. When someone saw a deer or a giraffe, he would shout the auspicious beast Chilin, and when he saw a crocodile, he would shout the blue dragon. The reliability of this news may be like the difference between a deer and a unicorn. Emolan shook his head helplessly, and then remembered something. But to be honest, this 6-armed snake demon has been in the main material world for a long time, and has become calmer and calmer, and his thinking has become clearer, and he has no intention of returning to the abyss world. Emolan muttered, and then shook his head, and focused his attention on the blood pool. At this time, there was not much blood and soul in the blood pool. According to Emolan's concerns, it might only be enough to breed another batch of demon worms. As long as this batch of demon worms is bred, Emolan might get the answer he wants. Is this chain reaction in the blood pool or inside the veins? It takes time for the breeding of the devil worm. It's like a stubble of rice. After cutting a stubble, you must grow up to harvest the next stubble. According to the observation and statistics from Emolan and others, the time for each blood pool demon worm is different, but roughly follow one rule. That's the larger the blood pool area, the larger the volume. It takes longer to bred a batch of demon worms. Certainly, big volume, the larger blood pool can bred more than the devil worms at one time. As for whether the time for breeding is with the talent of the devil worm, active, it is unknown for the time being when the strength is related. No one is studying, the association is studying this topic. But each blood pool represents the core of a territory, and they are very far apart, and each blood pool is guarded by a demon of at least level 7. These factors have limited the fact that although some people are studying blood pools, there are no results yet. As for the time it takes for this blood pool to breed demon worms, Emolan calculated based on its size and volume, it should be about 10 to 15 days, which is also a medium to high time among all the blood pools known so far. Emolan's thoughts have been focused on this blood pool. It takes time for the blood pool to breed demon worms, but this does not mean that Emolan does not need to do anything. During the waiting time, Emolan continued to pay attention to the lines on the blood pool, the fission at the bottom of the blood pool, observe the changes in the blood pool at different depths, and also constantly observe the breeding of the abyss worms. What brought Emolan an unexpected surprise was that planting trees intentionally failed, but planting willows unintentionally grew into a shade. While observing the breeding process of the demon worms, Emolan actually glimpsed a glimpse of the top technology of converting energy into material flesh and blood. The demon worm was created out of nothing, from simple to complex. This evolutionary process was not a secret under Emolan's patient, all-round, and no dead-angle observation. At this moment, Emolan suddenly realized that the magic coat must take into account both defense and change and activity. If this technique is used, the magic coat will not only become stronger, but it can also easily change and adjust even in the material form. In other words, it may have the same activity as the abyss demon, or even more exaggerated and more powerful, because the activity of the demon worm stage is the strongest among all demons, and it is the most plastic. As the demon gradually becomes stronger, its activity and plasticity will also weaken as its strength increases. This is an inversely proportional relationship. Chapter 646 Creation of Life. And not only that. Emolan looked at the demon worm that was almost formed in his eyes, muttered to himself. This energy close to the essence is transformed into matter. This permanent ability is transformed into matter, or even directly transformed into life. This is the creation of life. If I can master this method, let alone the magic coat, I can easily control even the real elemental body. And even if I can't fully control it, just a glimpse, just getting some fur is enough for me to gain a lot, can inspire my thinking, can inspire the thinking of the real elemental body. This abyss world is really a treasure, an extremely huge, inexhaustible treasure. This is not the first time Emolan said this. Every time he said this, the abyss world can give Emolan a new feeling, a new shock. The demon worm that Emolan's mental power was paying close attention to was completely formed and began to wriggle inside the blood pool. At this moment, a force blew away all the demon worms inside the blood pool. The demon worms fell to the ground among a group of first-level demons, and a gluttonous feast began again. At this time, Emolan's entire mind was focused on the blood pool. The blood and soul inside the blood pool had been consumed by more than half. The remaining blood and soul could no longer allow the blood pool to breed abyss worms again. The experiment is finally about to begin. Emolan showed a smile on his face. When the blood and soul energy are insufficient, we should stop breeding and start accumulating blood and soul energy, and then breed again when the conditions are met. Right? As soon as Emolan finished speaking, he saw the blood and soul inside the blood pool settled in the pool water, without any change. Sure enough, it has begun. But since the blood and soul are insufficient, I will make up for it with you. As soon as Emolan finished speaking, he waved his hand, and in an instant, streams of blood rushed up from all directions, and gathered towards where Emolan was. From a distance, they are just streams of blood. But when you get closer, you can find that these streams of blood are indeed mixed with quite rich spiritual power and modeled spiritual power. And the spiritual power is actually the soul. When the blood and soul gathered in front of Emolan, Emolan carefully sensed the proportion and composition of the blood and soul in the earth vein channel, and then adjusted and checked it bit by bit. It didn't take much effort. The blood and soul in front of Emolan were exactly the same as the blood and soul in the earth vein channel, and the materials that wrapped them were exactly the same. Of course, this is only the same within the range that Emolan can perceive. Those outside the range are not within Emolan's ability. I'll fill it in for you. Let me see if your fission reaction is still the same, Emolan whispered, and directly threw the blood and soul gathered in front of him into the blood pool. The blood soul looks like a huge blood. A large mass of blood condensed into a ball, and then fell into the blood pool, causing a loud noise. Boom! The blood splashed everywhere, and finally fell into the blood pool. After the blood fell into the blood pool, it began to penetrate to the bottom, and all of them flowed into the space at the bottom of the blood pool. I didn't expect it to be so easy to get in. Is the blood pool's external defense mechanism so weak? It's so easy to cheat. Then what I brought with me will be able to get in successfully. As soon as the voice fell, as Emolan expected, all the blood seeped into the bottom space of the blood pool, and the bottom of the blood pool was empty. Only some liquid, some powder, some elements and other solid, liquid, and gas items were left. Emolan opened his mouth when he saw this, and after a brief count, he was helpless. Okay. I just said it, and I got slapped in the face. I just said that the defense mechanism was poor. But I was caught by everyone. Forget it. Anyway, this is not my purpose. If it works, it will be good. If it doesn't, it's just like that. Emolan focused on the inside of the blood pool. At this moment, the blood pool has gathered enough blood and souls to breed the worm demon once. But it lacks a certain amount of energy to create life. But will it start breeding? Emolan has no answer to this question in his heart, and can only wait and look forward to it silently. But whether it is possible or not, it basically means that Emolan has an answer in his heart. Although this answer may not be the one that Emolan wants most. Time slowly passed, and Emolan, who was observing the blood pool, suddenly showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. The result came out. At this moment, Emolan suddenly saw a trace of blood beads seeping out from the bottom of the blood pool, turning into drops of blood, gradually gathering, and filling the blood pool bit by bit. Another gestation. It began. Fission reaction. Chain reaction was going on crazily inside the blood pool, and a steady stream of energy poured out from the fission core, converting mass into energy. Soon a gestation was over. Countless worms were thrown out by a force, and landed on the plain, turning into a new feast. Although the amount of food in this feast seemed a little chilling, the number of worms ejected this time is less than 1/4 of the normal number, and the ratio of the number of worms to it is exactly the ratio of the original blood stock to the total blood. This means that although the new blood participates in the breeding of demon worms, although it promotes the breeding of demon worms, in fact, this blood does not participate in the breeding of demon worms at all. These bloods have nothing to do with the breeding of demon worms. It has nothing to do with it. Emolan muttered to himself. It's like a machine. Blood and soul are the raw materials, which are indispensable. Sufficient raw materials are the starting standard. And that trace of radiation is the battery of this machine. Without the battery, the machine can't operate at all. Emolan felt much more relaxed at this moment, because the answer had appeared, and Lu Bin's guess had been verified. Blood and soul are indeed not all the substances in the blood pool. There is also a substance in the blood pool that neither Emolan nor Lu Bin can find. Moreover, blood and soul are not the key raw materials for nuclear fission, nor are they the raw materials for chain reaction. All this has nothing to do with them. The real chain reaction and nuclear fission are the imperceptible elements inside. The source of that element does not exist inside the blood pool, but in the ground veins. It is input into the blood pool along with blood and soul, and becomes the main energy source of the blood pool. Emolan paused slightly, and then continued. Then the next key experiment is to determine one point. That is, whether this radiation breath comes from the refining between the land or from the higher level blood pool. Chapter 647, Refining the Radiation Aura. The key to the chain reaction lies in the radiation aura. Then we need to find a way to verify it. Does the radiation aura transported into the blood pool by the earth vein channel come from the inside of the earth connected by the earth vein channel, or from a higher level blood pool? Emolan muttered to himself, then his mind moved. The blood-colored ice seal was directly broken. The originally blocked earth vein channel was instantly unblocked. The blood inside rushed in. The blood entered the blood pool. The blood pool started to operate again. Looking at the blood, Emolan had an idea in his mind. But before studying where the radiation comes from, I can extract some radiation for research. Emolan's eyes were fixed on the ground vein. When the blood pool was blocked just now, the lack of radiation as a fission material led to a lack of energy, and only a part of the demon worms were bred. So this means that freezing can not only block blood, but also block radiation. As long as it can be blocked, it can be bound. If it can be bound, it will be easy. Although I can't sense it, it doesn't mean that I can't extract, store, or even use it. It's not difficult. Emolan's mouth curled up slightly, and he turned his head to look at Lu Bin next to him. Seeing that he was still studying something, he looked at him for a while, and didn't say anything, and continued to study the structure of the blood pool. After a moment, Lu Bin came out of his research state, and looked at Emolan. Emolan noticed and looked up. Lu Bin spoke. President, what do you want to talk to me about? Give me all the blood you stored before. Oh, okay. Lu Bin nodded and stretched out his hand. A space channel opened. A stream of blood flowed out and gathered into a spherical ball in the air. It was suspended above Emolan and Lu Bin's head, making the sky darker. After more than 10 days of continuous accumulation, the volume of blood accumulated was already quite large. After Lu Bin summoned all the blood, Emolan stretched out his hand and used his spiritual power, as his bones, and ice, as his body to directly transform the blood ball into a blood-colored ice ball, sealing up the blood. Call me if you need anything. Lu Bin entered the research state again, while Emolan held the blood-colored ice ball and looked up. There is a radiation smell here, Emolan muttered to himself, and his spiritual power penetrated deep into the blood-colored ice ball. In the blood of the blood-colored ice ball, Emolan could sense the existence of a radiation smell, which was very faint, but he could sense it in the blood as long as he carefully sensed it. However, if we want to find the source of the radiation, there is no clue at all, as if there is no source, no matter how Emolan searches. Even if he uses his perception ability to the maximum and goes deeper into the microscopic field, he still cannot find any clues, as if this is a rootless source. But it is not true. The existence of the radiation must be a definite substance, because it can fission and produce a chain reaction, which means that the radiation is just a very small particle, and Emolan's ability is not enough. I can't sense it. Emolan shook his head slightly. And I don't know the physical and chemical properties of this radiation. I can't use normal extraction methods to extract it, but I should be able to try to filter it. Emolan looked down at the blood pool and said slowly, this blood pool is really a treasure. As soon as he finished speaking, Emolan used his mental power to isolate a bloodless area at the bottom of the blood pool, and then opened a large hole in the blood-colored ice ball and turned it upside down at the bottom of the blood pool. Wow! Wow! The blood flows to the bottom of the blood pool like running water, and then seeps in little by little. In this process, when the blood is absorbed by the blood pool and transferred to the inside of the blood pool, all the dust and impurities mixed in it are separated and fall to the bottom. The blood pool's self-defense mechanism is very powerful. It is a very powerful sieve that has not been found to have any loopholes so far. In front of the blood pool, no matter what impurities are mixed in Emolan's blood and soul, they will be filtered out. The blood seeps in and the impurities are filtered out. This is also true for liquid that has been integrated into the blood pool. This superior effect is simply amazing. The hole that Emolan opened was not big, and the blood-colored ice ball was huge. It took a lot of effort for the blood inside to flow into the blood pool. The blood-colored ice ball was empty, leaving only a few impurities. And the radiation breath was also in it. The blood pool is a good treasure. Emolan smiled and moved his fingers slightly. The blood-colored ice ball shrank layer by layer. In the process of shrinking, there was no gap inside the blood-colored ice ball, directly suppressing the range of the radiation breath inside. Finally, Emolan used the power of the seventh ring mage to construct a new seal using the basic water element particles. After a while, the originally huge blood-colored ice ball turned into a bead smaller than a pen core bead, and the space inside was even smaller. However, even so, it was still empty inside. If it weren't for the slightly strong radiation smell inside, Emolan would even think that he had sealed a loneliness, because there was not even air inside. It was empty. Emolan twisted his neck, and after thinking for a moment, he started to build a spell framework. Fission framework. This fission framework obtained from the blood pool rushed forward in Emolan's hand. This framework is extremely complex. Even after studying it until now, Emolan still doesn't understand it at all. His only achievement so far is to learn how to use it. It's like a caveman learning to use a computer. As for how to make a computer, what the principle is, etc., he knows nothing. After spending some time to complete the structure of the fission spell, Emolan was about to put a small bead in his hand. After a moment of silence, Emolan chose to put the small bead 2 kilometers away, and then built the fission framework above it. After everything was ready, Emolan took a deep breath. At this moment, his heart became calm instead. Blessings came to his mind. The scene that would be staged next seemed to have reappeared in his mind. At this time, even Lubin couldn't help interrupting his research, putting it aside for the time being, and focusing all his attention on the spell structure and the small bead 2 kilometers away. Then, Emolan had an idea. The spell structure was quickly activated and operated, and instantly fell on the small bead. The seal that constituted the small bead was also directly released at this moment. The entire small bead dissipated, revealing the empty interior, allowing the effect of the fission structure to fall directly on it. There was obviously nothing there, but when the fission structure effect fell on it, a dazzling light burst out. Boom! Chapter 648 Weapons-Grade Nuclear Materials. Boom! A thunderous sound exploded in my ears at the moment of dazzling light. The terrifying power flattened the hillside below and blew out a big pit. The aftermath of the explosion spread rapidly like a halo. When it came to Emolan, it was still extremely powerful. Emolan held up a magic shield with one hand. The magic shield was directly supported by the constant defense system on the magic coat. The shield twisted and swayed in the aftermath. It calmed down after the aftermath passed. At this time, Emolan turned his head and looked to the side. At this moment, Lubin was still in a state of shock. He just relied on instinct to distort the space to deflect the aftermath damage. The strong light and explosion brought him too much shock. It was a pity that a lot of dust and gravel were blown up in the sky. But the scene he wanted to see did not appear. The power of the peak spell of the 7th ring. Emolan's voice sounded in his ears. A normal 7th level warrior would have died directly after being hit by this. Well, if the core of the explosion is not escaping, it will be almost the same. Emolan looked around. The area of 1,000 meters around the explosion point had been flattened. The power of the explosion was beyond imagination. The amount of radiation breath used is about the amount of demon worms bred in this blood pool once. That is to say, to accumulate so much radiation breath, it is necessary to completely seal this earth vein channel. Take away all the blood for refining, and continue for 14 days. Then we can have another shot. After Emolan finished speaking, Lubin slowly exhaled and asked, "Why is it so powerful? There is so little radiation breath. According to our estimation, it is probably at the atomic level, and there is not much when all of them are added together. Why is it so powerful?" Lubin frowned. "Even if it's in a game, it still has to follow the basic law. Right? In reality, can weapon-grade nuclear materials replace such high energy with such a small mass? It can't be done. Right?" Emolan walked towards the center of the explosion. Lubin followed closely behind. While walking, Emolan pondered. It shouldn't be so powerful, but if it's reasonable, oh no, if it's realistic, our mages are even less scientific. But now it's science. Lubin's thinking is quick. As soon as Emolan said that, he immediately thought of a possibility, said, "Are there extraordinary factors involved?" "Yes." Emolan nodded gently. "I sense the presence of the breath of rules at the moment of the explosion. This radiation breath is not only an element that can produce a chain reaction, but also a high-level material that contains rules. Oh no, it should be said that the radiation source is an extremely high-level material, because its radiation breath alone already carries the power of rules, and the main body will only be more terrifying. And it is precisely because of the participation of this rule power that the power of this explosion has reached this level. In reality, nuclear materials are like ordinary steel, while this radiation is like seventh-order gold-patterned black steel. The weapons made from the same weapons have very different powers." Lubin immediately reacted after hearing this. He scanned the surroundings with his mental power, feeling the radiation that was weakened but still existed. In fact, most of the radiation is still there. The mass converted by mass energy conversion is very small. Most of the radiation is actually just dispersed into the surrounding environment. If it can be recycled, then this thing can be used multiple times. Emolan rolled his eyes when he heard this. "Don't even think about it. Do you know how large an environment the radiation breath is dispersed in? We can't even sense the entity of the radiation breath. And we still want to collect it? Impossible. The only radiation breath we can collect is the radiation breath that is integrated into the demon blood. And it must be absorbed through the blood pool. The demon blood pool can also filter it out. So we can refine it without observing the entity of the radiation breath and store it. We have no other options. That's for the future," Lubin said casually. "But then again, President, since the first explosion experiment was successful, and the power was so great, doesn't that mean that the radiation has directly become a weapon-grade nuclear material?" "Indeed, weapons-grade nuclear material." Emolan shook his head again as he spoke. "Weapons-grade nuclear material, really breathtaking, heart-stirring. To be honest, the power of this top-level 7th ring spell is only this much. Even an 8th ring spell is only this much. But the truly shocking thing is that this is a thing that can increase its power without limit by simply adding equivalents. This means, if I don't keep mining, if I keep storing, theoretically, one of our nuclear bombs can even directly bomb the god of death." Lubin smiled faintly when he heard this. "Then let's list the blood pool as a strategic resource in the future. This is a strategic resource. It's a uranium mine. In the future, each blood pool must be used to collect radiation, and all the collected radiation will be stored secretly." Emolan nodded in agreement, but he was lost in thought at this time, and after a long time, Emolan slowly said, "Do your best to collect the radiation. But be careful. The premise is to keep the blood pool running normally, and keep the whole ecological environment running normally. I'm afraid that if we destroy the blood pool, the gap in the earth veins will be gone." Lubin was startled when he heard this. "Yes, I almost got carried away. Long-term development is the kingly way, and we can't kill the goose that lays the golden eggs." At this moment, Emolan had already walked to the center of the explosion, looking at the huge explosion pit under his feet, and sensing the deadly radiation. The dense radiation in the center of the explosion is enough to kill creatures below level 7. General shields cannot block radiation at all. Shields at the elemental basic particle level are like sieves in front of radiation. For a 7-ring mage, a shield made directly of elements is no different from a sieve in front of elemental basic particles. It cannot be said that there are holes everywhere, but it can only be said that it is completely made of holes. At this moment, feeling the radiation that penetrated through the shield in the body, Emolan had this feeling again, but this time he became the sieve. If a level 7 creature stays here for too long, it might die. I just don't know what changes these demons will undergo under the radiation. This happens to be where the most active demons, such as demon worms, live. Lubin raised his eyebrows upon hearing this, turned his head to look at the blood pool, but was thinking about another question in his mind. President, do you think the Abyss continent will be like nuclear pollution after an explosion, with radiation everywhere? And do the veins collect them bit by bit in the earth, and regather them into a radiation aura? Chapter 649 Realization of the Real Game. Hiss. Emolan shuddered, and got goosebumps all over his body, which made him look at Lu Bin. Don't make blind guesses without evidence, or the whole style will turn into a suspenseful spy movie. Our mage association is an authentic medieval mage style. Bullshit, since Linwo made mechas, and you made chariots. The style has gone astray, it's outrageous. Lu Bin paused for a moment after speaking, and then laughed. I also said that these layers of abyssal continents are weapon-grade nuclear material factories. Well, demons are created using blood pools throughout the continent. And then the blood of demons is used to wash the earth, contaminated with radioactive aura, and collected through the ground veins and merged into the blood pools. Then part of it is used to make demon worms again in the blood pools, and part of it is uploaded to the core blood pools along the ground veins. There is no need to collect it bit by yourself. Just go to the blood pool in the center regularly to get it. Lu Bin was laughing at first, as if he was joking, but he suddenly couldn't laugh for some reason. Drops of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Thinking back carefully, this explanation seems more reasonable. Otherwise, the radiation aura of the blood pool is continuously supplied. How big a radiation source would be enough to consume it? It would not last long if it only took in but not out. Can't laugh anymore? Keep laughing. Keep talking. Why don't you talk? Emolan glanced at him lightly. Lu Bin wiped the sweat off his face and forced a smile. President, this shouldn't be the case. Right? This system can't really be man-made. Right? Emolan didn't hesitate when he heard this, and shook his head. This earth vein channel, the blood pool, and the like have no traces of artificial creation. The patterns on them are all born from heaven and earth. Just like the spell slots in the extraordinary core. They are patterns of rules, not man-made. This blood pool and the earth vein channel are just like the extraordinary core. They are born from heaven and earth, and they are just natural phenomena. As for why it is so coincidental as you said, it is like a food chain. The food chain can be cyclical. Even the people at the top of the food chain will die, then decay, and become a link in the food chain again. The blood pool, the circulation of the earth vein can also be regarded as the food chain of the abyss world. Although it is shocking, it is not difficult to understand, nor is it unbelievable, nor is everything a miracle. It is good to understand. As for the so-called convergence of radiation breath, I don't know if you have learned about the transfer of heavy metals in organisms? The higher the level of the food chain, the more heavy metals are deposited in the organisms. If you are interested, you can go offline and have a look. In my opinion, the convergence of radiation breath is roughly the same as the precipitation of heavy metals. In short, there is no trace of man-made in all this. It is just the creation of heaven and earth. There are similar things on earth. You can't conclude that it is man-made just because you can't understand, shock, or other reasons. Lu Bin breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, I was almost scared to death just now. It's okay. It's good that it is created by heaven and earth. This is simply too shocking. This is simply a natural weapons-grade nuclear material factory. Yeah. Emolan saw that he was completely relaxed and looked at him again, and spoke again. But this world is man-made. As soon as Emolan finished speaking, Lu Bin, who had been smiling and relaxed, covered his heart with one hand, and looked at Emolan in shock. What are you shocked about? What are you still shocked about? Emolan looked at him strangely. The real game world deliberately guides us to think it is real, and the game version follows the improvement of strength. Oh no, following the improvement of our understanding of the world, the understanding of the rules is updated again, and every update makes the world more real, more delicate. The death penalty will become heavier with each update. From need to reality. Billions of mental powers, wills converge, and real feedback from countless days and nights. Have you heard of the study of mind? Close your eyes, and everything is false. Open your eyes, and everything exists. Everything exists because of you. If you don't exist, the world will not exist. Your cognition is the world. Billions of people's cognition. Is there any problem in building a real world? Billions of people's will. Billions of people's belief. And billions of people's mental power make this world go from false to real little by little. This also requires our players' continuous exploration in the game, determining the rules, supplementing the rules, and perfecting the rules, so that this world can go from false to stable little by little. From unstable to real. Realize the real game. Emolan said lightly. Is there any problem in saying that this world was created by humans? Lu Bin was speechless for a long time. Emolan continued. There is basically no problem with this. I am just thinking about a problem. Just a few billion people. There is no problem at all to materialize a small space. But I know that there are at least trillions of humans in the game. And the lives of other races are endless, like the stars in the sky. The will of billions of people. How can the mental power gather so many intelligent lives? This fucking energy is not conserved. Emolan shook his head. If I hadn't figured out many key points, I would have said this theory a long time ago. Have you figured it out now? How did you say it out? I haven't figured it out. Mainly because I can't hold it in any longer. I can't figure it out. And I feel so uncomfortable. Let you feel uncomfortable too. And let me feel comfortable. Well, it feels much better to say it out. Emolan stretched comfortably, while Lu Bin felt like he had eaten half a fly. Oh, by the way, I can't confirm the truth of my theory. So you can't tell anyone. Otherwise, the impact will be too great, and many people's worldviews may be shattered. President, aren't you afraid that my worldview will be shattered? Lu Bin opened his mouth and said. Emolan looked at Lu Bin in surprise. Is your worldview shattered? Almost. Then it's not shattered. You see? It's not shattered. I still considered it very carefully. Lu Bin clenched his fist, and then let it go. But at this time he thought for a moment. And his face suddenly changed again. Wait. I suddenly realized something. What is it? Since this world is man-made, is this a deliberately built weapon-grade nuclear material factory? Otherwise, nuclear materials. Isn't this a coincidence? And Lu Bin pointed to the sky. Pointed to the ground. Above is the Abyss continent. Below is also the Abyss continent. Isn't this just a row of neatly arranged production machines? Lu Bin was even more shocked. Shuddered. And looked around cautiously. By the way, have we entered the wrong place? Chapter 650 Supersonic Aircraft. We shouldn't have come. Lu Bin said slowly, and Emolan rolled his eyes. Have you watched too many movies? Have you read too many novels? I wonder why you have so many fancy ideas. You probably spent all your brain on studying space magic. Aren't you? You also spent all your brain on studying magic? Emolan shook his head, and said seriously. No, I'm not studying magic, I'm studying the world, I'm studying the rules, I'm constantly understanding this world. Lu Bin was stunned, and at this moment Emolan turned his head again, and continued to look forward at the big pit left by the explosion. While collecting data, he said, your previous worries were completely groundless. You have to know that the Abyss is now dominated by demons. The second-level blood pool on the outside alone is dominated by an 8th-level demon. How strong will the depths be? Let me assume that this Abyss continent has been controlled by someone. How terrifying will the strength be? How powerful will the technology be? Do you think you can still open the door to another world and come in? Dream on. What if the Abyss continent is too big and there are loopholes in the space defense? Lu Bin said directly. Oh, okay. Even if it's because of a loophole, then tell me, if it's controlled by someone, then we frequently open the door to the other world. Don't say there's no spatial fluctuation. Right? In the association, in Mirror Lake, if an outsider opens the door, then the place will be surrounded by 3 layers of spells inside and outside before the door is opened. Even if they didn't find it, we are playing in the blood pool here. If it's really a part of the machine, the maintenance worker would have come to crush us to death long ago. How can we still have the leisure to discuss this here? Okay, these are just auxiliary evidence. Let me tell you the reason that really made me make this judgment. Emolan's eyes became deep, and he said slowly. You know, in my opinion, the materialization of this world is actually no different from the creation of gods. Just like the birth of the god of light. The only difference is the size and technical difficulty. Since it is condensed by countless people, then this world will definitely be influenced by the thoughts of so many people. And by personal concepts. It's like water and fire are incompatible. How much gravity? How much water density? The world created by billions of people will definitely be affected by these. Billions of people think it is true. And subconsciously think it cannot be modified. So no one can modify it. And no one will modify it. Once modified, it goes against the will of billions of people. And it reminds us that this world is fake. So every time it is modified, the possibility of the world turning fake into real is directly halved. Since the world is now becoming real step by step. It means that the original game's permissions have not been used, or have hardly been used. Because this will destroy the entire world. The modified places can never be adjusted to be exactly the same as the original. And it will become a loophole in the world. The above is the premise I want to talk about. They can't use permissions to modify. Based on this premise, if we consider many things, it will be very clear. Without permissions, when everything is normal, can they control this world? No, impossible. They haven't even found the coordinates of the Abyss world yet, and are still searching hard. Do you know why? Because when they created the world, they must have left a lot of space, just set up a framework for it to evolve on its own. Because they definitely can't create a real world, the world they create must be full of bugs. A world full of bugs can't be real, so the world must have evolved on its own within a given framework. So they are very likely to not even be able to determine the coordinates. In this case, I assume that this is indeed a factory, but what about that? There must be no one in control here, only demons. Emolan said very seriously, without any wavering tone. Lu Bin nodded slowly after hearing this. In that case, we have already come in. If the news is leaked, will we be in danger? Emolan smiled, and shook his head after hearing this. No, these are just my guesses. Who said this must be a factory? The factory is just your guess. I will assume that he is, and the news has indeed been leaked, so what? Have you forgotten what they said? We have a backer. The country will always stand behind us. The country will always protect us. We are fearless. Fearless. Lu Bin chewed on this sentence after hearing this, and then laughed. Fearless. Really? This attitude is what our association's famous president Lu should have. What a coward you were just now. You are one of the top 3 mages in the world. Why are you cowardly? Lu Bin pondered for a moment, and looked at Emolan. President, generally speaking, the top few are the ones in the ranking. President, are you implying that I am the third, not as good as that metal lump Linhua? Emolan was silent. You are not cowardly anymore. You are looking for trouble. Right? Ha ha ha. Lu Bin laughed loudly. Emolan patted his shoulder, and quietly made a fireball, and shot it into his projection. Bang! The projection exploded when Lu Bin was laughing the most. Especially, Emolan used a little trick to freeze the projection after it shattered. So after the explosion, Lu Bin's fragments were all over the ground. Emolan laughed like a child. The projection of Lu Bin condensed again, looking at Emolan with a dark face. What are you looking at? Lu Bin silently turned around, still with a dark face. Emolan in the mage tower retracted his thoughts, and Lu Bin next to him also opened his eyes after sensing it. Call Linhua back. This is such a big deal this time. Emolan nodded when he heard it. Lu Bin immediately called Linhua and told him the general situation. Linhua exploded the moment he heard it. You didn't call me for such a meaningful thing? Guzzi, you've changed. I'll be back now. Not long after, Emolan saw a plane passing through the space channel, and appeared outside the mage tower at a speed faster than sound. Looking at the streamlined plane, Emolan's mouth twitched slightly, and Lu Bin burst out laughing when he saw this. Pucci, no, President, I'll tell you, I'm never the one who ruins the style, it's him. Linhua, when did you make the plane? Oh, just a while ago, how about it? It's pretty cool. Right? It doesn't have any attack capabilities, but it's extremely fast. I also installed space bronze in front. It can directly break through the space confinement, and fly through the air. I use it specifically for traveling and escaping. Do you want it? Linhua raised his wrist, revealing the metal watch on it, clicked on it a few times. A beam of light shot out and enveloped the black and gold plane, and the plane shrank and was stored inside the watch.